They took his kidneys. They thought they ruined his life. But the next day, ding! Multiverse trading system activated. From that moment on, Qin Chuan stopped playing by Earth's rules. The system allows him to trade with any being, in any world. A box of instant noodles? Traded for ancient elixirs and runes. An excavator? 10 tons of gold, delivered instantly. One poem? Helped a forgotten prince seize his throne. And one pistol sparked a revolution that reshaped another universe. Controlled nuclear fusion, just 1 ton of water. Super batteries crafted from a pile of fruit. A cure for cancer purchased with a bag of rice. Every trade made Earth stronger, smarter, and richer. When the US tried to sanction him, Qin Chuan smirked. A bottle of Urquata liquor, for lithography tech. And just like that, Blue Star advanced decades overnight. Now, gods, aliens, and emperors from other dimensions line up to trade. Even the most powerful bow their heads, offering him a cigarette just for his time. In the multiverse, I'm not a businessman. I'm the system itself. From a man who lost everything, to a trader who owns every world. He can trade with any world, and Earth just became his playground. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where systems awaken, and mortals rewrite the laws of the universe. It fucking hurt. A blinding pain exploded in Qin Chuan's side, like someone had shoved a red-hot blade straight through his kidneys. His vision swam. The sterile white lights above him blurred, faces moved in and out of focus. Hands were pinning him down. A man in a white coat leaned over him, scalpel flashing coldly. Qin Chuan's mind screamed, "They're cutting me open," but his throat wouldn't make a sound. No anesthesia. No sedative. Just raw, burning pain and the mechanical calm of the doctor as he said, "Mr. Fang, this person isn't completely dead yet." A voice Qin Chuan knew too well replied, "Don't worry about it. He's as good as dead anyway. Might as well make himself useful before he goes. Once Xiaoyu gets that kidney, she won't have to wait any longer." That voice. Qin Chuan's mind went blank. Fang Xiaoyu, his friend, his love, his fellow patient. The girl who used to smile softly through her dialysis sessions. He had heart disease. She had kidney failure. They'd met in the hospital, shared jokes, encouraged each other through the pain. Two broken people clinging to a bit of hope. They had even made a promise whoever died first would donate their organs to the other, free of charge. A bittersweet vow. But her condition worsened too fast. Dialysis no longer worked. She needed a kidney soon. Then her family invited him over for dinner. They'd cooked wild mushrooms, his favorite. The table was full of laughter, Xiaoyu urging him to eat more. He remembered the earthy taste, the warmth in his stomach, and then everything going black. Now, on this blood-stained operating table, the truth hit like a hammer. They'd poisoned him. They'd planned it all. "Why, you beasts?" He tried to shout, but only air escaped his lips. His mind spiraled into darkness, full of regret and hatred. If there really was a next life, he'd send this entire family straight to hell himself. And then, ding! The multiverse trading system has detected a suitable host. Binding in progress. Binding complete. Host's life signs critical. Activating emergency protection mechanism. Light surged through him. Qin Chuan gasped awake, sitting bolt upright in his bed. His heart pounded like a drum. Sweat drenched his shirt. For a moment, he thought he was still on that table, that any second the scalpel would return. But no. He was back in his small rented apartment. The peeling paint, the humming fridge, the old clock blinking on the nightstand. 8 a.m., September 9th, 2030, Tang calendar. Yesterday had been the 10th, the day he'd been poisoned. Which meant he was alive. He'd come back. Qin Chuan clenched his trembling hands. "I've been reborn." Ding! Host's heart is in critical condition. A golden heart has been issued as a gift. Replace it now? He froze. System? The word left his mouth before he even realized. Right, he had heard a voice when they were cutting him open. He thought it was just a hallucination born of pain and madness. But now it was real. Absolutely real. "Replace it," he barked without hesitation. Heart replacement initiated. "Please lie flat and remain calm." A strange warmth spread through his chest. His body trembled as something shifted. A minute later. Replacement complete. Qin Chuan exhaled. The tightness in his chest, the suffocating ache he'd lived with for years, was gone. His heartbeat was steady, powerful, like an engine roaring back to life. He laughed softly, disbelief and relief mixing in his throat. Alive. Healthy. With a system. And this time, he wasn't going to let anyone play him for a fool. He would live well and he would make them pay. Multiverse trading system activated. Information began flooding into his mind. He now had access to a system that allowed trading across realities between worlds, dimensions, and timelines. Anything could be traded: resources, knowledge, artifacts, even life itself. Every successful trade earned him experience, 100 points to level up. Each level would unlock better trade partners and greater permissions. He could also earn trade points, which could be exchanged for advanced items in the system store. Gene serums, fusion technology, mechs, anti-gravity jets. Things that could change a world. He grinned, eyes gleaming. Just the thought of what he could do with this power made his blood rush. A tradable item has been detected. Would the host like to initiate a trade? Yes. Match successful. A screen appeared in front of him, like a video call from another universe. A messy, overweight Taoist priest appeared, rummaging around in the dark with a candle. Immeasurable, heavenly, venerable. Who stole my golden heart? I'll dig up 18 generations of their ancestors if I ever find out. The priest's angry face filled the screen. The system helpfully translated every curse. Qin Chuan froze. Then his lips twitched. Wait, golden heart? So that's where his came from. The system hadn't just given him one, it had literally swiped it from this poor guy across universes. A divine robbery disguised as a gift. Qin Chuan chuckled, shaking his head. System daddy, he muttered under his breath, you really know how to do business. Upon seeing Qin Chuan appear on his trading screen, the fat Taoist priest froze for a second, then his entire face lit up with relief. Finally, a person. A real, breathing person. He'd had this so-called world trading system for months, but every time it matched him, it was with the weirdest, most useless stuff: rocks that hummed, plants that screamed, once even a lump of meat that tried to talk back. He couldn't communicate, couldn't trade, couldn't eat any of it. If this next one didn't work, he swore he'd smash the system and chant his way back to the mortal world. Garbage, absolute garbage. World Trading System, Baidu Star Region Trader Virtuous Taoist Priest, he announced, puffing out his chest like it meant something. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, playing along. World Trading System, Blue Star Trader Qin Chuan. Introductions done, the Taoist priest cut right to business. I need food and water. The more, the better. What do you want to trade? Qin Chuan exhaled in relief. That was easy. Food and water were cheap for him. He had plenty of that. He'd been worried the other party might demand something impossible like dragon scales or phoenix feathers, but this was a simple request. He studied the Taoist priest's surroundings through the flickering video feed. The light was dim, but he could make out piles of dirt and stone all around, and glittering heaps of gold, silver, and bronze artifacts. Wait, was this guy in a tomb? So this virtuous Taoist wasn't so virtuous after all. Suppressing a shiver, Qin Chuan asked calmly, food and water, I can provide. What do you have to offer in return? The Taoist priest's eyes darted around, calculating. Instead of answering directly, he asked, what do you need? Ah, classic haggler's trick. Don't show your hand first. Qin Chuan smirked inwardly. It seemed the virtuous Taoist wasn't just a grave robber, he was a shrewd one. Still, Qin Chuan wasn't here to nickel and dime over instant noodles. Even junk was fine if it earned him experience and system points. I should find out what kind of man he is first, Qin Chuan thought. The Taoist dusted off his robe and straightened his slightly bent hat. From my appearance alone, you can tell I'm a Taoist, can't you? Taoist? Qin Chuan thought skeptically. More like a professional tomb raider. And what about you? The Taoist priest asked curiously. Keyboard warrior, Qin Chuan replied without missing a beat. The Taoist blinked, completely baffled. A warrior who fights with keys? Qin Chuan just smiled. Something like that. Now that the situation was clearer, Qin Chuan decided to test the waters. Deist Master, do you happen to have any cultivation manuals, elixirs, or magical artifacts for trade? The Taoist priest's face twitched so hard it nearly cracked. What? You want that for a bit of food and water? Absolutely not. He shook his head violently, his round cheeks jiggling. Even if I had them, I wouldn't trade them. Unless you have a treasure of equal value. Qin Chuan's eyes gleamed. That reaction told him all he needed to know: this guy was a cultivator. He leaned forward, smiling politely. Deist Master, I'm sincere about trading. I have plenty of food and water. What are you willing to offer? The Taoist kicked at the dirt, clearly reluctant. Finally, he pointed at a pile of bronze jars and jade ornaments beside him. These are treasures freshly unearthed from ancient times. Priceless. You can pick any two. Qin Chuan nearly burst out laughing. Unearthed, huh? Yeah, no kidding. Antiques from another world would have zero historical record on Earth. Try selling them, and every expert would call them fakes. Worse, they probably smelled like grave dust. Forget the local specialties, Qin Chuan said flatly. I don't need them. The Taoist frowned, then began rummaging through his robe. One by one, items clattered onto the floor: black donkey hooves, dog blood pouches, short shovels, rusty daggers, talismans, tinderboxes, basically an entire starter kit for grave robbing. Qin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of psycho did the system just pair me with? These are all my belongings, the Taoist said, blinking innocently. See if anything interests you? None of it, Qin Chuan replied, expression blank. He even hovered over the disconnect option for dramatic effect. No, wait. The Taoist panicked, his voice rising. He'd waited 3 whole months for this trade match. If this deal failed, who knew when he'd get another? He was trapped in this tomb, low on food and water, and surrounded by angry spirits. If this guy left, he'd really starve. Anything you want is negotiable, he said hurriedly. Then, as if struck by inspiration, the Taoist priest reached into a wooden chest beside him and rummaged for something more valuable. A moment later, he triumphantly held up a gleaming golden basin that shimmered even through the screen. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. That was definitely treasure. But before he could say anything, the Taoist hesitated, then put it back. Let's see if I have something else instead, the priest muttered, digging deeper. After a bit of shuffling, he pulled out several bottles and talismans, his expression pained. Fine. Here's a bottle of antidote pills. 1 pill makes you immune to all poison. A bottle of qi and blood pills gives you the strength of an ox. A bottle of vigor pills, restores your energy. A bottle of 3-step fall pills poison. Rat poisoning pills also poison. And these evil repelling talismans, illusion talismans, thunder talismans, bad luck talismans, peach blossom talismans, spring talismans, take your pick. 2 items for a month's supply of food. He said it like he was ripping out his own heart. Qin Chuan stared at the screen, speechless. Good heavens, he muttered. This guy's got a scam for every situation. Still, a few items actually sounded useful. I'll take the antidote pills, qi and blood pills, thunder talismans, and bad luck talismans, Qin Chuan said. The Taoist instantly refused. Too much. Only 2. The two haggled for a while before Qin Chuan finally made an offer that stunned even himself. 3 months worth of food. I want all 4. And throw in a pill that drives people insane and a talisman that brings misfortune. The Taoist paused for half a second, then clapped his hands. Deal. Qin Chuan blinked. Wait, that was way too easy. He realized, belatedly, that he'd overpaid. But then again, the Taoist was literally starving in a tomb. Food was gold to him, and to Qin Chuan, it was pocket change. So it was fine. He'd gained powerful tools for revenge and the first real taste of what this multiverse trading system could do. All right, said the Taoist, his tone softening. I can't last much longer. Give me just enough for 3 days. You can deliver the rest later. Fine by me. Qin Chuan turned, scanning his tiny apartment. Half a box of instant noodles. A case of bottled water. Perfect. He packed them up mentally, hit confirm trade, and a light flashed on both sides of the screen. In the next instant, the items disappeared from his room. When he looked back, the Taoist priest was already tearing open a pack of noodles like a starving beast, drinking mineral water as if it were nectar from heaven. Watching that scene, Qin Chuan couldn't help but smirk. Trash or not, he'd just made his first trade. And in this new life, that was only the beginning. The system came with its own storage space handy for stashing or retrieving goods on the fly. Qin Chuan, now a level 0 trader, had a system space measuring 10 meters in every direction, about 1,000 cubic meters in total. As his level rose, more space would unlock. The items the Taoist priest had sent were automatically stored inside. Qin Chuan could summon them out at any time. Once the trade was complete, Qin Chuan sent over half a box of instant noodles and a crate of bottled water as agreed. The first transaction was officially done. Both sides were satisfied and logged off. Name, Qin Chuan. Identity, Blue Star Trader, Multiverse Trading System. Level, LV.0, Ordinary Trader. Experience points, 10/100. System points, 20. Next trade refresh, 72 hours. As the system panel hovered before him, Qin Chuan scanned through the newly acquired items. Whenever he focused on something, a neat description appeared automatically. Detoxification pill, cures all poisons. Lasts 12 hours. Qi and blood pill, boosts vitality. Strength increases 5-fold for 3 hours. Thunder talisman, summons a weak lightning strike once. Bad luck talisman, brings misfortune to the target for an entire day. Misfortune charm, inflicts 1 hour of catastrophic bad luck. Mind-numbing powder, clouds the mind and causes confusion. Lasts 12 hours. Chaste woman's debauchery, a very questionable aphrodisiac. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction until he reached the last one. Wait a minute, what's this supposed to be? He clearly hadn't asked for that. Buy 6, get 1 free, he muttered, shaking his head. That Taoist really is something else. Still, holding the cool porcelain bottle of detoxification pills in his hand made it all feel real. None of this was a dream. He glanced at the clock, almost 10 o'clock. If things followed the original timeline, Fang Xiaoyu would invite him over for lunch around this time tomorrow. That was the day everything went wrong. The Fang family had served him a dish laced with poisonous mushrooms. By the time he made it to the hospital, he'd been on the brink of death. And because of the organ donation agreement he'd signed earlier, the next step had been simple kidney removal. A sharp pain pulsed in his lower back at the thought. Qin Chuan's hands clenched. His heart filled with a cold, burning hatred. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Fang Xiaoyu's parents ran a pharmaceutical business and had deep connections with hospitals. They must have bribed someone to fake his death accidental food poisoning. Then, quietly, they harvested his organs. He had no family. No one to question anything. To the world, Qin Chuan's death had been a tiny ripple that vanished without a trace. And that was what enraged him the most. Just as he was lost in thought. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. At the same time, his phone buzzed with a message. Brother Chuan, I'm at your door. Open up. Fang Xiaoyu. His brows knit together. That wasn't right. She wasn't supposed to show up until tomorrow. Did his rebirth shift the timeline? He exhaled slowly. Doesn't matter. If she's already here to play her little game, then he'll just play along. This time, he's the one holding the knife. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan steadied his thoughts. He swallowed an antidote pill, just in case she'd brought anything laced with poison. Then, he slipped a qi and blood pill into his pocket, better to be ready for a fight. He also pocketed a few talismans, thunder, misfortune, bad luck, and a bit of mind-numbing powder. Finally, he tucked a small fruit knife under his shirt. The system space could store everything easily, but pulling items out of thin air might raise questions. Best to keep it simple for now. Better safe than sorry. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Chuan, what are you doing in there? Open up. Her voice was sharp, impatient. Qin Chuan exhaled. Coming, he called back. He picked up a bottle of mineral water, twisted it open, and poured the mind-numbing powder inside. After wiping the rim and shaking it well, he set it on the table. Then he opened the door. Qin Chuan, you're so slow. Fang Xiaoyu walked in immediately, her tone laced with annoyance. Even through her mask, a faint, sour odor hit him, a sign of her illness. That unique stench, it was unmistakable. Uremia. Patients like her had urea buildup in their blood. Bacteria in the mouth turned it into ammonia. She tried to hide it under heavy perfume and layers of clothing, but Qin Chuan still caught it instantly. He held his breath and took 2 steps back. His anger surged the moment he looked at her. That face, that fake innocence, this was the woman who'd betrayed him. His hand slid into his pocket, fingers brushing the knife handle. Should he just end it here? Fang Xiaoyu suddenly shivered under his cold gaze. Qin Chuan, what's wrong? He forced himself to relax, unclenching his jaw. It's nothing, he said evenly. Just a little heart pain. She blinked. Oh. She remembered his supposed heart condition and dropped the matter. What do you want? He asked curtly, unable to hide his irritation. Oh, I just came to remind you, she said sweetly. You promised to come to my house for lunch today. Don't tell me you forgot. Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly. Still the same act. I remember. I was just getting ready when you came. Good, she said, stepping closer. My parents made your favorite dishes. Come on, let's go. Her voice was honey-sweet, but Qin Chuan could see the calculation behind her eyes. She wanted those kidneys now. Fine, let's see who ends up carved open this time. In the past, he'd been the prey. Now, he's the one setting the trap. Qin Chuan subtly withdrew his arm, distancing himself from Fang Xiaoyu. Her scent was just too overpowering. I couldn't stand it. Nausea. Qin Chuan even had the urge to slap himself twice. How blind must I have been to get so close to this slut? Although the other party is quite attractive and has a good figure. However, due to a long-term illness, his complexion was sallow, he was swollen, and he had a foul odor. Even dogs would avoid it. You're so pathetic, you even went up there to lick my boots. Fang Xiaoyu paid no attention to Qin Chuan's unusual behavior. She was immersed in joy. Qin Chuan, that fool, probably had no idea what he was about to face. Thinking of Qin Chuan's miserable state, I felt inexplicably agitated. My anticipation grew stronger. Qin Chuan followed Fang Xiaoyu into the car. It was a red sports car with a pitchfork logo, a low-slung design, and a dynamic waistline, very flashy. Fang Xiaoyu started the car, which roared loudly and sped away, kicking up dust. Qin Chuan sat quietly in the back row, expressionless. He was plotting his revenge later. A gentleman takes his revenge, even after 10 years. When a villain seeks revenge, there is no time to lose. Qin Chuan sought revenge a day earlier than planned. Both harbored their own secrets and remained silent. Fang Xiaoyu's home is near the university town, in the Guanhe No. 1 residential area. Guanha Number 1 is a high-end villa community in Donghai City, where residents are either very wealthy or very powerful. 20 minutes later, the red sports car stopped in front of a detached villa. Fang Xiaoyu got out of the car and led Qin Chuan inside. The villa is luxurious and spacious, with 3 floors, a tall porch, and stone pillars and walls covered with exquisite carvings, showcasing the owner's nobility and extraordinary status. Qin Chuan had known Fang Xiaoyu for over a year, but this was his first time visiting her home. He glanced at it briefly, then inwardly spat and cursed. The Fang family has sold countless counterfeit medicines and harmed countless innocent people. They amassed bloody and filthy wealth to live in such a mansion. Fang Xiaoyu's parents were already waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, the two stood up at the same time and greeted each other with smiles. "Hello Qin Chuan, welcome to our home." Fang Zonghai, dressed in pajamas, with his slick back hair neatly styled, shook hands with Qin Chuan with a smile. Qin Chuan took his hand out of his pocket, hiding the talisman between his fingers, and stepped forward to hold Fang Zonghai's hand tightly. They were incredibly enthusiastic. "Hello Uncle Fang, it's a pleasure to visit your home." As they spoke, Qin Chuan gripped Fang Zonghai's hand tightly, subtly activating the cursed talisman. "Thank you for the kind invitation, uncle and aunt. I don't have much to give, just a handshake." Fang Zonghai was completely bewildered. When did this poor kid change his ways? Before, you were always timid and hesitant around me, barely daring to breathe. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Or was it because we invited him over for dinner and got too excited, leading to unrealistic ideas? Thinking of this, a flash of disgust appeared in his eyes. Pull your hand back forcefully, turn your back and vigorously wipe your hand with a wet wipe. As if afraid that Qin Chuan's heart disease might be contagious to him, he looked disgusted and made no attempt to hide it. Qin Chuan didn't care at all, quietly pulled his hand back into his pocket, and took out another talisman. He immediately walked towards Fang Xiaoyu's mother, Song Ji, to shake her hand. Song Ji is middle-aged, but she is well-maintained and has a charming appearance with no wrinkles on her face. Wearing an expensive cheongsam, she perfectly showcased her full and alluring curves. Especially the magnificent artifact in front of him, a peak that every man dreams of climbing. Qin Chuan's syndrome was about to kick in, unable to take his eyes off it. Compared to her mother, Fang Xiaoyu was utterly humiliated. Previously, Qin Chuan had always walked on thin ice, held himself in awe, and lived cautiously, never daring to be so presumptuous. Now, if you dare to wear it, I dare to look. It won't get you pregnant from just one glance. Judging by appearance, it's probably around 36 C.D. This is difficult to master, and I can't really say for sure. Seeing Qin Chuan's lecherous expression as he tried to shake her hand, Song Ji's eyes were filled with disgust and loathing. But for the sake of the plan, she had to endure it for the time being. She quickly took a step back and said with a forced smile, "I'm sorry, Xiao Chuan, Auntie just finished cooking and hasn't washed her hands yet, so I won't shake your hand." "It's okay, I don't mind." Qin Chuan grinned, showing his big front teeth, and stretched out his hand. Song Ji was completely flustered and almost broke down. There's still some food cooking, it's going to burn. I'll go check on it." "Xiao Chuan, please make yourself at home." Song Ji's expression changed slightly, and she quickly made an excuse to leave. Qin Chuan wasn't embarrassed at all. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. "It's just a bit of a pity that I didn't give away the bad luck charm." Fang Zonghai gestured for Qin Chuan to sit down, and soon all the dishes were served. The table was laden with all sorts of dishes, their aroma filling the air. For dishes made with mushrooms were laid out in front of Qin Chuan. Fried mushrooms, chicken stew with mushrooms, mushroom soup, stir-fried mushrooms. Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched. Damn it, are they really going after mushrooms? He remembered that there was only one dish of stir-fried mushrooms before, but today there were 4 dishes all at once. It seems they won't stop until they poison themselves, huh? In fact, Song Ji originally only cooked a vegetarian stir-fried mushroom dish. But after seeing Qin Chuan, the couple felt that this guy was too annoying. He looked even better than before after just a few days. I was worried that a simple stir-fried mushroom dish wouldn't be enough to satisfy him, so I added 3 more dishes. Come on, don't be shy, eat more. Fang Zonghai enthusiastically picked up a large chopstickful of mushrooms and placed it in Qin Chuan's bowl. Knowing you like mushrooms, your uncle specially asked someone to get some wild ones. They taste especially fresh, so please try them. Uncle and Auntie, you're so kind. These dishes look delicious and smell wonderful. Qin Chuan picked up a mushroom, preparing to put it in his mouth. The 3 members of the Fang family stared at Qin Chuan, hoping he would eat it quickly. I was both nervous and excited. However, Qin Chuan's hand suddenly stopped in mid-air, as if he had thought of something terrible. I suddenly remembered that I've been having a bit of an allergic reaction these past couple of days, so I can't eat mushrooms. Qin Chuan smiled awkwardly and put the mushrooms back into the bowl. Upon seeing this, the family of three looked at each other in bewilderment. Then Qin Chuan picked up the plate of stir-fried mushrooms and served a large chopstickful to each of the three members of the Fang family. Most of the dish was devoured in no time. When we eat together, the wild mushrooms are fragrant and crisp, and they are the most delicious thing ever. After serving the Fang family of three, Qin Chuan placed a plate of the remaining three dishes containing mushrooms in front of each person. The three members of the Fang family stared stiffly at the poisonous mushrooms in their bowls, their eyes twitching, and none of them touched their chopsticks. After a long silence of more than 10 seconds, Fang Zonghai carefully used a fork to pick up a piece of fish and handed it to his daughter. Xiaoyu, this fish is delicious, you should try it. Fang Xiaoyu's eyes darted around, and her mind became somewhat hazy. She took the fish, but hesitated to put it in her mouth. He stared wide-eyed at the piece of fish, as if searching for something. Seeing this, Song Ji chuckled dryly. What are you two doing? There's no poison in the food, what are you afraid of? As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Zonghai's expression suddenly turned extremely awkward, and he glared at her fiercely. The couple glanced at Qin Chuan simultaneously, feeling somewhat guilty. Qin Chuan, why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking? What would you like to eat? I'll ask Auntie to make it for you again. Fang Zonghai looked at Qin Chuan with an unnatural, fake smile on his face. Yes, Auntie didn't know you were allergic to mushrooms. What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you. Song Ji quickly agreed and casually put the poisonous mushroom in the bowl aside. Uncle and aunt are too kind. There are so many dishes that we can't possibly finish them all. No need to trouble yourself. I'll have the shrimp. Qin Chuan smiled slightly and picked up a braised shrimp. The couple exchanged a glance and began to frequently serve food to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan sneered inwardly, thinking the other party assumed he was unaware of the shady dealings involved in this meal. They put on an act of being warm and hospitable. As time went on, the atmosphere at the dinner table became increasingly awkward. Everyone was enthusiastically serving food to each other, but no one was actually eating the food in front of them. Everyone's just putting on an act, maintaining this dangerous game. Fang Zonghai and his wife occasionally exchanged glances, their eyes revealing unease and anxiety. Qin Chuan acted as if nothing was wrong, but in his heart he was waiting for the mind-bending powder and the cursed talisman to take effect. The dishes on the table went cold and were reheated, then heated and cooled again. Every time a dish is heated up, Song Ji takes the opportunity to add a little bit of poisonous mushroom soup. The family of three are of one mind, they never touch any dishes that have been reheated. Later on, almost all the dishes were reheated, turning the table into a feast that no one dared to touch. Judging by the time, it should be about time. Why is there no reaction at all? Damn it, would that unscrupulous Taoist priest sell me counterfeit goods and rip me off? Qin Chuan was getting a little anxious. If this doesn't work, he's about to reach his limit. The family of three was overly enthusiastic, constantly putting food on his plate. The food in front of Qin Chuan was piled up like a small mountain, but he didn't dare to eat a single bite. Even if they took an antidote beforehand, they wouldn't dare take the risk. Xiaoyu, try the chicken stew with mushrooms, it's delicious. Qin Chuan noticed that Fang Xiaoyu was acting strangely and began to probe her. Fang Xiaoyu's eyes were unfocused, her mind was a jumbled mess, and she was starting to feel dizzy. Without thinking, he took the food Qin Chuan handed him and stuffed it into his mouth. You can't eat it. Fang Zonghai and his wife both changed color at the same time, grabbed Fang Xiaoyu's hand, and knocked the dishes off the table. Why can't I eat it? Fang Xiaoyu's eyes were glazed over, and she could barely speak. Ah, I remember now, the mushrooms are poisonous, they were for Qin Chuan to eat. Fang Zonghai and Song Ji kept giving their daughter meaningful glances, their eyes practically bulging with excitement. Unfortunately, Fang Xiaoyu couldn't understand it at all and kept muttering to herself. Song Ji quickly covered her mouth. Xiao Qin, Xiaoyu is having a relapse and is talking nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. I'm not sick, he's the one who's sick. Fang Xiaoyu pushed Song Ji's hand away, pointed at Qin Chuan, and shouted loudly, why aren't you eating mushrooms? You'll get poisoned and die. Give me the kidneys. Fang Zonghai's face turned ashen. He rushed over angrily and slapped Fang Xiaoyu across the face. This slap was delivered in anger, and he couldn't stop himself. Fang Xiaoyu's face instantly turned red and swollen, and she burst into tears. Fang Zonghai was exposed by his daughter, and in a moment of panic, he couldn't stop himself. He regretted it as soon as he finished hitting her. The couple doted on their daughter and spoiled her, thinking she was just talking nonsense in her illness and had lost her sense of propriety. He didn't think much of it and didn't notice that Fang Xiaoyu was acting strangely. But Qin Chuan was still in front of him, so he had to find a way to cover it up. Look at how you've spoiled your daughter. Why don't you take her away? Aren't you ashamed enough already? Song Ji realized what was happening, glared at her husband, and dragged Fang Xiaoyu back to the room. Qin Chuan, please don't take this seriously. Xiao Yu is delirious from her illness and is talking nonsense. I know your relationship with Xiao Yu, I've always considered you family. How could I possibly poison you? Qin Chuan revealed a meaningful smile. Really? Then why aren't you eating any of these dishes? This. Fang Zonghai was speechless for a moment, scratching his head, his eyes darting around. It's like this, Uncle and I have been focusing on health lately, eating light meals. This whole table of dishes is for you. You have a heart condition, so eat more to nourish your kidneys. Qin Chuan, I have a heart condition, and you want me to take kidney tonics? So you've been considering my kidneys as your own all along, haven't you? No wonder Fang Xiaoyu was so kind to him, bringing him nourishing foods like lamb kidneys and bull penis. In particular, Qin Chuan was not allowed to stay up late every night, and was made to rest early so as not to damage his kidneys. Damn it, this family has long considered his kidney as their own. He became someone else's spare organ. Qin Chuan, please believe your uncle. We are all law-abiding citizens, how could we possibly do something like poisoning someone? I can swear if you don't believe me. Qin Chuan's gaze fell on Fang Zonghai, his eyes cold. Fang Zonghai felt extremely guilty, and sweat beaded on his forehead as Qin Chuan stared at him. I swear, if I ever poison your food, may I be hit by a car, or crushed to death by a chandelier. Clang! Bang! Before Fang Zonghai could finish speaking, the chandelier above his head suddenly fell and hit him. Ouch! Fang Zonghai cried out in pain as he was knocked to the ground by the chandelier. There was a large gash on his forehead, and blood was flowing freely. Fortunately, the unscrupulous Taoist priest didn't sell counterfeit goods, but the effects were just too slow. Qin Chuan secretly rejoiced, feeling relieved to see Fang Zonghai's miserable state. Fang Zonghai was hit by the chandelier, his mind went blank, and he felt dizzy. He looked at Qin Chuan, hoping the other would lend him a hand. Qin Chuan stood there with his hands in his pockets, a smirk more uncontrollable than an AK-47, watching the show. If you want him to help you up, it's impossible for him to help you up once, he might help you up several times. Fang Zonghai was furious and tried to get up by holding onto the chair next to him. Unexpectedly, his hands were covered in blood and slippery, causing him to knock over the chair, which, by sheer coincidence, hit him on the head. He was knocked unconscious by the double critical hit. Hearing the commotion, Song Ji quickly ran out. Upon seeing her husband fall to the ground after being hit by the chandelier, she panicked and screamed repeatedly. Qin Chuan reached out and poked his eardrums throbbing from her scream. Song Ji snapped out of her daze and saw Qin Chuan still sitting calmly to the side, looking completely unconcerned. She immediately became furious. Qin Chuan, your uncle Fang is in this state, aren't you going to come over and help him up, and take him to the hospital? Song Ji raised her eyebrows and questioned him sharply. Auntie, you know I have a heart condition and can't exert myself. Qin Chuan spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless to help. Song Ji glared at him fiercely, her anger and resentment palpable. Fang Zonghai is tall and has gained weight in middle age, weighing over 180 jin, approximately 94 kilograms. Without Qin Chuan's help, she couldn't lift him up at all. Moreover, Fang Zonghai was covered in blood and unconscious, so she dared not move him at all. He was both anxious and angry, and stomped his feet repeatedly. I paced around like an ant on a hot pan for several minutes before finally remembering to call 120. Wow, Dad's really something, lying on the floor drinking red wine. Fang Xiaoyu ran out of the room and squatted down next to Fang Zonghai, looking at him curiously. Then suddenly he reached out and wiped the blood off Fang Zonghai's face, put it in his mouth and licked it, immediately making a bitter face. Tui, it tastes fishy and doesn't taste good. Seeing her daughter's unusual behavior, Song Ji's heart skipped a beat, and her expression changed drastically. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Song Ji reached out to pull Fang Xiaoyu, who was mentally unstable and had unusually strong strength. He struggled for a moment and pulled Song Ji down with him. The mother and daughter rolled around in a ball, revealing a patch of white skin, which made Qin Chuan's eyes widen and he almost had a nosebleed. You bad woman, if you dare hit me, I'll bite you to death. Fang Xiaoyu, holding Song Ji in her arms, angrily plunged into the valley and bit her hard. Ah! Song Ji screamed in pain, even through her clothes and thick cushions. The pain was excruciating. Xiaoyu, it's your mother. Let go! She cried out in pain as she pushed Fang Xiaoyu away with all her might. The scene was truly spectacular, leaving Qin Chuan speechless and thoroughly entertained. The deal with the virtuous Taoist priest was such a great deal. Qin Chuan, come quickly and help me pull Xiaoyu away. Ouch, it hurts. Song Ji tried to push Fang Xiaoyu away, but Fang Xiaoyu bit her too hard and wouldn't let go. With the slightest effort, she felt excruciating pain, and her breasts were about to fall off. She was in pain and anxious, and looked to Qin Chuan for help. Auntie, I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry, the ambulance will be here soon. Want Qin Chuan to help? No way. He'd rather this family of beasts suffer as much as possible. Seeing Qin Chuan standing idly by, watching the spectacle unfold, Song Ji was furious. He cursed Qin Chuan viciously. "Qin Chuan, are you even a man?" Song Ji's long hair was disheveled, her tight-fitting cheongsam was torn to shreds, revealing large patches of her fair skin, and blood was oozing from her chest. It has to be said that Fang Xiaoyu is ruthless, she doesn't even spare her own mother. "Our whole family treated you with sincerity. We didn't look down on you because you were poor, nor did we mind that you had a heart condition. We even let Xiaoyu date you. And this is how you treat us? You actually stood by and watched someone die. Do you have any humanity left?" Song Ji's eyes flashed with anger as she glared at Qin Chuan. Ouch! After cursing a few times, Fang Xiaoyu felt a sharp pain in her chest. She bit harder and harder until her chest almost broke. Song Ji was in pain and panicked. If this thing fell out, how could she face people and play games again? In a moment of desperation, he disregarded everything else in Fang Xiaoyu's illness, grabbed her long hair, and slapped her across the face. Fang Xiaoyu was slapped, and she let out a muffled howl of anger, biting her lip even tighter. Meanwhile, his hands were also busy, pulling hair, tearing clothes, and scratching his face. The fight between the two escalated, their hair disheveled, their faces covered in scratches, their clothes in disarray, and their private parts exposed. Qin Chuan was thoroughly enjoying himself and completely ignored Song Ji's pleas for help. Not only did he not help her, he also cheered her on from the sidelines. Encouraged, Fang Xiaoyu worked even harder, grinning foolishly at Qin Chuan while tearing at Song Ji with all her might. Song Ji's expensive cheongsam was quickly torn to shreds, revealing her underwear. It was actually black lace. Qin Chuan rubbed his nose, watching with great interest. "Xiaoyu, keep going, tear off her underwear too." Qin Chuan, with malicious intent, stirred things up from the sidelines. They're definitely the type who love to watch the drama unfold. Wah wah wah. Under Qin Chuan's instigation, Fang Xiaoyu reached out her evil claws towards the few remaining pieces of clothing covering Song Ji's body. "Qin Chuan, you shameless beast." Song Ji's face turned green with anger, and she desperately covered her face with her hands. Kicked the groin, gouged the eyes. His forehead hit his nose. Pulling ears. Yes, yes, well done. Qin Chuan cheered and encouraged Fang Xiaoyu from the sidelines, giving her pointers from time to time, thoroughly enjoying himself. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The ambulance, with its long siren trailing behind it, looked like a patient groaning in pain, and pulled up at the gate. Several medical staff members were stunned when they saw the mother and daughter, who were barely clothed and torn together. He stood there stunned for a good 10 seconds before stepping forward to separate the two. Song Ji's chest was covered in blood, and a large chunk of her heart was dangling, almost bitten off. The pain made her break out in a cold sweat. The physical pain is secondary. What will she do if this thing can't be reattached? Women cherish their beauty and figure the most and cannot tolerate the slightest flaw, and this is especially true for Song Ji, who is middle-aged. Medical staff helped her into the ambulance and performed basic disinfection and bandaging. Fang Xiaoyu lost her target and grinned foolishly at the medical staff, her mouth dripping with blood, which made the medical staff's scalps tingle. Two male medical staff took advantage of her inattention, tackled her to the ground, tied her up tightly, and lifted her into the ambulance. When it was Fang Zonghai's turn, the medical staff brought a stretcher and carried him up. Just as we were about to leave, the stretcher suddenly broke. Fang Zonghai rolled off the stretcher and landed hard on the ground with a dull thud. Two of his front teeth were broken, and his mouth was full of blood. The medical staff hurriedly searched the floor for the teeth and finally managed to piece together Fang Zonghai's broken front teeth. The stretcher was no longer usable, so the two of them worked together to lift Fang Zonghai and carry him outside. As they approached the door, a medical worker lost her footing and fell down the steps. Fang Zonghai weighed over 180 pounds, and the other person couldn't hold him up at all, and he collapsed as well. The three of them rolled around in a heap, and the two medical staff had scrapes and were covered in dirt. Fang Zonghai fared even worse, breaking his arm in the fall. The pain nearly jolted him awake from his unconsciousness, and he jumped up. The leading medical staff member's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, the person was attacked twice before even getting to the ambulance, causing secondary injuries. He is undoubtedly to blame. Finally, it took the combined efforts of the three of them to get Fang Zonghai into the ambulance. The medical staff cursed their bad luck, saying that this was the first time they had been so unlucky in all the missions they had been on. For Fang Zonghai, this short journey was fraught with constant setbacks, a near-death experience. Qin Chuan had already left the Fang family home when the medical staff arrived, and watched quietly from outside the courtyard fence. The curse charm was powerful enough, although it took effect slowly, it had a strong after-effect, and he was quite satisfied. Ouch, ouch. The ambulance arrived in a hurry and left just as quickly. Qin Chuan took the entire Fang family of three to the hospital, ensuring they were all present and accounted for. The ambulance sped away and disappeared into the heavy traffic. Qin Chuan breathed a long sigh of relief. This was only the first step in the revenge against the Fang family. Next, he will rely on the system to make money and acquire equipment to quickly improve his strength. After what happened today, the Fang family must be wary of him. Once they recover, they will definitely launch a fierce retaliation. The upcoming battles will be even more dangerous. As for calling the police? Forget it. Fang Zonghai's second brother is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. With that kind of background, why bother reporting it? Believe it or not, the moment you call the police, Qin Chuan himself will be the one going in. As for the charges, there are too many to list. You can choose any criminal law you like, there's bound to be one that suits you. With the system at his disposal, Qin Chuan probably has nothing to fear. He doesn't believe in things like law, fairness, and justice. Especially for ordinary people, that thing is meant to restrict them. For certain social classes, it is merely a tool. Take it out when you need it, and just put it aside when you don't. In any case, the power of interpretation lies with them. Qin Chuan plans to take revenge in his own way. With things settled down here and it's still early, Qin Chuan took a taxi to the food wholesale market. I bought 30 cases of Wahaha mineral water and 30 cases of Baexiang instant noodles in one go, spending a whopping 3,000 yuan. Due to the large quantity purchased, the merchant agreed to deliver the goods. The shop owner warmly offered Qin Chuan a cigarette and handed him his business card, hoping that Qin Chuan would buy goods from him again next time. They also indicated that for large orders, delivery to the door is available. Qin Chuan smiled and agreed, casually accepting the business card. There will likely be many more such purchases in the future, and having a channel will save you the trouble of running around yourself. After loading the goods, Qin Chuan hitched a ride home on the merchant's truck. There's no other way, I don't have enough balance in my card, so I have to save as much as I can. Qin Chuan's rented room was small, with 30 cases of mineral water and 30 cases of instant noodles crammed together, leaving almost no room to move. He closed the door and directly stored it in the system space. The room suddenly felt much cleaner and fresher. Afterwards, Qin Chuan entered the system's trading panel and studied the trading rules. The system refreshes every 3 days, randomly matching new trading partners. The system records all successfully matched transactions. As long as the other party is online, they can be contacted at any time, and there are no restrictions on subsequent transactions. This is very thoughtful, and Qin Chuan is very satisfied. Qin Chuan found the transaction record with the Taoist priest and initiated a transaction request with him. A few minutes later, the virtuous Taoist priest accepted the invitation to speak. The trading interface flashed briefly, and the figure of the virtuous Taoist priest appeared. This guy casually sat on the ground, eating instant noodles and drinking mineral water with great relish. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, the Taoist priest was overjoyed and eager. The food is ready so quickly. He had originally planned to deliver the goods within 3 days, but he didn't expect Qin Chuan to have them ready in less than half a day. Of course, this is not much. Qin Chuan nodded and took 15 cases each of mineral water and instant noodles from his system space and gave them to the Taoist priest. He bought more than he needed when he went shopping, and kept half of it for his own use. The Taoist priest was overjoyed to see the food and water sent by Qin Chuan. Although the portion isn't large, if you eat it sparingly, it'll be enough to support him for 3 months. He's had the system for 3 months now, and he doesn't know if it's because he's trapped in the ancient tomb and plagued by bad luck, but he's been matched with dozens of trading partners, all of whom are some weird and strange things. Most transactions are difficult due to a lack of effective communication. The few you can barely communicate with are dealing with ridiculously outrageous items. Some wanted to trade their souls with him, some wanted his heart, and others wanted to have an interspecies romance with him. The Taoist priest was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. If he hadn't been matched with a normal human like Qin Chuan, he would definitely have unbound himself from the system. Fortunately, his luck turned around, and his bad luck finally passed. He met Qin Chuan. Based on his judgment, Qin Chuan must be someone of great importance to have managed to obtain so much food in less than half a day. These foods and waters are beautifully packaged, have unique flavors, and are convenient to eat. I've never seen one in the Big Dipper constellation. Ordinary people definitely can't get their hands on these things. With this thought in mind, the Taoist priest's assessment of Qin Chuan was unconsciously raised considerably. He accidentally triggered a mechanism and was trapped in the ancient tomb for 3 months, unable to find a way out. The ancient tomb contained a powerful array that suppressed his abilities, preventing him from using his Taoist magic and supernatural powers. He could only escape by digging a tunnel using the most primitive method. However, the ancient tomb is buried deep underground, surrounded by solid rock and soil, making excavation extremely difficult. The Taoist priest spent 3 months and only managed to open up one tomb chamber, digging less than 100 meters. If we want to get out, who knows when we'll be able to dig? The Taoist priest was on the verge of collapse. This time, not only did he lose the treasures he had obtained during the tomb raiding, but he was also trapped and died inside the tomb. He hadn't reached the point where he could survive without food or water. He almost died of thirst and hunger. I'm so regretful, this was a huge loss. After contacting Qin Chuan, the Taoist priest saw a glimmer of hope for survival. After the transaction, he seemed to see another opportunity to get out of trouble. Calming his mind, the virtuous Taoist priest carefully put away the items he had acquired in the transaction. He looked at Qin Chuan expectantly. Can you get your hands on some digging tools? Simple, hoes and shovels. How many do you want? Hoe and shovel are out of the question, those things aren't durable. The virtuous Taoist priest shook his head, slightly disappointed. That thing wasn't even as good as his weapon, it was ruined in no time. Qin Chuan stroked his chin, guessing that this guy was complaining that the tools he had were too bad, making tomb raiding inconvenient. As for the tools used for excavation, there are far too many in his world. Excavators, bulldozers, rock drills, electric hammers, and so on, the list goes on and on. I'm just afraid you old rascal won't know how to use it. However, it's likely that large-scale equipment wouldn't be convenient for Taoist priests to use for tomb raiding. Explosives, electric hammers, and mini excavators would be more suitable. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan said, I can provide what you need, but the price is a bit high. Explosives were originally the most suitable material, as they were convenient to use and carry. But that stuff is strictly controlled in the Tang dynasty, so it's not easy to get it. That's one aspect. Another is that this thing is not easy to store, has a high risk factor, and can easily explode if you're not careful. The Taoist priest doesn't seem very bright, he might accidentally ruin himself. Qin Chuan plans to acquire a small excavator for the transaction. However, excavators are a bit pricey, costing at least tens of thousands of yuan. He had less than 1,000 yuan in his account, so he couldn't afford it at all. If the Taoist priest can't produce any items that can fetch a price on Earth, he'll have no choice but to exploit various lending platforms. As for how to repay it, I borrowed it based on my own ability, so why should I repay it? At worst, I'll just uninstall the app. Really? The virtuous Taoist priest was overjoyed. If you can get your hands on it, the price is negotiable. How about I exchange it for a copy of the Eastern Wilderness Qi Refining Manual? The Taoist priest blinked his beady green eyes, his face full of anticipation. I believe you are but a mortal, and this book, Eastern Wilderness Qi Cultivation Manual, is a classic cultivation technique from the Big Dipper Star region. It can prolong life and enhance physical fitness, which should be enough as a reward. Cultivation techniques for immortality? Holy crap! Qin Chuan was stunned. We absolutely must get our hands on this and study it carefully. If it really works, its value is immeasurable. Just as he was lost in thought, the system had already approved the transaction. The system cannot sell counterfeit goods. In other words, the technique is genuine. Hiss! Qin Chuan gasped, his heart racing. If you master this technique, will you be able to fly on a sword and catch bullets with your bare hands? I'm so excited just thinking about it. Suppressing his turbulent emotions, Qin Chuan frowned and put on a troubled expression. Master, you may not know this, but the excavation equipment I provide is exquisitely crafted and ingeniously designed. It can greatly save manpower and is more than 100 times more efficient than manual labor. Therefore, it is extremely expensive and very difficult to manufacture. The virtuous Taoist priest was skeptical. Is there really such a divine object? Certainly. Qin Chuan gave a very affirmative answer. To give the Taoist priest a more intuitive understanding of excavators, Qin Chuan took out his phone, opened Douyin, TikTok, searched for a video of an excavator in operation, and directly uploaded it to the system screen. The Taoist priest's eyes widened instantly. The muscles in his face trembled, he was clearly startled. This artifact is truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship. The virtuous Taoist priest couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Looking at its structure, it is exceptionally ingenious, beyond human capability, possessing immense strength, surpassing the strength of 1,000 men, and its speed of operation is like a sudden storm, leaving people in awe and broadening their horizons. Amit Ba. This item is destined for me. The Taoist priest was so excited that he trembled. Through the video, he deduced that the excavator outputted enormous power entirely due to its ingenious structure. There was no fluctuation of magical power, which was very suitable for his current environment. With this, getting out of trouble is just a matter of a snap of the fingers. Fellow deist. The virtuous Taoist priest swallowed hard, unable to hide his excitement, and his tone became much more polite. How shall this item be traded? Seeing the Taoist priest's expression, Qin Chuan understood what was going on. Master, this thing is called an excavator. It's a divine tool for earth moving. Even in my world, it's a rare and powerful piece of equipment. It's very expensive, and even if you have money, it's very difficult to get your hands on one. The art of negotiating prices lies in patience and wisdom. Asking for exorbitant prices, then negotiating on the spot. No matter what the product is like, exaggerate its value first, even if it's just a pile of dung, make it sound amazing. Make the other party feel incredibly awesome, that buying it is a sure win. Qin Chuan greatly admired a prominent internet marketing figure in Tanguo for this. This expert has an incredibly awesome skill, using something that's ordinary or not particularly powerful. He can use numbers, percentages, or other adjectives to describe it as incredibly powerful, eye-opening, and breathtaking. However, this time he clearly underestimated the Taoist priest's determination to get the excavator. Qin Chuan found a bunch of information and data online, preparing to speak eloquently, imitating the rhetoric of that internet tycoon, to lavish praise on the excavator and sell it for a good price. This divine artifact was crafted by thousands of engineers on Earth through over 300 days and nights of relentless effort, meticulous refinement, and painstaking work. They selected 100 suitable materials, went through 81 processes, and used the black gold fire from thousands of meters underground to temper it for 49 days. Fellow deist, stop talking and just give us a price. The Taoist priest interrupted him impatiently, his eyes red and extremely anxious. For it? Qin Chuan was dumbfounded. This guy wasn't going to bargain anymore? I only got to the beginning of the lines I had prepared before I started feeling a bit uncomfortable. He had no idea how much the great Taoist priest longed to see the light of day again after being trapped in the ancient tomb for more than 3 months. With the keen intuition of a cultivator, the virtuous Taoist priest confirmed that the key to his escape lay in the divine excavator that Qin Chuan had shown him. No matter the cost, we must get our hands on the excavator. The virtuous Taoist priest was prepared for a massive hemorrhage. Besides the Eastern Wilderness Qi refining technique, I also need a weapon. Qin Chuan replied without hesitation, for example, a flying sword that can take a person's head from 1,000 miles away, or a magical artifact with similar functions. This was something he had planned long ago. With powerful tools and the ability to protect himself, he can then freely do what he wants. Otherwise, with the system at your disposal and the accumulation of valuable items, you'll inevitably attract unwanted attention. Without the corresponding strength to protect themselves, they will eventually fail. In addition, building excavators requires a lot of rare metal materials. I can handle most of the materials, but there is one rare metal, gold, that is more troublesome. Gold? The virtuous Taoist scratched his head. This thing has some use in the secular world, it can be used as currency for transactions. But it was of no use to him as a cultivator. What circulated in the cultivator world were spirit stones or magic treasures. Who wants this thing? Wait a minute. Suddenly, the virtuous Taoist priest remembered something, his eyes lit up, and he disappeared from the spot. A few minutes later, the system trading interface reappeared. He was holding 2 golden bricks with strange patterns engraved on them. These are gold bricks I pried off the wall of the tomb. Do you think they're usable? As the Taoist priest spoke, he casually sent the message to Qin Chuan. On Qin Chuan's side, 2 gold bricks immediately appeared in the system's inventory. After systematic testing, it was confirmed to be pure gold with a purity of 99.99%. Both gold bricks are about the same size as red bricks used in construction. Gold has a high density. Qin Chuan estimated that a single piece would weigh at least 50 or 60 kilograms. Based on the current gold price on Earth, it's worth at least 30 million. Damn, I'm rich. Yes. Qin Chuan clenched his fists, unable to contain his excitement. Fellow deist, do these gold bricks still meet the requirements? The Taoist priest asked cautiously, his beady eyes fixed on Qin Chuan, afraid that the word no would come out of his mouth. It matches perfectly. The more of this material there is, the faster the artifact can be forged. Qin Chuan suppressed his excitement, tried to suppress the upturn of his lips, and spoke in a calm tone. These 2 gold bricks were pried off the wall of the tomb by the Taoist priest. The tomb owner was incredibly extravagant, using gold bricks to build the walls. This suggests that there must be quite a few gold bricks like these. Since we've run into him, how can we live with ourselves if we don't fleece him bald? At this moment, Qin Chuan no longer cared about the earthy smell of the gold bricks. Under his persuasion, the Taoist priest made several trips back and forth, carrying over 300 gold bricks. Qin Chuan was grinning from ear to ear, the money came so fast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they carried the money in sacks. More than 300 gold bars, roughly estimated to weigh 10 tons, and worth at least several hundred small golds. A true overnight fortune. If he weren't still trading with the virtuous Taoist priest, Qin Chuan would have been rolling on the ground with excitement. Fellow deist, do you think these gold bricks are enough? If not, I'll rest for a while and then go to the next tomb to get more. The Taoist priest sat down heavily on the ground. Moving 10 tons of gold had exhausted him, leaving him drenched in sweat. He picked up a bottle of Wahaha mineral water and chugged it down. Immeasurable, heavenly, venerable. Trapped in the ancient tomb, his cultivation was completely suppressed, otherwise, he could have easily dealt with this amount of gold with a wave of his hand. We no longer need to carry things back and forth like we do now, which is exhausting. That's enough, that's enough. The dazzling array of gold bricks almost blinded Qin Chuan. Call! Qin Chuan let out a long breath, trying to regain his composure. The amount of gold is too large, and figuring out how to sell it is a complicated matter that requires utmost caution. If things go wrong, you might not make any money, but you could end up being watched by regulators. With the amount of gold settled, the two continued to discuss other matters. I can give you the Eastern Wilderness Qi refining technique, but I don't have many offensive magic weapons on hand. I need to keep them for my own use. Besides, these kinds of magic weapons require spiritual power to activate, and they are useless to you since you are just a mortal. As the Taoist priest spoke, he took out a garment as thin as a cicada's wing from his treasure chest. This glass-patterned fire armor is made from the hide of a mythical beast from the Big Dipper constellation. It's thin yet tough, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to blades and spears. Wearing it is like having an extra life. How about I use it to replace an offensive magic weapon in this trade? The robe in the Taoist priest's hand looked ordinary. The design is similar to the bodysuits worn by Blue Star, with patterns resembling flames on them. As he listened to his introduction, Qin Chuan couldn't help but swallow hard. Somewhat doubtful, is this thing really impervious to swords and spears, and immune to water and fire? If what the great Taoist priest said is true, then this clothing is truly extraordinary. Without saying a word, the Taoist priest took out a packet of instant noodles, placed it on the ground, and covered it with the glazed fire pattern armor. He pulled out his machete and began hacking at the clothes. The massive axe, accompanied by a whooshing sound, slammed into the glass-patterned armor, sending sparks flying. Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched, and his breath hitched. The Taoist priest casually tossed aside his axe and picked up the glass fire-patterned armor to show Qin Chuan. See that? This armor provides excellent protection. It not only protects against sharp weapons but also offers good defense against blunt weapons. Within a certain range, it can neutralize the force of blunt weapons and protect internal organs from shock. As he spoke, the Taoist priest picked up the instant noodles from the ground, opened the package, and found that the noodles inside were completely undamaged. Sigh! Qin Chuan gasped for breath. His eyes were clear. He was determined to have this glass fire-patterned armor. Wearing it would make you feel incredibly safe. Its defensive attributes are maxed out, making it fearless against bullets. Even large-caliber firearms may not be able to penetrate it. It's practically a lifesaver. We must exchange them. Qin Chuan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth without making a sound. Make a deal. Infinite Heavenly Venerable. If all goes well, we can deliver the excavation tool within 10 days, or at the latest within a month. We guarantee to get the excavation tool into your hands. Qin Chuan had never bought an excavator before, so he gave a rather conservative timeframe. The virtuous Taoist readily agreed and handed over the Eastern Wilderness Qi cultivation manual and the glazed fire pattern armor to Qin Chuan without hesitation. He has enough to eat and drink now, and he can afford to wait. Fellow deist, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. It's a pleasure doing business with you. The transaction was completed, and both parties were happy. Qin Chuan traded an excavator for a cultivation manual, a piece of glass fire patterned armor, and 10 tons of gold. They've made an incredible fortune. The Taoist priest, on the other hand, obtained a magical artifact that could help him escape his predicament through a trashy cultivation technique that had been reduced to toilet paper in the Big Dipper Star region and a common thermal underwear. It's a huge profit. Both sides made a killing. Double hemp. After this round of transactions, Qin Chuan's system panel changed again. Name, Qin Chuan. Identity, Blue Star Trader in the Multiverse Trading System. Level, LV.0 Ordinary Trader. Experience points, 20/100. System points, 40. Time until trading partners refresh, 60 hours. My experience points and system points each increased by 20. Qin Chuan browsed the system shop and found that 40 points were too few. He couldn't buy anything with them. In the system shop, even a single item requires thousands or tens of thousands of points to redeem. However, there are also cheaper options, such as introductory hacking techniques, which can be redeemed for just 1 point. The laser cannon only costs 10 points, and a Dongfang Express only costs 30 points. The pricing is confusing. Qin Chuan looked around but couldn't find anything suitable that he could afford. You can't exactly spend 30 points to buy fireworks, can you? Well, it's not impossible. If I'm feeling down one day, I'll set off a firework over the cherry blossom tree next door for a bit of fun and to cheer myself up. Finally, Qin Chuan spent 1 point to redeem introductory hacking techniques. I had no other intentions, I was just curious and wanted to exchange it for fun. It only costs 1 point, so it's not expensive. After exchanging his hacking introductory skills, Qin Chuan closed his personal panel and retrieved the Eastern Wilderness Qi cultivation manual and the glazed fire pattern armor. An excited heart, trembling hands. Opening the Eastern Wilderness Qi cultivation manual, I found that the text inside was completely incomprehensible. A bunch of crooked lines, the characters are strange and unlike any other script on Earth. I can't understand it at all, I have no clue what to do. It's definitely alien language. Qin Chuan shook his head, not feeling disappointed. Cultivating immortality is inherently ethereal and unreal. Even if he could understand the text inside, he might not be able to cultivate it. Moreover, Earth lacks spiritual energy and does not provide an environment conducive to cultivation. Putting aside the cultivation techniques, Qin Chuan picked up the glass fire patterned armor. This garment is very light and thin, you can barely feel its weight when you hold it, and it warms to the touch. The glass patterned armor is almost transparent in color, with streaks of red flame-like patterns on it that are very vivid, like dancing flames. It feels warm to the touch. Qin Chuan took off his coat and put on the glass fire pattern armor. It fits snugly, feels very warm when worn, and can generate heat on its own. It's great as a warm inner layer, it's lightweight and breathable, and you can barely feel its presence. To test the defensive capabilities of the glazed fire pattern armor, Qin Chuan went to the kitchen, took out a boning knife, and forcefully slashed at it a few times. Sure enough, it remained completely undamaged. Even the pressure from the blade was neutralized, almost imperceptible, like a tickle. Next, Qin Chuan turned on the gas stove and placed the fire pattern armor on the flame to heat it. It burned for a full 5 minutes, but the fire pattern armor remained completely undamaged. I couldn't feel any heat at all through the clothes. Qin Chuan discovered that under the scorching heat of the flame patterns on the glass fire pattern armor seemed to come alive, with a layer of radiance flowing around it, actually absorbing and storing the heat from the burning gas. That's absolutely amazing. Holy crap! Then Qin Chuan put the clothes into the water. When the glass fire pattern armor came into contact with water, the red fire pattern turned black, generating a strange power that pushed the water away, leaving it completely dry. Qin Chuan was overjoyed. With this armor, one can go anywhere, whether it's through gunfire, water, or fire, without any fear. The only drawback is the lack of head protection. This bothered Qin Chuan, and he made up his mind that next time he must find a great Taoist priest to make a hood of the same material. After getting dressed, Qin Chuan looked at the gold bricks piled up in his system space, like a small table, and felt a little worried. With so much gold, it won't be easy to sell and cash it out. If things go wrong, you'll end up in a tea house. How do you explain large sums of money with unclear origins? You can't exactly say it's a family heirloom. He was born with a heart condition, was abandoned by his parents, and lived a lonely life. Nobody would believe it if I said it was a family heirloom. I'm conflicted, and a little sad. System. Qin Chuan directly called upon the system, hoping that the omnipotent system brother would give him a perfect solution. The system is here. How can I quickly convert my gold into cash? The system detected that the host acquired 10 tons of gold through a transaction, which can be exchanged for any circulating currency in the host's world. What a weird day. Is this even possible? The system is awesome. Qin Chuan jumped for joy, completely surprised by how thoughtful the system was. Would you like to redeem? Exchange. Qin Chuan chose to redeem without hesitation. The 10 tons of gold in the system space immediately disappeared. At the same time, a black card appeared in Qin Chuan's hand, and the system showed that the balance was 6 billion. The system message states that this card has the highest level of access on the entire planet, transactions are unrestricted, and fund transfers will not be detected by any bank system, making it absolutely safe. Looking at the black card with 6 billion yuan in his hand, Qin Chuan was completely stunned. System, can the currency be exchanged for other things? Qin Chuan suddenly thought of a question and couldn't wait to ask the system. That would be fun if the currency could be exchanged for things with the system. Qin Chuan was very much looking forward to it. No, currency is merely a certificate of trust, it has no intrinsic value and is not recognized by the system. The system only recognizes hard currency such as real gold and silver, rare metals, and mineral veins and spirit stones. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I would have kept some gold on hand instead of exchanging it all for cash at once. The system is right, the essence of currency is credit. The reason why people trust a piece of paper to buy things is because of the government and national strength behind it, as well as a whole set of legal guarantees. Without government backing, the trust in currency collapses, and it becomes nothing more than a piece of waste paper. Therefore, fundamentally speaking, money does not represent wealth. Why do wealthy people rarely deposit large sums of money in banks, but instead buy gold, land, and other properties and make various investments? Because if you deposit your money in a bank, it will only gradually lose value. Only by circulating and becoming assets can they retain their value forever. Looking at the time, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. At noon, Fang Xiaoyu's family had a table full of poisonous dishes, and Qin Chuan didn't dare to eat a single bite. My stomach is growling right now, so I'm planning to go out and splurge a little, a revenge spending spree. I glanced at the shabby and cramped rental room. There wasn't a single thing that looked right to me. Qin Chuan picked up his phone, grabbed his personal identification, and went out with a flourish. I'm planning to find a high-end restaurant that I used to be reluctant to go to, and have a good meal there. Then just find a 5-star hotel and book a suite to make do. He has more money than he can spend in his lifetime, and he no longer needs to worry about money or tighten his belt. I casually sent a message to the landlord to inform them that I was moving out, and I didn't even bother to ask for the deposit back. Saying goodbye to the rented room, the outside world was peaceful and filled with human joy and comfort. In the past, Qin Chuan was somewhat world-weary, feeling that life was too bitter, living was too difficult, and that the world was not worth living. Now, he felt joy everywhere, even the air smelled sweet. A gentle breeze rustles through the trees in the residential area, creating a serene and ethereal atmosphere. The roads are bustling with traffic, yet they possess a unique and ever-changing grandeur. Being alive is really not bad. The world is still quite beautiful. Qin Chuan went out with a flourish, intending to find a high-end restaurant he had previously been reluctant to visit, and have a good meal. There is a commercial street not far from the residential area. In a prime location on the commercial street stands a 5-star hotel, the Royal Banquet Hotel. In the past, Qin Chuan could only catch a glimpse of it from afar when passing by, as he was too poor to afford to go in for a meal. But he doesn't care now. He's got plenty of money, he has 6 billion in his account. Why would he leave it to grow mold instead of spending it? Qin Chuan walked calmly into the hotel lobby. Wow, that's amazing. Passing through the revolving doors, a spacious and magnificent lobby comes into view. The decor blends modern luxury with exquisite artistry. The floor is paved with gray marble, with delicate and natural textures that reflect soft lighting. A huge crystal chandelier hangs in the center of the lobby, dangling from the high ceiling, sparkling like a giant, dazzling gem suspended in the air, which is breathtaking. Four sets of high-quality leather sofas and armchairs are placed on both sides of the foyer, with some green plants and tall table lamps in the middle. A faint fragrance, a blend of freshness and floral scents, fills the air, making one feel relaxed and happy. In one corner of the lobby, there is a beautiful piano. The pianist is playing with great passion, nodding and swaying his head, and the musical notes are lively and cheerful. The entire foyer is dazzling, with every detail showcasing taste and luxury. Qin Chuan was slightly shocked. This was the kind of class that rich people should have. Qin Chuan walked to the front desk, where the receptionist was a young and beautiful woman with a slender figure, wearing a professional suit, and with a curvaceous figure. The receptionist glanced at Qin Chuan, a professional smile on her face. "Hello sir, are you looking for a meal or lodging? It provides both accommodation and meals." "Okay, sir, please show me your identification." The receptionist had a very sweet voice. Unlike in the novel, the receptionist did not neglect Qin Chuan because of his simple attire. This surprised Qin Chuan, as he missed an opportunity to show off and be humiliated. It makes sense, really. The staff at big hotels are trained very rigorously, so it's almost impossible for them to look down on people or make sarcastic remarks to customers. Their basic professional qualities are quite solid. At most, people will complain behind their backs or post about it on social media. Qin Chuan handed over his ID card and black card, and directly booked a presidential suite and a top-tier royal banquet set meal. The receptionist's eyes widened immediately. He quickly broke into a smile. If the previous smile was the standard version, the current one is enthusiastic and cloyingly sweet. Qin Chuan was dressed in cheap clothes from a street stall, with his entire outfit costing less than 300 yuan. The receptionist was somewhat incredulous that someone like this would come to a 5-star hotel. Out of professional ethics, she didn't say anything, intending to remind the other party of insufficient balance when swiping the card later, so that they would give up. Unexpectedly, Qin Chuan offered a black card. She has been working here for 2 years, and there is only one such black card in the entire Donghai city. She has been lucky enough to have seen it. The owner of that card is the richest man in Donghai city, a big shot whom even the mayor would offer a cigarette to. Today she actually saw a second one, and the most important thing is that the owner of this card is so young, and even a little bit handsome. Suppressing his excitement, the receptionist quickly helped Qin Chuan complete the formalities. She smiled and returned the documents and cards to Qin Chuan, her eyes almost squinting into slits. Qin Chuan took the ID card and black card. I picked up the receipt and glanced at it. The total cost was 108,000. He casually tore the receipt in half and threw it into the trash can. After receiving the room key, I went upstairs with a flourish, personally guided by the room manager. The room manager warmly guided Qin Chuan to the presidential suite. After walking through a long corridor, we came to a beautifully decorated door. The manager gently pushed open the door and invited Qin Chuan inside. The presidential suite is spacious and bright, decorated with various valuable works of art and furniture. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows occupy an entire wall. Outside the window, the city's night view is unobstructed and unparalleled. The suite has 2 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom and a luxurious king-size bed. The living room is a full 100 square meters, and it also has a study, dining room, and kitchen. Qin Chuan stood in the center of the presidential suite, feeling satisfied with the luxury and comfort. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the city's night view. My heart was filled with turbulent emotions and countless feelings. At that moment, he felt as if he were standing at the pinnacle of his life. A moment later, two beautiful waitresses in slit cheongsams walked in gracefully with smiles on their faces and swaying hips. Her long, fair legs appeared and disappeared intermittently, sparking the imagination. Qin Chuan's eyes widened, not missing a single detail. The waitress had a sweet and friendly voice. "Hello, Mr. Qin, thank you for choosing our hotel's royal banquet set menu. I am your waitress for tonight, Zhou Wei, and this is my colleague, Hia. We will be happy to serve you." Subsequently, the luxurious royal banquet set meal that Qin Chuan had reserved was delivered in a continuous stream. One after another, exquisite dishes were served, filling the huge dining table. It truly lives up to its reputation as a deluxe set meal. The prawns are longer than an arm, and the crabs are as big as a wash basin. Every dish is a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, and is presented with exquisite taste and presentation, like a work of art. Qin Chuan's mouth watered as he looked at the dishes, unsure which to eat first. Zhou Wei stood aside, meticulously introducing the ingredients and cooking characteristics of each dish to Qin Chuan. He had thoughtfully tied Qin Chuan's apron, added water for him, changed his plate, peeled shrimp, and cut meat. Two young and beautiful waitresses flanked Qin Chuan on either side, picking up food, pouring wine, feeding the animals. He doesn't need to lift a finger, he can just open his mouth. Qin Chuan was completely stunned. Damn, this is life. I wasted the first 20 years of my life. The meal lasted a full 2 hours. While enjoying the delicious food, Qin Chuan also took the time to appreciate the beautiful scenery before him. As for the neon-lit night view outside the window, he couldn't pay any attention to it, he was too busy. Throughout the meal, the two beautiful waitresses maintained a smile and were warm and attentive. Qin Chuan not only enjoyed the deliciousness of the top-tier luxury set meal, but also felt the warmth of being at home. During the chat, I learned that Qin Chuan was still single. Hia became even more enthusiastic and moved closer to Qin Chuan, making physical contact inevitable. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted into Qin Chuan's nostrils, making him feel hot all over, and he could barely control his erection. After a satisfying meal, Qin Chuan lay comfortably on the leather sofa, letting out a satisfied burp. Qin Chuan, unable to hold his liquor, had a flushed face and was waving his phone. "Hey ladies, wanna add each other on WeChat? I'm sorry, sir, but the hotel has a policy that we cannot add guests on WeChat without permission." Zhou Wei maintained her smile and politely declined. Qin Chuan smiled and turned his gaze to Hia. "I didn't mean anything by it. I'm very satisfied with your service and would like to give you a small tip. Is that against the rules?" "No violation, no violation." Hia immediately took out her phone, opened the QR code, and half-squatted in front of Qin Chuan so that he could scan the code without getting up. This position perfectly exposed a deep valley to Qin Chuan's eyes, a vast expanse of white, trimmed with black lace. Qin Chuan froze. This size must be at least a C cup. After adding him as a friend, I transferred 10,000 yuan to him directly. Hiss. When Hia saw the transfer amount, her face turned red, and she trembled with excitement. "Sir, isn't this too much?" Hia could barely speak properly. This was the first time she had ever received such a large tip in all the years she had worked at the hotel. "It's more than her monthly salary, it feels a bit unreal." Seeing Hia hesitate, wanting to accept payment but feeling a little embarrassed, I noticed that she was hesitant. Qin Chuan forcefully snatched her phone and casually tapped "Receive payment." "You deserve it." Hia was overjoyed, her eyes practically brimming with tears as she looked at Qin Chuan, and she thanked him repeatedly. She put away her phone and naturally walked behind Qin Chuan, resting his head on her shapely, long legs. She placed her hands on Qin Chuan's shoulders and massaged him to help him digest. Zhou Wei pursed her lips, remaining silent, seemingly lost in thought. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and walked to the other side. She picked up Qin Chuan's smelly feet and gently and carefully massaged them. "Mr. Qin, is the pressure okay?" Zhou Wei's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and her voice was soft and sweet. Qin Chuan groaned in pleasure. I thought Zhou Wei was aloof and unruly, but I didn't expect her to give in so quickly. But making money isn't shameful. After the massage, Qin Chuan asked for a tip again. This time, Zhou Wei no longer held back and readily took out her phone to add Qin Chuan as a friend. Without saying a word, Qin Chuan transferred 20,000 yuan to each person. Having money means you can do whatever you want. The two girls left with smiles on their faces, hinting that they would come back to continue serving Qin Chuan after get off work. Qin Chuan certainly wouldn't refuse. To turn down a business that's offered to him would be worse than being a beast. The main idea is to neither take initiative nor refuse. Whether or not we will take responsibility remains to be seen. After a short rest, Qin Chuan's drunkenness subsided, and he got up to take a shower. Then I turned the air conditioner to its lowest setting and buried myself in the large, soft bed. Absolutely nice. Scrolling through my phone and listening to music is so relaxing. However, after scrolling for a while, I noticed that my phone was lagging a bit. Without hesitation, Chin Chuan decisively purchased a Tengwei Mite 90, the latest model, online. After thinking it over, I bought a top-of-the-line laptop. Order confirmed, shipping address changed, payment completed. As for the price, with a 10-figure balance in the card, why would I need to look at the price? It does not exist. A short while later, he has sent a message. Young Master Chin, I'm off work. Are you resting? Chin Chuan patted his somewhat restless little brother, a smile playing on his lips, and replied, I ate a bit too much tonight, and I have indigestion, so I can't sleep. Don't worry, young Master Chin, I'll come over and help you digest it. The next part is a playful expression. Chin Chuan replied with a single word, okay, and then tossed his phone aside. I had just put my phone down when another message came in. It turned out to be from Zhou Wei. Mr. Chin, are you resting? I brought a bottle of fine wine, would you like to try it? What? Chin Chuan instantly perked up, and the younger brother was eager to try. Okay, bring it over. I replied very casually. Now that they have a huge sum of money in their hands, they naturally have plenty of confidence. He can now act with ease and confidence when facing beautiful women, no longer behaving like a timid and subservient sycophant. Chin Chuan felt that he was approachable despite his wealth, and had none of the airs of a nouveau riche. Soon, the doorbell rang. Chin Chuan saw Hia through the smart terminal by the bedside, smiled knowingly, and opened the door. Hey! White shirt, black jacket, bodycon mini skirt, black stockings, high heel. She was dressed like a character in a Japanese adult film, exuding a seductive uniform vibe. Chin Chuan immediately lost his composure. Who can withstand this? Which cotter can endure this? Hia, in high heels, walked with a cat-like gait, scratching her head with every step, her bright red lips and flowing hair accentuated by her beautiful hair. Her eyes were full of temptation as she walked up to Chin Chuan. Young Master Chin, I've arrived. Her voice was both sweet and charming. Chin Chuan uttered a syllable through his nose. Although he is now wealthy and powerful, it is his first time experiencing such a scene, and he is somewhat reserved. Hia was surprised to see Chin Chuan looking slightly embarrassed, but then she was overjoyed. No way, no way. Is Chin Xiao still a novice? If I take him down, wouldn't I be making a fortune? The thought of this made me excited. Hia felt that the opportunity had arrived. You must make the most of this opportunity. Just as I was about to climb into bed, the doorbell rang again. She saw Zhou Wei outside the door through the visual terminal. Holding a bottle of red wine, with wavy hair, wearing a white dress, and light makeup, she was as elegant as jade. She was clearly dressed up carefully, going for a pure and alluring style. Damn it, that hypocritical little bitch. He cursed inwardly, feeling that having another competitor was putting her under even more pressure. However, she dared not show it in front of Chin Chuan. He asked cautiously, Young Master Chin, should we open the door? Open it. Chin Chuan held the back of his head with both hands, finding a comfortable position. He smiled and agreed, then got up to open the door. Chin Chuan was confused. Why did she go to such lengths when the smart terminal next to her could open the door with a simple press? The door opened, and Zhou Wei saw Hia. Her smile froze on her face. The two women locked eyes, and sparks flew between them. They stared at each other for a few seconds, their eyes conveying a wealth of information. Snort! Snort! After a brief exchange of glances, they each shook their heads and took small steps to walk up to Chin Chuan. Two beautiful women, one in black and one in white, stood in front of him, each puffing out their chests and vying with each other. Hia is dressed in a glamorous urban outfit. Zhou Wei, on the other hand, wore a white short skirt and white stockings, looking pure and beautiful. Both of them have long legs, curvy figures, and are incredibly attractive. The two lotus blossoms, like the black and white duo, awaited the king's favor with delicate beauty. Chin Chuan exclaimed that he couldn't take it anymore. These two women don't look like good people. They're going to eat people. Brother, would you like to have some wine first? Zhou Wei's face was flushed, her eyes filled with shyness, and she spoke softly. Drinking? What kind of drinking? Such a beautiful time and scenery, perfect for romance. Chin Chuan looked at the two of them with a grin and teased them. Come on, let's play cards. Winners get a reward, losers get punished. Upon hearing Chin Chuan's words, the two women exchanged a glance and smiled brightly. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred, and a fierce battle is inevitable. Chin Chuan, who had been playing cards all night, finally woke up around noon the next day. I glanced at the time, it was already past 11 a.m. Seeing Chin Chuan wake up, the two people who were scrolling through their phones quickly put them down and enthusiastically came over. Young Master Chin, you're amazing. He pecked Chin Chuan on the cheek, her eyes filled with seductive allure. Not to be outdone, Zhou Wei grabbed Qin Chuan's arm. "Brother, you're amazing. You've made it so that I can't walk and can't go to work." Her voice is so sweet it's almost cloying. "Work?" Qin Chuan looked left and right and teased softly. "Isn't serving customers part of the job?" "Hate." The two girls started to act coquettishly. After lingering for a while, Qin Chuan asked the two to leave. Some things can be done physically, but not emotionally. Having been given a second chance at life, Qin Chuan is now perfectly lucid. Zhou Wei and he walked with difficulty, turning back every few steps, reluctant to leave. After seeing the two off, Qin Chuan lit a cigarette and tried to clear his mind. After lunch, the phone and computer I bought yesterday were delivered. Qin Chuan changed his phone, smashed the old one, and flushed it down the toilet. Then he extracted the basic hacking techniques he had redeemed from the system, and a large amount of hacking knowledge appeared in his mind. According to the system's standards, even an entry-level skill is considered top tier on Earth. Qin Chuan experienced a brief moment of dizziness, which subsided after a minute. He opened his laptop, typed in a string of characters, and accessed the official website of Founder Pharmaceuticals. Fangjing Pharmaceutical is a company under the Fang Zonghai family and is managed by Fang Zonghai. Qin Chuan's fingers flew across the keyboard as he wrote a few lines of code, successfully hacking into Founder Pharmaceuticals' internal network. This. Qin Chuan looked shocked. The moment he had the idea of hacking into the other party's internal network, lines of code automatically popped into his mind, and his fingers involuntarily twitched as he entered Founder Pharmaceuticals' internal network. It's like a master hacker who has been immersed in hacking techniques for many years. It's incredibly smooth. With such skills, you could easily earn at least 50,000 to 60,000 yuan a month working for a major internet company. The idea was ruthlessly extinguished by Qin Chuan as soon as it popped into his head. Going to work is out of the question. Having billions in cash in a system, what's the point if you can't live life to the fullest? Enjoy a life of extravagance and debauchery. Following your heart and heeding your most primal desires is the true path. I may never be a cow, horse, or office worker in this lifetime, which is a bit of a regret. Having mastered basic hacking skills, Qin Chuan could browse through Fangjing Pharmaceuticals' database at will without any hindrance. For him, Founder Pharmaceuticals' firewall was practically useless. Soon, Qin Chuan discovered a lot of valuable information. Without a second thought, he copied down all the important trade secrets, illegal transactions, and core product formulas. I plan to study it carefully later. Qin Chuan stroked his chin as a message caught his attention. Fangjing Pharmaceutical has developed a new type of beauty agent with amazing effects. It is currently in the final stages of testing and is expected to be available on the market soon. However, this beauty potion has a fatal flaw that remains unresolved to this day. The Fang family spent a staggering 1 billion yuan, poaching several top technical experts from the industry with high salaries, and utilizing almost all of their resources. The results were still not ideal. This has led to a huge funding gap. If the drug cannot be launched on the market as soon as possible to recover the losses, Fangjing Pharmaceutical will face the crisis of bankruptcy. Qin Chuan continued to dig deeper. The more I looked, the more alarmed I became. I never imagined that the renowned Fangjing Pharmaceutical, with a market value of billions, had such a mess of finances. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was riddled with problems. They rely entirely on stock manipulation to fleece investors and sustain their businesses. They deceived their superiors and subordinates, covered up the truth, and forcefully pushed the problematic vaccines onto the market. New drugs were released to the market without strictly adhering to experimental procedures. Each and every incident is shocking. Qin Chuan gasped in shock at the sight. No wonder there are constant reports online that people's health has deteriorated significantly after receiving Founder Pharmaceuticals' vaccine. They are particularly prone to catching colds, feel weak and irritable, and even lack the energy for sexual activity. There have even been cases of death. But the Fang family has immense influence, and these posts and videos were censored as soon as they appeared, without causing the slightest ripple. "You beast!" Qin Chuan cursed loudly. Fortunately, I had a heart condition at the time and couldn't get vaccinated, so I narrowly escaped death. Otherwise, they would become these beasts' guinea pigs. Qin Chuan frowned, determined to expose Fangjing Pharmaceuticals' crimes. With irrefutable evidence in hand, we are not afraid of failing to bring down Fang Zonghai. Before that, he needs to make careful plans. The goal was to strike a fatal blow, leaving Fang Zonghai no chance to retaliate. These scandals had been exposed online before, but they were all short-lived and didn't cause any stir. This shows that the Fang family wields considerable power. It has permeated many fields. If we launch an attack rashly, not only will we fail to bring down Fang Zonghai, but we might also alert him and give him time to prepare. He gathered the evidence and prepared to reveal it at the right time. Next, we will continue to strengthen our capabilities. Qin Chuan has nothing left but money, which is really frustrating. To seek revenge and eliminate the Fang family, his current resources are far from sufficient. After organizing the information, Qin Chuan left 3 hidden doors in the Fangjing pharmaceutical intranet system. With current technology on Earth, it would be very difficult for anyone to discover these hidden doors. Even if they are discovered, very few people can remove them. With these 3 secret doors, Qin Chuan could monitor Fangjing Pharmaceuticals' every move at any time. Subsequently, Qin Chuan erased all traces and withdrew from Founder Pharmaceuticals' internal network. Looking at the time, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Qin Chuan planned to go out for a stroll and enjoy a life of extravagance and recklessness. As for the excavator I promised the Taoist priest, that's a small matter, no need to rush. I went downstairs and ran into that curvy, slender receptionist again. The receptionist recognized Qin Chuan immediately upon seeing him. She greeted Qin Chuan with a smile. "Hello sir, your sweet lease is about to expire. Would you like to extend it?" Continued. Qin Chuan waved his hand and extended the lease for another week. The card reader dispensed a receipt, and Qin Chuan quickly signed his name. More than 400,000 yuan was spent without batting an eye. The receptionist's eyes were practically sparkling, as if she were seeing a pink bubble. Qin Chuan spends money like water, and even she, who was well versed in the ways of the world, was greatly shocked by such a lavish client. Few people would choose to stay in a presidential suite for 7 or 8 days. This is a huge sum of nearly 500,000 yuan. In Danhai City, that's enough to buy a small house. The key point is that the other person is young, of average height, and, well, a little bit handsome. He's practically the perfect man I've always dreamed of. She was moved. "Mr. Qin, please keep your card safe." The receptionist, barely containing her excitement, respectfully handed the card to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan reached out to take the room key, and the receptionist playfully tickled his palm twice as she placed the key in his hand. She winked at him, then lowered her head and gave a shy, bashful smile. Qin Chuan paused for a moment, then picked up the card and put it in his pocket. He turned and left without the slightest hesitation. The receptionist was somewhat disappointed to see Qin Chuan walk out without looking back or reacting at all. Qin Chuan hailed a taxi and got in. "Driver, go to Tangwei 4's store." The instructor told Qin Chuan to fasten his seatbelt, then stepped on the gas and launched him into the air. Qin Chuan pulled a slip of paper from his pocket. It was the one the receptionist had secretly slipped under his card. It reads Chen Psyche, followed by a string of numbers. Qin Chuan's lips curled into a smile. He used to be poor, and girls would avoid him. He tried so hard to please them, but ended up being treated like a lapdog. Now that he has money, young girls are all eager to be his friends. Engage in in-depth discussions and explore life's meaning. This is so realistic. Don't rush to contact her, let her cool off for a bit. We arrived at our destination quickly. Qin Chuan paid the fare and went straight inside. Luxury cars and beautiful women have always been the toys that countless men love. Qin Chuan was no exception. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Maserati, and other top-tier supercars mostly require pre-ordering, a process that is quite complicated. He needed the car urgently and didn't have time to wait. So I decided to just buy any domestic car for commuting. Anyway, he can't just buy one car. He'll buy one to make do for now, and consider the others later. Qin Chuan walked to the door, and the glass door of the hall opened automatically. Today is a weekday, and there aren't many people in the store. As soon as Qin Chuan entered, a sweet-looking saleswoman in a business suit jogged over to greet him. "Hello sir, do you have an appointment?" Qin Chuan looked him up and down and thought, not bad. If it's out of 10, I'd give him 7 or 8. The main issue is that the little prince's milk slightly lowered the score. "I'm just browsing." Qin Chuan shook his head. The salesperson, with a professional smile, continued. "What kind of car would you like to see, sir? We have all the models available in our store, and you can view and test drive them." The salesperson followed Qin Chuan, talking as they walked. As they approached a silver SUV, the salesperson pointed to the 2 lanes. "This is the latest M7, and it's one of the most popular models right now. Tangwei is deeply empowered, with features such as high intelligence, large space, ultra-long range, intelligent commuting, and valet parking as standard. Order a car now and receive a free intelligent driving package worth 20,000 yuan. The salesperson pointed at the car and talked enthusiastically, giving a very detailed introduction. Qin Chuan didn't say anything and continued walking forward. The salesperson followed behind, introducing each car that passed by to Qin Chuan. "It's too cheap." Qin Chuan shook his head. "These cars have good features, but the most expensive one is only around 400,000 yuan. It can only be used as a grocery shopping cart, which doesn't meet his expectations." "Too cheap." The salesperson was taken aback for a moment, but quickly put on an even more enthusiastic smile. "Sir, what is your ideal price range? Let me see if there's anything suitable for you." "Starting at tens of millions, with no upper limit," Qin Chuan said casually. The salesperson was stunned and looked Qin Chuan up and down. I wasn't quite sure what to expect, but Qin Chuan was dressed simply, yet he had a very good grasp of the overall demeanor. Casual, calm, and confident. Judging people by their appearance these days is not advisable. Many wealthy people dress quite casually and don't care what others think. Some people came to buy cars wearing baggy shorts and flip-flops. She learned her lesson in this regard, missing out on $1 million deal. I regretted it for a long time and made a firm decision never to make the same mistake again. No matter how unfashionable the other person's clothes are or how terrifying their appearance is, she will still greet them with the utmost enthusiasm. It's just a waste of breath and facial expressions, but you won't lose anything. Qin Chuan's offer of tens of millions made her hesitate. Their most expensive car is only $2 million, and they don't have any in stock. You need to pre-order. When buying a luxury car worth tens of millions, shouldn't you go to top-tier dealerships like Ferrari, GM and Mingja, or other similar stores? Is this guy just here for amusement? The salesperson adjusted their expression and said cautiously, I'm sorry, sir, the highest priced model we have for sale is $2 million, and it's still in the pre-sale stage. Qin Chuan immediately lost interest upon hearing about the pre-sale. Selling pre-orders for mobile phones? And now they're selling pre-orders for cars too? It's 2030 already, are we still playing like this? That's a bit of a pain. He waved his hand and said, I'm not considering pre-sale cars. I want a car that's in stock, the kind I can register and drive away immediately. Do you have any? Yes. The salesperson immediately responded. Seeing that Qin Chuan was really planning to buy a car, the saleswoman immediately perked up. There is a newly arrived M10 on the second floor booth, priced at $1.1 million. It's definitely the best car to drive under $10 million. The driving experience is top-notch, it will definitely not let you down. Qin Chuan followed her to the second-floor exhibition hall. In the most conspicuous spot, a large SUV with a dark blue body and a silver roof, in a two-tone design, was parked quietly. Overall, it gives people a calm, low-key, and unassuming feeling. Upon closer inspection, the car's design is quite modern and dynamic, stylish, and sophisticated. Qin Chuan nodded, feeling it was all right. Sir, this M10 is currently the most highly rated luxury car on the market. Everyone who has used it raves about it. Standard features include intelligent headlights, a floating roof design, and the first vehicle to be equipped with the industry's top-level L3.5 intelligent driving system, completely freeing your hands. Powerful engine, 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in 2.6 seconds, intelligent cockpit, zero-gravity seats, in-vehicle bed, screaming armrests, it has everything. At this point, the saleswoman blushed slightly and glanced at Qin Chuan discreetly. Seeing that Qin Chuan's expression remained unchanged, he continued. The M10 is also equipped with the latest solid-state battery, which can provide a range of 800 kilometers with just 5 minutes of charging, far ahead of its competitors. In addition, the vehicle is equipped with a retractable periscope camera on the roof, which can be raised up to 5 meters, providing a 360-degree panoramic view in complex road conditions to maximize safety. All right, I'll take this car. Qin Chuan said calmly. The salesperson, who was speaking eloquently, was taken aback and momentarily stunned by Qin Chuan's words. I've seen people buy cars quickly, but that's because the customers did thorough research beforehand and then placed an order. She had never seen anyone like Qin Chuan before, who came for the first time, did no research, and bought something after just one glance. After all, a luxury car worth over $1 million is not something you can just buy casually for tens or hundreds of thousands. Sir, have you made up your mind? Sales are somewhat uncertain. It's a car worth $1 million or so, what are you waiting for? Get the contract, pay in full by card. Qin Chuan slammed the black card on the table and said arrogantly, I'll give you 40 minutes to get all the paperwork done, then I'll pick up the car and leave. Can you do that? Neng, please wait a moment, sir. The salesperson was overjoyed and asked Qin Chuan to sit down in the lounge. He even forgot to pour coffee and quickly ran to get the contract. Car sellers prefer customers who finance their purchases, as they can earn more loan rebates, while paying in full only earns them a commission. However, all industries have been sluggish in recent years, and the automotive industry is no exception. It's almost gone bankrupt. It's good enough if it can be sold, who cares about full payment or loan? Their store implements a bottom-ranking elimination system. If a salesperson's performance is at the bottom for 3 consecutive months, they are fired. Colleagues use all sorts of tricks to boost sales, offering kickbacks, discounts, and even sleeping with clients. She's been at the bottom for 2 consecutive months, and if things don't improve this month, she'll have to pack her bags and leave. These days she's been struggling with whether or not to spend time with clients in order to boost her sales performance. Qin Chuan's appearance was a revelation to her. Signing this deal would ensure her peace of mind for at least 3 months. Customers like Qin Chuan, who buy cars with black cards, are extremely rare. With the internet so developed, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run, right? Black card users are so rare that there are no more than 2 people in the entire Tang dynasty. If you serve such top quality clients well and build good relationships, the benefits that come from it are unimaginable. At worst, I'll swallow my pride and keep them company. The other party is rich and powerful, young and handsome, so I can't lose out no matter how you look at it. Qin Chuan had no idea that in just a short while, the beautiful saleswoman was having such a rich inner monologue. He never imagined that buying a car would involve sleeping with the salesperson. Although the other person was good looking and had a good figure, the armrest was too small, and I didn't get what he wanted. Besides, he had just eaten yesterday and hadn't finished digesting, so he wasn't hungry or thirsty. Qin Chuan made himself a cup of hot coffee and sat with his legs crossed, playing on his phone. Everything went smoothly, and I didn't encounter any ignorant or arrogant people who looked down on me. It's a bit boring. Soon, the salesperson came running over with a stack of contracts. The salesperson placed the contract in front of Qin Chuan and respectfully handed him a business card. It reads, Sales Consultant, Chen Saiyeo. Sir, this is my business card. Please feel free to contact me if you encounter any problems while using the vehicle. Qin Chuan took the business card, picked up the contract without even glancing at it, went straight to the signature area, and signed it with a flourish. Swipe your card and get your ticket. Then we just waited for Chen Saiyeo to run the program. With the $1 million order secured, Chen Saiyeo finally felt relieved. He rushed off to register Qin Chuan's car. Half an hour later, everything was done. Chen Saiyeo was so busy that she was covered in a light sweat and slightly out of breath as she led Qin Chuan to the vehicle handover area. Accompanied by the manager, a simple handover ceremony was held. Chen Saiyeo handed the car keys to Qin Chuan with both hands. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, this car is now yours. Qin Chuan nodded, looking at the enormous thing in front of him, his expression slightly dazed. 2 days ago, he was still worried about making a living, with endless screws to tighten and unpaid Alipay bills to pay off. Today he is financially independent and has happily acquired a luxury car worth millions. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw him, and she exclaimed, Wow, so handsome. Indeed, hard work does not guarantee wealth. If you work hard, you'll always have more work to do. Qin Chuan took the keys and approached the car door. The car doors opened automatically, and the welcome pedals extended. Qin Chuan stepped into the driver's seat. The luxurious seating experience begins with the height and posture automatically adjusting based on the size and weight of the passenger. The seats are upholstered in Nappa leather, which is soft, comfortable, and provides excellent support. Once you sit down, you don't want to get up. The wraparound design of the center console gives it a very high-tech feel. The air conditioner automatically turns on and adjusts to the most comfortable temperature. Qin Chuan touched this place and looked at that place. I'm a bit surprised, are cars this smart these days? Chen Saiyeo noticed that Qin Chuan wasn't very familiar with vehicles, so she offered to help. Manager, I noticed that Mr. Qin isn't very familiar with the vehicle. Could I take half a day off to accompany him on a test drive and help him get used to it as quickly as possible? The manager was very good at handling things and readily agreed. He smiled and said, The customer is God. Providing comprehensive services to our customers is our mission. Xiao Chen, you did the right thing. I'll give you a day and a half off to help Mr. Qin get familiar with his car. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He smiled and said, Thank you then, beautiful lady, please get in the car. Aside from the small armrests, Chen Saiyeo is still quite impressive in other aspects. Although Qin Chuan had no other intentions, he had no reason to refuse such enthusiasm from others. Besides, he was being taught to drive, which was exactly what he wanted. Mr. Qin, please wait for me for a moment. 10 minutes later, Chen Saiyeo, wearing a chiffon floral dress, white sneakers, and carrying a pink handbag, got into the passenger seat. I must say, taking off her work clothes and changing into this outfit accentuated her beautiful figure even more. Even the handrails have become larger. Compared to the professional suits worn in Ford's stores, these suits are less serious and charming, but more youthful and energetic. Chen Saiyeo also specially sprayed perfume. The scent was light and the fragrance lingered and long-lasting. It smells quite nice. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Qin. Chen Saiyeo smiled sweetly and fastened her seatbelt. It's okay, beautiful women are always worth the wait. Qin Chuan smiled and asked, Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Chen Saiyeo bit her pink lips. Mr. Qin, would it be convenient for me to treat you to a meal? Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. Was he going to give away his life so soon? It made him feel a little uncomfortable. I didn't mean anything by it, I just wanted to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude. After all, you've done me a huge favor. With this order, at least my sales performance this month won't be at the bottom, and I'll keep my job for now. Chen Saiyeo quickly explained. Alright, I've made an appointment with this beautiful lady, so I'll gladly accept. What would you like to eat, Mr. Qin? I'm not picky, I'll go with whatever the host offers. Qin Chuan doesn't care what he eats, what he really wants is to eat people. Chen Saiyeo set the destination and activated the M10's intelligent driving navigation function. The car operates autonomously without any human intervention. Overtaking, changing lanes, cutting in line, his movements were as smooth as a seasoned driver's. Chen Saiyeo taught Qin Chuan how to use the vehicle step by step. The teacher was very attentive, and Qin Chuan studied very diligently. Whether he learned it or not is unknown, but he certainly figured out the size of the handrail. We arrived at our destination quickly. The two got off the bus one after the other. Qin Chuan seemed a little unsatisfied, while Chen Saieo's face flushed slightly, her big eyes glistening with tears. The M10 finds a parking space on its own, which is very intelligent. Qin Chuan felt that this car had one flaw: it offered absolutely no driving pleasure. It drives better than an experienced driver, it can cut in line, avoid obstacles, and find parking spaces on its own. It's outrageous that they can even earn their own electricity bills by driving for Didi. However, those who can afford this car probably wouldn't be willing to let it drive for Didi. Chen Saiyeo spent 5,000 yuan on a single meal. She really went all out. In the past, even if he didn't have money, Qin Chuan would pretend to be rich and insist on paying the bill. Now, who cares about all that? I said you're treating, so I'm just going to eat. Women shouldn't be spoiled too much. The more you flatter them, the more arrogant they become. The main theme is doing whatever you want. Is your monthly salary enough for this meal? Qin Chuan glanced at the bill and asked with a smile. It's all right. With this order, I don't have to worry about my sales performance this month. You've helped me a lot, so it's only natural to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Chen Saiyeo brushed her hair back and responded with a smile. The two talked as they walked until they reached the restaurant entrance. Qin Chuan summoned the M10 with one click. The M10, with its hazard lights on, slowly drove toward Qin Chuan's location. Chen Saiyeo checked the time. It was not yet 8 o'clock. She pursed her lips, hesitating to speak. Qin Chuan remained silent, waiting for the girl to speak first. As a boy, you should know how to be reserved. Even if you really want it, you can't show it too obviously. Neither of them spoke, each lost in their own thoughts, creating an awkward atmosphere. The M10 quickly arrived. Where do you live? I'll take you home. Finally, Qin Chuan broke the silence. Ah! Chen Saiyeo suddenly realized what was happening. She waited for Qin Chuan to invite her, but unexpectedly, after holding back for a long time, he blurted out this sentence. It caught me off guard. Do you have a boyfriend, or is it inconvenient? Qin Chuan joked. Oh, no, my home is in Yupinju apartment. Chen Saiyeo quickly explained, her face slightly flushed. Come on, get in the car, I'll give you a ride. On the way, Qin Chuan chatted idly with Chen Saiyeo. 20 minutes later, the car was parked downstairs at the apartment building. Would you like to come up and sit for a while? I have a cat at home that can sing, it's very cute. Chen Saiyeo rubbed the hem of her clothes with her fingers and said casually. Qin Chuan immediately perked up. When a girl invites you to her house, she really just wants you to do something. That's already a clear indication, isn't it? How could Qin Chuan not understand? He knew she was determined to sleep with him tonight. He immediately laughed and said, okay, I like cats very much too. After locking the car, I followed Chen Saiyeo upstairs. Chen Saiyeo lives on the 15th floor in a rented one-bedroom apartment. Qin Chuan followed her into the house, and as soon as the door opened, he heard a meow sound. At the entrance, there was a white cat with its eyes sparkling. Then an electronic synthesized voice rang out, Welcome home, master. You've worked hard, master. Let Xiaomi sing you a song. The background music started playing, and it turned out to be The Sound of Waves Remains the Same, but the lyrics had been drastically altered. After working for so many years, things are getting worse every year. Going to work is like licking blood off a knife's edge. As a farmer, I've eaten countless instant noodles. Many years later, I found that I was still broke. The pressures of life are keeping me awake at night. Her once handsome face has now turned into a shameless woman. Back then, I still succumbed to reality, seeing everyone else counting their money. But I'm worried about the necessities of life, like firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Qin Feng chuckled and couldn't help but tease, is this your singing electronic cat? Oops. Chen Saieo's thoughts were exposed, and her cheeks immediately flushed red. He picked up the electronic cat, turned it on, and crawled into the bedroom. My face felt burning hot. It was the first time I'd ever invited a guy to my place, and he was a client no less. In this awkward situation, she dug her toes into the ground. Chen Saiyeo wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. The door was half open, and Qin Chuan stood outside, having a clear view of everything inside. He smiled, finding it amusing, and stepped inside, placing his hands on Chen Saieo's shoulders. Chen Saieo's body trembled slightly. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner turmoil and prepare to face the challenges ahead. As Qin Chuan moved his hands, Chen Saiyeo's face burned, as if a ball of fire was burning, and her eyes gradually became hazy. A sudden storm raged overnight. How many flowers have fallen? The next day, Qin Chuan didn't wake up until after 10 o'clock. Chen Saiyeo had already prepared breakfast and called him to eat with a smile. After being nourished, Chen Saiyeo was radiant and exuded charm with every move she made. Qin Chuan couldn't resist doing it again. Afterwards, Chen Saiyeo nestled in Qin Chuan's arms, her tenderness and alluring eyes captivating. "You're so mean." With a blush on her face, Chen Saiyeo grabbed Qin Chuan's hand and acted coquettishly. "How am I supposed to go to work if you're like this? Didn't your manager give you a day and a half off?" Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. "That's what you say, but if I don't work, how will you support me?" Chen Saiyeo turned around and drew circles on Qin Chuan's chest. "It's not impossible." Qin Chuan nodded. He had a decent impression of Chen Saiyeo. She was pretty and knew how to talk. Most importantly, their movements were clumsy, unlike Zhou Wei and Hia, who were more professional. Qin Chuan was very satisfied with this. Chen Saiyeo blinked. She was just saying it casually, mostly as a joke. Of course, there was also a tiny bit of probing. "You wouldn't be thinking of keeping me as a sugar daddy, would you? What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Isn't that so? I don't support idlers." Qin Chuan lit a cigarette casually. "I'm planning to start a company and I happen to be short-staffed. Why don't you come and help me?" Chen Saiyeo's eyes widened. "Are you serious?" "Certainly. But I can't do anything." "That's not important. Abilities can be developed, loyalty is enough." Okay, what position are you planning to give me?" Qin Chuan grinned mischievously. "President's chief secretary." "You're so bad." Chen Saiyeo pinched Qin Chuan's waist hard, her face turning bright red. Qin Chuan grabbed her soft, smooth hand and said with a grin, 10,000 a month, want to do it? Is your secretary decent? Tears welled up in Chen Saiyeo's big eyes. Don't you know whether it's proper or not? Wah! After a heated discussion, the two finally got up. After washing up, I had a simple meal. Qin Chuan directly transferred 100,000 yuan to Chen Saiyeo. Looking at the payment notification on her phone, Chen Saiyeo was a little confused. Are you serious? You think I'm joking? Qin Chuan crossed his legs, looking relaxed and carefree. Even if it were true, I haven't even done a single day of work yet. Chen Saiyeo's heart was filled with mixed emotions, including excitement. No, you've already started working. Qin Chuan winked at him. When there's work to be done, the secretary does it. When there's nothing to do, the secretary does it. Bad guy. Chen Saiyeo playfully slapped Qin Chuan. After playing around for a while, Qin Chuan assigned Chen Saiyeo her work. Let her get an excavator and rent a warehouse so he can store his goods. Seeing that Qin Chuan was serious, Chen Saiyeo also put aside her thoughts and immediately got into the zone. He took out his notebook and carefully wrote down the things Qin Chuan had told him. They also asked for some details. Qin Chuan nodded, quite satisfied with Chen Saiyeo. They are sensible and meticulous in their work. He immediately transferred another 30 million to her. Chen Saiyeo was completely numb. Brother Chuan, why are you transferring so much money? Keep an eye on the company registration process lately and try to get it done as soon as possible. This money is for operating expenses. We can talk about it if it's not enough. Aren't you afraid I'll just run off with all the money? I don't believe you would do that. Qin Chuan didn't care. 30 million was nothing to him. Chen Saiyeo rolled her eyes, but she was still a little touched. She never expected Qin Chuan to trust her so much. They say time will tell. He was clearly deeply in love for only one day. I secretly vowed to do my best. Chen Saiyeo is a woman of action. As soon as Qin Chuan finished explaining the work, she couldn't sit still. He immediately called to resign. Then he rushed out to run errands. Qin Chuan changed his clothes and leisurely went downstairs. With a secretary, he can delegate tasks and be a hands-off manager, which is very satisfying. Back at the hotel, Qin Chuan felt hungry again. After getting the gold heart transplant, I noticed a significant increase in my appetite. I used to be unable to finish even one bowl of rice, but now I can show off 5 bowls. The benefits are also obvious. Physical condition is greatly improved, strength is greatly increased, and energy and spirit are significantly enhanced. We fought 7 or 8 battles in the last 2 days, and we weren't afraid at all. He was incredibly strong. In a one-on-one situation, Chen Saiyeo could barely hold her own. It tastes wonderful, you'll know once you try it. Qin Chuan decisively ordered a table full of supreme set meals. They devoured everything in a whirlwind and finished in no time. The beautiful waitress serving him his meal was completely dumbfounded. I've never met anyone who can eat as much as Qin Chuan. He's practically insane. The waiter looked at Qin Chuan's abdomen with surprise, which was only slightly protruding. This table of food is enough for 10 people. He did it all by himself. What's his stomach made of? A bottomless pit? After a satisfying meal, Qin Chuan lay contentedly on the sofa, light a cigarette. He used to have heart disease and didn't smoke much. Now I feel that a cigarette after a meal is better than being a god. It feels very comfortable. After finishing his cigarette, Qin Chuan brought up the system panel. Name, Qin Chuan. Identity, Blue Star Trader in the Multiverse Trading System. Level, LV.0 Ordinary Trader. Experience points, 20/100. System points, 39. Time until trading partners refresh, 24 hours. Seeing that there was only 1 day left before the new trading pair was refreshed, I was filled with anticipation. System, can you help translate alien language? I obtained a copy of the Eastern Wilderness Qi Refining Manual, but I couldn't understand the text and therefore couldn't cultivate it. This really bothered Qin Chuan, and he couldn't stop thinking about it. The host can use points to exchange for translation attempts. The Eastern Wilderness Qi Refining technique has been detected as a beginner-level cultivation method. 30 points can be exchanged for 1 translation, and 1,000 points can be directly exchanged for the maximum cultivation level. Holy crap! Qin Chuan was shocked. The system is truly amazing. You can even directly exchange it for cultivation points. That's awesome. However, after glancing at the remaining 39 points, he could only sigh in despair. I honestly spent 30 points to redeem a translation service. Redeem successful, system is translating. Soon, the translation was completed, and a refreshing feeling filled my mind. The Eastern Wilderness Qi Refining technique was translated into Tang Dynasty characters and stored directly in Qin Chuan's brain. Qin Chuan was a little pained at having spent the 30 points he had painstakingly accumulated. But to his surprise, the system not only helped with the translation, but also automatically stored it in his brain's memory. Qin Chuan exclaimed, "Wow, that's totally worth it." After closing the system panel, Qin Chuan immediately began cultivating. He closed his eyes and meditated, and all the contents of the Eastern Wilderness Qi Refining technique appeared in his mind, incredibly clear. Half an hour passed. I didn't feel any gas, but I did manage to fart several times. An hour passed. Qin Chuan started snoring. 2 hours have passed. Qin Chuan started drooling. 3 hours have passed. Qin Chuan rubbed his eyes, looking completely bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Damn, he actually fell asleep. That's garbage. That unscrupulous Taoist priest tricked me. It was already dark. Qin Chuan checked his phone. It was past 7 p.m. I lay down and went back to sleep. I dozed off for a while, and in my drowsy state, I heard a message notification on my phone. Qin Chuan didn't care and woke up again at 10 p.m. I got up, washed my face, brushed my teeth, and ordered a midnight snack. Qin Chuan contacted the Taoist priest while eating. I'm awake now, and you're not going to be asleep either. The cultivation technique that cost me 30 points to translate can't be practiced. Who else should I turn to but him? Soon, the Taoist priest date accepted Qin Chuan's invitation to contact him. On the system screen, the Taoist priest set up a large black pot and was adding instant noodle seasoning packets into it. While adding seasonings, he craned his neck to smell the aroma. He looked completely absorbed. After eating instant noodles for several days in a row, even the Taoist priest became constipated. After the initial novelty wears off, the more you eat, the less flavorful it becomes. It tastes so bland it's almost unbearable. So this guy learned on his own and invented boiling instant noodles. And you know what? The water boiled, the noodles went in, and the seasoning packet was sprinkled in. That tasted amazing. Indeed, foodies' worlds are interconnected. The connection was established, and the virtuous Taoist priest was about to show off to Qin Chuan. But when he saw the large round table in front of Qin Chuan, which was filled with all kinds of luxurious dishes, the smile on his face instantly froze. The instant noodles in the pot suddenly didn't smell good anymore. The virtuous Taoist swallowed hard and said with a fawning smile, "Fellow Taoist, why are you contacting me so late? Is the excavator ready? Get ready, you son of a bitch." Qin Chuan was full of resentment. You shameless Taoist priest, trying to fool your father with a fake cultivation technique? The Taoist priest looked completely bewildered, not understanding what Qin Chuan was talking about. The system can translate automatically, but it directly blocks swear words. The virtuous Taoist priest saw a series of strange symbols, %U and ## at asterisk and. However, he understood what was said afterward. He immediately explained with a smile, "Fellow Deist, please calm down. The cultivation method I gave you is absolutely genuine and of the highest quality, and I will not deceive you, young or old. Then why can't I cultivate immortality? I tried to cultivate according to their methods, but I couldn't even refine a single bird feather. Fellow Deist, cultivating techniques require spiritual energy. May I ask if your world has spiritual energy? What the heck? Qin Chuan scratched his head, his anger subsiding by half. He was careless. Earth is a land in the end times, it has no spiritual energy whatsoever. Otherwise, cultivators would be everywhere, and who would still need to work? You Taoist priest with the bullnose, don't try to deny it. You're clearly selling fake goods. Based on the principle that the loudest voice is always right, Qin Chuan, with overwhelming momentum, launched into a tirade against the Taoist priest. He couldn't possibly be wrong, the only one who could be wrong is the other party. Regardless of the consequences, I'll just start criticizing first. Only when you feel relieved after spraying yourself can your Dao heart be stabilized. The virtuous Taoist priest felt so wrong that he couldn't express it. Having cultivated Taoism for hundreds of years, when have I ever suffered such injustice? But he couldn't lash out yet, so he could only keep explaining with a forced smile. The excavator hasn't arrived yet, and all hope of getting out of this predicament rests on Qin Chuan. At least for now, we can't afford to offend this guy. Fellow Daoist, brother. I observe that you have a full forehead, a square jaw, and extraordinary bones. You are absolutely a cultivation prodigy, 1 in 10,000. Your inability to cultivate is definitely not a problem with your aptitude, nor with my cultivation method. With the system's guarantee, I would never sell a fake cultivation method. That unscrupulous Taoist priest is a master at shifting blame. It's not this problem, it's not that problem, so what is the problem at all? Fellow Daoist, please don't be anxious. Let me explain. I suspect that the spiritual energy in your world is scarce, which is why you cannot cultivate. Is there a solution? Qin Chuan went through a long and complicated process just to find a solution. Given the nature of this virtuous Taoist priest, if you asked him directly, he probably wouldn't tell you much of the truth. They'll definitely ramble on and ask for an exorbitant price. So Qin Chuan immediately launched into a tirade, trying to knock the guy out first. Sure enough, after the Taoist priest spent a long time explaining, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Qin Chuan's expression soften. He immediately said, "Of course there is a way. In places where spiritual energy is scarce, spirit stones can be used to assist in cultivation, making the process twice as effective with half the effort." So, you must have spirit stones on you? Qin Chuan crossed his arms and asked with a smile. That's natural. The virtuous Taoist priest suddenly realized that something was wrong. Damn, I almost got tricked by this kid. He immediately changed his tune. Of course not. Qin Chuan stroked his chin, his smile filling the screen. Old fox, you've finally shown your true colors. Master, there is a bottleneck in the manufacturing of excavators. We lack a power source. Spirit stones are the most suitable. Without spirit stones as a power source, we cannot use the excavator even if we give it to you. Holy crap. The Taoist priest was furious. Qin Chuan slapped him across the face with a bamboo pole. Who could stand that? If it were face to face, he would definitely resort to violence. Let the other person know why the flowers are so red. They want his spirit stones, and they make up such flimsy reasons. He can't even say a few nice words. Is this how you ask someone for a favor? Of course, he wouldn't give Qin Chuan any kind words. The Taoist priest's lips twitched. In that instant, a ferocious face contorted with rage turned sharply, and profanities flooded his lips like a burst dam, until he was met with Qin Chuan's harmless, trying to be cute smile. Me. CCCC. Immeasurable, heavenly, venerable. I'll endure this for now. Taoist master, what did you say? Qin Chuan looked at the synchronized translation on the system panel and saw a bunch of garbled characters. I know that a wicked Taoist priest never has a kind word in his mouth. Of course, he couldn't back down, so he immediately retorted with a grin. Fuck you. The virtuous Taoist priest? Qin Chuan grinned broadly. I'll fuck your father. The Taoist priest stared at the garbled text on the system panel, utterly bewildered. The key point was quickly understood. Fuck your mother. The Taoist priest had a lewd smile on his round face. You bastard. Qin Chuan's smile remained unchanged. You son of a bitch. The virtuous Taoist priest laughed so hard his eyes disappeared from his grin. This went on repeatedly, back and forth. Both of their family trees were examined, and neither of them gained an advantage. The system panel was filled with a bunch of gibberish. 10 minutes later, the two oddly looking faces were practically laughing themselves silly. The system suddenly issued a notification. Please behave appropriately and refrain from actions unrelated to the transaction, otherwise, your account will be banned. The two immediately stopped greeting each other and rubbed their stiff, smiling faces. After venting my anger, I felt much better and my mind was clearer. A smile can erase all enmity. Continue negotiating the deal. Qin Chuan Daoist, the people of Blue Star don't lie to each other. Without spirit stones, it really will affect the manufacturing of excavators. The virtuous Taoist priest said, Pa, I am a man of the Big Dipper. The system guarantees it, there's no way to fake it. You see, the system hasn't said anything, which means I'm telling the truth. Qin Chuan looked completely sincere. There are really no spirit stones. The virtuous Taoist priest was also very frank. No, you do. No. Qin Chuan grinned slyly. Swear it, if you have any spirit stones, may you be struck by lightning and your son be born without an anus. The virtuous Taoist priest's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Those who cultivate the Tao never make oaths lightly. You're lying, you don't dare. Qin Chuan glared at him. See. The Taoist priest hardened his fist. He was furious. The two pulled and tugged at each other again, testing each other's limits, neither willing to give in. Finally, Qin Chuan unleashed his ultimate move. Master, I will deliver the excavator on time. You can rest assured about that. With the system's guarantee, no one will cheat us. The virtuous Taoist priest nodded. Of course he knew this. Otherwise, given his nature, he would definitely have ruined Qin Chuan. However, when we made the deal, it was clearly stated in the contract that we were only trading excavators. That's natural, and I don't need anything else. The Taoist priest stared at the large pile of food in front of Qin Chuan, swallowing hard as he spoke. However, while excavators are great, they need fuel as a power source to operate. Without fuel, they're just a lump of scrap metal. Qin Chuan spoke with a straight face. You damned heavenly venerable, you're a dishonest, untrustworthy scoundrel. The Taoist priest was red-faced and his neck was thick with sweat, panting heavily. Same to you, you also held back a little something. Qin Chuan remained calm and confident, certain of victory. The two stared at each other, like a sleeping dragon meeting a young phoenix. After a full 10 seconds of silence, the virtuous Taoist priest spoke with a pained expression. Fellow deist, spirit stones are an important and extremely scarce cultivation resource in the Big Dipper Star region. Otherwise, I would have already attained the Dao and become an emperor long ago. Why would I need to rob a tomb? Same here. Fuel is also an important and scarce energy source on Earth. Every bit used is a bit less. Otherwise, given our friendship, why not just give it to you? I have saved up for decades, totaling 10 spirit stones. I used 8 at the cemetery, and I still have 2 left. The Taoist priest was heartbroken, tears streaming down his face. We're all working people, why make things difficult for each other? Qin Chuan didn't believe a single word the Taoist priest said. This guy's a veteran actor, even Oscar-winning actors can't fake it as well as him. 1 spirit stone for 1 box of oil, honest and fair to all, young and old. Qin Chuan was too lazy to argue with him and went straight to the price. A tank of fuel can usually keep an excavator running all day, and you can earn 1 spirit stone a day, so it's not a bad deal. How long will a tank of gas last? The virtuous Taoist priest quickly grasped the crux of the problem. 1 day. That won't do. I'd be at a huge loss. All the spirit stones I have are top grade, 1 is enough to get you to the first level of chi refining. Master, 1 tank of fuel can power an excavator for 20 hours, digging at least 2,500 cubic meters of earth. You'll make a killing. 1 spirit stone equals 10 boxes of oil. 1 box, no more than that. 5 boxes? A whole box. 3 boxes, no less. 2 pieces, 3 boxes. Make a deal. The virtuous Taoist priest immediately stopped haggling and agreed to the deal. Both parties agreed and signed a contract. The Taoist priest paid 1 spirit stone as a deposit, and the remaining stone would be paid when Qin Chuan delivered the excavator and fuel. Looking at the crystal-clear spirit stone in his hand, Qin Chuan grinned from ear to ear. He felt the pure energy contained within the spirit stone, which emitted a soft glow. Held in his palm, it felt warm to the touch, and a peculiar power flowed through his hand. This power was warm and gentle, and he felt an unprecedented tranquility and peace. It was as if all the weariness and worries had dissipated under the soothing power. Make a fortune. Just as Qin Chuan was immersed in the joy of obtaining the spirit stone, the virtuous Taoist priest also revealed a lewd smile. He gave Qin Chuan the lowest grade of inferior spirit stones, worthless junk, all leftovers from his own use, with very little spiritual energy remaining. If it weren't in an ancient tomb, it would have been thrown away as trash long ago. This is another huge profit. Fellow deist, don't be so happy yet. Let's talk about another collaboration. The Taoist priest stared intently at the food in front of Qin Chuan, his mouth watering. Qin Chuan was taken aback. What else do you want to change? He. The virtuous Taoist priest scratched his messy hair and chuckled. Fellow Taoist, I have some gold left. Can I exchange it for the food in front of you? Ha! Qin Chuan understood. Although instant noodles are delicious, they are, after all, made with advanced technology and hard work, and eating too much of them can cause constipation and internal heat. Just look at the chapped lips and bloodshot eyes of the Taoist priest. No problem, we're like family. Qin Chuan readily agreed, and with a wave of his hand, he packed up all the leftover scraps and distributed them to the virtuous Taoist priest. The Taoist priest was overjoyed, never expecting Qin Chuan to be so agreeable. He immediately brought over a pile of gold bricks and gave them to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan opened the system panel and saw that he had a full 200 yuan, which was another few dozen small goals. If converted into cash, it would be at least 4 billion. Based on this calculation, he now has tens of billions in cash. Wow, that's terrifying. However, he did not choose to exchange it for cash, but kept it for future use, hoping to exchange it for other things with the system later. The transaction is complete. Name, Qin Chuan. Identity, Blue Star Trader in the Multiverse Trading System. Level, LV.0 Ordinary Trader. Experience points, 30/100. System points, 29. Time until trading partners refresh, 17 hours. These two transactions only increased my experience points by 10. In other words, experience points can only be earned from the first 3 transactions with the same trading partner. You cannot exploit the system indefinitely. The system points increased from 9 to 29, an increase of 20 points. The points earned from these 2 transactions were significantly reduced. Qin Chuan crossed his arms and looked at the system panel for a while, roughly figuring out the reward rules for system points and experience points. He turned off the system panel, sat on the edge of the bed, and tightly gripped the spirit stone in his hand. Moonlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the room and making the spirit stone appear even more mysterious. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the qi refining technique of the eastern wilderness. At first, the spiritual energy contained in the spirit stone swirled in his palm, constantly touching and retracting. As he entered a meditative state, gradually, spiritual energy transformed into a trickle, slowly seeping into his meridians, cleansing his body and soul. This feeling is wonderful. Qin Chuan gradually became immersed in this feeling, and he felt his consciousness begin to drift away from his body. He felt as if he had entered a strange world, where he saw mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars. It felt like being in a vast universe, surrounded by the sun and moon. As his cultivation deepened, Qin Chuan felt his body becoming lighter and his mind becoming more and more peaceful. All worries and distractions were left behind at this moment. Qin Chuan awoke from his cultivation at dawn. He felt full of energy. Try moving your muscles and joints a bit, and you'll feel an unprecedented sense of ease and freedom. After a night of cultivation, I felt not tired at all, and my energy was even stronger than usual. Qin Chuan exhaled a breath of stale air, his lower abdomen slightly protruding, with a surge of air flowing between them. It's done! After putting away the somewhat dull spirit stones, Qin Chuan felt sticky and had a sour smell on his body. Needless to say, it must be the effect of cultivation. The pores are excreting waste, automatically detoxifying. Qin Chuan frowned and quickly went to the bathroom to take a shower. It took a full hour to wash away the dirt and odor from my body. Qin Chuan looked at himself in the full-length mirror. My skin has improved, it's fair and rosy, radiant and glowing, even girls envy it. Her figure also seems to have undergone subtle changes, her belly has become noticeably smaller, and her abdominal muscles are slightly protruding. The lines are sunny and healthy, which is really nice. After getting dressed, Qin Chuan admired himself in the mirror and was quite satisfied. After washing up, the staff thoughtfully brought me breakfast. Qin Chuan prefers Chinese food. Breakfast was simple: fried dough sticks, soy milk, eggs, steamed buns, and a few side dishes. Qin Chuan ate while looking at his phone. I found several unread messages. Most of the posts were from Chen Xiao, and the content was roughly that the excavator had been purchased and could be picked up at any time. The warehouse is also in the works, 3 locations have been selected, and Qin Chuan is awaiting his decision. The last message asked Qin Chuan if he was free that evening to have dinner together. He and Zhou Wei each sent a few messages, their language ambiguous, wanting to invite Qin Chuan to a card game match. Qin Chuan ignored it. Both of them were experienced and knew their stuff well, so Qin Chuan suspected that their side job was hardware-software engineering. There was another friend request. The profile picture was of a pure and sweet girl. Nickname: Ugly Duckling. Note: Young Master Qin, this is Psyche. Qin Chuan thought about it and chose to approve. On the other side, Chen Psyche, who was at work, was listless and absent-minded, occasionally picking up her phone to check it. After giving Qin Chuan her contact information, she waited for him to contact her. I waited all day, only to find nothing. This made her feel deeply frustrated. In the past, all sorts of guys would rack their brains to add her as a friend, but she usually ignored them. Now look what's happened. I offered my contact information, and they ignored me. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. After agonizing over it all day, I finally mustered up the courage to find the phone number I had secretly written down for Qin Chuan after get off work. Search for WeChat friends and simply click Add Friend. Call. Muster up your courage and click. At that moment, her heart pounded wildly, almost leaping out of her chest. My eyes were glued to the phone screen, afraid of missing the tiny words approved. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely, and every second was agonizing. She kept scrolling through short videos, hoping to see Qin Chuan's profile picture light up the next second. My mood fluctuated like a roller coaster, sometimes filled with anticipation, sometimes with trepidation. As time went by, no response was ever received. Chen Saiki's expectations gradually turned into disappointment and resentment, and she felt deeply frustrated. Maybe he was too busy and didn't see my friend request. Chen Saiyeo comforted herself in this way. Finally, he fell asleep, still fuming. The first thing I do when I wake up in the morning is check my phone, hoping to see the words approved. The result was extremely disappointing, no miracle occurred. However, just when she was about to give up, a notification popped up on the screen saying friend request accepted. Her heart started racing instantly, pounding loudly. His face revealed an undisguised joy. She quickly opened the chat window, ready to send the first message to Qin Chuan. When it came time to type, I hesitated again and didn't dare to start typing. Finally, I opened Moments and found it blank, with a line of small text in the middle of a gray horizontal line. Friends only show moments from the last 3 days. Chen Saiki felt a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted herself. We're not familiar with each other yet, so it's normal not to let each other see each other's moments. This shows that Qin Chuan is mature, steady, and doesn't like to show off. It's admirable that someone who is so wealthy remains so low-key. After agonizing over it for ages, I revised and revised the information repeatedly, cutting and rewriting it constantly. Finally, gritting his teeth, he typed "Good morning, brother Qin Chuan," added a smiley face emoji, and sent it. After finishing breakfast, Qin Chuan called Chen Saiyeo. "Boss, you finally decided to call back." Chen Saieo's voice was cold and clear, with a hint of resentment. "Ah, I was too tired yesterday and went to bed early. I didn't see your message, so I called you back as soon as I woke up." Qin Chuan spouted nonsense without batting an eye. "Okay, I forgive you. After all, you're my boss." Chen Saieo's tone softened slightly. "Where are you? I'm coming to find you." "I'm at home. I was so busy yesterday that I didn't even have time to get up." "Wait, I'll bring you breakfast." After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan packed up the leftover soy milk and fried dough sticks, changed his clothes, and went downstairs. Chen Saiyeo worked hard all day to get things done for Qin Chuan, and finally made some progress. He excitedly reported to Qin Chuan, waiting for praise. But after waiting in vain, there was no response. There was some resentment. However, after Qin Chuan finished making the call, she felt instantly relieved. He still cares about me, he even brings me breakfast. What a considerate man. After chuckling to myself for a while, I quickly got out of bed. I washed my face and brushed my teeth, washed my hair, dried it, and then carefully applied makeup. I tried on more than a dozen outfits, but I always felt something was missing, something wasn't perfect. Finally, I looked in the mirror for more than 10 minutes. Yes, it is indeed beautiful. Qin Chuan passed by the front desk and happened to run into Chen Saiki. Their eyes met, and Chen Saiki's heart pounded like a deer's, filled with panic. Qin Chuan grinned and gave her a sunny and handsome smile. Chen Saiki was overjoyed and blushed as she waved to Qin Chuan. "Good morning, brother Qin." "Good morning, Kikai. I'll treat you to dinner later." Qin Chuan waved and left with a flourish. Looking at Qin Chuan's handsome and unrestrained back, Chen Saiki felt that she was about to fall for him. The little feet stomped excitedly. "Young Master Qin is actually going to treat me to dinner? Did you hear that? You're not hallucinating, are you?" A colleague rolled her eyes and said, "Wake up, you lovesick girl. The manager is coming to check up on you soon." Qin Chuan drove the M10 and soon arrived at Yupinju apartment. After parking the car, I sent Chen Saiyeo a message to let her know I had arrived. Chen Saiyeo pressed the elevator button and waited for him at the elevator entrance. Skinny jeans, high heels, and a blue low-cut tight-fitting t-shirt. Her makeup was exquisite, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. It exudes a faint, pleasant fragrance. Qin Chuan was immediately taken aback. When enemies meet, their eyes are filled with hatred. A fierce battle ensued on the spot, with men and horses falling to the ground. It was extremely intense. After finishing, Qin Chuan lit a cigarette, puffed out smoke, and emptied his mind and body, entering a state of enlightenment. Chen Saieo's face was still flushed, and her big eyes were watery. "You silly boy, you've been making such a fuss since early this morning, you've spilled breakfast all over the floor." Qin Chuan laughed and said, "Who told you to be so good-looking? Which leader could resist the temptation?" "Hate." Chen Saiyeo glanced at him, feeling very sweet inside. In the afternoon, the two, having had their fill of being affectionate, finally went out and headed to the warehouse. The warehouse manager was waiting early. Upon seeing the two get out of the car, he warmly went to greet them. Qin Chuan took a quick look around. The warehouse was 1,000 square meters, fully equipped, and not too remote in location. He didn't care about the price, he had plenty of cash, more than he could ever spend. They didn't bother to look at the other two companies and immediately signed a 3-year lease agreement. After signing the contract, receiving payment, and completing the transaction, the person in charge left with a smile. Chen Saiyeo then contacted the seller and had the excavator delivered to the warehouse. Everything is done, and there's still plenty of time. Qin Chuan took Chen Saiyeo to Heidai Lao for a meal. After dinner, I accompanied her to see a movie. Qin Chuan didn't know the plot of the movie, but when Chen Saiyeo came out, her face was flushed and she was walking a little unsteadily. At Danhai City Hospital, the Fang family of 3 lay neatly together in a VIP ward. Fang Zonghai's head was wrapped in bandages, his arm was in a cast and sling around his neck, and he looked extremely miserable. Song Ji, wearing a loose hospital gown, lay on her back on the hospital bed, looking haggard. His own daughter, Fang Xiaoyu, bit off a piece of flesh from his chest, and it took a tremendous amount of effort to reattach it. Scarring is unavoidable. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Fang Xiaoyu. If she weren't my biological daughter, I would definitely strangle her. Fang Xiaoyu had just finished dialysis and sat between her parents' hospital beds, her head bowed, saying nothing. The atmosphere in the ward was somber. Where exactly did things go wrong? Why isn't Qin Chuan falling for it? Fang Zonghai has chipped off several of his front teeth, and hasn't had them replaced yet, so he speaks with a lisp. Xiaoyu, did you leak the information? Fang Zonghai turned his gaze to his daughter, Fang Xiaoyu, who had suddenly gone mad, but then inexplicably recovered. The doctors at the hospital didn't find anything unusual, which was very strange. Dad, it wasn't me. I'm not stupid. How could I let that loser Qin Chuan know about this? Then what happened to your sudden mental breakdown? I don't know. Fang Xiaoyu wanted to cry. She herself began to suspect that her mental instability might have inadvertently leaked the information, making Qin Chuan wary. This led to all efforts being in vain. Fang Zonghai's head was wrapped in gauze and it was very itchy. He wanted to scratch it, but he was afraid of breaking the wound. I felt very agitated. Thinking back to that day, everything about it felt strange and eerie. Honey, do you think we might have attracted some kind of evil spirit? Don't ask me, my breasts hurt, I don't want to talk. Song Ji glared fiercely at Fang Xiaoyu, gritting her teeth. Fang Xiaoyu shrank her neck, feeling guilty and not daring to look at Song Ji's face. Silence fell over the ward again. Fang Zonghai looked at his wife, then at his daughter, then at himself. His whole family was miserable. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, all because of that damned bastard Qin Chuan. If I hadn't invited him to dinner, none of this would have happened. What's most infuriating is that when he was hit by the chandelier, he just stood by and watched, doing nothing. He was filled with hatred and anger, and he suspected that he was the one who had done all of this. Subconsciously, I felt it was impossible, but I couldn't help blaming everything on Qin Chuan. My daughter has her eye on your kidneys. You're a dying piece of trash, why can't you just hand them over and make use of them? Living is like being a beast of burden, utterly useless, a waste of air. Dying, at least, can save my daughter, which is a contribution to society. They have absolutely no sense of being treated like beasts of burden. This matter cannot be left unresolved. If the soft approach doesn't work, then we'll try the hard approach. Fang Zonghai clenched his fist and said fiercely, Old Fang, what are you trying to do? Song Ji noticed that Fang Zonghai's mood was off. Xiaoyu's illness cannot be delayed. We have already alerted the enemy, and Qin Chuan is on guard. We can no longer deceive him. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Fang Zonghai's eyes. I glanced around and saw no outsiders approaching. He lowered his voice and said, I've inquired about it. That kid was abandoned by his parents when he was born, and the old man who adopted him died when he was in college. He's all alone, without any relatives or friends, and he's seriously ill. If something happens to him, no one will care. Old Fang, if you're going to do it cleanly and don't leave any evidence. Song Ji clutched her chest and said with hatred in her voice. She hated Qin Chuan to the core. When Fang Xiaoyu bit him, Qin Chuan not only did not stop her, but also fanned the flames. If it weren't for Qin Chuan's malicious actions in taking advantage of her misfortune, her murder weapon might have been saved. That was her source of pride, the pinnacle of men's aspirations, and the source of sustenance for her children. Now I'm crippled, all because of that bastard Qin Chuan. Song Ji felt intense hatred whenever Qin Chuan was mentioned. Fang Zonghai picked up his phone and dialed a number. Old Imo, I want to eat fish. On the other side, Qin Chuan escorted Chen Saiyeo back to her residence, originally planning to stay that night to continue discussing card skills. Suddenly, the system notified me that a new trading partner had been refreshed. Qin Chuan immediately pulled up his pants and ran off in a flurry. Chen Saiyeo was left with a belly full of resentment. Back at the hotel, I closed the door and immediately opened the system panel. A tradable object has been detected. Host, would you like to trade? Trade. Matching trading partners in progress. Match successful. The system screen flickered a few times before gradually becoming clear and stable. The scene features a handsome, elegant man in ancient costume. Her long hair was carefully styled into a bun, and she wore a jade crown inlaid with gemstones. He wore a long robe, which was luxurious and dignified, and was embroidered with exquisite dragon and phoenix patterns in bright colors. A man in ancient costume sat on a large bed, his brows revealing a heroic air. At this moment, the man's phoenix eyes were fixed on Qin Chuan. The two stared at each other, and an invisible pressure emanated from across the system panel. This fellow has a dignified and noble bearing, and his every move exudes an innate nobility and elegance. Could he be a prince? Qin Chuan muttered to himself. Since the other party is living in a feudal dynasty, they probably can't offer much. Feudal dynasties had low productivity, and having enough to eat was the top priority. Other pursuits were lackluster. Qin Chuan wasn't particularly interested in gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, or other collectibles. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that he's making a move is a huge problem. Well, since we're already here, let's trade first. Even if things don't go well, we can still earn some points. World Trading System, Blue Star Trader, Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan waved to the man opposite him. Seeing this, the man opposite him stood up from his seat and cupped his hands in greeting. The Multiverse Trading System, Go Chen Star Trader, Li Wenta. Qin Chuan discovered that he could actually understand what Li Wenta was saying without needing a system translator. This is quite unbelievable. Could it be that some of Earth's ancestors visited Gushan Star and passed down their civilization? Or perhaps, this is a parallel world similar to Earth? Strange, I can actually understand what you are saying. Just as Qin Chuan was distracted, Li Wenta spoke up, expressing the same question. Well, the world is full of wonders, and there are always some things in common. Just like the systems you and I have obtained, they are also hard to explain and incredible. After a brief moment of surprise, Qin Chuan quickly regained his composure. If something as incredible as a system exists, what else can't we accept? That's true. Li Wenta nodded, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. He was the sixth prince of the Northern Qi dynasty, born of Gushan Star. As he was born out of wedlock, he had no power base and no chance of inheriting the throne. But if you're born into royalty and have no power or connections, you'll be bullied. He has always been the target of exclusion and suppression. Anyone could bully him, even the palace maids and eunuchs in his household didn't show him much respect. But no one knew that he was faking it all. How could someone destined for greatness, bearing the weight of the system, be a good-for-nothing? Li Wenta's low-key and patient demeanor, appearing as a doormat, was merely a smokescreen. Being in the royal family means either fighting or dying, there is no other choice. Currently, the Southern Qi delegation has gathered in the capital for the annual poetry competition. The Southern Qi and Northern Qi dynasties shared the same ancestor. During the reign of Emperor Teju, the two dynasties were united as one state, known as the Great Qi. Later, turmoil occurred, and the state split into the Northern and Southern Qi. Both the Northern and Southern regimes claimed legitimacy and sought unification. Therefore, in the early days of the founding of the nation, there was constant warfare, and everyone wanted to defeat the other and restore the glory of their ancestors. However, the two sides are evenly matched, and their culture, military, and politics are all passed down from the same ancestor, so they cannot counter each other's moves. Over the past decade or so, there have been hundreds of wars, large and small, and no one has come out on top. Years of war have exhausted the people and drained the national treasury. If this continues, the country might perish. After careful consideration, they decided that if physical confrontation was not feasible, they would resort to verbal confrontation. The competition of poetry and prose is held once a year, and the loser cedes territory and pays tribute. In the first few years, the two sides had their share of wins and losses. Both sides felt that a war of words was the best approach, as it avoided wasting manpower and resources while still achieving the desired outcome, making everyone happy. However, with the reform of the imperial examination system and the vigorous development of education in the Southern Qi dynasty, new talents emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. For 3 consecutive poetry gatherings, they thoroughly humiliated the Northern Qi, leaving it utterly powerless to retaliate. The Northern Qi dynasty lost 10 border cities in succession, severely damaging its strength. Morale was low across the government and the public, and the country suffered a heavy blow. Enraged, the emperor of Northern Qi overturned the table and declared war, sending a large army to the border, determined to reclaim lost territory and destroy Southern Qi. After months of fierce fighting, countless provisions were consumed, but no progress was made. In the end, it ended hastily. After much painful reflection, the Northern Qi followed suit and reformed education, adopting the imperial examination system to select officials, just like the Southern Qi. It has an effect, but it's not obvious. The Southern Qi dynasty was a flourishing period for literature, a land rich in talented people and resources, and a literary world that consistently held a dominant position. After several poetry gatherings, the Northern Qi suffered more defeats than victories. Li Wenta didn't care much about these things. He was focused on developing his strength stealthily and protecting himself. As long as trouble didn't bother him, he would never actively seek it out. However, the situation is different this year. It is said that a remarkable literary figure emerged from the Southern Qi dynasty, whose poetic talent was unparalleled and had no rivals. With overflowing confidence, the bets for this poetry festival have doubled. In addition to the 5 border cities, an additional 100,000 head of cattle and horses and 300,000 she of grain were allocated. The loser must also choose a prince as a hostage. Damn it, Li Wenta can't keep hiding any longer. The literary scene in the Northern Qi dynasty was extremely weak, and to this day, it has not produced any truly outstanding talents or masters. If the civil debate fails, not only will cities and territories be lost, but compensation for cattle, horses, and grain will also be required. Most importantly, if the emperor were to choose a prince to go to Southern Qi as a hostage, it would have to be his 6th prince. A hostage is a pawn to be discarded. If he were sent to the Southern Qi, the country would be completely doomed. Thinking of all this, Li Wenta could no longer sit still. To avoid becoming a political sacrifice, he needed to change the emperor's impression of him as soon as possible. We absolutely cannot lose this intellectual battle. He had to do something. The literary contest consists of 3 rounds, with questions presented on the spot. Participants must compose a poem within 1 incense stick's time limit, and the best will be eliminated. Automatic surrender if time expires. In the first match of the year, Northern Qi has already lost. The second round, themed around alcohol, is currently underway. Li Wenta appeared calm on the surface, but was actually extremely anxious inside. Without any preamble or pleasantries, they went straight to the point. I need a good poem, with wine as its theme. What? Qin Chuan picked at his ear to make sure he hadn't misheard. If he trades this, he won't be sleepy anymore. There are at least tens of thousands of Tang and Song poems that have been passed down to posterity, many of which are of high quality and have been widely circulated. If you want to trade this, you've come to the right person. That's not difficult. I happen to have a good poem on the theme of wine that I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Qin Chuan was quite confident any poem he randomly picked from the Tang and Song dynasties would be a masterpiece that would surpass all others throughout history. But what are you planning to offer in exchange? Li Wenta said, I have a martial arts master, half a step into the grandmaster realm. How about I trade him to you? Qin Chuan was stunned. The system could trade people? This system is a multiverse trading system. Anything the host can obtain, regardless of type, can be traded. The system detected Qin Chuan's doubts and provided a real-time alert. Holy crap! Qin Chuan exclaimed, good heavens! They can even trade people? That's human trafficking. She's a young and beautiful woman. Li Wenta winked at Qin Chuan and added a sentence. I want to inspect the goods first. Qin Chuan stopped pretending. Who doesn't like beautiful women? And beautiful women who can fight are even more exciting. However, considering that the opponent is a martial arts master, there is a risk of backlash. Just to be on the safe side, Qin Chuan consulted the system. System, how can we ensure that the items traded will not harm the host? Host, rest assured, the system will erase the consciousness of the creature you are trading with, and it will never harm you. Qin Chuan's face immediately darkened. If you erase her consciousness, she'll become a vegetable. What use would I have for her then? Is there a way to keep her loyal without erasing her consciousness? Yes, the system offers obedience potion as a product. The host can redeem it for 50 points. Qin Chuan felt a bit annoyed. He hadn't even made a trade yet, and he was already going to lose 50 points, a huge loss. At this moment, Li Wenta lifted the floor tiles, revealing a hidden door. He went straight in. Below was a secret room with copper and iron walls, and torches were stuck all around. A woman dressed in black was tied to a bronze pillar in the middle of the secret room. Her features were exquisite, and her figure was incredibly alluring, with curves in all the right places. Her long, shapely legs were straight and slender, exuding strength. The woman was bound in chains and was unconscious. Qin Chuan was so excited he was practically burning with envy. It was too thrilling. She completely outshines a host of celebrities. Her figure and looks are both top tier. She is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. This has to be replaced, even if it costs 50 points, it's worth it. Having such a beautiful bodyguard makes you stand out wherever you go. It's incredibly cool. Are you sure this is your guard? Why are you tied up so tightly? Knock him out. This. Li Wenta gave an awkward smile. Let me explain. Stop. Qin Chuan waved his hand to stop him. Damn it, that line is exactly the same as that of the wicked Taoist priest. Are they using the same script? Tell the truth, or the deal is off. Qin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking completely unconcerned. Oh, this. Li Wenta panicked. He was relying on Qin Chuan's poem to save his life and turn the tide, so he absolutely couldn't give up. This woman was actually an assassin who originally intended to enter the palace to assassinate the emperor. Because they didn't know the way, they ended up at Li Wente's palace. With her skills, entering and leaving the palace was as easy as strolling through a garden. There was no way she could be discovered. However, she was incredibly unlucky to encounter Li Wente, who possessed a system. This person redeemed an infrared security device from the system. As soon as she entered the palace, she was detected by the security system and broadcast live the entire way. Finally, Li Wente knocked him unconscious with a stun gun, tied him up, and threw him into a secret room. Li Wente originally planned to buy the obedience water and use it for himself. However, the system has limitations. The obedience water is only effective on creatures traded through the system. That's just awful. Li Wente could only drool in vain, and with tears in his eyes, he had no choice but to part with what he wanted and trade it to Qin Chuan. Li Wente confessed honestly. This sounded plausible, and Qin Chuan reluctantly believed it. Fine, I'll reluctantly accept. But do you think I'm a sucker, trading a useless assassin for a timeless poem? Hey. Li Wente scratched his head awkwardly. May I see the poem first? It truly is a timeless masterpiece. I will add another 1,000 taels of gold and a bushel of treasures. No problem. Qin Chuan immediately took out Li Bai's Drinking Alone Under the Moon and projected the first 4 lines onto him. Li Wente stared wide-eyed at the poem on the system panel, reciting it aloud. Have you not seen the yellow river's waters come from the sky, rushing to the sea never to return? Have you not seen the sorrow reflected in the bright mirror of the high hall, where white hair grieves, as black as silk in the morning and as white as snow by evening? Enjoy life to the fullest when you're successful. Don't let your golden goblet stand empty before the moon. Everyone has their own unique talents, and though I may spend all my money, it will come back again. Wonderful. The opening 4 lines are powerful and full of emotion, surging forth like a river pouring down, with ups and downs. Li Wente's eyes widened like copper bells. He was extremely excited. This poem, with just the opening 4 lines, is enough to outshine all the talented scholars of the Southern Qi dynasty. With it, turning the tide against all odds is absolutely guaranteed. Li Wente's eyes turned red as he exclaimed excitedly, "What a wonderful poem! What a wonderful poem! Once this poem is recited, no one in the world will dare to compose poetry again. Brother, I'll switch." Without saying a word, Li Wente sent Qin Chuan the beautiful assassin and the gold treasures all at once. Qin Chuan sent the entire poem Drinking Alone Under the Moon to Li Wente as promised. Li Wente received the poem Bring in the Wine and read it aloud in its entirety, trembling with excitement. "This one's in the bag. Guards, I wish to enter the palace to see your majesty." Li Wente couldn't wait to put on his golden robe and crown, and escorted by his guards, he headed straight for the Golden Palace. This round of transactions has made them incredibly wealthy. After Drinking Alone Under the Moon was published, who would dare to say they can write poetry? Who dares to disagree? A poem brought him 5 border towns, 100,000 head of cattle and horses, and 300,000 she of grain. Add another hostage prince from southern Qi. Compared to the gold and jewels paid in the transaction, it was utterly insignificant. From then on, who in the court would dare to underestimate the 6th prince? He felt that the highlight of his life had arrived, and he was about to rise to prominence. After the transaction was completed, Qin Chuan looked at the black-clad female assassin in the system space, his mouth agape with a wide grin. This is his private property. As for the 1,000 taels of gold and the pile of rare and precious treasures, he didn't even glance at them. I have plenty of money, but I'm not interested. That's how arrogant we are. Name, Qin Chuan. Identity, Blue Star Trader in the Multiverse Trading System. Level, LV.0 Ordinary Trader. Experience points, 40/100. System points, 59. Time until trading partners refresh, 72 hours. After this transaction was completed, both experience points and credits increased. My system points increased by 30, which is just enough to buy obedience potion. Qin Chuan exchanged for a bottle of obedience water without hesitation. Then the female assassin in black was released from the system space. Qin Chuan carried the female assassin to the bed, where she felt a soft touch. Perhaps due to martial arts training, it has excellent elasticity and a wonderful feel. Upon closer inspection, the woman before me appeared even more beautiful and captivating. Her face was exceptionally beautiful, like the clear glow of a new moon, or like snow piled on flowering trees. Her chin was slightly pointed, and her complexion was fair, smooth, and flawless. Her small mouth was delicate and well-proportioned, with lips of just the right thickness, making it irresistible to look at. They say beauty is pleasing to the eye, and the female assassin in front of us is definitely one of them. Her figure is absolutely stunning. Although the night clothes were slightly loose, they still couldn't hide her stunning curves. Qin Chuan's mouth was dry, and he swallowed twice. He calmed himself down, gently pried open the female assassin's cherry-like mouth, and poured the obedience water into her mouth. A short while later, the female assassin slowly woke up. His eyes, bright as black lacquer, gradually changed from confusion to astonishment. Seeing the unfamiliar and strange room decorations around him, he was suddenly startled, and his eyes instantly sharpened. With a flip, she leaped off the soft bed. Qin Chuan was wearing a glass fire-patterned armor, holding a thunder talisman in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, staring nervously at the female assassin. It wasn't that he didn't trust the system, it was just that he valued his life too much. I would never dare to joke about my own safety. If the medicine takes effect too slowly, and she suddenly attacks, my life will be in danger. The other party is a half-step grandmaster, which sounds very intimidating. Fortunately, his worst fears did not come true. When the female assassin saw Qin Chuan, her eyes softened from sharp to tender, and finally filled with utmost reverence. "This servant, Mei Aoxiu, greets my master." The female assassin introduced herself, knelt down, and prostrated herself on the ground with utmost respect. The sound was crisp and clear, like an icy spring, without any warmth, and it was very pleasant to listen to. From his vantage point, Qin Chuan could see the snow-white mound of her chest. "Your name is Mei Aoxiu?" "Yes, master." Mei Aoxiu answered respectfully, bowing even lower and remaining motionless. "You recognize me?" Qin Chuan was very curious about how the potion he bought from the system could make the half-step grandmaster female assassin so obedient and compliant. "Master is too kind. Aoxiu's life belongs to you, and I am willing to do anything for you." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan was no longer sleepy. "Anything you've mentioned, including serving me in bed?" Mei Aoxiu was taken aback, a blush rose on her face, and she lowered her head slightly. The voice wasn't loud, but Qin Chuan heard it clearly. "I feel incredibly happy. Mei Aoxiu's figure and appearance are both superb. With a woman like that serving you in bed, who could refuse, who could resist?" Qin Chuan exclaimed that the emperor would no longer hold morning court sessions from now on. "Master, may I ask you for a favor?" Mei Aoxiu knelt on the ground and asked softly. "Speak, what is it?" For a goddess-level beauty like him, asking for a favor is nothing. He'd do anything, even 10 or 100. Ao Shui's illusory sound technique has not yet been fully mastered. If she were to engage in marital relations before the technique is perfected, it would be difficult to achieve a satisfactory result. Mei Aoxiu's voice was barely audible, and by the end, her pretty face had turned red to the roots of her ears. "Ha!" Qin Chuan, who was eager to make a big splash, was completely dumbfounded. How long will it take to achieve perfection? It could take anywhere from a month to 3 to 5 years. Qin Chuan rubbed his face, suppressing his anger. "Damn it, this delicious food is almost in my mouth, but I can't eat it yet. Just looking at it is driving me crazy." But then I thought about it again and started to get excited. So, Mei Aoxiu is still a virgin. In the Tang dynasty today, for a beautiful adult woman to find a virgin is like winning the lottery. Many of them lost all sense of decency in school and became sluts who could have 100 men killed. It's really hard to describe. "Okay, I promise you, I won't do that until you've mastered your cultivation technique." "Thank you for your consideration, master." Mei Aoxiu was overjoyed and wept tears of joy, not expecting Qin Chuan to agree. In her original world, women had the lowest status. As a servant girl, she was considered her master's private property, and her master could dispose of her at will, leaving her with absolutely no autonomy. She only dared to make her request to Qin Chuan, without any hope whatsoever. They were even prepared to be punished. To her surprise, Qin Chuan actually agreed, which moved her to tears. "All right, get up, stop crying." Qin Chuan reached out to help Mei Aoxiu. Mei Aoxiu dared not let Qin Chuan help her up, and hurriedly stood up from the ground. Qin Chuan saw that her eyes were filled with tears, making her look pitiful. He reached out and wiped it away for her. Mei Aoxiu stood stiffly in front of Qin Chuan, motionless. Qin Chuan noticed that Mei Aoxiu was almost 1.8 meters tall when she stood up, the same height as him. From facial features to body proportions, everything is just right, perfectly adhering to the golden ratio. Be slim where you should be slim, and curvy where you should be curvy. Especially her long, slender, and straight legs, which were white, thin, and long, yet did not appear frail. It gives people a very powerful feeling. A natural-born steamed bun stand. I've gotten the wrong idea again. Gurgle, gurgle. Mei Aoxiu's stomach protested. 2 days have passed since she was captured, and she has not eaten or drunk anything. If it weren't for my martial arts skills, I would have fainted from hunger long ago. Qin Chuan smiled and ordered a late-night snack. The late-night snack was delivered quickly, filling a large table. Looking at the large table of exquisitely prepared food, which resembled works of art, Mei Aoxiu swallowed hard. Her eyes were fixed on the food, and she stood to the side, not daring to move, waiting for Qin Chuan's command. "Eat up, don't be shy, it's all for you," Qin Chuan said calmly. Mei Aoxiu could no longer resist, grabbed a roast chicken, and took a bite. Seeing that she was eating too quickly, Qin Chuan was worried that she would choke, so he poured her a glass of juice and handed it to her. May Aoxu quickly put down the roast chicken and reached out to take it with both hands. He stretched out his hand halfway, then quickly withdrew it, wiped it on his clothes, and then respectfully accepted it. Thank you for the gift, master. May Aoxu ate her food in big mouthfuls, her delicate and sexy lips covered in grease, her eating manner somewhat fierce. Slow down, sit down, and eat, no one will take it from you. Qin Chuan watched from the sidelines, shaking his head. After finishing the whole roasted chicken, May Aoxu gradually slowed down. Only after Qin Chuan reminded him did he remember to use chopsticks, chewing slowly and gracefully. Qin Chuan chatted with her softly from the side. May Aoxu was a woman of few words. She would answer Qin Chuan's questions one by one, but otherwise she would never say anything more. Even if they are full of curiosity about this unfamiliar world, they won't ask a single question. In her words, Qin Chuan would tell her what he wanted to tell her, and she had no right to know what he didn't want to tell her. She was extremely cautious in every word and action, and her attitude towards Qin Chuan was so respectful and submissive that it was heartbreaking. Through a question and answer session, Qin Chuan roughly figured out her background. She was from the Northern Qi dynasty under the influence of the Gochen star. She was adopted by her master's sect at a young age and underwent rigorous training, engaging in various assassination missions. This mission was to assassinate the emperor of Northern Qi. However, due to unfamiliarity with the terrain of the capital of Northern Qi, they mistakenly entered the residence of the sixth prince and were captured. According to the rules of the sect, failure in a mission means certain death. Even if she hadn't been caught, she wouldn't have been able to get back alive. As for how she came to this world, a piece of information was forcibly implanted into her mind by a system potion. Qin Chuan paid a huge price to bring her to a new world. The new world is the beginning of her new life, and Qin Chuan is her master. In her heart, Qin Chuan was above all else, and she had to obey him unconditionally. She could shield Qin Chuan from gunfire, cannon fire, and bullets. Qin Chuan's life was her only chance to live, and Qin Chuan's death required her to die first. In her heart, Qin Chuan was the supreme god, someone she would protect at all costs. Having figured these things out, Qin Chuan was filled with admiration. Anything produced by our system is guaranteed to be of high quality. A single bottle of obedience potion can forcibly change a person's thoughts and heart. It's terrifying. These 50 points were well spent. However, he was very curious about May Aoxu's strength as a half-step grandmaster. What exactly is the level of a half-step grandmaster? Is it invulnerable to swords and spears? Can you catch a bullet with your bare hands? Qin Chuan casually handed the knife and fork on the table to May Aoxu. Let me see your strength. May Aoxu took the 316 stainless steel knife and fork, rubbed them together, and the stainless steel knife and fork broke into several pieces. Holy crap! Qin Chuan was stunned. This was like special effects in a TV series, amazing. With such a beautiful woman as his bodyguard, he can walk around with impunity from now on. Nice! Qin Chuan clapped excitedly. What other skills do you have? Show us what you're capable of. Kill! May Aoxu answered calmly. Qin Chuan was startled and waved his hands repeatedly. No, this world is different from the world you were in before. You can't hurt people indiscriminately. Killing someone will get you shot. What does it mean to be shot? May Aoxu looked puzzled, her cold beauty mixed with a touch of naivete. Oh! Qin Chuan was taken aback and didn't know how to explain for a moment. May Aoxu comes from the Star Gushan and lives in a feudal society. Everything in modern society is unfamiliar to me, and I have to learn many things from scratch. Qin Chuan felt troubled at the thought. He doesn't have the patience to teach step by step. I plan to find some information about common sense in modern society for her to read, so that she won't be unable to take care of herself and make a fool of herself when she goes out. Murder must be punished with a life. You cannot kill without my permission, understand? Qin Chuan reminded him with a serious expression that this was no joke, his wonderful life had just begun, and he didn't want to end up in jail. Yes, master. May Aoxu answered respectfully. Qin Chuan's words were more important to her than an imperial edict, and she subconsciously obeyed them unconditionally. Seeing that she had eaten and drunk her fill, Qin Chuan smiled. She ate all the delicious food on the table, without wasting a single bite. Qin Chuan couldn't help but look at her lower abdomen, which was still flat and natural. I was very curious. Although May Aoxu's waist wasn't as slim as a celebrity or model's A4 waist, it was definitely not thick relative to her height. It can be said to be just right, possessing a healthy beauty. Unlike the morbid and distorted beauty found in the entertainment industry, with such a waist, her belly is naturally not big either. How does she manage to hold so much food? May Aoxu noticed Qin Chuan's strange gaze. He quickly stood up and said, I'm sorry, master. I was too hungry and accidentally ate too much. I'll be more careful next time. It's normal for martial artists to have a big appetite. Eat and drink as you please. I can afford to support you. Thank you, master. Mei Aoxu was moved to tears. This meal was the most delicious and best-tasting food she had ever eaten in her memory. After chatting for a while, Qin Chuan felt a bit tired and decided to wash up and go to bed. Originally, they planned to have Mei Aoxu serve them during their bath, but considering that Mei Aoxu was new to the area and unfamiliar with everything, they decided against it. There's plenty of time, we can train them slowly. I finished washing up quickly and came out wrapped in a bath towel. They found Mei Aoxu standing respectfully at the bathroom door, holding Qin Chuan's change of clothes in her hands. Master, this servant will help you change your clothes. These are all dirty clothes that have been changed out of the house. Qin Chuan was both amused and exasperated. You should wash up too, you smell. Mei Aoxu blushed slightly and whispered her agreement. Qin Chuan gave her a set of toiletries and taught her how to use them. Unexpectedly, Mei Aoxu was very clever. For modern things, Qin Chuan only needs to teach them once, and they will immediately understand. This saved Qin Chuan a lot of trouble. Seeing that Mei Aoxu's black night clothes were already somewhat worn out, the style is completely out of step with modern society. Qin Chuan decisively placed an order and started shopping online. After a series of actions, 10 sets of each type of clothing were obtained, from the inside out and from top to bottom. Various styles are available. As for the size, Qin Chuan analyzed the data by sight. If he was really unsure, he would just get a set of all sizes, and there would always be one that fit. Of course, Qin Chuan, with his wicked sense of humor, also included a lot of his own agenda. For example, sexy lingerie, see-through stockings, etc. Finally, I bought 2 sets of cosmetics and a mobile phone on the side, and that was it. After all that, 50,000 yuan was spent. For Qin Chuan, it was nothing more than a drop in the ocean, not even a blink of an eye. Shortly after, Mei Aoxu came out wearing a bathrobe. Water droplets slid down her snow-white, jade-like skin like sparkling pearls. Her long, wet hair cascaded down her back like a black waterfall, adding a touch of allure to her cool demeanor. Mei Aoxu gently raised her eyes, her bright eyes shining like stars in the night sky, radiating an alluring light. The rosy glow still lingered on her face from the steam, contrasting beautifully with her snow-white skin, making her appear even more alluring. Perhaps due to her martial arts training, Mei Aoxu moved with the lightness of a swallow, landing silently. The slightly oversized bathrobe swayed gently with her movements, adding a touch of mystery. It makes people imagine the mystery beneath the bathrobe. The beautiful woman walked gracefully to Qin Chuan. She spoke crisply, "Master, I'm done washing." At that moment, it seemed as if the whole world was captivated by her. She was like a fairy under the moon, breathtakingly beautiful, leaving one speechless. Qin Chuan's head was buzzing, and his brain briefly went blank. Oh no! Qin Chuan only came to his senses when Mei Aoxu called him softly, his eyes practically glued to her. Aoxu, your hair is so wet, let me blow dry it for you." Mei Aoxu obediently squatted down in front of Qin Chuan so that he could sit comfortably and blow dry his hair. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, as lovely as a lotus emerging from the water, Qin Chuan's hands trembled slightly. It's so close, you can almost smell it, and a faint fragrance lingers in the air. That feeling, ah. After finally drying his hair, Qin Chuan held Mei Aoxu's soft, boneless little hand. It's getting late, let's rest. Ah. Mei Aoxu looked astonished, like a frightened little rabbit, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at Qin Chuan. I can't sleep alone, I only feel at ease when you're with me. Don't worry, I keep my word, it's just a hug. Mei Aoxu was skeptical, keeping her head down and remaining silent, her face as red as a ripe apple. Qin Chuan pulled her into the room with a wicked grin. There was such a natural beauty lying next to me, but I could only admire her from afar. Qin Chuan felt as if 10,000 ants were crawling all over his body. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, they had to let Mei Aoxu go to another room to rest. Call! Qin Chuan let out a long breath. It almost turned into an accident. Although he had already talked to Chen Saiyao during the day, he still couldn't resist the temptation. However, Qin Chuan had no intention of mistreating his little brother. Having been given a second chance at life, he was determined to do as he pleased and enjoy it to the fullest. Never compromise yourself. I opened WeChat on my phone and scrolled through my contacts. The black and white duo? Never mind. Although these two are technically skilled, they have too many business-related tasks, which makes Qin Chuan somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Saiyao? We had just talked during the day, and I'm afraid I'm no longer able to please you, so it won't work. Scrolling down further, I saw Chen Saiki. This girl is pretty good. Her name is only one character different from Chen Saiyao's. Are the two sisters? They don't even look alike. I don't know if she's asleep or not. Never mind, let's cast the net first, regardless of whether there are any fish or not. He immediately patted Chen Saiki on the shoulder. Brother Qin, you're still up so late. Chen Saiki replied almost instantly. There's hope. Qin Chuan smiled and replied, "The blanket is too thin, it couldn't suppress my longing for you." "Hee hee, is what you said true, brother? It's even more real than pearls, come and see for yourself if you don't believe me." "Brother, you're so sweet. I'm on night shift, I'll bring you some food later?" "Okay, I'll be waiting for you." Qin Chuan closed the chat window, put on his pajamas, went to the balcony, and lit a cigarette. A gentle night breeze caressed the rising smoke. Qin Chuan smoked half of a cigarette. The wind was only half blown away. Qin Chuan didn't hold a grudge against the wind, perhaps because the wind also had its troubles. Just as he finished his cigarette, Chen Psyche arrived. She was empty-handed, without bringing anything with her. This scammer, didn't he say he'd bring me food? However, in the end, Chen Psyche offered other forms of compensation. Qin Chuan was very satisfied. A night of fierce wind and torrential rain. Qin Chuan was satisfied, but Mei Aixu next door was in for a lot of trouble. Inexperienced in such matters, she was easily aroused by Qin Chuan's advances. After finally managing to circulate his internal energy and calm his mind, he heard that sound again from next door. It almost made her lose her composure. My face was burning hot, and the redness went all the way down to my neck. Mei Aixu buried her head deep in the quilt. However, she was a martial arts master with exceptional hearing and eyesight, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Even if she didn't listen attentively, she could hear everything that was happening next door. Moreover, Qin Chuan had no intention of keeping a low profile at all. He wasn't ashamed at all and made an exaggerated fuss. Mei Aixu had no choice but to cover her ears tightly with her hands. Noon. Qin Chuan slept until the sun was high in the sky before getting up. Mei Aixu had already cleaned the entire house thoroughly, leaving it spotless. Qin Chuan's clothes were washed clean and hung on the balcony to dry. Upon seeing Qin Chuan emerge, they immediately knelt down to greet him. "Master, your servant will help you wash up. You don't need to kneel anymore. Also, don't call me master, just call me by my name." Qin Chuan helped her up and scolded her with a stern face. This servant wouldn't dare. Mei Aixu hurriedly tried to kneel down again, but Qin Chuan helped her up. Her pretty face turned pale, and she was in a state of panic. "Master, I have done something wrong, please punish me and don't send me away." "Qin Chuan, when did I say I was kicking you out? You won't let me kneel down, you won't let me call you master, aren't you just trying to drive me away?" Mei Aixu was on the verge of tears, her face full of grievance. Qin Chuan felt a pang of heartache seeing this, and he pulled her into his arms, gently comforting her. "Don't worry, I won't kick you out. This world is different from your original world. It values equality for all. You don't need to kneel or call someone master. Understand?" "Understood, master." "Well, Mei Aixu has been deeply poisoned by feudal dregs, and it's unlikely she'll change anytime soon. There's plenty of time, we can train him slowly and patiently. There's no rush." However, those repeated calls of master were indeed quite unsettling. The hotel delivered lunch on time. Mei Aixu stood at the lower end of the table, holding her bowl, refusing to sit down. Qin Chuan firmly pressed her shoulders down into a chair and ordered her to sit at the table and eat. After the meal, the items Qin Chuan ordered online were delivered one after another. Packages of express deliveries were piled up like small mountains, filling the living room. "These are all for you. Pick one to wear and come out with me." Mei Aixu stared in disbelief at the numerous express delivery packages scattered on the ground, then carefully opened one. He was immediately drawn to the various kinds of clothing, and his dark eyes sparkled. The clothes, shoes, hats, and bags were all incredibly novel, exquisitely designed, and stylish. She couldn't help but gently touch it, it felt delicate and the workmanship was exquisite. "I love everything about it, I can't put it down, it's amazing." Unpacking the beautifully packaged cosmetic box revealed a collection of exquisite and luxurious bottles and jars. Lipstick, eyeshadow, foundation. Mei Aixu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Indeed, women are naturally drawn to beauty. Even an otherworldly assassin can't resist the allure of clothes, shoes, bags, and cosmetics. Qin Chuan patiently explained things to her from the side, and Mei Aixu listened very attentively. "Master, what is this for? It's so strange." Mei Aixu held up a semi-transparent, see-through lingerie piece and asked a question in confusion. I'll tell you about that later. First, pick out an outfit to wear." Qin Chuan blushed and quickly changed the subject. He started to help Mei Aixu choose clothes. Lace lingerie, mini skirts, deep V-neck short shirts, see-through stockings, and all kinds of uniforms. Mei Aixu's face grew increasingly red. Are these things even human clothes? Wearing it is worse than not wearing it at all. It's half covering, half revealing, and only makes things more obvious how shameful. But it's hard to refuse. Fortunately, she had a flash of inspiration and came up with a perfect reason. "Master, I need to protect you closely. Wearing these clothes makes it inconvenient to move around. Would you like to see me wear them at home?" What could Qin Chuan say but agree? After much effort, we finally got Mei Aoxu dressed. Of course, Qin Chuan also gained a lot of benefits in the process. This made the aloof beauty blush. White flat sneakers, slim fit jeans, plain white t-shirt, high ponytail. Mei Aoxu's demeanor changed drastically when she changed into modern clothes. She is dashing and spirited, both innocent and alluring. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up at the sight. If this were to be seen on the street, it would definitely turn heads. Qin Chuan originally wanted to help him apply a light layer of makeup, but Mei Aoxu's skin was too good. Her face was flawless, her skin so smooth and delicate it seemed to break at a touch. She was truly perfect. Applying makeup is actually superfluous and unnecessary. Finally, I glanced at my eyebrows briefly and applied a little lipstick. Mei Aoxu looked at herself in the full-length mirror again and again, liking it more and more each time. Come on, come with me. I happened to run into Chen Saiki, who was getting ready to leave work, as I passed by the hotel reception. Just as Chen Saiki was about to go up and say hello, she saw Mei Aoxu following behind Qin Chuan. He was stunned, overwhelmed by her beauty. Whether it's physique, appearance, or temperament, she was completely outclassed. She looked down at the obstacle blocking her toes, and even her pride and joy paled in comparison. I immediately felt ashamed of myself. Even thoughts of jealousy were nipped in the bud. A sense of disappointment washed over me. I originally thought that by associating with Qin Chuan, I could at least get a temporary position. With a bit of luck, she might even get a permanent position, and marrying into a wealthy family in one fell swoop is not impossible. But after seeing Mei Aoxu, he completely gave up hope. Her appearance was like that of a dazzling star, attracting everyone's attention as she walked through the hall. She possesses an exceptional temperament, as ethereal and aloof as a fairy. She was so beautiful that it was almost blinding. Qin Chuan also saw Chen Saiki and smiled at her. Chen Saiki was lost in thought and forgot to respond. Qin Chuan wondered, what's wrong with this girl today? She didn't even greet me when she saw me? Do you think you can just abandon someone after you've done your bidding? Holy crap! Suddenly I remembered that I forgot to send Chen Saiki a red envelope. He has principles and never takes advantage of others. I was too busy yesterday and forgot to send Chen Saiki a red envelope. No wonder this girl left without a word this morning, and now she doesn't even greet me when we meet. He immediately transferred 50,000 yuan to her. Chen Saiki, who was lost in thought, heard her phone ring. She picked it up and stared blankly for a moment. She immediately exclaimed in surprise, her anger turning to joy, and the trace of resentment in her heart vanished. So it turns out that Qin Xiao still has feelings for me. Qin Chuan opened the mobile app and clicked one-click summon. The M10, with its hazard lights on, slowly drove up and came to a steady stop in front of him. Mei Aoxu stared intently at the enormous creature before her, her face full of vigilance. The car doors opened automatically, and welcome lights shone down on the floor. Master, is this your mount? Mei Aoxu carefully sensed the situation but found no threat. She asked with some doubt. Come up. Qin Chuan nodded and got into the driver's seat. Once in the car, Qin Chuan helped Mei Aoxu fasten her seatbelt. Mei Aoxu sat in the passenger seat, her face full of curiosity. The ambient lighting inside the car was flashing, creating a beautiful scene. Qin Chuan lightly pressed the accelerator, and the car started smoothly, merging into the traffic. Mei Aoxu stared blankly at the rolling traffic outside the window and the high-rise buildings full of technology and dreams on the roadside. It was like a dream, as if I were in a future world, where everything was so new and exciting. The light ahead was red, so Qin Chuan stepped on the brakes and waited. Mei Aoxu suddenly became alert, her face turning serious. Master, I sense someone is watching me. Qin Chuan was completely dumbfounded. Is this girl having a professional habit? This is modern society, where would she get surveillance? Don't worry, the world is safe, don't be nervous. My intuition is right. Mei Aoxu looked serious, her eyes sharp as an eagle's, scanning all around. They eventually identified a row of surveillance cameras on the roadside poles. Qin Chuan chuckled, those are surveillance cameras, they're everywhere on the street. Monitor? Mei Aoxu was puzzled. Qin Chuan explained, it's a machine similar to the human eye, capable of capturing images and sounds, and then compiling them at the control center for people to view at any time. Mei Aoxu nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. Then she remembered that she had mistakenly entered the sixth prince's residence, and she had the same feeling for no reason. Could it be that the sixth prince also possesses such a thing? Your assassination attempt failed because Li Wenta had this kind of thing. Once you entered the palace, your every move was under their control. You can say that you were defeated by high technology, and it's not unfair. Qin Chuan's words completely dispelled Mei Aoxu's doubts. Suddenly, I realized. Master, how do we hack into this surveillance system? As a professional assassin, Mei Aoxu asked the question that concerned her most directly. Qin Chuan spoke frankly and without reservation. It's very simple. Surveillance cameras have specific ranges. They can generally only see what's directly in front of you, and the sides and back are blind spots. Of course, there are also cameras with no blind spots, but you need to distinguish those. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. I'll give you some information later so you can look at it yourself. If you don't want to be seen by surveillance cameras, you can destroy it or disconnect the wires. At this point, Qin Chuan glanced at Mei Aixu and saw her eager look, so he quickly warned her. The surveillance cameras on the road are public property and must not be damaged at will. Oh, Mei Aixu nodded and put away the small lump of iron in her palm. She had forcibly pried it off the seat rail, which made Qin Chuan extremely uncomfortable. That woman is a tiger. 20 minutes later, the car stopped outside the warehouse that Qin Chuan had rented. Qin Chuan instructed Mei Aixu to wait outside. He opened the warehouse door, went inside, and closed the door. I looked around and made sure there was no one else around. Only then did they store the excavator, which was parked in the warehouse, into the system space. As a precaution, he removed the surveillance cameras inside and outside the warehouse. This thing is too easy to crack. If its secret is discovered, we'll be in big trouble. After storing the excavator, Qin Chuan left the warehouse. Just then, a Wuling minivan parked on the side of the road suddenly went out of control and rushed in like a mad wild boar. The target was Qin Chuan. Holy crap! Qin Chuan was shocked and hurriedly ran to the side. The Wuling van then turned around and rammed into Qin Chuan. Holy shit! This isn't just out of control, it's murder. Qin Chuan's blood was boiling, and his whole body was tense. He fled, he chased, but he couldn't escape. The Wuling van suddenly appeared, moving at incredible speed, leaving Qin Chuan no time to react. He could clearly see the driver's face contorted in a ferocious grimace, staring at him menacingly with murderous intent. Qin Chuan felt a chill. He was cornered with no way to avoid it and was about to be hit. At the critical moment, a slender and beautiful figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Bang! The enormous sound was deafening. Qin Chuan's face turned ashen. Damn it, I just restarted the game, and now I'm going to be killed off again. I hate it so much. The next second, he saw something that would overturn his entire understanding of life. Mei Aixu calmly blocked his way, casually extending a hand as the Wuling minivan sped towards them. The Wuling was extremely fast, and the driver floored the accelerator. Thick black smoke billowed from the rear of the car, which roared with a deep, raucous roar, like a madman, its momentum astonishing. But when the front of the car touched Mei Aixu's palm, it came to an abrupt stop. The tires rubbed violently against the ground, and smoke rose into the air. Mei Aixu's delicate body remained as still as Mount Tai. The front of the van was dented in a large section. Bang bang bang. At the same time, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground beneath Mei Aixu's feet, extending 4 or 5 meters away. This is the method of guiding energy into the earth. She used her body to transfer all the impact of the Wuling minivan to the ground. Otherwise, she would have had a hard time withstanding such a strong impact. The driver in the car was frantically pressing the accelerator, his face showing a ruthless expression. No matter how hard he pressed the accelerator, the car wouldn't go any further. Finally, the engine stalled completely. Mei Aixu looked at the dented front of the car and shook her head slightly. Her method of channeling external force into the earth is flawed. It cannot transfer all external forces. Otherwise, the front of the car would not have suffered any damage. The driver, who had been driven to madness, suddenly snapped back to reality. There was no one in front of him. The driver's eyes widened, and his body trembled violently. Don't stop a car with your bare hands, that's devilish. Depress the clutch, restart the engine, shift into reverse, and floor the accelerator. The Wuling minivan's engine roared wildly, its wheels digging frantically into the ground, billowing black smoke and emitting a pungent, acrid smell. Seeing that things were not going well, the driver decisively reversed the car and prepared to flee. Trying to run? Stop him! Qin Chuan shouted. Upon hearing the sound, Mei Aixu sprang into action, her body shooting out like a cannonball, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Bang! She kicked the windshield of the Wuling minivan, grabbed the driver by the collar, and dragged him out. In a flash, he brought the driver back to Qin Chuan. The driver was so terrified that he wet himself. You son of a bitch, what have I ever done to you? Enraged, Qin Chuan slapped Qin Chuan several times across the face. The slap left the driver dizzy and disoriented, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his face quickly swelled up. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? After being slapped more than a dozen times, Qin Chuan's anger subsided a little. No one instructed me to do it. I lost control of the car. Yes, I'm sorry. The driver coughed up blood, his face swollen like a pig's head. Damn it, this is the first time I've ever been assassinated. If it weren't for Mei Aixu, I would be in grave danger today. After calming down, Qin Chuan had already made a guess. He stared coldly at the driver who caused the accident. The driver knelt on the ground, sobbing and crying. "Brother, I really didn't mean it. Look, you're not seriously injured. Let's settle this privately. I'll compensate you for emotional distress." "Damn it, still stubborn. Aoxu, beat him until he tells the truth." Qin Chuan was furious. "What kind of talk is this? Do you really think he's stupid?" "Yes, master." Mei Aoxu bowed and accepted the order, then gently tapped the driver's back with her finger. "Oh woo!" The driver let out a terrible scream, curled up on the ground, and his body convulsed uncontrollably. Tears and snot streamed down his face, and he lost control of his bladder and bowels. His eyes bulged outwards, and his face was deathly pale. He felt as if millions of ants were gnawing at his body, causing him unbearable pain. This kind of pain is simply unbearable for ordinary people. Reality isn't a TV drama, there aren't that many tough characters. The driver quickly spilled the beans, confessing everything. The driver's name was Wang Defa. He was a gambler who owed a mountain of gambling debts. His wife ran off with someone else, and his daughter was arrested to pay off debts. When he was desperate, a man who called himself Old Mo approached him. "Tell him that if he kills Qin Chuan, he can give him 200,000 yuan to help him rescue his daughter." Wang Defa agreed without even thinking about it. The other party sent him a photo of Qin Chuan, provided a van, and told him Qin Chuan's route. That's how the scene of him hitting people with his car came about. "Fuck you." Qin Chuan was furious upon hearing this and immediately started punching and kicking him. That bastard, risking everything for 200,000 yuan, disregarding human life. He felt no sympathy for Wang Defa's plight. A gambling addict whose family was ruined was entirely his own doing. "Master, what should we do with this person?" Mei Aoxu made a throat-slitting gesture. "Should we?" Wang Defa turned pale with fright. Was the other party going to kill him? He immediately kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Qin Chuan looked disgusted, finding him too noisy, and ordered Mei Aoxu to knock him unconscious. Mei Aoxu struck Wang Defa on the back of the neck with a palm strike, instantly silencing him. Qin Chuan frowned. This idiot almost got him killed. Are we just going to leave it like that? Absolutely not. After thinking for a moment, he instructed Mei Aoxu to stand guard outside. He personally dragged him into the warehouse. Open the system panel and contact Li Wenta. Li Wenta quickly accepted Qin Chuan's request. On the system screen, Li Wenta's mouth was stretched almost to his ears as he grinned, showing his big front teeth. "Hey brother, you have no idea. At yesterday's poetry gathering, the poem Drinking Alone Under the Moon shocked the court and the public, completely humiliating all the talented scholars and literary giants of Southern Qi. They were slapped in the face so hard. It felt great." Li Wenta's facial features were all over the place, and he was spitting so much that he almost sprayed Qin Chuan's face. He was still in a state of excitement. "Brother, eldest brother, tomorrow is the last poetry gathering. Father has specifically asked me to participate. It's a one-shot deal. You must help me. My life and fortune depend entirely on you." After the initial excitement subsided, Li Wenta finally calmed down and bowed to Qin Chuan. "Sure, now do me a favor first. This kid is a chatterbox, and Qin Chuan has no time to listen to his nonsense. Please speak, Mr. Qin, and I will do my utmost. Here's the thing, I just captured an assassin and want to make a deal with you." Qin Chuan shared his thoughts. Li Wenta looked puzzled. "Why does this routine feel so familiar?" "Sir, is it a man or a woman?" "A man." "What use is a man to me? Fencing?" Li Wenta looked disgusted. Qin Chuan was speechless. "What are you thinking, kid?" He explained his plan to the other party. Wang Defa would be traded to Li Wenta, and after the system erased his consciousness, he would be traded back. Please cooperate with Li Wenta. Li Wenta's eyes lit up as he listened. He couldn't believe it could be done like this. Isn't this exploiting a system vulnerability? After discussing it, the two felt there was potential. The system immediately agreed to trade Wang Defa for a broken stone, and as expected, it approved the transaction. After the system erases Wang Defa's consciousness, the transaction will be restarted. After the transaction was completed, Li Wenta hesitated and said awkwardly, Mr. Qin, could I get the female assassin back?" Thinking of the female assassin's stunning beauty and perfect figure, Li Wenta slapped his thigh in regret. Why didn't I think of Qin Chuan's move? Damn it, this guy got off easy. He had never had the chance to spar with such a rare and exquisite person before. No way. Absolutely not. Qin Chuan flatly refused. "You little brat, trying to steal my girlfriend? There wasn't even a crack in the door, absolutely impossible." "Oh, I was just saying, just kidding, Mr. Qin, please don't take it seriously." Li Wenta hurriedly tried to make amends, but was filled with regret. The transaction is complete. Although the transaction was successful, no points or experience points were gained. Clearly, the system does not have a high level of approval for this transaction. Qin Chuan didn't care, since he had achieved his goal. Wang Defa was pulled out of the system space. The system had erased all his memories, rendering him completely useless. With a crooked mouth and squinting eyes, and drooling constantly, he grinned foolishly at Qin Chuan, looking like someone with Down syndrome. Qin Chuan instructed Mei Aixu to knock Wang Defa unconscious, stuff him back into the van, avoid surveillance cameras, and drive him to a secluded road to stage a car accident scene. As for calling the police, Qin Chuan didn't even think about it. Old Mo, who paid to hire a hitman, is obviously a lackey of the Fang family. Qin Chuan was convinced that the Fang family was behind this. Given the Fang family's influence in Donghai City, they will definitely be able to clear their name completely, and the matter will likely fizzle out. So calling the police is useless. After this incident, Qin Chuan lost all interest in going out and having fun. He immediately took Mei Aixu back to the hotel. The Fang family could no longer hold back and began to retaliate. Qin Chuan would definitely not sit idly by and wait to be beaten. The revenge plan needs to be accelerated. Qin Chuan used technical means to register dozens of accounts at once, and published various shady dealings of Fangjing Pharmaceutical on different platforms. These accounts are all virtual, with random IP addresses, making it impossible for the other party to locate or track them using technical means. Shocking revelation. This pharmaceutical company secretly released poison into the market, causing countless patients to fall ill. National safety is in grave danger. A pharmaceutical scandal has been exposed, revealing that the largest pharmaceutical company in the East China Sea has become an invisible killer. A toxic substance has been discovered in the pharmaceutical market. Rumors circulate that a pharmaceutical company in Donghai is secretly releasing problematic vaccines, endangering public safety. A pharmaceutical giant scandal has been exposed. Problematic drugs are rampant. Who will protect people's health? Exclusive exposé. This pharmaceutical company actually released a death formula to the market, plunging countless families into grief. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? The severe discomfort experienced after receiving a vaccine from a certain pharmaceutical company is not an isolated case. Although no mention was made of Founder Pharmaceuticals, it was clearly referring to Founder Pharmaceuticals. These video posts quickly attracted attention, with over 10,000 shares in just 1 hour. However, the traffic was quickly restricted, all the alternate accounts were banned, and the video posts were taken down. Qin Chuan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. This move was just a test. Being restricted and having his account banned was within his expectations. The Fang family was very experienced in this kind of thing, and he didn't even need to take action himself. The Fang family is deeply rooted and has involvement in various fields. He is a true capitalist, with his influence extending into various fields, and he is difficult to shake through his personal power. Capital? He. Qin Chuan exhaled a ring of smoke, his gaze gradually turning cold. With the system in hand, he also has the potential to become the greatest asset. I dialed Chen Saiyeo's number. Saiyeo, how's the company startup going? I was just about to talk to you about this. I've already entrusted an accounting firm to handle it, and we'll have the results soon. Registering a company requires renting office space. What are your requirements? No special requirements, just find a decent office building and rent a floor first. We're not short of money. Qin Chuan didn't really understand what starting a company meant, but he'd read online that it was pretty simple. He was too lazy to bother with it and simply left it to Chen Saiyeo, telling her secretary to handle things. Boss, may I ask what specific business your company operates in, and how many people you plan to hire? Chen Saiyeo has been busy for several days, but she is still completely confused. This question stumped Qin Chuan. What you trade depends entirely on what can be traded in the trading system. Some things can't be exposed to the light of day. He has no idea what kind of business he's dealing with. The main idea is to go with the flow. Qin Chuan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Well, let's focus on trading for now, but the scope of our business will expand in the future. This sounded completely unreliable, leaving Chen Saiyeo speechless. So this cheap boss is just playing around. He doesn't even know what business is, yet he started a company. He's just wasting money. Qin Chuan must be some spoiled brat from a wealthy family, taking his family's money and squandering it. Chen Saiyeo shook her head and sighed. People can't be compared. Some are born in Rome, some are born to be beasts of burden. It's really frustrating. Also, keep an eye out for streaming media apps that are poorly managed and looking to be sold or seek financing. Okay, boss. Chen Saiyeo didn't ask any further questions and readily agreed. This is a basic requirement for a secretary. One cannot forget one's duty just because one has an affair with Qin Chuan. As for what Qin Chuan wanted to do, she didn't care, as long as he didn't forget to be her secretary. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan quickly located Lao Mo's position on the computer based on the information provided by Wang Defa. Aixu, go to the Donghai Baitao Club and find this person. Qin Chuan pointed to a photo on the computer screen and made a throat-slitting gesture. Remember what I taught you, don't get caught on camera. Yes, master. Mei Aoxu nodded calmly, opened the window, and jumped down. Her figure was elegant, like a white lotus swaying in the wind. After a few turns, she reached the ground and blended into the surging crowd. Hey, he really has the makings of an assassin. Qin Chuan rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the curtain swaying in the wind, and muttered to himself, why not use the stairs? Why jump out of the window? This is the 20th floor. The setting sun outside the window plunges into the bright starry sky, and suddenly it is evening on Earth. Inside the chairman's office of Dong Hai Su's group. Chairman, the newly launched drug has been rejected again. Daetang Bank called again, trying to collect the loan. Fangjing Pharmaceutical has also sued us for overdue breach of contract penalties. The company has less than 100 million in cash on hand. Should we postpone this month's employees' salaries? Several key members of the R&D team have resigned. This is their resignation report. At his desk, Subtitles rubbed his face, looking utterly haggard. He listened to the bad news that his subordinates kept reporting. I feel utterly powerless. Since the death of its patriarch in a car accident 3 years ago, the Su Group has been in a slump. It has been on a downward trend. In recent years, Fangjing Pharmaceutical has been continuously eroding its market share. Many partners were won over and bought off by Founder Pharmaceuticals, severing their ties with the Su Group. In recent years, the company has concentrated its resources on developing several batches of highly effective drugs. They thought they could quickly go public and recoup their investment. However, at the last minute, it is always suppressed or rejected for various reasons. Behind this, the Fang family played a very dishonorable role. Subtitles understood that once someone leaves, their influence fades. When the old man was still alive, his network of connections was still there. Many things proceeded smoothly, and some people even took the initiative to open back doors. Now that the old man is gone, these relationships have naturally ended. Subtitles hastily took over the group, completely clueless and at a loss in many matters. Coupled with the various forms of suppression from the Fang family, things are becoming increasingly difficult. They've reached a dead end and may have to go bankrupt and be liquidated. If the Su family falls into ruin in my hands, how can I face my father in the afterlife? And my father's death is full of suspicious points. How could the brakes suddenly fail when everything was fine? Walking to the window and gazing at the unfathomable night outside, Subtitles was filled with countless thoughts. The sweltering summer night breeze on his face only made him more irritable. The more I think about it, the bleak my future seems. Just then, my phone rang. Upon checking the number, it was Fang Zonghai. He frowned, his forehead furrowing into a deep frown. That damn devil is so annoying. The phone rang a second time, and Subtitles sighed but answered it anyway. Mr. Fang, is there anything I can help you with? On the other end of the phone, Fang Zonghai's voice came through the cracks. President Su, I've heard about what's going on at your company. To be honest, I really want to help you. Mr. Fang, let's skip the formalities. To tell you the truth, the company doesn't have the money right now. Go ahead and sue me if you want. Hee, Mr. Su, you're being too polite. You know I'm not the one in charge at Fangjing Pharmaceutical. It wasn't my idea to sue you. I couldn't stop it, so please understand. Subtitles remained silent. He didn't believe a word Fang Zonghai said, not even the punctuation. Old Su, we've known each other for so many years, I would never kick someone when they're down, you have to believe me. Subtitles made a nasal sound. Here's the thing, I've spoken with the elders in my family, and there's a way to alleviate the current crisis facing your Su group. Subtitles didn't believe Fang Zonghai would be so kind. But I couldn't help asking, what method? Didn't you develop a new anti-aging drug? I heard it had flaws and was rejected. How about this, sell me the patent for the drug formula, and we'll write off the 1 billion yuan in breach of contract penalties you owe. This anti-aging drug is my father's life's work, I will never sell it. Before Fang Zonghai could finish speaking, Subtitles flatly refused. Old Su, we're both getting on in years. Don't act impulsively. This kind of prescription involves too many interests. Given the current situation of your Su family, you can't handle it. Only Fangjing Pharmaceutical has the ability to push it to the market. Mr. Fang, I'll repeat myself, the prescription will absolutely not be sold, not even if the company goes bankrupt. Subtitles clenched his fists, his anger rising. The Fang family was very shrewd, they would stop at nothing to get the prescription. It's practically outright robbery. Do you really think the Su family has no one to rely on? Okay, the Su family really doesn't have many people. Subtitles felt powerless and wanted to resist, but he had no means to intimidate the other party. I hate it. Fang Zonghai's voice gradually turned cold. Subtitles, don't be so stubborn. The Fang family doesn't take your little tricks seriously at all. To tell you the truth, as long as the Fang family patriarch is around, no one can touch him. Think it over carefully. Handing over the prescription now will at least save the company. If you stubbornly resist, the consequences will be dire, believe me. Beep beep. There was a busy signal on the other end of the phone, and Fang Zonghai hung up. The veins on Subippo's hand, which was gripping the phone, were bulging. He was unusually angry. The other party has made a blatant and undisguised threat. He couldn't help but think of his father again. If he were still alive, things wouldn't have come to this. Sigh. Is this really the end of the road? Subippo's mind was in turmoil, and he felt a strange sense of panic. It was as if he could see the miserable days he and his daughter would face after the company went bankrupt, being harassed by creditors. The office door was pushed open. Su Yi, wearing high heels, hurried inside. Dad, take a look at this. Su Yi placed the tablet in her hand in front of Subippo. Didn't I tell you to go to Australia right away? Why aren't you leaving yet? Subippo wasn't interested in looking at the tablet. Instead, he gave a slightly distressed scolding. Dad, I won't leave. Please don't try to persuade me anymore. Su Yi's eyes were firm, with a hint of stubbornness. Hey, your personality is just like your grandpa's. If he were still here, I don't know how much he would love you. Subippo sighed. This crisis facing the Su family is unprecedented, and he really can't think of any way to turn things around. The only thing I can't let go of is my daughter. He's an old man, it doesn't matter to him, but my daughter is still young and has a long road ahead of her. She absolutely cannot be burdened with the company's debts. Yi, listen to me. This crisis in the Su family is unprecedented. They may soon face bankruptcy and liquidation. Staying here will not help you and will only drag you down. Listen to your father, go to Australia. Your grandfather left some assets there, which have already been transferred to your name. There's 15 million in this card. If you're careful with your spending, it should be enough for you for a lifetime. Subippo took out a gold card and stuffed it into Su Yi's hand. That was his only savings. Dad, I don't want to. Su Yi refused. There might still be a chance for the Su group to turn things around. Take a look at this first. She placed the tablet in front of Subippo again. These videos were just posted today. Although they were quickly taken down and banned, I still kept some of them. Subippo stared at the screen for a few moments. These video posts appear every year, but the Fang family is so powerful that they can't have any impact on anything. Dad, take a closer look. This time it's different. These videos and posts are solid evidence. Once they're exposed and cause a social uproar, the higher UPS will definitely take it seriously. At that point, the Fang family won't be able to suppress it. Su Yi couldn't hide her excitement. She saw a glimmer of hope in these revelations. Once the Fang family falls, the Su family will have a chance to catch their breath, raise funds again, and quickly recover. The lost market share will also be regained. Upon hearing this, Subippo took the tablet and examined it carefully. His expression gradually became serious. These revelations, one after another, are shocking and hit the nail on the head. Subippo gasped in shock upon seeing this. The Fang family is incredibly audacious and their crimes are heinous. It's a pity that no one can control such a beastly family. This is utterly outrageous. Wait a minute, Fang Zonghai just said that the Su family was making underhanded moves behind the scenes. Could this be what he meant? Holy crap. We can't take the blame for this. Subippo's mind went blank for a moment, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately wanted to call Fang Zonghai to explain. Just as the call was about to connect, he decisively hung up. After calming down and thinking about it, I realized that the Su family was definitely going to take the blame. The truth is no longer important. What the Fang family wants is the result in maximizing their profits. As for who did it, the Fang family didn't care at all. Buying and selling leather. Subippo was very upset, feeling wrong for being blamed for nothing. Find the person who posted this. He couldn't take the blame for nothing. Since the Fang family wanted to destroy the Su family, he wouldn't mind dragging the Fang family down with him before he died. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Subippo, with nothing to lose, was fearless and reckless. We're looking for him, but the person who posted this is a computer expert, and all the IPs he used are fake. It will take time to find him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. According to the leaked information, the other party has irrefutable evidence against Founder Pharmaceuticals. We can talk about cooperation. Dad, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Su Yi was very confident. Her childhood friend Yang Shiliu is a computer genius, and they are currently playing a cat-and-mouse game with each other, which will soon be resolved. Dad, there's one more thing. The company's current situation is worrying. I suggest optimizing the asset structure, selling off idle assets, and issuing shares to attract investors. Su Yi expressed her thoughts. Subippo waved his hand and said, I've tried all these methods, but they're useless. Right now, no one in the Su group dares to take over, except for the Fang family, do you understand? You mean the company's current predicament is all the work of the Fang family behind the scenes? Su Yi is very clever, she grasped the crux of the problem. Su Bibo did not respond directly. Don't get involved in these matters. Leave Tang as soon as possible. Su Yi was speechless. This topic couldn't be avoided, could it? There's one more thing I feel I need to tell you. What's up? Su Bibo rubbed his temples to relieve his headache. Grandpa's death was very suspicious. I had someone thoroughly inspect the car involved in the accident, and it didn't look like what the accident investigation report said at all. The vehicle's infotainment system had been tampered with, which could cause the system to misjudge under certain conditions, resulting in brake failure. That accident was not a simple case of brake failure. So Bippo's face turned ashen, and his bloodshot eyes seemed to spit fire, capable of incinerating the heavens. You mean, Grandpa was murdered? So Bippo gritted his teeth and spat out those words. Blood surged through his body, and the desire for revenge swirled in his mind. Have you found out who did it? Nothing yet, but during the investigation, we discovered that the Ford shop mechanic who did the car maintenance for my grandfather suddenly resigned after the accident, and the driver who drove my grandfather, Chen Yuan, was also missing when we started the investigation. Very well, this Chen Yuan, our Su family has treated him well, yet he actually colluded with outsiders to murder the family head. He deserves to die. Su Bippo slammed his hand on the table, suppressing his anger, and dialed a phone number. Uncle Ming, it's me. Bring Chen Yuan back. Remember, he has to be alive. After hanging up the phone, Su Bippo slumped into a chair. The immense pressure left him breathless, and the hatred for his father's murder drove him to madness. My blood was boiling and my anger was soaring. Seeing that her father was not in good condition, Su Yi instructed her secretary to get some emergency medication. He also instructed them to closely monitor the chairman's health and report to her at any time. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious private room at the Baitao Club, colorful lights flickered in sync with the music, and several heavily made-up women swayed their hips and made alluring poses on the dance floor. On the sofa opposite, sat a middle-aged man with a stubble beard, short in stature, and with a sinister face. He held a brightly colored cocktail and frequently clinked glasses with two glamorous women beside him. His other hand roamed around freely, quite unrestrainedly. Master M.O., what's the point of just drinking? How about we play some games? What games are we playing? M.O. Yes stared intently at the woman's breasts, a lewd smile on his face. Play rock paper scissors, the loser drinks. The woman smiled sweetly. Drinking is no fun, the loser gets ripped off. Master M.O. lowered his gaze and glanced at the woman's lower body. At the same time, he applied more force, and the woman beside him cried out in pain, Master M.O., you're hurting me. Master M.O., you're so naughty. At that moment, the door to the private room opened. A tall, slender woman with a cold and aloof face pushed a small cart into the room. Master M.O. only glanced at it, but his gaze was fixed on it. This waiter is absolutely amazing. Slim waist, perky buttocks, long legs, and an extraordinary temperament. The waiter walked to the table and arranged the drinks and food from the cart one by one. M.O. Yes' eyes almost popped out of their sockets, he didn't know where to look. The beautiful woman turned around and blinked, almost electrifying M.O. Yes' heart. Hey girl, wanna have some fun? M.O. Yeah was captivated by the beauty and reached out to grab the waiter's arm. The waitress smiled shyly and playfully punched Master M.O. in the chest. Okay, I'll wait until I'm done. Okay, I'll wait for you. You have to come. M.O. Yeah rubbed his hands excitedly, feeling a tingling, electric sensation all over his body. The waiter turned gracefully and pushed the trolley out of the private room. Brother M.O., everyone's gone, what are we still looking at? Let's get this party started. The girl next to him playfully shook M.O. Yes' arm. Oh, okay. Master M.O. picked up his wine glass and took a swig. Puff. As soon as he took a sip of wine, Master M.O. felt a churning in his chest and abdomen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with the wine. His face instantly turned extremely pale, his breathing became rapid, and his eyes began to glaze over. Several women nearby suddenly saw the terrifying look on Master Mo's face and screamed in fright. Bang! Master M.O. collapsed heavily, his body convulsing uncontrollably, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The private room was in complete chaos, filled with screams. Someone's dead. Several women scrambled to escape. Inside the Su family villa, Yang Shilia's fingers danced across the keyboard, as if playing a silent symphony. Su Yi, holding a cup of coffee, sat intently behind her. Although I couldn't understand it, the way the little girl was seriously doing something was quite charming. So, have you found the person who posted the message? Su Yi only knew that her childhood friend was a computer expert and knew hacking techniques. But what they didn't know was that Yang Shilia was on the list of the top 50 hackers in the country. She also has a nickname, the cat that doesn't eat fish. For a hacker of her caliber, investigating someone who posts anonymously is a piece of cake. Don't rush, it'll be quick. The opponent is also a master. Let me play with him for a bit. Yang Shiliu was full of confidence. She had finally met a tough opponent, which ignited her competitive spirit. You little brat, you're pretty good at hiding. Watch how your grandma catches you. Yang Shiliu sat cross-legged on the bed, cursing and swearing, a stark contrast to her beauty. Qin Chuan, who was watching a live dance broadcast, suddenly noticed something was wrong with his computer. This is a hack? A hacker is attacking my firewall? Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened. When he posted the video, he left behind a bunch of random IPs that were all messed up. How come someone was able to see through the fog and find his real IP? Little brat, Qin Chuan smirked. He acquired system hacking skills, and although it was only at the beginner level, he was definitely among the top tier on the entire planet. A mere hacker dares to show off his skills in front of Guan Yu? They're probably tired of living. Qin Chuan had a carefree smile on his lips, his eyes fixed on the screen. He casually typed out a line of code and gently pressed the enter key. On the screen, lines of code automatically jump and run rapidly. On the other side, Yang Shiliu slightly raised her chin, her bright eyes sparkling with wisdom. She typed rapidly on the keyboard, her fair fingers dancing across the keys like a pianist's fingertips. Suddenly, Qin Chuan's screen went black, and he was slightly taken aback. Then things returned to calm. This sudden turn of events was exactly what he expected. Qin Chuan lazily stretched out a finger and tapped it twice on the keyboard. The screen lit up again. At this moment, Yang Shiliu's computer screen suddenly flashed, and two large, blood-red characters suddenly appeared. Idiot! Oh dear, you little brat! Yang Shiliu was furious, her 10 fingers twitching like lightning. The computer quickly returned to normal. She gritted her teeth and pounded the keyboard fiercely. The code on the screen cascaded down like a waterfall. On Qin Chuan's computer screen, a cute yet fierce cartoon kitten appeared, its paws pinning down a small mouse. Your pride has been trampled under my feet. At the same time, a line of text popped up on the screen. Qin Chuan smiled and began to fight back. He followed the other party's network cable, bypassed layers of protection, and easily broke through the other party's firewall. They quietly turned on Yang Shiliu's computer webcam. Qin Chuan saw what his opponent looked like through remote control. The other person turned out to be an adorable girl with her hair in a bun and a white t-shirt with a cute kitten printed on it. It looks exactly like the cat that just appeared on the computer. Behind her sat a stunningly beautiful, long-legged woman with a mature and sophisticated air, intently watching the screen. Qin Chuan stroked his chin, a mischievous grin on his face, intending to teach the cute girl a lesson. Shilu, have you identified the other party yet? Su Yi clenched her small fists, looking somewhat nervous. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Yang Shiliu typed rapidly on the keyboard, exchanging blows with Qin Chuan, neither giving an inch. I know who you are. A line of text suddenly popped up on Yang Shiliu's computer screen. She was horrified and kept patting her small chest. What should we do? What should we do, Yi? He's bluffing you, don't worry. Su Yi comforted her, saying that she didn't understand hacking techniques, but she knew how to read people's minds. Yes, you're right. With my skills, that little trash over there has no chance against me. Yang Shiliu regained her confidence and fighting spirit, and immediately launched a counterattack. Before she could finish writing the code, another line of text popped up on the computer screen. I bet you're a subway pervert and a peeping Tom. Yang Shiliu felt a great weight lifted off her shoulders, her heart finally at ease. They were definitely bluffing. Humph, if I weren't smart, I would have almost fallen for it. Suddenly realizing what was happening, he ground his teeth in anger. You're the pervert, your whole family are perverts. I'm so angry. This pervert actually insulted me. Yang Shiliu clenched her small fist and waved it fiercely. In Qin Chuan's eyes, she wasn't fierce at all, on the contrary, she was rather charming and cute. Little mouse, I've caught you. Yang Shiliu danced with excitement, and after a fierce battle, she finally managed to pinpoint Qin Chuan's location before anyone else. Really? Let me see? Su Yi also joined in, her two beautiful heads filling the screen, making Qin Chuan drool. This is a delicacy, absolutely exquisite. A highly nutritious food. Wait a minute, how come his real IP address is in Diao Islands? Su Yi asked a thought-provoking question. That place didn't have an internet cafe, and it was a deserted island. Yang Shiliu immediately quieted down, her pretty face covered with a layer of frost. You bastard, how dare you play me? You coward, what kind of hero are you, sneaking around like this? If you've got the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Do you dare to be honest? Yang Shiliu got angry and started to lash out. Peeping Tom? You think I'm afraid of you? Qin Chuan responded without backing down. Yang Shiliu was a little scared and grabbed Su Yi's hand, saying, Yi, this guy has lost his mind after I went at him and wants to tell me his real self offline. What should we do? Don't be afraid, invite him out, it'll be a good opportunity to meet him. What if he brings helpers? Don't worry, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. With me here, you're absolutely safe. Su Yi held Yang Shiliu's small hand and encouraged him with great confidence. Good. Yang Shiliu had a lot of confidence in Su Yi, knowing that she had studied Taekwondo and even won awards, and that 2 or 3 people couldn't get close to her. You scoundrel, don't be a keyboard warrior. If you've got the guts, show me what you've got. You peeping Tom, I'm not afraid of you. Give me your location, let's fight. Yi, he's taken the bait. Where should we meet? Yang Shiliu rubbed her hands excitedly, feeling that she had the other party under her control. It's at Ruxin Cafe in May Square. There are a lot of people there, so the other party wouldn't dare to do anything. Yang Shiliu nodded and immediately hacked into the fake IP address Qin Chuan provided, issuing a challenge. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Ruxin Coffee Shop in May Plaza. Anyone who doesn't show up is a coward. Okay, whoever doesn't come will have a son and no fun. It's a one-on-one fight, no helpers allowed. Anyone who brings help is a bastard. Yang Shiliu, still not entirely reassured, added another sentence. Whoever brings it will grow 2 bananas. After typing this line, Qin Chuan logged out of Yang Shiliu's computer. Although the other side isn't very bright, their computer skills are undeniable, they're quite adept. If this goes on for too long, it will definitely be discovered. While the two were exchanging insults, he had already figured out the other person's situation very clearly, even his underwear. He stroked his chin and chuckled. The 2 women opposite me were a computer genius and a rich heiress. She's still young and beautiful, I could try to win her over. That Su Yi is the daughter of the chairman of the Su Group. The Su Group has been under great pressure from the Fang family recently and is on the verge of collapse. Their purpose in seeking out Qin Chuan was naturally to obtain the damaging information about Fangjing Pharmaceutical that Qin Chuan possessed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Qin Chuan decided to play along, hoping to reach a cooperation agreement with the other party. He has money and a scandalous past, but what he lacks is connections and resources. The other party, on the other hand, is exactly the opposite. The two sides complement each other's strengths, and if they can join forces, they have a good chance of bringing down the Fang family. This has great potential. After finishing his work, Qin Chuan continued watching the live streamer dance. Of course, he wouldn't watch it for nothing, otherwise, he wouldn't have watched it. Occasionally, when something catches your eye, you might fire a few rockets in quick succession. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with comments, prompting the streamer to keep calling out daddy and dancing even more energetically. Qin Chuan was engrossed in watching, so much so that he didn't even know Mei Aoxiu had returned. Mei Aoxiu walked behind Qin Chuan and watched Qin Chuan interact with the streamer, very curious. Master, what kind of treasure is this? In the end, she couldn't help but ask. A sudden sound came from behind, startling Qin Chuan. My phone almost fell to the ground. When did you get back? Why was there no sound at all? Upon seeing that it was Mei Aoxiu, Qin Chuan regained his composure. It's been a while, and the task assigned by the master has been completed. Your identity wasn't exposed, was it? No. That's good. Qin Chuan nodded. He then ordered the hotel to send dinner. Halfway through the meal, I received a transaction request from Li Wenta. Qin Chuan put down his chopsticks, turned around, went into the room, and closed the door. Sir, I need your help urgently. As soon as the connection was established, Li Wenta scratched his head and looked anxious. What's going on? Qin Chuan was a little confused. Isn't the last match tomorrow? That was originally the case, but the envoy from Southern Qi suddenly changed his mind and proposed to advance the competition. Li Wenta yawned as he was dragged out of bed, filled with resentment. They rushed to the Golden Palace and finally learned the truth. It turns out that Zhu Yaliang, a great talent of the Southern Qi dynasty, was drinking alone under the moon when he suddenly had a burst of inspiration and wrote 3 excellent poems. He immediately suggested to Princess Pingyang, the leader of the delegation, that the final competition be moved forward. The Southern Qi delegation was terrified by Li Wenta's poem Drinking Alone Under the Moon. If he produces another famous poem in tomorrow's competition, Southern Qi will likely have no hope of turning the tide. In the end, you'll lose everything, not even your underwear. After some thought, Princess Pingyang felt that the beautiful lines were naturally formed and were the work of a master. Li Wenta is indeed a talented poet, but it's impossible for him to be bursting with inspiration at all times. If he could write another poem as famous as Drinking Alone Under the Moon, wouldn't that be like the god of poetry descending to earth? Why not take a surprise tactic and hold the match while he's asleep, catching him off guard? When Li Wenta finally wakes up from his dream, in a daze, what good poems will he be able to write? On their side, the talented scholar Zhu Yaliang was in excellent form. Although his poems were not as good as Toasting the Wine, they were not far off. With one side gaining at the expense of the other, conducting the competition beforehand is indeed the optimal solution. Therefore, he immediately requested the Northern Qi Emperor to hold the competition ahead of schedule. In Northern Qi, the sixth prince's performance of offering toasts was so outstanding that no one could rival him, leaving the scholars of Southern Qi unable to lift their heads. The morale of the Northern Qi army was high, and the emperor wanted to strike while the iron was hot. However, the emperor was not stupid, and he summoned the sixth prince to the palace that very night. When asked for advice, Li Wenta was full of confidence and declared that victory was certain. The emperor's confidence increased greatly, and he immediately agreed to the Southern Qi's request. However, we cannot agree to it casually. There is a condition: the topic must be set by the Northern Qi. To be precise, the topic was chosen by Li Wenta himself. This was an opportunity the emperor had seized for him. Alright, what are you planning to trade this time? Qin Chuan yawned. He was feeling sleepy after just finishing his meal. Sir, what do you need? Gold and silver jewelry, antiques and paintings, beautiful women and fine horses, I can provide them all. Li Wenta looked sincere, intending to go all out and make a big splash. Qin Chuan was speechless for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered such a transaction, and he didn't know what to choose. The other party provided good things, but they were not necessities for him. Having it would be a bonus, but not having it wouldn't be a big deal. He is quite interested in beautiful women, but he has too many undocumented women around him, making it difficult to arrange a relationship. He hasn't figured out Mei Aoxu's identity yet. The key issue is that you have to buy it along with a bottle of obedience potion because you don't have enough system points. It would be great if we could pay in installments. Who wouldn't want a harem? He. You can give me whatever you think is appropriate. I think you're a nice person, and I just want to make friends. Sir, you are very generous. I am determined to be your friend. Li Wenta laughed heartily, very excited. I'll save the beauty for you, and give her to me when I need her. Qin Chuan remained completely calm and composed. Li Wenta's eyes were ambiguous. I understand. Do you have any beauty and skin care prescriptions? Just give me a few. Qin Chuan suddenly remembered something. Fangjing Pharmaceutical was secretly developing a beauty drug that would soon be on the market. If you launch your own more effective beauty and skincare product and launch a fierce attack on the market, the results will definitely be impressive. If the defects in the pharmaceutical products from Fansheng Pharmaceutical are exposed later, it will definitely cripple the other party. He originally planned to find an opportunity to trade with a virtuous Taoist priest. As a cultivator, obtaining a beauty pill for mortals should be a piece of cake. However, if he were to encounter Li Wenta, who is a member of the royal family and has abundant resources, he might also have some. What a coincidence! The royal family has a beauty soup that is very effective. All the concubines in the harem use it. The empress is over 60 years old, but she still looks like she is in her 30s and is very radiant. Qin Chuan immediately perked up. He had only asked casually, with the mindset of taking a chance regardless of the outcome. Surprisingly, it actually exists. Can you get the prescription? It would be best to bring a few samples. Don't worry, this recipe isn't a secret in the royal family. It's just that one of the main ingredients is quite rare. I'll get it for you later. Li Wenta patted his chest, making a solemn vow. He was afraid that he wouldn't have what Qin Chuan needed. As long as the other party had something to ask for, the relationship could be maintained. Okay, what kind of poem would you like? This. Li Wenta scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I don't know the question yet. What the heck? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes. Why did you come to me if you don't even know the question? That's right, the topic for this competition will be set by our side, and father has given me the right to choose the topic. Li Wenta quickly explained that he had been summoned to the Golden Palace before he was fully awake, and he was still groggy. My brain is like mush, I can't think of any questions at all. Forget it, don't even think about it. I've already decided on the topic for you, the moon. I happen to have a poem about the moon right here. You're guaranteed to win. Li Wenta was overjoyed, and his gaze toward Qin Chuan became even more ardent. The person on the other end is such a nice guy, he even took care of the questions for him. What a benefactor. Without further ado, Qin Chuan immediately sent over Zhang Ruoxu's Spring River Flower Moon Night. This poem is hailed as a single masterpiece that surpasses all others in the Tang dynasty. It is the poem among poems, the pinnacle of pinnacles. The entire piece blends poetic sentiment, pictorial beauty, and philosophical insights. The imagery is clear and serene, the imagination is unique, the language is natural and elegant, and the rhythm is melodious and graceful. If the Southern Qi dynasty could write a poem that surpasses this one, Qin Chuan would simply defecate upside down. Using this poem to participate in a poetry gathering is really a bit unfair. Li Wenta glanced at it and felt confident of victory. He was overjoyed and quickly jotted it down in his notebook. His poem Drinking Alone Under the Moon already earned him the reputation of a great poet, and this poem Spring River Flower Moon Night further solidified his status as the god of poetry in the Northern Qi dynasty. From then on, no one dared to discuss poetry in front of the sixth prince. Just one question, who else? Li Mundi was so beautiful that snot was bubbling from his nose, and his mouth was stretched almost to his ears. After copying the poem, Li Wenta expressed his deepest gratitude to Qin Chuan, his thanks flowing like the Yangtze River. Since he was in the Golden Palace, he couldn't give the items to Qin Chuan and could only wait until after the poetry gathering. Qin Chuan didn't care. The transaction is complete. Name, Qin Chuan. Identity, Blue Star Trader in the Multiverse Trading System. Level, LV.0 Ordinary Trader. Experience points, 50/100. System points, 29. Time until trading partners refresh, 60 hours. Qin Chuan glanced at the system panel. Both his experience points and system points had increased. After 5 more trades, you can upgrade to LV.1 Iron Trader. Qin Chuan was very much looking forward to seeing what privileges he would have after becoming a Black Iron Trader. The problem is that the system points increase too slowly, so you can only watch helplessly as many good things are left out, which is really frustrating. Qin Chuan turned off the system panel and walked out of the room. Mei Aoxiu had finished dinner and was clearing the table. You don't need to do these things, the waiters will take care of them. It's fine, I'm just killing time anyway. Since we're so free, let's play a game. Qin Chuan smiled and hugged Mei Aoxiu's soft waist from behind. Mei Aoxiu froze, feeling as if she had been electrocuted, and her face instantly turned red. Oh no! The sound was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Qin Chuan inhaled her delicate fragrance, his face filled with ecstasy. Blood rushed up instantly. The initial surge of passion was transferred to another head, growing in an ambiguous atmosphere. Their breathing gradually became rapid. Just as she was about to cross the line, Mei Aoxiu suddenly came to her senses. Master, no! She grabbed Qin Chuan's hand, her eyes glazed over, struggling to maintain her last shred of reason. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, suppressed his primal desires, and withdrew his hand. I lit a cigarette and went out onto the balcony. The night breeze carried away a wisp of smoke. Half of it enters the gentle breeze, and half enters the throat. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Before I'd even finished half a cigarette, I'd received over a dozen friend requests. Qin Chuan was completely dumbfounded. Is this a case of being scammed by telecom fraud? Big data is so powerful these days. I just got some money and I'm already being targeted? I picked up my phone and looked at it, and found that all the profile pictures were of women. Clicking through to see the detailed information revealed that they were all hotel staff. Did I accidentally puncture a spider web? However, most of the profile pictures are of young and pretty girls. However, 2 of them clearly weren't young. Even with the beauty filters turned up to the extreme, their faces covered in powder, and their lips painted bright red, they still couldn't hide the marks of time. At first glance, it looks like it was just unearthed. Their online names are Flowers Bloom and Wealth and Blessings Fill the World. Damn it! Qin Chuan almost threw up. Wasn't this the cleaning lady? Do you look down on young Master Qin's taste? He was so frightened that he quickly deleted the message and immediately turned off his phone. My heart was pounding, and I instantly lost all interest. After stubbing out his cigarette, Qin Chuan fell into deep thought, roughly guessing what had happened. It's highly likely that his affair with several hotel staff members was leaked. Those with quick minds started contacting him, using him as a tool to make money. After all, he's very generous. A casual sparring match can earn him tens of thousands in service fees, which is equivalent to half a year's salary. Who could resist such temptation? The young girl is one thing, but what are you 2 middle-aged women doing here? The thought of flowers blooming and wealth and blessings filling the world made Qin Chuan shudder. I can't stay in the hotel anymore, I need to buy a house and get out of here. Qin Chuan didn't sleep well that night. There were always strange women loitering and lingering at the door, occasionally knocking on his door. Even in the middle of the night, lavishly dressed figures of flowers bloom and wealth and blessings fill the world would appear at the door and bang on it. Qin Chuan felt like he was about to crack open. In a fit of anger, he filed a complaint directly with headquarters, and only then did things calm down. I woke up at 9 o'clock. Qin Chuan suddenly remembered that he had arranged to meet a girl at May Square today, so he quickly got up and washed up. The time was around 8 o'clock, and it's already past 9 o'clock now. I don't know if the other person is still there. Oh well, I'm already late anyway, a little more won't matter. After washing up, Qin Chuan ordered 2 more breakfasts and ate them leisurely with Mei Aoxiu. Suddenly, his computer screen lit up. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, knowing that the fish were already impatient. This was a backdoor he deliberately left so that the other party could contact him. Otherwise, given his hacking skills, Yang Shilia wouldn't have been able to breach the firewall he set up. Advanced hunters usually appear as prey. A message popped up on the screen, "Why aren't you here yet? I've been waiting for an hour. Aren't you scared?" Qin Chuan typed while eating fried dough sticks. Almost there, almost there. The other party needs his help, so why the rush? After finishing my meal, I dressed neatly, put on my glass fire pattern nail polish as the innermost layer, combed my hair, shaved, and used hairspray to style it. Yeah, he looks pretty handsome after a makeover. Shin Chuan silently gave himself a thumbs up. Then he slowly led Mei Aoxu downstairs. To avoid being harassed by female hotel staff, especially the two exceptional ones, blooming flowers and wealth, and full of fortune, Shin Chuan chose to take the elevator directly to the basement level. I had just gotten into the car when the other party sent me another message. Are you even a man? How can you make a girl wait this long? Shin Chuan chuckled and replied, this time it's really close, just wait for me a little longer. On the other side, Yang Shiliu and Su Yi had already arrived. For safety reasons, the two scouted the location half an hour in advance, fearing that Shin Chuan might have brought men to ambush them. Although Su Yi was very confident in her kung fu, even a hero can't fight against a crowd, and two fists can't defeat four hands. If the other side has more people, she won't be able to handle it. Thankfully, everything is normal, the coffee shop is not crowded. So the two ordered breakfast and coffee and ate while they waited. I waited from 7:30 until almost 10 o'clock, but I didn't see a single person. Yang Shiliu got her coffee refilled 3 times and went to the restroom twice. You bastard, you're not going to stand us up, are you? Yang Shiliu took a big bite of the cake, grinding her teeth in anger. Didn't he say he'd be here soon? Let's wait a little longer. If he's not here by 10:30, we'll leave. Su Yi remained relatively calm. After all, she was the one asking for a favor, so waiting a little longer was nothing. Shin Chuan had already arrived at May Square. He parked his car, circled around to make sure there was nothing amiss, and then headed towards Rooksin coffee shop. He was also afraid that the other side would be uncivilized and secretly lay in ambush. From a distance, through the glass window, I could see 2 girls sitting by the window. Shin Chuan watched for a while and confirmed that they were waiting for him. He instructed Mei Aoxu to go in first and find a secluded spot so she could protect him at any time. After Mei Aoxu went inside and sat down, Shin Chuan sent a message to Yang Shiliu via computer. I've arrived. Where are you? Upon seeing Shin Chuan's message, Yang Shiliu immediately became nervous. Yi, he's here. What do we do? What do we do? Don't worry, I'm right here. Just say what I've taught you. Su Yi held her little hand and encouraged her. Yang Shiliu nodded, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. Then she replied, Rooksin Cafe, by the window, wearing a white dress. After sending it, my heart started pounding uncontrollably again. Su Yi picked up her coffee and food from the table and looked for other empty seats. The coffee shop was very busy, and there were many people around. I looked around but couldn't find any empty seats. Finally, Su Yi turned her gaze to a corner. There was a seat there, occupied by only one beautiful woman. Her aloof demeanor made her seem like a snow lotus from the Tianshan Mountains, so captivating that one dared not look directly at her and could only admire her from afar. This might be why the empty seat opposite her was not occupied. If she were an ordinary beautiful woman, she would definitely have many men trying to chat with her, because they felt that as long as they put in a little effort, there was hope if they just licked it. Women with exceptional and refined qi, a kind of refined elegance, and extreme beauty tend to attract fewer attention. Most people feel that they cannot control or manage it. Su Yi gave a polite smile. Hello, may I sit here? Oh, Mei Aoxu frowned slightly and gave a faint reply. Aside from Shin Chuan, she doesn't like interacting with other people. Thanks. Su Yi put down her coffee and food and sat down gracefully. Yang Shiliu held her coffee cup, looking nervous, and secretly glanced around. Peeping Tom? Suddenly, a male voice came from behind. Yang Shiliu was startled. She turned around and saw Shin Chuan with his hands in his pockets, looking at her with a mocking expression. For some reason, her pretty face suddenly turned red. The arrogant and unruly attitude he displayed online has completely disappeared. You are that. Yang Shiliu rubbed the hem of her clothes, speaking haltingly. Su Yi, standing to the side, put her hand to her forehead, speechless. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shin Chuan. What's yours? Shin Chuan sat down opposite him naturally, took the coffee the other person had drunk from, and sipped it. The audacity of the person left Yang Shiliu speechless. You. She pointed to the cup, her face flushed. That's the coffee I drank. It's okay, I don't mind. Shin Chuan leaned back lazily in his chair, looking quite calm. This completely stumped Yang Shiliu. She had never encountered this situation before and was completely helpless, her head buzzing. This is completely different from what I imagined. The other party doesn't play by the rules at all and is not gentlemanly at all. You haven't answered my question yet. What's your name? Shin Chuan remained calm and composed, maintaining control of the situation. Why should I tell you? Yang Shiliu's face turned red, and after a long while, she blurted out a sentence. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. Let me guess, your name is Yang Shiliu, a senior student in the Department of Computer Science at Donghai University, a computer genius, and your online code name is the cat who doesn't eat fish. You investigated me? Yang Shiliu clenched her fists and exclaimed in surprise, her cheeks puffed out in anger. If you can investigate me, why can't I investigate you? Qin Chuan calmly countered with a question. Why did you attack my computer? What ulterior motive do you have? Do you know that this is illegal? Qin Chuan's 3 consecutive questions completely baffled Yang Shiliu. He could tell that this girl was naive and inexperienced, and also a bit socially awkward. I didn't mean to. Yang Shiliu was immediately defeated and made that move. Su Yi, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. This girl, Sai, always messes up at crucial moments. There's nothing she can do. I should have known better than to let her come. She planned to go there and talk to Qin Chuan in person. Just as he was about to get up, Mei Aixu across from him suddenly spoke up. You'd better stay seated. Su Yi was surprised, wondering if she had misheard. Are you talking to me? Mei Aixu's eyes were like a deep, cold pool, staring intently at her. Su Yi felt a chill run down her spine under her gaze, as if she were being stared at by a ferocious beast. She immediately realized that this person was a trained fighter and must be a helper that Qin Chuan had called. I was careless, the other side really doesn't know any martial ethics. However, Su Yi was not intimidated. She had practiced taekwondo since childhood and was confident in her skills. His chin was slightly raised, his eyes sharpened, and he showed no weakness. What if I insist on getting up? Mei Aixu's lips curled into a mocking smile. She reached out her slender hand, picked up a fork in front of Su Yi, kneaded it into a ball like dough, and gently placed it in front of Su Yi. Su Yi's heart tightened suddenly, her face changed drastically, and she sat there without daring to move. That's terrifying. Is this even human? Her head was spinning, and she instantly lost all courage. Let her come here. Qin Chuan knew that the person who really wanted to find him was Su Yi. He turned around and shouted something to Mei Aixu. You can go now. Mei Aixu nodded slightly, her voice not loud, but she possessed an irresistible and powerful aura. Su Yi was completely stunned, her body stiff and tense. Upon hearing Mei Aixu's words, he instinctively got up and walked towards Qin Chuan. Only after getting away from Mei Aixu did the oppressive feeling in my heart disappear. Su Yi took a deep breath and tried to regain her composure. Speak, what do you want from me? After teasing the somewhat naive Yang Shiliu, Qin Chuan got straight to the point. When dealing with a shrewd and strong woman like Su Yi, the best approach is to be direct. All the fancy stuff is useless. What kind of situation haven't they seen? When Qin Chuan faced a woman, his Ren and Du meridians were completely unlocked. I won't kneel or lick boots, do whatever you want. The main theme is doing whatever you want. The more indifferent you appear, the more attention you'll attract to women. Sir, you're a man of few words, so I won't waste any more time. I want the dirt you have on Fangjeng Pharmaceutical. Name your price. Would you believe me if I said I didn't? Qin Chuan smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. If not, then please forgive my intrusion. Su Yi pulled Yang Shiliu and walked outside. Qin Chuan was completely dumbfounded. This woman doesn't play by the rules. Are you trying to play games with me? I won't indulge you then, since I'm not the one in a hurry anyway. Qin Chuan remained as steady as Mount Tai, picking up his coffee and sipping it slowly. Yang Shiliu quietly turned around and saw Qin Chuan pick up his cup and drink coffee again, and immediately stomped her foot. How could this guy be so shameless? No, I have to teach him a lesson. With Su Yi by his side, Yang Shiliu felt emboldened and suddenly felt capable again. With a haughty wave of her hand, she turned to confront Qin Chuan. Hey, wait a minute, why isn't Su Yi pulling me back? After taking 2 steps, Yang Shiliu realized that Su Yi hadn't followed, and she immediately felt deflated. They desperately tried to wink at each other. Su Yi ignored him, taking slow, deliberate steps until she reached the door, but still didn't hear Qin Chuan's attempt to stop her. She broke down, clenched her fists, stomped her foot, and walked back. I need the information you have, 300,000 yuan a month. Su Yi bit her lip, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan crossed his legs, unhurried and relaxed. It's not about the money. 500,000. Su Yi offered a new price. Qin Chuan shook his head. Don't be too greedy with 1 million. These things are like time bombs in your hands. Be careful of the backlash. Su Yi's beautiful eyes flickered a few times as she kindly offered a reminder. I've said it before, it's not about money, I have no interest in money. Is this something a human being would say? You say you have no interest in money? Are you interested in me? Qin Chuan's eyes swept over Su Yi a few times, immediately arousing her alertness. Su Yi's pretty face turned frosty and her expression darkened. Don't have unrealistic fantasies. You're overthinking it. Qin Chuan shook his head. I just don't trust you. What if you're on the Fang family side and turn around and sell me out? Wouldn't I be a huge victim? I guarantee with my personal reputation that the situation you described will absolutely not happen. Personal reputation is the most unreliable thing. I don't even trust myself, let alone you. We just met, I don't even know your name, and we don't have any relationship. Why should I trust you? You. Su Yi was speechless. Qin Chuan was unyielding, and she was at a loss for what to do. He thought that by asking for a high price, he could easily get what he wanted. Unexpectedly, Qin Chuan had such a big appetite, refusing to spend even $1 million. She felt that Qin Chuan disagreed because he wanted to offer a higher price. They thought they had a rare commodity to be hoarded. In the past, she wouldn't have minded asking for a high price. But now the company is in financial difficulty, and its cash flow is almost cut off. That $1 million was her own savings, she really didn't have any more. After hesitating for a moment, she pulled Yang Shiliu aside and whispered, "Shiliu, how much money do you have? Lend it to me first." Yang Shiliu took a card out of her bag. "All my pocket money is here. I don't know the exact amount, but I estimate it's around $1 million or so." "Okay, lend it to me for now, I'll pay you back later." After obtaining Yang Shiliu's card, Su Yi returned. He took out his own card and slapped it in front of Qin Chuan. "There are over $2 million in these two cards, is that enough?" Qin Chuan raised his eyes slightly. "I've said it before, it's not about money. Can't you understand human language?" Su Yi was furious. He wanted nothing more than to slap Qin Chuan across the face. This guy's words are really unpleasant to hear, he has such a foul mouth. If it weren't for Mei Aoxu lurking behind them, she would have given Qin Chuan a real lesson with her fiery temper. Are all men these days so tasteless? Just as the stalemate was reaching its conclusion, Su Yi's phone rang. She glanced at the number and walked to a corner to answer it. After finishing the call, a look of joy appeared on Su Yi's face. He picked up the two cards, grabbed Yang Shiliu, and walked out without looking back. "Yi, don't we want what he has?" Su Yi's behavior before and after was so different that it puzzled Yang Shiliu. Let's put that aside for now, there are other, more important things to do. Qin Chuan was somewhat bewildered as he watched the two beautiful women walk away. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking the number, it was Chen Saiyao. Qin Chuan answered the phone, and Chen Saiyao's clear voice came from the other end. "Boss, are you free right now? I didn't have time before, but I do now." "Okay, I'll give you a spot. Come over here now." After hanging up the phone, Chen Saiyao sent him her location. The location is Nyomi Live Company. Qin Chuan guessed that the streaming company she was supposed to be contacting must have made some progress. I must say, Chen Saiyao is incredibly efficient and decisive. Qin Chuan was very satisfied and was thinking about how to reward her to boost her morale. You can't just expect the horse to run without feeding it. He didn't want to be a heartless boss who relentlessly exploited his employees. Only when employees are treated well will they be willing to work hard. Making empty promises is useless, there are no fools these days. Nothing beats real gold and silver. With Mei Aoxu by their side, they quickly arrived at Nyomi Company, following the address given by Chen Saiyao. Chen Saiyao was already waiting downstairs. Seeing Mei Aoxu behind Qin Chuan, he was clearly taken aback. But she didn't say anything and led the two upstairs as if nothing had happened. In the elevator, Qin Chuan introduced the two to each other. "This is Mei Aoxu, my bodyguard. This is Chen Saiyao, my #1 secretary, and so far, my only employee." The two women nodded politely, which was considered a greeting. The elevator stopped on the 10th floor, where an assistant greeted them and led the three to the conference room. The conference room is very large, about 100 square meters. The interior is very luxurious, with a smart screen, sofas, and a tea bar. The assistant poured hot tea for the three of them and told them that the boss would be there soon. During the wait, Chen Saiyao gave Qin Chuan a brief report. "This is the headquarters of Nyomi Live. The entire 10th floor has been purchased, covering more than 1,000 square meters. The streaming media industry is currently highly competitive and increasingly dominated by leading companies. Small companies like Nyomi Live are finding it increasingly difficult to survive. At its peak, Nyomi Live had as many as 60 million registered users. Of course, this is just the registration data on paper, the actual number of active users is only a few million. With the entry of internet giants, the market share was quickly taken over by a few large platforms. Small companies can only survive by operating in the cracks. Nyomi Live's current situation is also not optimistic, otherwise it would not be seeking financing." Qin Chuan got a general idea of what was going on. Soon, the assistant led someone in. "Hello everyone, this is our company's boss, Mr. Su." Qin Chuan looked up and exclaimed, "Holy crap! How could it be her? What a coincidence!" Su Yi was also stunned when she saw Qin Chuan. "It feels like the world is so small. How could we run into this? Hello, Ms. Su, this is Chen Sayeo, who contacted you before. This is my boss, Qin Chuan. You can discuss the specific plan with him. Chen Sayeo stood up, shook hands with Su Yi, and took the initiative to introduce herself. Oh, hello. Su Yi quickly regained her composure. She's come to terms with it now. Qin Chuan's previous disdain for her 2 million wasn't just bragging. The other party has the ability to acquire her live streaming company, so a mere 2 million is certainly not a big deal to them. I apologize for any offense I may have caused, Mr. Qin. Su Yi smiled and shook hands with Qin Chuan. It's all right. Please have a seat, Mr. Qin. Xiao, go brew President Qin a good cup of tea, use my Dahong Pao. Yes, Mr. Su. Assistant Xiao nodded. Mr. Qin, I've already heard that you're interested in investing in our company? Su Yi got straight to the point. To correct you, it should be acquisition. Qin Chuan took a sip of water and said with a smile. Acquisition? Su Yi was stunned. Chen Sayeo hadn't mentioned an acquisition when she contacted her. On second thought, it's not impossible. As long as the price is reasonable, we'll acquire it. Anyway, she just casually invested in this live streaming company to practice back then. At the time, it was a hot trend and its development was quite good. The economic climate has been bad these past few years, and things are getting worse. We need to keep burning money. All the money we earned in the past few years has been poured into it, and keeping it would only be a burden. I have no regrets about it. Moreover, with the family business facing major problems, she needs to focus all her energy on the Su group. They also lack the energy to manage the live streaming company. In that case, Mr. Qin, please take a look at Nyomi Company's data reports first. As Su Yi spoke, she instructed her subordinates to bring over the company's financial report. Nyomi Live was founded in 2025. In just 5 years, it has accumulated 60 million registered users, with daily active users consistently exceeding 5 million. At its peak, its market share reached 15%. Su Yi held a thick stack of documents and explained them to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was most afraid of this kind of scene, which reminded him of the times when his teacher gave him extra tutoring when he was in school. That guy, he wanted to sleep as soon as he heard the lecture, but he didn't dare to sleep. It was so uncomfortable. It's absolutely killing me. Anyway, he wouldn't understand it, and even if he did, he wouldn't believe it. These days, how many companies actually submit accurate financial reports? What's shown to the public has definitely been beautified and is ready to be displayed. Qin Chuan may not understand, but he's not stupid. President Su, there's no need to look at the financial report. You know what I do. If I want to investigate, no secret can be kept. I've looked into Nyomi Live. You can give me your own offer, and if it's suitable, we can sign the contract now. Qin Chuan casually tossed a stack of reports onto the table, leaned back in his executive chair, crossed his legs, and spoke nonchalantly. His demeanor made Su Yi a little unsure. Qin Chuan is a computer expert, she knows that, and she has also experienced it firsthand. He said he had looked into Nyomi Company, so it was definitely not just hearsay. With his abilities, if he really wanted to investigate something, the company's crappy system simply couldn't stop him. Since they have the ability, there's no point in playing games. However, apart from that, she knew nothing about Qin Chuan. In the entire Donghai city, there are not many people capable of acquiring her company. She knows a thing or two about them, and even if she doesn't know them personally, she's heard of them. Qin Chuan, however, was mysterious and enigmatic, making him impossible to understand. Without making a sound, he immediately sent Yang Shiliu a message, help me find out what Qin Chuan's background is. Since President Qin is so straightforward, I'll be frank. Nyomi Live has been established for 5 years, with an investment of over 200 million yuan. It ranks among the top 50 in the entire Tang Kingdom, and its peak market value was 1.2 billion yuan. Of course, the market has been bad these past 2 years, and it has declined somewhat, but we have a solid foundation, advanced technology, a complete database, and our AI big model is about to be completed. To be honest, if it weren't for the financial problems of the family business, I really wouldn't be willing to sell it. Qin Chuan listened patiently to Su Yi talk for a long time, but she still didn't get to the point, which was very frustrating. Even if the other person is a beautiful woman with a lovely voice, he has no patience for her. He interrupted her directly, saying, "Be quick, give me a price." Su Yi sat up straight and pursed her lips. 2 billion. Why don't you just rob it? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes. He's rich, but not stupid. Given the current situation of Nyomi Live, even if they offered to pay someone to take it over, they might not find anyone. He's asking for 2 billion right off the bat? They're dreaming. Mr. Qin is a straightforward person, so how about I offer a discount, 1.5 billion? Su Yi took a sip of tea, feeling somewhat guilty. Previously, a company wanted to acquire Naomi, but was only willing to offer 200 million yuan and also demanded that Su Yi pay compensation to all employees. In the end, I'll only get a little over 100 million yuan at most, and with all the miscellaneous expenses, it's a huge loss. She resolutely refused. 15 billion? Qin Chuan frowned and shook his head. Su Yi was somewhat uncertain. The Su group urgently needed funds to stay afloat, and even 1.5 billion yuan could only barely sustain it. Although she knew that the price was impossible to negotiate, she still believed that business always involves bargaining. Quote, a higher price, and both sides can negotiate back and forth, eventually making a profit. If you quote too low, the other party can bargain back and you won't make any profit. Then, Mr. Qin, would you like to name a price? Su Yi said with difficulty, already prepared to be cut in half. 3 billion. Qin Chuan spoke calmly. 3 billion. Su Yi felt a bit dizzy and her brain wasn't working properly. She suspected that Qin Chuan was either deliberately causing trouble or was sick. Could a normal person do something like this? Is this how you bargain? This was the first time she had ever encountered a reverse bargaining situation. President Qin, are you sure you're not joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Qin Chuan remained calm. Just then, Su Yi's phone received a message from Yang Shiliu. Yang Shilia truly lives up to his reputation as a hacker genius. He managed to compile detailed information about Qin Chuan in such a short time. Qin Chuan, gender, male, Han nationality, height, 181 centimeters, age, 26, place of origin, group 5, Dehedinguzi, Linchui Town, Xingyang County, Yuzhou. He was abandoned by his parents at a young age because he had a congenital heart disease and was adopted by Qin Laosan, an old bachelor from the same village. The year Qin Chuan graduated from university, Qin Laosan kicked the bucket and went to the other side. His academic performance was mediocre from elementary school to university. He barely passed the entrance exams for junior high, middle school, and college. He has always been an inconspicuous nobody. It is said that he applied for a student grant at university and also took out a loan, which he just finished paying off this year. Just last week, a top-tier black card from Blue Star suddenly appeared under his name. This kind of black card is of extremely high level, and there are no more than 100 of them on the entire planet Earth. In the Tang dynasty, there were definitely no more than 10. Even with Yang Shilia's technical skills, he was unable to obtain detailed information or the transaction history of this card. However, one thing is certain, this type of account has the highest level of privileges and offers unrestricted payments. The source of funds is completely legitimate and legal. After reading Qin Chuan's information, Su Yi was completely stunned. His background is as ordinary as can be. How could someone like that have a black card? The black card account is linked to the identity, so it cannot be used by anyone other than the person in question. These cards are extremely rare worldwide, there's nowhere to steal them, and even if you could, you couldn't use them. Would someone with a black card let you steal it and squander it freely? Keep dreaming, anything can happen in dreams. Moreover, according to Yang Shilia's investigation, Qin Chuan's bodyguards also appeared suddenly in the last few days. No personal information can be found, it's highly confidential. This is very confusing. Would an ordinary person have a bodyguard by their side? Nobody would believe that. Su Yi had been in close contact with Mei Aixu, and the sense of pressure Mei Aixu exerted on her was something even her taekwondo teacher couldn't match. They were simply not in the same league. Such a master would cost millions to hire. You're telling me someone who can afford a bodyguard costing millions a year is just an ordinary person? Based on Su Yi's understanding of Yang Shiliu, the information she provided was absolutely reliable. Although she is slightly less adept at interpersonal skills, her professional skills are reliable. Then there is only one possibility. Qin Chuan's information has been altered. The information presented in the open is merely a smokescreen. There is an astonishing force behind him, deliberately concealing his true identity. Such a background is terrifying to even think about. At least based on Su Yi's understanding, even if her grandfather were alive and had close ties with high-ranking officials, it would be difficult for the Su family to achieve that. Terrifying. This is probably a young master from a reclusive family who has come out to gain experience. That's the only explanation. Su Yi's mind raced, and the more she thought about it, the more terrified she became, until she was completely stunned. Quickly send a message to Yang Shiliu, stop investigating Qin Chuan immediately. His background is extremely terrifying, and we can't afford to mess with him. Why? Wasn't his grandfather a farmer? Yang Shiliu was sitting in Su Yi's office, a little confused when she saw the message. Does a farmer have a world-class black card? Yang Shiliu suddenly realized what was going on and quickly stopped trying to uncover Qin Chuan's identity. Knowing too much can bring unforeseen trouble. It's better to avoid trouble. Composing herself, Su Yi pretended not to know anything and forced herself to remain calm. Mr. Qin, forgive my bluntness, but there must be some conditions attached to your offer, right? Having been in business for so many years, she's seen all kinds of people. The world is bustling with activity, all for the sake of profit. The world is in turmoil, all for the sake of gain. She absolutely did not believe in free lunches. Even if they did, they would kill someone. This is especially true in the business world, where everything is clearly priced. Even the CEO of a large corporation will argue fiercely over tens of millions of dollars, refusing to give an inch. Everything is for maximizing profits, and any means are justified in doing so. She had never seen anyone like Qin Chuan who would willingly give her money. She would never dare to accept the money without understanding the other party's purpose. That's right, I do have the terms. Of the 3 billion, 500 million will be used to acquire Nyomi Company, 500 million will be used as operating funds for the company's restructuring, and the remaining 2 billion will be used to buy this office building. I don't like sharing office space with other companies, it looks low class. Qin Chuan's requirements were very simple. He doesn't care about money now. He still has a lot of gold and jewelry in the system that he hasn't cashed out yet. If it's not enough, there are plenty of them from the Taoist priest. He can exchange them for whatever he wants. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Qin Chuan's conditions. What she feared did not happen. Fortunately, the other person didn't have any romantic feelings for her, otherwise she really wouldn't know what to do. I agree, it makes me seem materialistic and too realistic. She might disagree, but given Qin Chuan's status and background, she simply couldn't afford to offend him. Mr. Qin, may I make a small request? Please speak. The company's employees have been with me for many years and have top-notch business skills. I implore Mr. Qin to treat them well after the acquisition and not to lay off employees unless absolutely necessary. Su Yi's plea was very sincere, and it was clear that she genuinely cared about her employees. Who said I was going to lay off employees? You'll still be in charge of the company. I only have one request, make it bigger and stronger. Money is not a problem. Qin Chuan only wants to be a hands-off boss, dream on him managing the company. Ah, Su Yi was shocked. Is there really such a good thing? Of course I won't let you work for free. I'll give you 10% of the shares, plus salary and bonuses. It's just a matter of whether you're interested or not. Cheers. Su Yi wasn't stupid. She knew she might as well do this good thing. If she could get on Qin Chuan's good side, her family might be able to weather the crisis safely. She immediately walked quickly to Qin Chuan and shook hands with him. President Qin, it's a pleasure to do business with you. It's a pleasure doing business with you. The two looked at each other and smiled. The remaining contract signing process was cumbersome, and Qin Chuan didn't have the patience to wait, so he entrusted it all to Chen Saiyao. After finishing his business here, Qin Chuan planned to leave. Su Yi and Chen Saiyao escorted them all the way downstairs. Qin Chuan called Chen Saiyao aside, put his arm around her waist, and said with a smile, "You've worked hard. What reward would you like?" Chen Saiyao glanced at Mei Aixu not far away, feeling a little jealous. With a woman's innate and powerful sixth sense, she felt that there must be something fishy going on between Qin Chuan and this female bodyguard. "I want you." Chen Saiyao gave Qin Chuan a light punch on the chest with a half-smile. "I was always yours." Qin Chuan chuckled, his gaze meeting the mountains and rivers. "From now on, your salary will be doubled. In addition, you will be assigned an assistant team. You can recruit as many people as you need. There will be more and more work to do in the future, and I will feel sorry for you if you get too tired." Chen Saiyao felt a warmth in her heart. "At least you have some conscience. You've almost exhausted me these past 2 days. Also, have a reliable lawyer review the acquisition agreement with Nyomi Company. It's always good to be cautious." "Okay." Chen Saiyao happily agreed. After finishing his business here, Qin Chuan left with Mei Aixu. Chen Saiyao also had to deal with the acquisition, so she rushed to find a lawyer. Back at the hotel, Li Wenta sent over the items from yesterday's transaction. Qin Chuan activated the system to check. "Wow, that's amazing." In the system space, gold and silver jewelry, antiques and calligraphy and paintings were piled up like small mountains, a dazzling array. Seeing these things, it's obvious that Li Wenta must have won the poetry competition. Otherwise, this kid wouldn't have brought out so many good things. Qin Chuan was very confident about this. He didn't believe that anyone in the Southern Qi dynasty could write a poem comparable to Spring River Flower Moon Night. The Tang dynasty only produced one poem in thousands of years. What can the small Southern Qi dynasty compare to? Strangely, Li Wenta delivered the items for the transaction, said goodbye, and then disappeared. Qin Chuan was puzzled, as the boy seemed rather uninterested. "Why are you acting like you've lost a loved one when you've clearly won?" Li Wenta didn't say, and he was too lazy to ask. Qin Chuan wasn't particularly interested in antiques or calligraphy, but a box made of Phoebe Jenny's wood next to him caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, it contained 5 small bottles made of mutton fat jade, exquisitely crafted and warm to the touch. The box and the small jade bottle alone are quite valuable. There was a note at the bottom of the box with the recipe for the beauty soup written on it. Qin Chuan glanced at it briefly. The medicinal herbs inside were all very common and not difficult to obtain on Blue Star. Only one ingredient was marked by Li Wenta in red pen: Golden Silkworm Elixir. This stuff is the key to the prescription, irreplaceable, and only Gushingxing has it. Li Wenta prepared 2 bottles for Qin Chuan. Fortunately, the demand for this medicine is not large. 1 bottle is enough to make 500 servings of the beauty soup. Li Wenta gave Qin Chuan 1,000 portions directly, which was quite generous. With the prescription in hand, the next step is to find people to test it. This is another big problem. However, Qin Chuan already had a target, he just needed the right opportunity. After putting away the medicine box, Qin Chuan took out some gold and silver and exchanged it for 5 billion Tang Dynasty currency with the system. The acquisition of Nyomi Company and the sale of office buildings cost 3 billion yuan in one go. With less than 3 billion yuan left in his bank account, Qin Chuan felt uneasy. Having a company will inevitably increase expenses significantly. Billions simply won't be enough to build it. We need to raise some more money. Surprisingly, even with billions in cash on hand, one still has to worry about money. My life is so miserable. Qin Chuan inwardly groaned. Just as Qin Chuan was about to close the system panel, several colorful stones among the pair of precious objects given to him by Li Wenta caught his attention. Extract immediately. The colorful stone appeared in Qin Chuan's hand. His eyes widened immediately. Holy crap! This is actually a spirit stone? Qin Chuan was overjoyed. You search high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Holding the colorful stone in his hand, Qin Chuan could clearly feel the rich and pure spiritual energy contained within it. Compared to the 2 pieces given by the great Taoist priest, this is like heaven and earth. Needless to say, the unscrupulous Taoist priest definitely gave out substandard products, and they might even have been used before. The virtuous Taoist priest's character: oh, this guy has absolutely no character, he's utterly lacking in morality. While Qin Chuan was excited, he didn't forget to give the Taoist priest a piece of his mind. Stepping out of the room, Qin Chuan showed the spirit stones in his hand to Mei Aoxiu. Aoxiu, do you recognize this? Mei Aoxiu took the spirit stone, examined it carefully, and then said, Master, this is jade. It can be found everywhere on Gushan Star. However, this piece of jade is of good quality and is very handy. What? Jade? And it's everywhere? Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment. He then took out his phone and showed Mei Aoxiu some pictures of jade found online. Take another look at this. What is it now? Mei Aoxiu looked at it for a while, then said somewhat uncertainly, This is just an ordinary stone, but it looks strangely beautiful. Qin Chuan was completely dumbfounded. What is priceless jade on Earth is just an ordinary stone on Gushan Star. The spirit stones that cultivators in the Big Dipper starfield regard as treasures are actually just jade stones that can be found everywhere on Gushan Star. Goodness, Qin Chuan's mind raced, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. It seems that the deal between Dade Dayashi and Li Wenta has only just begun. With this discovery, he can confidently become a middleman, expand his business, and create new glories. He discovered a tremendous business opportunity. This has great potential. He. Ha ha ha. Mei Aoxiu looked at Qin Chuan, who was grinning foolishly, with a puzzled expression. Qin Chuan excitedly hugged Mei Aoxiu and kissed her fair, jade-like face several times. Aoxiu, you are truly my lucky star. Mei Aoxiu's face was covered in Qin Chuan's saliva, and she giggled along with him. When Qin Chuan was happy, she was inexplicably happy too. Let's go buy a house. Qin Chuan is impulsive. He had just returned when he dragged Mei Aoxiu out to find a real estate agent. Mei Aoxiu followed Qin Chuan diligently without complaint. Qin Chuan was in a hurry to buy a house for 2 reasons. First, hotels were inconvenient. Now that he had access to spirit stones, staying in a hotel to cultivate would easily lead to leaks and cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, there are recent rumors circulating in the hotel that he is a mysterious rich second-generation heir who runs a harem at the hotel and accepts all women who come to him. As a result, he receives dozens of harassing phone calls every day, all from people wanting to be his friend. Even worse, some people would bang on doors in the middle of the night, acting like madmen. Qin Chuan was thoroughly annoyed. After all, he had played high-level games before, and not just anyone could catch his eye. Most importantly, Li Wenta was going to send him several original beauties, who were said to have received royal training and were proficient in everything from music and chess to calligraphy and painting, cooking, and spoon-making. Qin Chuan couldn't wait any longer. I must buy a house, preferably a detached villa. Otherwise, how could he keep a mistress in a golden house? I contacted several real estate agencies, but I couldn't find a suitable property. After much searching, I finally found a suitable place, and it turned out to be the Guanhu No. 1 villa community, which was recommended. Qin Chuan immediately lost his temper. Damn it, What kind of class do I have that you want me to live in the same neighborhood as that beast Fang? I immediately switched to the next one. The beautiful young saleswoman was left standing bewildered in the wind, completely lost. Qin Chuan smoked a cigarette in the car and felt a little tired. I looked around and visited more than a dozen properties, but none of them were suitable. Either the price is too low, the apartment is too small, or it lacks privacy. In the past, when we didn't have money, buying a house was a luxury, as difficult as climbing to the sky. Now that I have money, I still can't buy the house I want. Who can I complain to? After thinking for a moment, I finally called Chen Sayeo and asked her to help me make a recommendation. Chen Sayeo was also completely bewildered. She was just an ordinary working person and had no idea about high-end villas or anything like that. In the past, when looking at houses, I only dared to look at low-end, affordable housing developments or remote areas far from the city center. I wouldn't even dare to dream of a villa. That's something a wage slave can only dream of. Wait a minute, I'm working on the contract with Ms. Su. Let me ask her. A moment later, Chen Sayeo pushed Su Yi's WeChat contact card to Qin Chuan. Brother, this is Ms. Su's WeChat. One of her friends is buying a house. You can take a look. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan added Su Yi on WeChat. It passed quickly. Su Yi gave him a number. President Qin, this is Mr. Ma's private phone number from Donghai Construction. He has a villa that he urgently needs to sell. If it's cash on delivery, he can offer a discount. I've already spoken to him. You can discuss it directly when you meet. Qin Chuan replied, thank you. I dialed the number directly. The call was quickly connected, and the two parties agreed to meet at the entrance of Xingai Bay Villa. Qin Chuan set the destination and activated the M10's autopilot function. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the Xingai Bay Villa area. The villa complex is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, scattered amidst a sea of green. The scenery is beautiful and pleasant. Qin Chuan got off the car and looked out. The autumn waters blended with the sky, and the sunset glowed alongside the lone wild goose. The scenery is breathtaking. I can only give it a huge thumbs up. At the main entrance, a capable woman with wavy hair, gold-rimmed glasses, a business suit, long black stockings, and high heels was waiting early. She looks like the CEO's secretary. Qin Chuan walked over. Hello, this is Qin Chuan. I'm looking for Mr. Ma. The secretary gave a charming smile. Hello, Mr. Qin. Mr. Ma is inside. I'll take you in. Qin Chuan and Mei Aixu followed Secretary Ma to a villa. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a simple appearance walked over with a smile. You're Mr. Qin, the CEO Miss Su introduced. When Ma Zaiwan first saw Qin Chuan, he could hardly believe it. The other party is too young, and no one in the East China Sea region has ever heard of such a person. Mr. Ma, this is Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan extended his hand and shook hands warmly with the other person. I never imagined that President Qin is so young and handsome. He truly is a young talent. Ma Zaiwan offered his compliments with a smile. Su Yi had reminded him over the phone that this President Qin was no ordinary person. He thought it was some kind of superhuman being with 3 heads and 6 arms, and waited expectantly for a long time. To his surprise, the other person's age was much greater than he had expected. If Su Yi hadn't spoken with such conviction, he really wouldn't have believed it. Mr. Ma, let's not stand on ceremony. I'm in a hurry, let's go straight to the villa. Qin Chuan dislikes being polite to people. It's a complete waste of his energy. Why can't we just get straight to the point and keep it simple? President Qin is decisive and speaks his mind. Let's get straight to the point. Xiao Yi, please introduce him to President Qin. Yes, Mr. Ma. Secretary Yi nodded and gestured for Qin Chuan to proceed. Mr. Qin, this way please. Qin Chuan led Mei Aixu through the villa gate. Ma Zaiwan lagged behind, watching Qin Chuan and Mei Aixu's retreating figures, and couldn't help but admire them repeatedly. President Qin appears unassuming and reserved, lacking the impetuousness often associated with young people, which is quite rare. The girls around him are absolutely gorgeous. A perfect match, a golden couple. Compared to the female secretary he had carefully selected, he completely outshone her. There is absolutely no comparison. Compare prices and you'll regret it. In an instant, Ma Zaiwan had an extremely strong idea to change his secretary. A man's status can be judged by the women around him. A woman like the one next to President Qin would make him look good. You can put on airs without making a sound, and kill without striking a nerve. The female secretary introduced the place to Qin Chuan as they walked. This villa is a detached house, located on the east side of the entire villa complex, offering a wide view and good privacy. The nearest villa in the villa community is more than a kilometer away. The overall architectural style is antique, with varying heights and densities, winding corridors, and courtyards. The villa has 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below ground, for a total of 5 floors. There are 3 kitchens, 10 private bathrooms, and 5 public bathrooms. There is 1 master bedroom and 9 guest bedrooms. It is equipped with 4 nanny rooms and 2 butler rooms. It features private storage rooms, an indoor swimming pool, a gym, a sports field, a game room, a home theater, and a rooftop observation deck. The courtyard has a pond, artificial hills, pavilions, and terraces. It was designed entirely by Suzhou-style garden masters, and every plant and tree is carefully considered. The building has a floor area of 1,500 square meters, comes with a 10-acre courtyard, and has a dock at the end where you can drive your private yacht on the lake. When Ma Ziwen bought this villa, it cost 150 million yuan. With the various luxurious decorations, treasures, antiques, and other miscellaneous items, the total cost exceeded 200 million yuan. To be honest, even Secretary Yi had some doubts about whether Qin Chuan could afford it. After all, Mr. Ma is in a hurry to sell and needs full cash payment. There are very few people in the entire Danhai city who can come up with 200 million yuan in cash at once. Qin Chuan still seems too young. Even if he were a rich second generation, he might not be able to afford it. Secretary Yi led Qin Chuan on a tour, explaining things as they walked. I must say, the villa is really big. An hour passed in a flash when I took a quick look around. Qin Chuan was very satisfied. It met his requirements. The master bedroom, in particular, is a full 100 square meters, with the bed alone occupying more than 10 square meters. The thought of living here is exciting. In short, it can be summed up in 4 words: awesome and unbelievable. Mr. Qin, what do you think of this house? Secretary Yi introduced Qin Chuan to her and then led him to the reception room. Mr. Ma had already brewed tea and invited Qin Chuan and Mei Aoxu to sit down. It's so, a bit worse than expected, but considering it was a friend's recommendation, let's give Mr. Ma face and give him a fair price. Qin Chuan said indifferently. He was actually quite satisfied. The villa was the perfect size, in a secluded location, and had a large rooftop terrace with a view, making it convenient for his cultivation. Ma Ziwen handed Qin Chuan a cigarette and lit it for him. Brother Qin, this villa of mine cost 200 million to build. Are you sure you want to buy it? To be honest, Ma Ziwen was a little unsure. After all, Qin Chuan was too young. 200 million yuan in cash is not something a listed company can just come up with on a whim. He wanted to verify the credentials in person, but was too embarrassed to say so. He glanced at his secretary discreetly. The secretary understood immediately. He immediately said, Mr. Qin, it's like this. This transaction involves a huge amount of money. In order to avoid risks, we must verify the funds before the transaction can proceed. Please understand. Nonsense. Is President Qin an ordinary person? He doesn't need that kind of nonsense. Ma Ziwen pretended to be angry and scolded. It's alright, there's no harm in getting it checked. Qin Chuan was too lazy to expose their act, so he casually placed the black card on the table. President Qin, look, this is too formal, isn't it? When Ma Ziwen saw the black card, his pupils suddenly contracted. Although he was polite, he did not stop the secretary from taking the next step. Secretary Yi picked up Qin Chuan's card and inserted it into the machine. When she saw the machine display a string of numbers starting with 9 followed by a long string of numbers longer than her bank card pin, she was completely stunned. Involuntarily, I silently counted in my mind. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, brother, father, grandfather, ancestor. God! This is the first time in all of Secretary General Yi's life that an account balance is comparable to an ID card number. I almost suffocated. After calming down for a while, he respectfully returned the black card to Qin Chuan. Their attitude towards Qin Chuan became even more respectful, even fearful. Mr. Ma, Mr. Qin has excellent qualifications and strong capabilities. Secretary Yi gave Ma Ziwen an OK sign. Ma Ziwen understood perfectly and said with a smile, President Qin, please don't be offended. The subordinates were not properly disciplined. Secretary Yi, why don't you apologize to President Qin? Mr. Ma, please don't make things difficult for the young lady. Give me a price. Qin Chuan waved his hand, knowing that this guy was just putting on an act for him. President Qin is a straightforward and decisive person, a man of great things. To be honest, I poured my heart and soul into this villa. From the time I bought it to the completion of the renovation, it took 3 whole years and cost a full 200 million yuan. I haven't lived in it for a single day. If it weren't for the construction industry's downturn these past 2 years, with the company constantly losing money and facing a shortage of funds, I would never have sold it. As Ma Ziwen spoke, he looked around the villa. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick and tile here was the result of his hard work, and the reluctance in his eyes was genuine. He sighed and said, Mr. Qin, if you want it, I'll give you a fair price. How about 220 million? Qin Chuan didn't speak, but Ma Ziwen got anxious first. Mr. Qin, all the furniture and appliances in this villa, along with the decorative art pieces I bought at a high price, and the 1,000 bottles of rare vintage wines in the warehouse are all free. Even without considering the potential for appreciation, you definitely won't lose money at market price. I only have one condition: full payment in cash. Hundreds of workers are waiting to be paid, please understand. By the end, Ma Ziwen was almost in tears. Qin Chuan knew that this guy was acting, and there was some exaggeration involved. But it won't be too outrageous, since the internet is transparent now and you can easily find out by checking. Mr. Ma, 200 million. If you're willing to sell, let's sign the contract now and I'll transfer the money immediately. Although Qin Chuan is not short of money, when it comes to buying and selling, there is no such thing as not bargaining. Without bargaining, there is no soul to the business. So he just made a small cut, just for fun. Ma Ziwen looked conflicted and troubled. Qin Chuan remained calm, waiting for the other party to haggle. Mr. Qin, you truly are a young prodigy with keen insight, seeing right through my bottom line. As long as you can pay in full at once, we'll sign the contract immediately at the price you mentioned and complete the transfer of ownership at any time. Ma Ziwen gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Qin Chuan, the employer and employee were waiting for you to haggle, and the deal was already done? Holy crap, we still didn't cut enough. But thinking about it, it makes sense. There are definitely not many people who can pay 200 million in one go. Having missed out on Qin Chuan, Ma Ziwen will find it difficult to find another buyer with such financial strength. He can't wait. Indeed, this was the case. Ma Ziwen's villa had been listed online for several months, and quite a few people came to view it. But when he heard the price was 200 million and that it had to be paid in full immediately, he ran away on the spot. Some big bosses are not short of money, but they don't have that much working capital. All the money is tied up in the company, just books, and they can't come up with cash at all. Ma Ziwen didn't want to waste a single minute in order to get the funds as quickly as possible. They signed a contract with Qin Chuan on the spot. Having worked in the construction industry for many years, he was very familiar with the process. With just a few phone calls, he completed the transfer of ownership in less than 2 hours. Qin Chuan readily agreed and immediately transferred 200 million yuan to Ma Ziwen's private account, which arrived instantly. Soon, the staff at the property center personally handed over the property certificate and keys to Qin Chuan. The whole process was very smooth and seamless. Looking at the red book and keys in his hand, Qin Chuan was momentarily dazed. Finally, I have my own house. After settling on the house, Qin Chuan and Mei Aixu moved overnight, without wasting a single second. He didn't have much stuff: a bag, a laptop, and a mobile phone, that was all. Mei Aixu, on the other hand, had only been here a few days, but her clothes, bags, and shoes already filled the entire trunk. If the M10's trunk weren't so big, it really wouldn't fit. When checking out, Chen Saiki looked reluctant to leave and subtly inquired about Qin Chuan's new address. Of course, Qin Chuan couldn't tell her. Just make up some excuse to brush it off. With Mei Aixu by my side, we drove, singing songs, and rushed to our little nest. Upon arriving at their new home, Ma Ziwen personally led a team to thoroughly clean the villa inside and out, giving it a brand new look. He led dozens of people to greet him at the villa's main gate. They also set up a bunch of fireworks and firecrackers, and when they saw Qin Chuan's car approaching, they immediately directed the setup to begin. In an instant, firecrackers went off and drums blared, creating a lively atmosphere. Qin Chuan smiled and gave red envelopes to everyone present. The amount wasn't large, just 10,000 yuan per person, just for the sake of celebration. Having received the red envelopes, everyone's enthusiasm soared, and they worked even harder. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, on moving to your new home. Ma Ziwen warmly came up to shake hands and returned the door key to Qin Chuan. He casually handed Qin Chuan a car key. This is? Qin Chuan looked puzzled. My brother bought a house, how could I not congratulate him? This is a Porsche 911 in the underground garage. I don't need it, so I'm giving it to President Qin as a congratulatory gift. Having navigated the business world for so many years, Ma Ziwen has a knack for making connections. He borrowed Qin Chuan's key, claiming he needed to move some personal belongings, but little did he know Qin Chuan had ulterior motives and orchestrated this whole charade. However, the effect was quite good, and Qin Chuan was very satisfied. President Qin, I'm a few years older than you. I hope you don't mind if I presume to call myself brother? Ma Ziwen said with a smile. The 200 million yuan he received solved his immediate financial crisis. Ma Ziwen felt that Qin Chuan was no ordinary person and was worth getting to know. A wealthy young master who can casually produce 200 million is not someone you can easily meet. Now that I have the good fortune to meet you, I naturally want to cherish this opportunity. It would be best to build good relationships with them, or at the very least, to become a familiar face to them. When the time comes, if someone is in a good mood, they can easily introduce some business opportunities, and he can make a fortune. When doing business, you must make as many friends as possible. Thank you so much, Brother Ma. I hope we can work together sometime. Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't refuse Ma Ziwan's overtures. He has money now, but what he lacks is connections and resources, and he is also interested in getting to know more people. Having more friends makes life easier and getting things done more convenient. Ma Ziwan was very good at handling things, and immediately told people to help Qin Chuan move his things. After finishing their work, they said goodbye and left without wasting a second, showing great tact. After seeing off the noisy crowd, Qin Chuan calmed down and carefully explored the villa. I must say, the villa is really big. It's quite tiring to walk around like this. White walls and black tiles, flying eaves and upturned corners, simple and elegant. The courtyard is a typical Jiangnan architectural style, with small bridges, flowing water, lotus ponds, and weeping willows. The furniture was all made of mahogany, with exquisite carvings and a faint woody fragrance. Several landscape paintings hang on the wall, all by famous artists, beautiful and lively. The 10-acre private courtyard is covered in lush green grass, almost the size of a football field. This is outrageously extravagant. This is what the rich are really living like. The only downside is that the villa is too big, making it feel empty. Wouldn't it be too lonely for just him and Mei Aoxu to live together? No, we need to find some maids. Forget about the ones on Earth. Qin Chuan didn't want outsiders to know about his private villa. This matter still rests with Li Wenta. We'll find him later to trade for a few maids. They are specifically responsible for managing the villa and taking care of the residents' daily needs. Just thinking about it makes me ecstatic. Upon thinking of this, Qin Chuan immediately began contacting Li Wenta. Li Wenta quickly approved the request. The system screen showed Li Wenta, who was quite drunk, surrounded by a group of beautiful women, each with a hot figure and stunning looks. You beast! Qin Chuan gritted his teeth and cursed. He hated two kinds of people the most: those who were better at having fun than him, and those who wouldn't let him have fun. Li Wenta is exactly one of them. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, Li Wenta waved and greeted him. His mind cleared up a bit, and he sent all the women around him away. Sir, what brings you here? I just bought a house, and I'm short-handed to help with the housework, so I'm asking my brothers to lend me some people. Aha! Li Wenta understood immediately. They were all men. He knew what Qin Chuan meant as soon as he spoke. Sir, you've come at the right time. I'll be going to guard the border in a couple of days. The frontier is harsh, and I can't manage all the maids and servants in my mansion. I'm just worried about what to do with them. Why don't you give them all to me, sir? Li Wenta said this, and then gave Qin Chuan a flirtatious wink. Qin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing this. Damn it, we're all men. Why are you flirting with me? Who are you trying to disgust? I don't need that many. Just pick a few well-behaved and sensible ones that I find pleasing to the eye. Let me make it clear first, I have a cleanliness obsession, so I don't want any that you've messed up. Li Wenta rolled his eyes, thinking, who do you think you are? How could anything I send out be a withered flower or a discarded one? Rest assured, sir, they are all original, each one fresh and in excellent condition. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Hey Tai, are these girls reliable? Won't they betray us? Qin Chuan was most worried about this. What if the girl became disobedient and disloyal after the transaction? He didn't have time to discipline her. Doesn't the master have obedience water? One drop, and he'll follow you to the death, never betraying you. Li Wenta said casually. Qin Chuan was speechless. Obedience water costs 50 points a bottle. That's too expensive. With so many maids, how can we afford it? Li Wenta looked surprised. Sir, don't you know that the obedience potion only needs one drop to take effect? You didn't give the whole bottle to the female assassin, did you? Holy crap! Qin Chuan was stunned on the spot and quickly found the instructions for the obedience water to check. The system inventory describes it as one bottle is effective, regardless of species, and it will never betray you. That's not wrong. Wait, something's not right. There is another line of smaller text. It depends on the specific situation. For most species, one drop is enough. When encountering high-level or extremely large creatures with strong drug resistance, increase the dosage as appropriate, but not exceeding one bottle. Heavens above! Qin Chuan nearly collapsed, on the verge of tears. The system is such a pain in the ass. It even added a little note, which he didn't even see, and he wasted a bottle of obedience potion for nothing. I'm so regretful. Finally, Li Wenta couldn't bear to see it any longer and gave Qin Chuan a small portion of the bottle he had left over. This barely managed to soothe Qin Chuan's fragile little heart. Seriously, you're a prince. Why would you go to some godforsaken place like the Borderlands to have your business? Are you bored out of your mind? As soon as Qin Chuan said this, it was Li Wenta's turn to be emo. Well, it's a long story. Li Wenta took a swig of wine and began to speak slowly and deliberately. These words have been bottled up for a long time, and I've had no one to confide in. Qin Chuan was undoubtedly the best listener, able to speak freely without worrying about the consequences. In the final poetry gathering, Li Wenta's poem Spring River Flower Moon Night turned the tide, defeating all the talented scholars of Southern Qi. greatly enhanced the prestige of the northern Qi state. The southern Qi delegation had no choice but to obediently sign and seal the agreement, ceding territory and paying reparations. The sixth prince, who was seen as a good-for-nothing by everyone, has transformed into a hero who has recovered lost territory. Recovering lost territory and expanding the borders, this is an achievement that all the officials in the court dream of. To my utter surprise, this good-for-nothing managed to take it down with just 2 poems, without firing a single shot. Especially those princes and nobles, they were so angry. This is a monumental achievement worthy of being recorded in history. Anyone who achieved it would have been able to take another step forward and reach the pinnacle. Only the sixth prince achieved such a dazzling feat, and no one was convinced of it. Why should I? Because he's a good-for-nothing? At the same time, the emperor was overjoyed and prepared to bestow lavish rewards upon the sixth prince. These princes and nobles were not happy about this, and they all jumped out and ran around trying to persuade others. These princes and nobles were accustomed to everything from leading armies to governing the country. They're all incredibly adept at infighting and playing politics. Li Wenta usually kept a low profile, appearing as a good-for-nothing, and no one took him seriously. Sensing that he posed a threat, they immediately formed a united front. Full power, targeting all aspects. Finally, he persuaded the emperor to appoint Li Wenta as the southern king, and 3 days later he went to the border to guard the country's gate. This tactic of cutting off the enemy's supply lines is undeniably ruthless. Li Wenta was heading to the border of northern Qi, which bordered southern Qi and was a place of constant warfare. In this poetry gathering, Li Wenta overwhelmed the southern Qi and won a great victory. Not only did they force southern Qi to cede territory and pay reparations, they also forced southern Qi to send a prince to northern Qi as a hostage. It can be said that they thoroughly humiliated the southern Qi delegation, repeatedly slapping them in the face. The southern Qi suffered a complete loss of face and harbored deep hatred for the sixth prince of the northern Qi. Will the sixth prince have a good time at the border? There's no need for us to lift a finger, southern Qi will take care of him. They're using someone else to do their dirty work, it's so cruel. Li Wenta was crying his eyes out, and he was very upset. What are you crying about? What are you pretending for in front of me? Qin Chuan exposed him without any mercy. This kid is a waste not to be an actor, he's practically a born drama queen. Li Wenta wiped his nose and gave an awkward smile. Sorry, I'm used to it. In Kyoto, every move you make is monitored, you can't be careless. Once you reach the border, the emperor will be far away and the sky will be high. With your status as a prince, who will dare to control you? You'll be like a dragon entering the sea, with the sky high and the sea wide, free to do as you please. You should be secretly happy. That may be true, but I'm not so sure. One of the trading partners I contacted before was too arrogant and got ripped off. All the advanced weapons we were supposed to trade it for fell through and can't be delivered. Moreover, I know nothing about military affairs, and I'm afraid the border generals will not be convinced. Li Wenta expressed his concerns. Simple. Don't you have system potions? Find an opportunity to invite the main generals to dinner, give them some obedience potions, and they'll obediently submit. Sir, your insight is brilliant. I'll need your help then. I'll find an opportunity to drug these people, bring them over, and then administer the drugs. Li Wenta gave Qin Chuan a thumbs up, subtly flattering him. Qin Chuan nodded. I have to help with this. Go with peace of mind. Once you reach the border, far from the power struggles, you might live a little longer. Qin Chuan offered this words of comfort. What you say is true, but I'm still worried. What are you afraid of? You are also a chosen one of the system. Go to the border, first win over a group of generals, then build high walls and stockpile grain. Once the world changes, that will be your time to soar to the sky. Qin Chuan started to bluff. If he could fool a deposed prince into lameness, no, I mean into rebellion, that would be quite interesting. The thought of this made Qin Chuan inexplicably excited. When I used to watch TV shows and read novels, I often fantasized about becoming an invincible strategist, helping my lord to unify the world and achieve hegemony. Now, isn't the opportunity to realize your dream here? He. Li Wenta was dumbfounded when he saw Qin Chuan laughing for no apparent reason. Looking left and right, I couldn't find anything wrong with myself. I have a few extraordinary books here, you can take a look. As Qin Chuan spoke, he took out a copy of The Art of War, a copy of The Practice of Management, and a copy of From Good to Great from the bookshelf in his study and handed them directly to Li Wenta. These books were all left behind by Ma Ziwen. After the villa was sold to Qin Chuan, he only took a few personal belongings and left everything else behind. Qin Chuan could just use this opportunity to offer his own benefit to the Buddha. Watch it carefully, it will be good for you. Anyway, he couldn't understand it himself, and he didn't have the time or inclination to look at these things. Li Wenta picked up 3 books with a curious look on his face. After flipping through just a few pages, his heart started racing. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. As a prince, his vision and knowledge far surpassed those of ordinary people. Even Qin Chuan only benefited from modern thinking. In terms of political maneuvering and cunning, he was not on the same level as Li Wenta. Sir, you are truly a divine being. These 3 books are all unparalleled masterpieces, enough to overthrow an entire dynasty. Li Wenta gave it extremely high praise. Sir, I'm afraid I have nothing of equal value to exchange with you. To be honest, Li Wenta believed that these books were of immeasurable value, as they contained strategies for governing the country. You seem like a nice person, so I'll give it to you. Qin Chuan didn't care at all, it was free anyway, and Tang Guo had them everywhere. By the way, do you still have any of this kind of jade? Qin Chuan took out a piece of jade given to him by Li Wenta and waved it in front of his eyes. Li Wenta examined it carefully and said, I have some of this kind of jade in my mansion. If you like it, I'll give it all to you. The two chatted for a while longer. Qin Chuan intentionally or unintentionally revealed some of the military equipment on Earth, such as composite bows, firearms, grenades, and 40mm ammunition, among other individual soldier equipment. Li Wenta's mouth watered as he listened, and he was extremely envious. If he could acquire this equipment, he could arm a private army on the border that would be completely under his command. He's not afraid of even the King of Heaven himself. Qin Chuan hinted that these things were difficult to handle, but once he got to the border and established himself, he could help him find a solution. He can help Li Wenta with anything he wants. The two became increasingly bold and outrageous in their conversation. It's practically tantamount to openly declaring a rebellion. They talked for another hour or so. Qin Chuan was thirsty and tired, but Li Wenta was still very enthusiastic, his eyes shining. After ending the call, Li Wenta immediately perked up and became full of fighting spirit. They quickly found 10 beautiful women for Qin Chuan, all of whom were carefully selected. 4 of them were martial arts masters, only slightly inferior to Mei Aixu, and were specifically responsible for Qin Chuan's safety. Qin Chuan is now his only hope, and he absolutely will not let him be killed like his previous trading partner. The other 6 also have their own specialties. Some are excellent cooks, some are proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, some are good at housekeeping, some can give massages, and some can play the flute. As for music, chess, calligraphy, painting, court etiquette, dance, and warming the bed, these were all standard features. When Qin Chuan saw 10 beautiful women in ancient costumes standing in front of him, he was completely stunned. They are all exceptional individuals, 1 in a million, with almost identical heights, all around 1.7 meters tall, fair-skinned, beautiful, and with long legs, and each possesses special skills. Just standing there, you'll be a beautiful sight to behold. A variety of beauties, from plump to slender, colorful and vibrant, like orioles and swallows. After the arrival of 10 beauties from another world, the huge villa suddenly came alive and was filled with the breath of spring. Qin Chuan inquired about the skills that the otherworldly girls were good at, and assigned them according to their talents, making the best use of their abilities. For individuals with exceptional combat skills were dispatched by Mei Aixu to be responsible for the security of the entire villa. The rest are responsible for hygiene, catering, daily housework, and of course, providing thoughtful services to Qin Chuan. Wanhe No. 1 Residential Community, Fangjia Villa. Fang Zonghai has been somewhat irritable these past few days. The series of plans targeting the Su group have not yielded significant results, and the Su family is still putting up a stubborn resistance, making a last-ditch effort. Just today, one of the streaming media companies under the Su family was acquired for 500 million yuan. With these 500 million, although it cannot completely pull the Su family out of the crisis, it is enough to give them a much-needed breather. Fang Zonghai was furious. Everyone in Donghai City knew that the Su family was his for the taking, and he was about to succeed. Who was so blind as to interfere? Do you really think the experts are pushovers? If he were to find out who this blind fool was, Fang Zonghai would have the urge to kill him. He has already sent people to investigate the order, and he believes there will be results soon. When Fang Zonghai thought of the knife-wielding man, the image of Lao Mo involuntarily came to mind. This guy was sent to kill Qin Chuan, and 2 days have passed with no word from him. It seems like this brat has gotten too cocky after not being disciplined for a long time. Fang Zonghai became increasingly agitated as he thought about it, scratching his head incessantly, causing his few remaining hairs to thin even further. Brother-in-law, something terrible has happened. A man with a crew cut strode in, speaking hurriedly and looking flustered. He's almost 30 years old, and he's still so impulsive. Fang Zonghai reprimanded him. The man with the crew cut was named Song Ziahu. He was Song's brother-in-law and had been working under him, grooming him as a trusted confidant. Panting heavily, Song Ziahu hurriedly said, "Brother-in-law, Lao Mo is dead." "What?" Fang Zonghai plopped up from the sofa, knocking over the wineglass on the table. "Who did this?" "I don't know. Lao Mo died at the Donghai Baitao Club. According to the person in charge of the club, he died of a sudden heart attack. The police autopsy results confirmed the person in charge's statement. It was not a homicide, but an accidental death." "Impossible." Fang Zonghai's eyes twitched, and his face was frighteningly gloomy. Old Mo is a retired Special Forces soldier whose physical condition far exceeds that of ordinary people. He can kill a dog with a single punch. I had a physical exam with him a couple of days ago, and all the indicators were normal. It's more believable that he choked to death while eating than that he died of a sudden heart attack. Song Ziahe stood trembling to the side and whispered, "The gambler that Lao Mo sent to kill Qin Chuan has gone mad. When I found him, he was looking for food in the trash can." Thinking back to that scene, Wang Ziahe couldn't help but feel nauseous. It was so damn disgusting. Fang Zonghai's pupils suddenly contracted. This is too much of a coincidence. They sent someone to kill Qin Chuan, and then one of them died and the other became mentally impaired. You're telling me it was an accident? He'd be a fool to believe such nonsense. Where's Qin Chuan? Is he dead? No, I took some people to the place he rented, and it's already empty. Song Ziahe answered cautiously, afraid of displeasing Fang Zonghai. This brother-in-law is ruthless and has no bottom line. He is terrified of him. That kid is incredibly lucky. Fang Zonghai gritted his teeth. Send more men, find this kid at all costs, capture him alive, I want to meet him myself. Despite his hatred, he still didn't take Qin Chuan seriously. Fang Zonghai believes that there was another reason for Lao Mo's death. It must have been done by some enemy. This guy is proficient in everything from eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring, and he's arrogant and domineering outside. He's so hated that it's only a matter of time before he gets taken down. As for Qin Chuan, Fang Zonghai didn't even consider him. He was just a lowly nobody with a heart condition. Lao Mo could take him down with a single finger. It's even more unthinkable that Wang Defa would become an idiot. How could a gambling addict who even sold his daughter be mentally sound? By the way, find out who Old Mo's enemies were before he died. After all, he was a dog of the Fang family, and he can't die without knowing why. Song Ziahe nodded in agreement and turned to get busy. Housekeeper. Fang Zonghai rubbed his temples and called out towards the door. A man in his 50s, who looked very shrewd and capable, quickly walked in. Sir, did you call me? Is there any new information regarding Xiaoyu's organ matching? Fang Zonghai asked casually, his sharp gaze softening slightly as he mentioned his daughter. Your Excellency, there is someone who is very suitable, but it is a bit difficult to arrange. The old butler carefully handed Fang Zonghai a report. Fang Zonghai took the report, read it carefully for a while, and a ruthless look appeared on his face. The Su family, Su Yi, he said, enunciating each word clearly, it's time to intensify the effort. Butler, prepare the car, let's go to the Su group. After thinking for a moment, he added, let's invite Ziahe along. He's not getting any younger, it's time to find him a wife. Meanwhile, Su Yi was busy with the acquisition of an entire office building at Nyomi Company. Qin Chuan is a hands-off manager, and Chen Saiyeo is unreliable. After the transfer of shares in Nyomi Company, the two of them disappeared one after the other, leaving everything to her to handle. I've never seen such an unreliable boss and secretary. The office building has 30 floors and houses over 100 companies of all sizes. Su Yi plans to visit each one and politely ask them to move out. I've been talking until my lips are sore. This job is inhuman. If Qin Chuan hadn't offered her so much, she really would have quit. I've never suffered like this before in my entire life. Just then, my phone rang. Hey, Dad, what's up? You need to come to the company right now. Are you going on a blind date? What? Su Yi was completely bewildered. What was wrong with her father? Didn't he know what was going on at the company? They actually had the audacity to send her on a blind date? I'm busy, I don't have time. Su Yi was about to hang up after she finished speaking. Wait, don't hang it up yet. The car is already waiting for you downstairs. Dad begs you, just come and take a look, just one look, or forget it. Hearing her elderly father's earnest pleas, Su Yi's heart softened. I guess it was some kind of enthusiastic aunt or uncle who introduced me, and I couldn't refuse out of politeness. Su Yi planned to meet him casually, just to go through the motions, so that her father could have something to say. We chatted casually, and then he said we weren't a good match. It's that simple. She didn't think it was that complicated. I went downstairs and got into Su Bippo's private car. The driver started the Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove towards the headquarters of the Su Group. The conference room of the Su Group is very spacious. Su Bippo sat in the boss's chair, his face pale and very dejected. Sitting next to him was a beautiful woman in her 40s, who, thanks to her good maintenance, looked like a woman in her 30s, still retaining her charm. Sitting next to her was a slick-back young man with dyed blonde hair, wearing an earring, and looking rather effeminate. Su Bippo was furious when he saw this crossdresser. Sitting opposite them were Fang Zonghai, Song Ziahe, and their butler Wang Fule. Behind them stood two burly bodyguards and two legal personnel carrying briefcases. Su Bippo rubbed his temples, his head throbbing. If he had known that his sister Sumian was introducing Song Ziahe to his daughter, he would never have let his daughter come. Big brother, hasn't Yi arrived yet? It's really inappropriate for so many elders to wait for her. Su-mian said impatiently. President Fang is so busy, yet she still takes time out of her schedule to come over. What is she trying to do by dawdling like this? It's alright, let's wait a little longer. Fang Zonghai smiled and waved his hand, appearing very gracious. Just as Subtitles was about to text his daughter to tell her not to come, the meeting room door was opened. Su Yi opened the door and saw that there were actually 7 or 8 people sitting inside. A question arose in my mind, was this a blind date? Fang Zonghai was among them, in particular. This left her even more confused. She was a little confused. Yi, you finally arrived. Come sit here with your aunt. Su-mian pulled up a chair next to her and gestured for Su Yi to sit down next to her. Su Yi shook her head, looked at Subtitles, and moved a stool to sit down beside him. Subtitles, how did you raise your daughter? She has no manners at all. Su-mian's face darkened, and she looked at Subtitles with displeasure. Subtitles glanced at her indifferently and ignored her. Su Yi remained silent. She had no good feelings towards Su-mian, and even felt some disgust towards her. If she had known it was her who started this trouble, she definitely wouldn't have come. This aunt is an outlier in the Su group. He's almost 50 years old and still doesn't want to get married. She spent her days indulging in pleasure, changing men one after another, each younger than the last. It's one thing to play around, but at his age he's still obsessed with romance and keeps squandering company resources. When he runs out of money, he goes to the company to cause trouble, and he won't stop until he swindles a large sum of money. When my grandfather was alive, he could still keep an eye on things. After her grandfather passed away, she completely let loose and lived her own life. Subtitles had no choice but to let his younger sister be. Su Yi looked at the young man next to Su-mian and felt even more contempt for him. This man looked to be under 20 years old, with an effeminate appearance. He's clearly another puppy being kept by Su-mian. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This aunt was becoming more and more outrageous. Su Yi didn't want to stay there for another second, so she stood up and wanted to leave. But Su-mian grabbed her and wouldn't let her go. Su Yi looked at her with some impatience. Auntie, if you have nothing else, I'll be going now. There are still many things waiting for me to handle at the company. Su-mian persisted. Why are you leaving? Even if you have something incredibly important to say today, you still have to sit down. As she spoke, she tugged hard at Su Yi's arm again. Su Yi was annoyed by her actions, but she suppressed her dissatisfaction and sat down again. No matter what, Su-mian is her elder, and there are outsiders present, so it's best not to make things too awkward. Now that everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. Su-mian cleared her throat and began to speak. Everyone is probably already aware of the current situation of the company. The factory shut down, employees kept leaving, and creditors came in droves, blocking the gate every day. Even with the 500 million yuan we got from Yi selling Yomi Company, it's just a drop in the bucket and won't last long. Moreover, we also owe Mr. Fang's company a debt of 1 billion yuan. Fortunately, Mr. Fang has proposed a solution. He is willing to use this 1 billion yuan debt in exchange for 20% of our company's shares. Moreover, with Mr. Fang's involvement, there will be a continuous stream of financial support, allowing the Su Group to weather its crisis smoothly. Backed by founder Pharmaceuticals, the Su Group's future is bright. Su-mian spoke with great passion and fervor. But the others remained silent, especially Subtitles, whose face was gloomy and he didn't say a word. Su Yi knew this aunt very well. She had always been indifferent to company affairs, only knowing to come to the company to ask for money when she was short of funds. She treated the company like her ATM. If it weren't for the 20% share her grandfather left her before his death, Subtitles would have kicked her out long ago. Now that the company is facing bankruptcy liquidation, she suddenly returned and started to care about the company's situation, most likely because she was worried about her own shares. Anyway, Su Yi didn't believe that Su-mian would think about the company's future. She only cares about money and has no sense of the bigger picture. Su Yi took a deep breath and said, Aunt, since you proposed this plan, why not use your shares to pay off the debt? You are also a member of the company. You have never been involved in the company's affairs over the years. Now that the company is facing a life or death situation, you should do your part for the company. You're talking nonsense. Su-mian was immediately enraged. I'm a shareholder of the company, not the legal representative. Why should my shares be used to pay off debts? Besides, my shares were left to me by my father. Why should they be used to pay off debts? You little bitch, are you trying to take advantage of this to steal my shares? Subtitles, look at the fine daughter you've raised. Su-mian was hit where it hurt, and became furious and started throwing a tantrum. Su Yi sneered and said, Auntie, the company is about to go bankrupt, and you're still clinging to those shares. Do you want to wait until the company goes bankrupt and is liquidated, and your shares become worthless? Shut up, you jinx. The company was ruined by you and your daughter. Even if it goes bankrupt, I won't lose a single penny of my money. Su-mian glared at Su Yi, then looked at Subtitles. Brother, I know you hate me, but the company was founded by my father. Now that the company is in trouble, I, as its daughter, can't just stand by and do nothing. How about this? I'll sell you my shares. You need to quickly fill the company's holes, otherwise the company will really be ruined. Sell it to me. Subtitles was taken aback and looked at Sumian with some surprise. How can we sell it? The company doesn't have a single penny in its account right now. Sumian had already come up with a plan. Her purpose in returning this time was to sell her shares in order to avoid the company going bankrupt and being left with nothing but debt. Yi's live streaming company just sold for 500 million, right? We're family, so I'll give you a discount. I don't need 1 billion. Give me 500 million, and I'll transfer all my shares to you. From now on, the Sug Group will have nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want with me. This guy's got some serious scheming. The abacus beads are practically jumping onto his face. Subtitles was so angry that his face turned green. She felt both resentment and anger towards her unreliable younger sister. It's one thing for you to mess around outside, but to transfer company assets outside is something else entirely. Since you already own shares in the company, it's perfectly reasonable for the older brother to give in to his younger sister. But now the company is in a life or death crisis. It's one thing for you not to contribute, but instead you're eyeing the money your niece got from selling the company. This is going to completely drain the Su family and push them down a path of destruction. Is this how elders behave? Is this something a human being would do? Sumian, this money is Yi's life-saving money. Don't even think about taking it. Big brother, now that father's gone, you two are ganging up on me, aren't you? Sumian's eyebrows shot up, and she screamed with a ferocious expression. The money for Yi's company was also provided by the Su Group. I should rightfully get half of the money from the sale of her company. If you don't give me this money today, I'll kill myself right here. When my dad asks me how I died, I'll say it was because you and your daughter forced me to do it. Mian is right. You are bullying us too much. The Su Group was left by my father-in-law, and Yomi Company is also under his control. They are all part of the Su family's property. Mian should have a share in it, both morally and logically. If you want to take it all for yourself, I will be the first to object. The effeminate man who had been observing coldly from the sidelines suddenly spoke up in a high-pitched voice, fidgeting with his fingers and striking a pose. Su Yi felt nauseous just looking at it. Who do you think you are? Who's your father-in-law? What right do you have to speak? Subtitles glared angrily and pointed at the effeminate man, cursing him loudly. What the hell? A transvestite who's neither male nor female, does she really think she's something special? If it weren't for the slight familial bond he still had with Sumian, he would have had security kick him out long ago. Mian, he was mean to me. The effeminate man held Sumian's arm and said in a strained voice. Sumian quickly hugged the effeminate man to comfort him. The scene gave everyone present, regardless of gender, goosebumps. That's absolutely disgusting. You're a man, yet you've made yourself look neither male nor female, and you're acting all effeminate. Subtitles was so disgusted that he slammed his hand on the table. Have you made enough trouble? Sumian, I think you're just here to cause trouble for the company. I'm busy and don't have time to play your nonsense. Now take your pet and leave immediately. Old man, who are you calling a pet? Enraged, the effeminate man pointed at Subtitles' nose and yelled, threatening to attack him. Fang Zonghai and the others sat on the sidelines watching with great interest, showing no intention of offering any advice. Su Yi darted forward and grabbed the effeminate man's fingers, twisting them. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mian, she hit me. The effeminate man immediately cowered and cried out in pain. Yellow-haired guy, watch your mouth. Su Yi stared coldly at the effeminate man, then slapped him twice across the face. You little bitch, you dare hit my man? I'll tear your mouth apart. Su Mian's eyes blazed with fury, and she was about to attack. Enough! Subtitles was so angry he was about to explode, and he slammed his fist on the table. He shouted, Su Mian, what exactly do you want to do? Aren't you embarrassed enough already? Seeing that Subtitles was truly angry, Su Mian also chickened out. Remembering the purpose of his trip, he stomped his foot angrily, glared at Su Yi, and held back. Fang Zonghai approached her, offering 500 million yuan to acquire his 20% stake in the Su Group. The Su Group is currently burdened with huge debts and faces bankruptcy at any time. She had already put her shares up for sale, but no one was willing to take them on. Fang Zonghai's willingness to pay 500 million yuan to acquire her was like a pie falling from the sky, completely stunning her. Su Mian agreed without even thinking. If she waits for the company to go bankrupt and be liquidated, her shares will be nothing but a pile of worthless paper. Only a fool wouldn't sell. However, Fang Zonghai had a condition: he had to persuade Su Yi to marry Song Xiaohu. With Su Mian's limited intelligence, she couldn't possibly have imagined the trap involved. Of course, even if I thought about her, I wouldn't care, she's not my daughter. Compared to 500 million, even one's own daughter could be sold. Besides, it's just marriage, at worst, we can get divorced. With this relationship in place, Fang Zonghai will certainly not stand idly by and watch the Su group go bankrupt, which will benefit both parties. So she confidently agreed, thinking it was no big deal and that her older brother would agree if he had any sense. Only a fool wouldn't do a win-win deal. In the blink of an eye, Su Mian changed her tune and approached Su Yi with a smile. "Yi, your aunt lost her composure just now, please don't mind it." The speed at which he changed his expression was astonishing. Su Yi's CPU is a bit too slow to keep up. Just a moment ago, they were all rolled up their sleeves, their faces flushed, ready to come up and start a fight. The next second, he came over as if nothing had happened and tried to get close to her. "Are you born in the year of the dog?" They changed their minds faster than turning the pages of a book. "Your mother died early, and your aunt watched you grow up. In her heart, she has always treated you like her own daughter. Over the years, your father has been busy with work and hasn't paid enough attention to you. You're already 26, not young anymore, and it's time to get married. I think Song Ziahu is a good guy, handsome and capable. Marrying him would be like forming a marriage alliance with the Fang family. When President Fang intervenes, the Su family won't collapse." Su Yi was completely dumbfounded. The turn was so fast that she didn't react in time. Song Ziahu jumped up from his chair, trotted over to Su Yi, and said with a beaming smile, "Yi, I'm so glad to see you again. Ever since I met you at the Donghai Chamber of Commerce a year ago, I've fallen in love with you. There's no room for any other woman in my heart. I think about you every day. Don't worry, as long as you agree to be with me, your brother-in-law will do everything he can to help the Su group get out of its predicament." His slanted, cross-eyed eyes, filled with a look of infatuation and greed, stared unabashedly at Su Yi. Su Yi felt as if she were being stared at by a hungry wolf, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. "Thank you." Su Yi suppressed her discomfort and replied expressionlessly. Song Ziahu was short and dark-skinned, looking like he was sitting on a jar. A sallow face, covered with acne scars. Although he is only 28 years old, he looks like he is almost 40. "You call this a handsome man?" Indeed, Su Mian's aesthetic sense has always been unconventional. "Hee, you're welcome. We're all family, it's only right that I help you." Song Ziahu seemed not to understand Su Yi's words, but responded very enthusiastically. "Who says we're family? Let me tell you the truth, we're not compatible, and I won't marry you." Su Yi didn't want to say another word to him, and she didn't want him to have any unrealistic fantasies. A direct and decisive refusal. "Yi, feelings can be cultivated. If there's anything about me you don't like, tell me and I'll change it. I promise I'll become the person you like," Song Ziahu said with a love-struck expression. "Yi, Mr. Song is deeply devoted to you and has promised to help the Su family through their difficulties. You couldn't find someone like that even with a lantern. You know the Su family is facing trouble now, and everyone else is avoiding them like the plague. Mr. Song is offering to help, and you're turning him away? That's incredibly rude." Su Mian, with a stern face, berated Su Yi, then turned to Fang Zonghai and Song Ziahu and said obsequiously, "I'm sorry, Mr. Fang and Mr. Song. My niece's mother died early, and she lacked discipline. She is a bit unruly, so please forgive her." "That's okay. I like young people with personality who say what they mean and don't beat around the bush." "That's great." Fang Zonghai waved his hand, pretending to be very magnanimous. "He looks like a kind and approachable elder." But Su Bippo knew that this guy was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Countless business partners have been swindled out of their fortunes and ruined their families by him. Take the Su Group for example. Any business that competes with Fangjing Pharmaceutical is suppressed by the Fang family. Of course, this is all normal business competition, everyone relies on their own abilities, and no one can say anything about it. As for his clandestine dealings, given Su Bippo's status, it was impossible for him to discuss them openly. Fang Zonghai's sudden visit today clearly indicates ill intentions. It's unlikely he's only here to propose marriage. Su Mian, that brainless idiot, unknowingly invited a wolf into her house. Su Bippo's brow twitched slightly, and he slowly spoke. "You don't need to worry about Yi's marriage, it's her decision." "Excuse me, Mr. Fang, I have a lot of work to attend to at my company. Please excuse me." Su Bippo served tea to his guests as they left. Cooperating with the Fang family is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. In the end, they will be completely devoured, leaving not even a bone fragment. Su Bippo was well aware of this. "Su Bippo, what do you mean? Mr. Fang came to help out of kindness, and this is your attitude." No sooner had Su Bippo finished speaking than Su Mian jumped out. "Don't you have any idea what the company's situation is like right now? Besides General Manager Fang, who else is willing to help? Do you really want to wait until the company goes bankrupt and you and your family have to beg on the streets? And, please watch your words. What's the big deal if the business fails? We can always start over. I have enough money to support the family, and I can go to work to help support the family." "Heh, you make it sound so easy. The company went bankrupt, and you two were quite shrewd, selling Yomi Company beforehand to save yourselves up. As for me, who the hell is going to take care of me? Are you going to support me? Su Mian had transformed into a shrew, her bright red lips spitting out the most offensive and offensive things she could say. Su Yi was furious and, disregarding seniority and social hierarchy, immediately retorted. "Aunt, you're right. You also have shares in the company. One shouldn't just take without giving. Over the years, you must have taken at least several hundred million from the company. As far as I know, you've invested in quite a few companies outside and must have made a lot of money. You can't be so selfish. Your grandfather has raised you for so many years, you have to contribute something to the family. The company is facing difficulties, and only your intervention can save the situation. Are you really so heartless as to let the Su family go bankrupt and let your grandfather's life's work be destroyed? You little bitch, what nonsense are you talking about? The money I received is what I deserve. What right do you have to criticize me? Besides, you and your daughter own the majority of the group's shares, and you're also the legal representatives. Why should I have to pay out of pocket? I invited President Fang here today to save the company. If you marry Mr. Song, President Fang has promised to forgive the company's debts and will also fully support the Su family. Why are you so selfish, only thinking about yourself? What is wrong with Xiao Song? Do you really want the Su family to be ruined before you are satisfied?" Su Mian went all out, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Su Yi. "Since your aunt thinks so highly of Mr. Song, why don't you marry him yourself? You also have shares, and President Fang is willing to buy them. Why don't you sell them? Nobody's stopping you." Su Yi's words were like a heavy punch to Su Mian's chest, silencing her instantly. Su Mian's face turned pale and then flushed, and her chest heaved violently. If possible, she would certainly like to sell her shares. However, Fang Zonghai made it clear that he would only help Su Yi if she married Song Xiaohu. She was helpless. "Everyone, please calm down." At that moment, Fang Zonghai received a message on his phone. He glanced at it and a cold smile crept across his lips. He stood up, took his phone, and walked over to Su Bippo. He said with a heavy heart, "Old Su, I just received inside information, take a look." Su Bippo took Fang Zonghai's phone and glanced at it quickly. His expression changed drastically, and his heart clenched suddenly. This is impossible. Just then, the conference room door was pushed open. "Something's wrong, Chairman." The secretary rushed in, having lost one of her high heels. She was holding the shoe, breathless. "The company stock has been forcibly suspended from trading and delisted, all funds have been frozen by banks, and regulatory authorities will be stationed at the company for investigation within 3 days. Buzz. Su Bippo's brain went blank for a moment, a rush of blood to his head, and he fainted. "Dad!" Su Yi was terrified and rushed over like a madwoman. "Quick, get me some nitroglycerin pills." The meeting room erupted into chaos, but thankfully the secretary was no stranger to such scenes. He quickly grabbed the emergency medicine, pried open Su Bippo's mouth, and poured it down his throat with warm water. Then, a kneading motion was performed on the philtrum. 2 minutes later, Su Bippo slowly woke up. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. She was almost scared to death just now. "It's all over, everything's over." Su Bippo's eyes were vacant, and his face was filled with sorrow. Once regulatory authorities intervene, bankruptcy reorganization will be the only option. The Su group is finished. "Chairman, there's a bunch of debt collectors gathered outside the company gate, trying to break in. Should we lay low for a while?" Su Bippo almost fainted again after hearing what his secretary said. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. When a drum breaks, everyone beats it. These people were all eager to curry favor with the Su group when it was at its peak. Now, whenever the group encounters even the slightest setback, they relentlessly kick them while they're down, pushing them to the brink of destruction. "Dad, don't panic. I have 500 million in my personal account, which can help in an emergency. This money cannot be touched." Su Bippo looked desperate. This little bit of money was a drop in the ocean and wouldn't do any good. "It would be better to leave it to my daughter. He will bear all the debts himself. Yi, book the plane tickets right away, let's go to Australia." Su Bippo held Su Yi's hand tightly, his face pale. "Dad, what time is it? How can you say such things? I can't possibly abandon you." As Su Yi spoke, she began transferring money out of her card. "Enter your password and click confirm." The transfer interface displayed 4 words, "Transfer failed." Su Yi was stunned and suspected that she had entered the wrong password. The attempt failed again. Her heart skipped a beat, she had a bad feeling. She hurriedly called the bank and learned that, due to regulatory requirements, her bank card had been frozen. Even the entire Su family was restricted from leaving the country, and all their escape routes were blocked. Su Yi was stunned, her mind went blank, and her gaze became somewhat vacant. All avenues of retreat have been blocked, there is no way out now. Is heaven determined to destroy the Su family? What to do? What do I do? In that instant, Su Yi felt like a prisoner stranded on a deserted island, her heart filled with helplessness and despair. Su Yi, what are you still hesitating about? There's only one path in front of you now: marry Xiao Song and gain President Fang's help through the marriage. Right now, only President Fang has the ability and is willing to help us. Only you can turn this situation around. As long as you agree, the Su family won't collapse. Do you really have the heart to watch the Su group go bankrupt and be liquidated? To watch your father be harassed by creditors and suffer a fate worse than death? Your father is already over 50 years old and in poor health. If it really comes to that, he'll probably only have death as his only option. Seeing that the situation was developing in the direction they had expected, the Su family father and daughter were at a loss and began to waver under Su Mian's relentless bombardment. Fang Zonghai knew it was time for him to make his appearance. President Su, Yi, we've been friends for many years, so we should lend a hand. But the Su group is too large, a small investment won't make a difference. I can't convince the parents to invest on a large scale. Business is business, I hope you can understand. Only if Yi and Xiaohu get married will I have enough reason to convince the elders. Fang Zonghai spoke with an air of righteous indignation, appearing sanctimonious and hypocritical. His true purpose wasn't a simple marriage alliance, he coveted Su Yi's kidney and the Su family's assets. While keeping an eye on Qin Chuan, Fang Zonghai was not idle either, using his family connections to seek other matches. He never puts all his eggs in one basket. It just so happens that Su Yi signed a voluntary organ donation agreement during her university years. Moreover, her physical condition happened to match Fang Xiaoyu's requirements. Therefore, Su Yi naturally became his alternative plan. After a series of plans targeting Qin Chuan failed, Su Yi naturally went from being the backup option to the main option, while Qin Chuan became the backup option again. Now, the Su family is facing an unprecedented crisis. Fang Zonghai seized the opportunity and secretly fueled the flames, finally driving the Su group to the brink of collapse. He then made a grand entrance, playing the role of savior. Incidentally, the conditions for the marriage alliance were proposed: investment in the Su group and acquisition of a portion of its shares. The Su family had no reason to refuse, and everything proceeded smoothly. After Su Yi marries Song Xiaohu, she can be killed at any opportunity, and her kidneys can be used by Fang Xiaoyu. After he takes over the Su group, he slowly erodes the Su family's assets, secretly acquires shares, and then kicks Su Bippo out of the Su group. In this way, he both saved his daughter and absorbed the Su group. This can be described as killing two birds with one stone, achieving two goals at once. Didn't you, Su Bippo, refuse to sell anti-aging prescriptions? Now that your daughter and the company belong to me, does the prescription still matter? Fang Zonghai became increasingly pleased with himself, believing that as long as one broadened their perspective, all problems would be insignificant. When Song Xiaohu saw that Fang Zonghai had expressed his opinion, he was overjoyed. When Fang Zonghai first suggested finding him a marriage partner, he was initially reluctant. Isn't it good to be a young model at a club every day, indulging in debauchery, having sex every day, and being a groom every night? He must have lost his mind to find a wife. He's walking into the grave of marriage. He was tied up by one person and from then on could only look at the beautiful forest with longing. But after meeting Su Yi in person, he was completely captivated, instantly feeling that he had found true love and was hopelessly infatuated. Yi, I truly love you. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to marry me, I'll buy you whatever you want. I'll hand over my salary card and property certificate, and you can buy me a car, a house, clothes, and bags, whatever you want. Song Xiaohu patted his chest and made a solemn promise. It seems that Su Yi is determined to marry him. Just then, a heavy thud was heard as the door was broken down, and the creditors flooded into the company like a tidal wave. Their faces were contorted with rage. Their eyes gleamed with greed. Holding the IOU, waving his fist, and shouting that he wanted to see the company's head. Give me my money back! Give me my money back! A raging roar echoed down the corridor. The walls trembled slightly from the shock. The receptionist was terrified, her hands trembling as she tried to stop the menacing creditors. But her efforts were clearly in vain. The creditors pushed her aside and, like a swarm of locusts, rushed into the Su group without restraint, looking for someone to vent their anger on. The office staff huddled together in fear, whispering and gossiping. They were worried that these creditors would storm in and intimidate or threaten them. The entire company was plunged into chaos and panic. Creditors began scavenging the company, looking for any assets that could be liquidated. The employees were roughly pushed aside, and documents on their desks were scattered all over the floor. Computers, printers, and projectors were all snapped up. Su Bippo stared blankly, suffocating with grief. I've never felt so desperate. On the other side, Qin Chuan, after finishing a high-level game, had a sore back and was walking unsteadily. Women who have practiced martial arts are different, their fighting power is formidable, and I almost couldn't withstand it. He was lying on Mei Aoxiu's soft legs, enjoying a massage and feeding all at once. It was incredibly pleasant. An untimely phone call came in. He was informed that everything regarding the office building had been agreed upon, and the person in charge was waiting for him to sign and make the payment. Shin Chuan was very annoyed. Did he really have to personally handle such a trivial matter? What is Su Yi, the general manager, doing? He got angrier the more he thought about it, and felt it was necessary to go to the company to check on things. Give this unreliable Su Yi a good scolding, have a taste of being a boss, and show off a bit. He immediately put on his pajamas and flip-flops, took Mei Aoxu with him, and drove the Porsche that Boss Ma had given him to Nyomi Company. Upon arriving at the company, I pushed open the door and yelled at the receptionist, "Where's your manager Su? Tell her to come see me." Where did this lunatic come from, running around the company causing trouble? Is he drunk? When the receptionist saw Shin Chuan's pathetic appearance, she immediately wanted to call security to kick him out. Suddenly, I realized that the person in front of me, dressed in pajamas and flip-flops, looked familiar. He quickly picked up a photo from the table and compared it to Shin Chuan. I'm going to scream. It's not just similar, it's practically identical. Su Yi was worried that her employees might not recognize the new boss and cause trouble, so she specially printed out Shin Chuan's photo. Everyone in the company received a copy. This proved to be very useful. That was close. The receptionist was terrified, she almost kicked the boss out. Are you President Shin? The receptionist's heart skipped a beat, and she spoke nervously. That's right, it's me. Quickly call your manager Su down, Shin Chuan said impatiently. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, Manager Su is not in the company. I will inform her right away. The receptionist hurriedly dialed Su Yi's number. Hello, Manager Su, President Shin is looking for you. The receptionist handed the phone to Shin Chuan. Manager Su, this is my first day back at the company and I'm already slacking off. Isn't that a bit much? Shin Chuan joked with a smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, something has happened at home and I may not be able to work for you. Su Yi's cold, weak voice came from the other end of the phone. Shin Chuan sensed something was off. I was just joking, and you quit your job? Isn't that going too far? Are all Gen Z kids this tough these days? Fire your boss over a disagreement? Did I agree? I disagree. I want to resign and we can discuss this in person. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, something came up at home and I can't come right now. Where are you? On the other end of the phone, Su Yi was silent for a moment, looking at the chaotic crowd around her, when a thought suddenly popped into her mind. Su Group headquarters. She responded in a low voice. It didn't specify what the matter was. She and Shin Chuan were only in a superior-subordinate relationship and had only met twice. Even if they wanted to ask for help, they couldn't bring themselves to ask. Wait, I'm coming right away. Shin Chuan didn't say much and hung up the phone directly. The company's second-in-command received a message from the receptionist and rushed over. Mr. Shin, the person in charge of the building is waiting for you in his office. Would you like to? Another day, I'm busy right now. Shin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, showing great domineering confidence. The second person in charge didn't dare to say anything more and nodded quickly. On the other side, Su Yi was feeling a little flustered. Given Shin Chuan's abilities, could he already know that something has happened to the Su Group? Will he come over now to help me out of this predicament? However, the two were just ordinary boss and employee, and he had no legitimate reason to stand up for himself. The Su Group is in a mess right now, will he step in? Any normal person would avoid it like the plague. Su Yi was conflicted, with various thoughts swirling in her mind. I felt a strange sense of anticipation for Shin Chuan's arrival. Faced with the creditor's threats and the repeated persuasion from Su Mian, Fang Zonghai, and others, Su Bippo had become somewhat numb. It seems there's only one path ahead. They accepted Fang Zonghai's terms. Although doing so is like inviting a wolf into the house or drinking poison to quench thirst. But at least it can save the company for the time being. I won't let my daughter sleep on the streets. This is a last resort. Song Ziahu's appearance is somewhat unsatisfactory, but he's not entirely without merit. At least he looks healthy. Su Bippo even began to comfort himself. At least with Song Ziahu's resources, Yi won't suffer. He began to waver. Even knowing it's like asking a tiger for its skin, one has no choice but to consider accepting. There's really no way out. Su Bippo felt utterly hopeless. He had no cards to play and no other options. Yi, why don't you think about it? Su Bippo spoke with difficulty. Their last shred of resolve finally crumbled. Su Yi didn't speak, she bit her lip, waiting for Shin Chuan. I hope for a miracle. Yi, what are you still hesitating for? Look at the creditors outside. If we don't get our money, they'll tear us apart. As long as you agree, the Su family won't collapse. Do you really want to drive your whole family to their deaths? Seeing that her older brother's attitude had softened, Su Mian seized the opportunity to launch her offensive. They relentlessly brainwashed Su Yi and used moral blackmail against her. The fate of the Su group and the lives of the Su family members are tied to her. It seems that only she can save the Su family. If she doesn't agree, she's committing an unforgivable crime and a heinous act. Su Yi glanced at Song Ziahu, who immediately grinned, revealing what he thought was a charming smile with his big yellow teeth. My goodness, her smile is uglier than her crying, so ugly. Am I really going to marry someone like that? Living with him is unimaginable, those days would be like a nightmare. Su Yi closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears streamed down her fair, jade-like face, falling to the ground and shattering into countless pieces. My heart aches so much I can hardly breathe. Yi, don't worry, I will definitely treat you well, I swear. Song Ziaho patted his chest and assured that he had never been so devoted to a woman. Fang Zonghai narrowed his eyes. He could see that the father and daughter had already bowed their proud heads in the face of reality. They just can't let go of that pitiful sense of dignity for the time being. I have the contract ready. As long as you agree, we can sign it immediately. Then we will be one family. I will talk to my friends at the bank and the China Securities Regulatory Commission to guarantee your rights and get them to unfreeze your accounts first. The legal representative immediately stepped forward with the contract, but Su Mian didn't even glance at it before quickly signing her name. It was Su Yi's turn. She was trembling as she looked at the contract. To put it bluntly, this is a modern version of a contract of servitude. Once she signs the contract, her life will be completely changed, she will lose herself, and the company will be controlled by the Fang family. It's only a matter of time before they're all swallowed up. But are there any other options now? It's simply a matter of dying immediately or dying slowly. Sign it, and all the problems will be solved. Su Mian watched anxiously from the side, wishing she could grab Su Yi's hand and sign for her. Dad. Su Yi was at a loss and turned her gaze to Su Bippo. Su Bippo's eyes were filled with sadness, and he said dejectedly, Yi, you decide for yourself. Whatever decision you make, Dad will support you. Su Yi's eyes were glazed over, and she felt as if a huge boulder was pressing on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Qin Chuan hasn't shown up yet, so it's probably hopeless. At this moment, Qin Chuan had already parked his car and arrived at the Su Group building. The Su Group is in complete chaos. Countless creditors are blocking the door demanding repayment, and many have even started moving their belongings. The place is a complete mess. Aoxu, clear the way. Qin Chuan frowned. There were so many people in front of him that he couldn't squeeze in at all. Mei Aoxu agreed and walked to the front, throwing away the people blocking her way one by one with her hands, rising and falling from the left and right. They forcibly opened up a passage. Which floor are you on? The Su Group building has dozens of floors, and Qin Chuan couldn't possibly search floor by floor. The scene was complete chaos, there wasn't even a doorman, and the receptionist had vanished long ago, leaving no one to ask. Su Yi's phone suddenly vibrated. She put down her pen and replied quickly. 22nd floor, turn left after exiting the elevator, the second conference room. After sending the message, a glimmer of hope returned to her heart. Su Mian was extremely anxious when she saw that she suddenly refused to sign again. She hurriedly stepped forward to persuade her, saying that as long as she signed the document, the money Fang Zonghai had promised her would be hers. Su Yi ignored her and pretended to think about it some more. Qin Chuan is already in the elevator, about to arrive at the battlefield. She insisted on persisting a little longer. Bang! Su Mian was speaking vehemently, putting pressure on Su Yi. The conference room door suddenly broke open and was kicked to pieces. All eyes turned to that direction. A stunningly beautiful woman with long legs slowly retracted her foot and stood at the doorway. Everyone was stunned. Song Ziahu's eyes widened immediately, his heart skipped a beat, and he instantly felt that he had met his true love again. Wow, this is quite lively. The long-legged beauty stepped aside, and a man dressed in pajamas and flip-flops walked out from behind him. He walked into the conference room with a curious expression. Upon seeing Fang Zonghai, the man's eyes narrowed sharply and turned cold. The person who came was naturally Qin Chuan. Fang Zonghai also saw Qin Chuan. The two stared at each other across the distance, as if sparks were about to fly. Where did this idiot come from? Is this a place for you? Song Ziahu was furious on the spot, and he also wanted to show off in front of the two girls. He rushed over, intending to grab Qin Chuan and blast him away. But before he could even touch Qin Chuan, he was slapped away by the girl next to him. What the hell is this? It looks like a sitting earthenware pot. Did your mother marry someone other than a human when she gave birth to you? It's so ugly. Qin Chuan complained with a look of disgust. Damn it, I'm so angry. Kill him. Song Ziahu was furious and yelled at the two bodyguards. Damn it, how dare you? Do you even know who you've hit? You dare to hit even Mr. Fang's brother-in-law? Are you tired of living? Even though the two bodyguards clearly saw that it was Mei Aoxu who made the move, they still rushed towards Qin Chuan. While shouting at him, he also tried to subdue Qin Chuan. Mei Aoxu stepped forward and stood in front of Qin Chuan. Girl, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. You're so beautiful, it would be such a shame if you got hurt. May Aoxu possessed an ethereal beauty. Standing there, she resembled a beautiful and dazzling snow lotus. The two burly bodyguards hesitated to make the move. To lay a hand on such a stunningly beautiful woman is too rude. Is that even human? Don't hurt her, teach that foul-mouthed brat a lesson. Although Song Ziahu was slapped by Mei Aoxu, he felt no hatred at all. All her anger was directed at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan wasn't afraid of making things worse, so he casually pulled up a chair and sat down. Aoxu, make your move. Slap. Slap. AHH. Two crisp slaps, followed by two painful screams, echoed throughout the conference room. The burly bodyguards were sent flying backward, crashing into two tables and lying on the ground for a long time without getting up. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. He looked at Mei Aoxu with a terrified expression. Who would have thought that this unbelievably beautiful woman would possess such astonishing skills? Terrifying. It should be noted that these two bodyguards are both 1.9 meters tall, with muscular builds and weigh around 200 pounds each. He was slapped away like a fly. That must be incredibly powerful. Is he even human? Qin Chuan crossed his legs and said casually, "Is anyone else going to talk nonsense?" The conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Nobody's stupid, nobody wants to get beaten up. Who are you? Subtitles mustered his courage and asked. Dad, this is my boss, President Qin. He's the one who acquired Nyomi Company. Su Yi offered an explanation. That's right, I'm here to see why my employee skipped work, to get him back to work, and you guys continue. Qin Chuan waved his hand casually. Upon hearing this, Fang Zonghai was immediately dumbfounded. I suspect I'm hallucinating. Is this some kind of movie shoot? Qin Chuan is clearly a worthless loser. Where would he get the money to acquire Nyomi Company? He spent 500 million in one go. That's some pretty impressive background. Is this kid just here to act? They even hired a thug, making it seem like it was real. Could it be that they conspired with Su Yi? A million alpacas were stampeding through his mind, and his head was full of question marks. He had already thoroughly investigated Qin Chuan's background, even knowing exactly how many trees were in front of his house. 100% wild, pure loser. After a brainstorming session, Fang Zonghai's eyes gradually brightened, sparkling with the light of wisdom. He felt he had guessed the truth of the matter. It must be that Su Yi didn't want to marry Song Ziahu, so she desperately sought help and temporarily found Qin Chuan to act in the play. Yes, that's it. The truth is out. With his decades of experience and wisdom in the business world, this kind of trick is too childish. Qin Chuan, did you wander onto the wrong set? I know you're not in good health and desperately need money, but not all money is easy to earn. Take my advice and leave immediately. This is not a place for you. Fang Zonghai regained his composure and adopted a "I'm doing this for your own good" attitude. You should know your place. If you can't handle this high-level situation, don't get yourself into trouble. Fang Zonghai, stop pretending. I know you perfectly well. You're just a hypocrite, a scumbag, a beast. I'm talking to my employees. When did it become your place to interrupt? Qin Chuan's lips curled into a cold smile, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Ao Shui, slap him. Before Fang Zonghai could even process what was happening, he felt a burning sensation on his face as he received two solid slaps. He slapped him on both sides, very meticulously, and his newly fitted porcelain veneers shattered and flew off. Fang Zonghai was furious. He was a prominent figure in Donghai City, even the mayor had to offer him a toast. I've never been slapped in the face before. Did Qin Chuan borrow courage from the Heavenly King himself? How dare they order someone to beat him up? Qin Chuan, how dare you? Fang Zonghai pointed at Qin Chuan, his hair standing on end in fury, his whole body trembling. What don't I dare to do? Say another word and I'll knock all your teeth out. You! Fang Zonghai felt like he was about to go crazy with anger. He was trembling and could barely speak. But when he saw Mei Aoxu's cold and sharp eyes, he felt a shiver run through him and immediately calmed down. They didn't dare utter a single word. He could only secretly vow revenge in his heart. Damn it, just you wait. After today, if I don't kill you, you little bastard, I'll change my surname to yours. Qin Chuan was so arrogant that he didn't even put Fang Zonghai, a bigwig in the business world, in his eyes. He just starts smoking whenever he wants. He's absolutely insane. Everyone present felt a jolt of unease. This guy knows Fang Zonghai's identity, yet he still dares to be so arrogant? If it's not stupidity, then the background is extremely terrifying. It's so terrifying that the Fang family of Donghai City can be disregarded. This is such an awesome background. This is terrifying to think about. Terrifying. They're so powerful they're forcing us to do it. Even the big-breasted, brainless Sumian was now silent and trembling, her breathing barely touching the ground, afraid of offending Qin Chuan. The entire conference room fell silent, everyone stunned by Qin Chuan's swift and decisive actions. "So Yi, can you tell me why you resign now? Is there some difficulty at home? Don't worry, as your boss, I will help you solve any problems you encounter." Qin Chuan smiled slightly at Su Yi. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Su Yi seemed to wake from a dream. He handed the contract to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan flipped through it casually and burst into laughter. "Holy crap, this is really a case of a small knife pulling out a big butt, it's eye-opening. Fang Zonghai, you're really something. It's the 21st century, and you still manage to force people to sell their daughters and forcibly seize family property? You're even worse than Huang Shiren. President Su, I'm not trying to be mean, but you're selling 20% of the company's shares for a mere 1 billion, and even dragging your own daughter into it. You're really something." Qin Chuan sat in a reclining chair, speaking eloquently and giving advice on current affairs, displaying the demeanor of a powerful figure. Everyone present was stunned by what he said. Who exactly is this guy, that he's so awesome? Fang Zonghai's face flushed red and then turned pale, and his breathing became rapid, clearly indicating that he was very angry. "How about this, daughter, you don't need to sell yourself. I'll take over all the debts of the Su Group, give me 51% of the shares, and let Su Yi act as chairman. What do you think, Mr. Su?" These words were spoken. The entire room fell silent. Isn't this a bit of an overstatement? The total debt of the Su Group is close to 3 billion. Qin Chuan looked like a loser, and didn't look like a tycoon who could come up with 3 billion. Su Bippo could hardly believe it. After all, Qin Chuan was not familiar with him, and they could not even be considered acquaintances. He was merely his daughter's boss. "Why should we take the blame for the Su Group? Could it be that you have some other idea?" He glanced at Qin Chuan, trying to glean some clues from his expression. Qin Chuan appeared calm and composed, seemingly unperturbed. She looked at her daughter again. He suddenly came to his senses. Holy crap! Could this kid also be after Yi? Su Bippo was startled. His expression became complicated. Qin Chuan was a handsome and dignified man, compared to Song Ziahu. Forget it, they're not even the same species, comparing them like that is a bit unfair. In short, he looks much better to the eye. If Yi were to be with him, she could barely accept it. "President Qin, if you are truly willing to settle the debts of the Su Group, I can give you 60% of the company's shares. 20% of the shares in the Su Group are held by Su Mian, and 20% are held by Su Yi. Su Bippo holds the majority stake, controlling 60% of the shares. The Su Group is now facing bankruptcy, with no one willing to take it over. Even selling off all its assets wouldn't be enough to pay off its debts." Qin Chuan wanted to take over, and he couldn't wait to make a move. If Qin Chuan is willing to help him pay off his debts, he can have the entire company. Besides, he owns a small number of shares. He had long been fed up with the ups and downs and deceitful dealings in the business world. Over the years, he has done everything in his power to try to preserve the business left by his father. However, the business world is ever-changing, and his limited abilities forced him to remain on the defensive, causing the company's situation to deteriorate. He knew he wasn't cut out for business, but his promise to his father and his responsibility to his family forced him to bite the bullet and forge ahead. The company's financial deficit swallowed up its limited funds like a black hole. Bank collection calls are like a persistent, nagging noise. Employee complaints and resignation applications poured in like snowflakes. He felt like a caged beast, unable to escape his predicament no matter how hard he struggled. From the moment he fainted, he had a change of heart. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely choose a different way of life. No longer bound by worldly shackles and rules. He wanted to live for himself for once. "That's good, but I have one condition." Qin Chuan put his feet on the table, crossed his arms, and smiled faintly. Su Bippo's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at his daughter and understood. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Qin Chuan's willingness to spend a large sum of money to resolve the Su Group's debt crisis was not due to his appreciation of the Su Group's value, but rather for another purpose. He took a liking to his daughter. He's cut from the same cloth as Song Ziahu. However, Qin Chuan offered a higher price, which showed greater sincerity. Seeing her father's gaze, Su Yi immediately understood what was happening. A chill ran through her, and her eyes welled up with tears. Unexpectedly, Qin Chuan is also this kind of person. Like Song Ziahu, he used her as a bargaining chip. She is a living, breathing person, not an object. Qin Chuan's appearance initially touched her somewhat, and she inexplicably developed a slight liking for him. But at this moment, all goodwill vanished. Sure enough, businessmen are all selfish. They won't get up early for nothing. Expecting businessmen to have a sudden burst of kindness is simply naive. They only care about profit. Everything is negotiable. President Qin, what are your conditions? Please tell us. So Bippo took a deep breath and asked in a rather heavy tone. It's very simple. After the share transfer, Su Yi will be in charge of the company's management. To be honest, I'm a rather lazy person and just want to be a hands-off manager. I don't have much faith in President Su's business acumen. I'm a businessman, not a philanthropist. I've invested so much money and I don't want it to go down the drain. I hope President Su can understand. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he added another sentence. As long as you agree, the money will be in your account immediately. So Bippo is over 50 years old and has been in charge of the Su group for many years. Now he's being publicly criticized by a younger person. They said he wasn't capable and wasn't cut out for business. In the past, he would have found this absolutely unacceptable. He was about to jump up and down immediately. But now, reality is relentlessly rubbing us in the face, slapping us repeatedly in the face. He understood. Accepted calmly. I understand completely. Nobody's money comes from thin air. If he continues to manage the group, he will most likely repeat the same mistakes. He understood. But everyone else was dumbfounded. What did Qin Chuan say? He wants to settle the debts of the Su group, but all he wants is the shares held by Su Bippo. Then he wants to remove Su Bippo from the position and let his daughter take over. Did I hear that right? What kind of operation is this? Even Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong wouldn't dare to play like this, right? The Su group has nearly 3 billion yuan in debt. Even selling the entire group wouldn't be worth that much. With that money, wouldn't it be better to start a new company? This guy is an idiot. Only Su Yi didn't think that way. She was so moved that she cried her eyes out. Qin Chuan was not as shameless as Song Xiaohu. On the contrary, he was noble, considerate, and knew how to respect people. He chose this method to help himself in order to save face and maintain his dignity. That's the kind of man she should admire. For a fleeting moment, such a thought actually popped into Su Yi's mind, making her blush with embarrassment. Her eyes were watery and captivating as she looked at Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, thank you. Su Yi expressed her heartfelt gratitude. It's a small matter. As the boss, I should help when my employees are having difficulties at home. Qin Chuan waved his hand, as if it were a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Su Yi was increasingly moved. That's a real man, someone with class. The assistant next to him was envious. What kind of amazing boss is this? She really wanted it, but she also had difficulties. Wow, it seems like he's about to become his own boss. Yay! For a moment, everyone's eyes were pink when they looked at Qin Chuan. Young Master Qin, I have no objection to your request. I will go and prepare now, revise the contract, and arrange personnel changes. So Bippo believed that Qin Chuan must have taken a liking to his daughter. And his daughter seems to be attracted to him too. He also thought highly of Qin Chuan, so why not help him achieve his goal? Qin Chuan's request was simple, just make a few minor modifications to the contract. Fortunately, all 3 shareholders were present, so a vote could be taken on the spot. Even the vote is waived, so who would have a different opinion? Believe it or not, there really is. Su Mian was furious. She had a problem with it. Brother, I also own shares in the company. Shouldn't you ask for my opinion? Su Bippo frowned. This younger sister always messed things up at crucial moments. If I had known this would happen, I should have been ruthless and kicked her out of the company back then. What are your opinions? Young Master Qin stepped in to help and save the group. Do I need to tell you how much benefit you've received? So Bippo glared at his sister, his eyes filled with a strong warning, don't you dare cause me any trouble. At this crucial moment, he didn't want any more mishaps. Su Mian ignored her older brother. She moved closer to Qin Chuan and said with a fawning smile, Little Qin, I am Yi's aunt. Yi has been smart and clever and gentle since she was a child. You are also handsome and talented. The two of you standing together are a match made in heaven. You are so well matched. Qin Chuan stroked his chin, a slight smile appearing on his lips. I glanced at Su Yi, and wow, she really is pretty, with delicate skin like a baby's, so smooth and flawless. She has a good figure, slim where she should be and curvy where she should be. Ahem, auntie, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Yi's cheeks flushed slightly as she stole a glance at Qin Chuan, feeling a little shy. Yi, you're not getting any younger, it's time to find someone. I think young Master Qin is quite good, handsome, dashing, and incredibly kind to you. You couldn't find a man like that even with a lantern. Su Mian spoke animatedly and eloquently. Finally, the conversation shifted. Xiao Qin, what do you think of our Yi? Qin Chuan was completely dumbfounded. What are you doing? Are you trying to force a match? Although Su Yi is indeed good-looking, she is a beauty in the making. But you can't just jump straight into talking about marriage, nobody can handle that. Auntie, I haven't thought about getting married yet. Qin Chuan said awkwardly. I understand, men prioritize their careers, but that doesn't mean they can't date, right? We can start dating first. Su Mian's unusual enthusiasm made Qin Chuan feel incredibly lighthearted when she called him auntie. Aunt, you've misunderstood. My relationship with President Qin isn't what you think. Su Yi stamped her toes awkwardly and hurriedly explained. What misunderstanding? Your aunt has been through this, she knows everything. Whether a man loves you or not can be seen by whether he is willing to spend money on you. Xiao Qin spent billions for you, which shows how much he loves you. You must cherish this opportunity. Cough cough. Qin Chuan coughed lightly twice. Ms. Su, is there anything else? Oh, Xiao Qin, we're all family, call me auntie. Su Mian slapped her thigh and said with a smile. Your aunt also has some shares in the company, not much, just 20%. You and Yi Yi are about to become family, so it wouldn't be good for me to get involved. How about this, you take my shares too? I won't ask for more than what you offer, just the price you gave my older brother. How about 1 billion? Qin Chuan stroked his chin without saying a word. Even if Su Mian didn't say anything, he would find a way to kick her out. Having too many shareholders is a problem. He doesn't lack money, so there's no need for him to have a bunch of shareholders holding him back. Ideally, he should be in charge and play the game however he wants. Since the other party brought it up, we might as well go with the flow. Yi Yi, what do you think? Qin Chuan passed the question to Su Yi, wanting to hear her opinion. President Qin, based on the current market value of the Su Group, 20% of the shares are not worth more than 1 billion. President Qin's willingness to help settle the debts is already a huge favor. The Su family is not ungrateful and will not take advantage of us for nothing. If President Qin is interested in acquiring the shares, I also have 20% of the shares and am willing to transfer them to you free of charge. Su Yi felt that this aunt was a ticking time bomb. When the company is handed over to her for management, Su Mian will come over every few days to cause trouble, and she won't have the patience to deal with her. It would be better to give him some money now and kick her out to prevent future trouble. Qin Chuan nodded, thinking that Su Yi was a decent person and that it was reliable to leave the company to her. Then let's do as you say, Ms. Su, prepare the contract. Su Mian was overjoyed and happily went to prepare the contract. What a show! Qin Chuan, it's a shame you're not an actor. I'd like to see if you can come up with 4 billion. Fang Zonghai, who had been observing coldly, finally couldn't sit still any longer and made a sarcastic remark. No one knows Qin Chuan's background better than him. He has investigated his ancestors for 8 generations. Pure as can be, a complete loser from the bottom of society. Trying to act like a rich guy? They're even planning to acquire the Su Group? Why don't you just fly to the sky? You've taken too much medicine, your brain must be fried. A near-death hallucination. Qin Chuan ignored him and turned his back on Fang Zonghai. Fang Zonghai was furious. The feeling of being ignored was extremely unpleasant. The employers let you put on airs, wait until you pay and see how you handle the consequences. Soon, the share transfer agreements for the 3 members of the Su family were all drafted. It was laid out before Qin Chuan. Fang Zonghai crossed his arms and watched the show with a cold smile. Sign it. Sign it. They can't keep up the act anymore. His smile quickly froze. Qin Chuan picked up his pen and quickly wrote down his name. Then he took out his phone and started transferring money. Fang Zonghai's breath hitched. That loser is still putting on an act. You think you can transfer billions of dollars with a crappy phone? I didn't believe you. Ding. Your Datang bank account ending in 5885 has received 1 billion yuan. Ding, 3 billion yuan has been deposited into your Donghai bank account ending in 5593. Su Mian was overjoyed. Seeing the balance notification on my phone, I quickly logged into the bank's app to check, and sure enough, there was an extra billion yuan in my account. She was so excited that she was incoherent, her whole body was trembling, and she was completely high. So Bippo's account also had an additional 3 billion yuan. Although his account was frozen, it did not affect his ability to receive payments. With this huge sum of money, the bank will soon lift the restrictions on him. He was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Fang Zonghai was dumbfounded. Song Xiaohu was dumbfounded. Qin Chuan's payment speed was ridiculously fast, overturning their understanding. That's a huge sum of billions, and it just arrived in my account in an instant? Even for a giant like Founder Pharmaceuticals, with a market value of tens of billions, transferring large sums of money requires layers of complicated procedures. If the money arrives within a week, that's already pretty impressive. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, just used a broken phone, fiddled with it for a bit, and the money arrived instantly? No appointment is required? This is probably not a fantasy. But the bloody facts are right in front of us, and there's no room for faking them. The information that Su Mian and Su Bippo received the money was genuine. He personally witnessed Su Mian logging into the bank interface and checking her balance. The bank is unlikely to cooperate with the Su family and Qin Chuan in putting on a show. Not to mention the Su family, even the Fang family doesn't have that ability. So the truth can only be, Qin Chuan really has that much money. My scalp is tingling. My whole body is trembling. Fang Zonghai felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his head was buzzing. He can casually throw out 4 billion yuan, all in cash. That must have been an incredibly impressive background. He's the CEO of a listed company, so he knows the ins and outs of this business very well. The so-called billionaires with a net worth of tens or hundreds of billions all have fixed assets in company shares. The actual cash on hand that can be readily available is at most a few hundred million. Moreover, fixed assets and stocks are not easy to cash out. Firstly, it's such a large quantity that no one can possibly consume it all. Secondly, if you sell your stocks, it can easily cause panic among other investors. They suspect your company might be facing some problems and is about to go bankrupt. Who would dare to buy it? Therefore, the market value of a listed company is just a number, which may look scary. Actually, we don't have that much cash. Like Qin Chuan, no preparation is needed. He spent 4 billion in one go, and it arrived in his account instantly. Just thinking about that power and background makes my scalp tingle and my anus tighten. Fang Zonghai became increasingly frightened as he thought about it, and his whole body trembled. He turned around and stared at Song Ziahe with murderous eyes. So, this is the result of your investigation? A loser, abandoned by his parents and raised by an old bachelor? No relatives, no enemies? The lowest rungs of society, like cattle and horses? Can we just do whatever we want with it? Go to hell. You've really screwed me over. With Qin Chuan's extravagant spending, he must be the descendant of some business tycoon, right? He might even be a prince ceiling of the Beijing elite circle. Otherwise, how could his identity be so secretive? The more I think about it, the more scared I get. Only with such a background could one hide their identity so deeply. He couldn't find a single flaw in it. You, a prince, what are you doing coming to this place in the East China Sea to act like a loser? He even pretended to have a heart condition and wanted to donate his internal organs to Xiaoyu. That's absolutely outrageous. Is this how wealthy and powerful families like to play? Is this some kind of scam? He coveted Qin Chuan's kidneys, poisoned him, and even sent assassins to kill him. This feud runs quite deep, and it probably won't be easy to resolve. However, he did it discreetly, and Qin Chuan might not know. Even if you know, you can't admit it unless you have irrefutable evidence. Qin Chuan didn't eat the poisonous mushrooms either. Thinking about it this way, there might still be room for maneuver. Fang Zonghai tried to console himself. Alright, the contract is signed and the money is in the account. The SUG Group is now mine. I hereby announce that the company will be renamed Baiki Biotechnology and Su Yi will be appointed as the chief CEO. Qin Chuan made very simple and casual arrangements. Su Bipo sighed and accepted the fact. Ultimately, the SUG Group failed to survive and came to an end under his leadership. It's somewhat of a pity. Congratulations! Young Master Qin's generosity is astonishing. We had some misunderstandings before, so I'll treat you to dinner another day to explain things in person. I hope you'll forgive us and do me the honor of joining us. Fang Zonghai changed his expression very quickly, abandoning his arrogant demeanor and sincerely bowing to Qin Chuan. I dare not attend Mr. Fang's dinner party, I'm afraid I'll be poisoned. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. Fang Zonghai felt a slight tremor in his heart, but then laughed it off. He said, Young Master Qin, you've wronged me terribly. I was just about to explain. The mushrooms we treated you to dinner that day were indeed poisonous, but we didn't know that. They were gifts from someone else, who knew they were poisonous. Young Master Qin, please don't misunderstand, I'm a victim too. Fang Zonghai gave a serious explanation, his face full of apology, as if that day really was an accident. Young Master Qin, I know that although it was an accident, I do bear undeniable responsibility. How about this, give me a chance to make amends. He adopted a very humble posture, with a sincere expression on his face. If Qin Chuan hadn't been reborn and personally experienced the pain of being poisoned and having his kidney cut open, he almost would have believed it. This guy is quite the actor, looking completely innocent and wronged. She seems even more wronged than Do Yi. Fang Zonghai, I still prefer your unruly self. Can you come back to that? Qin Chuan sneered inwardly, deliberately provoking him. Qin Chuan, what are you pretending to be, you big shot? Who does my brother-in-law think he is? You're just a nouveau riche, you better watch your mouth, or I'll slap you. Smack! Before Song Ziahe could finish speaking, Fang Zonghai slapped him across the face. I finally found a chance to slap this lousy brother-in-law. Shut the hell up, you idiot. You'll ruin the Fang family sooner or later. Fang Zonghai gave him a long scolding, spitting everywhere. Song Ziahe covered his swollen face, daring not to speak out in anger. His hatred for Qin Chuan intensified. That son of a bitch not only stole his woman, but also humiliated him in public. This is absolutely unacceptable. It's a great humiliation to have the woman you've already got snatched away. Song Xiaohu felt that his head was already completely covered in green, a metaphor for being cheated on. The thought of the woman he had his eye on sleeping with someone else and having children made him feel like he was about to explode. But he wasn't really stupid, he knew now wasn't the time for revenge. He could only make a mental note of it and wait for an opportunity to take revenge later. Qin Chuan, I know you have a deep misunderstanding about me, but please believe me, I have absolutely no ill intentions towards you. Fang Zonghai is truly shameless, he's still lying through his teeth, trying to defend and whitewash himself. There's no misunderstanding between us, only hatred. Your groveling won't help. I won't let you off the hook. Now get out of here and don't dirty my place. Qin Chuan didn't want to listen to this guy's ramblings and unceremoniously told him to leave. His words were sharp and his arrogance was outrageous. You won't find another person in the entire Donghai city who can be so arrogant. At least so far, no one has dared to speak to Fang Zonghai like that. Qin Chuan is the only one who can poop like a scorpion. Fang Zonghai's face turned ashen, and he was furious. He gritted his teeth and didn't let it out. Qin Chuan's strength and resources impressed him. He dared not act rashly before he had thoroughly figured out the other party's background. Qin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze cold and sharp as he surveyed the entire room. He exuded an unfathomable aura of dominance. His eyes held a hint of authority and unquestionable authority. When a man has money, he stands tall. When a man has a system, not only does he stand tall, but his whole body is strong. Fang Zonghai, a man of many experience and keen insight, could no longer see through Qin Chuan. The contrast before and after is simply too great. Qin Chuan is now arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone and acting like he owns the place. His cocky and arrogant demeanor is very much in line with the style of a rich and powerful young master. The more he acted this way, the more wary Fang Zonghai became. I thought to myself, these are all such amazing actors. He was so convincing in pretending to be a loser that he fooled everyone. Now that he's back to his original identity, he's immediately become an arrogant and domineering young master. The transition was so smooth, and the acting so superb, that even a cunning old fox like Fang Zonghai had to admire it. Su Mian gave Su Yi a meaningful look. If I had known you knew such an important person, why would I have bothered to ask Fang Zonghai for a collaboration? They almost gave up 20% of their shares, only to receive a worthless check for 50 million. That's like taking off your pants to fart, completely pointless. Qin Chuan could resolve the Su family's predicament in no time. Don't be too casual. Having said all that, Fang Zonghai was too ashamed to stay any longer. All plans were disrupted by Qin Chuan, and although they were unwilling, they were helpless. It seems we can only ask the old man to step in and resolve this. After Fang Zonghai and the others left, Qin Chuan did not linger. He's still waiting to go back and see the otherworldly beauty squatting dance. Su Yi escorted him all the way to the entrance of the building. Qin Chuan let out a long sigh of relief. Damn, this is my first time showing off, it's quite exciting. He got really into the role, a little carried away, and almost lost control. However, it seems to be working well. This completely stunned the old fox, Fang Zonghai, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. I estimate that once I get back, I'll start investigating his background. Qin Chuan remained completely calm, as he was currently surrounded by 5 expert guards. As long as there are no firearms, no one can do anything to him. He didn't believe that a mere member of the Fang family had the power to influence officialdom. Mr. Qin, thank you so much for today. Su Yi was moved to tears. Qin Chuan had helped her so much, and she didn't know how to repay him. We can't afford it right now. Does he really have to repay her with his body? Thinking of this, her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. It's nothing. You're my employee, so of course I'll help you if you're in trouble. Qin Chuan waved his hand, completely unconcerned. Su Yi was slightly taken aback, feeling a little disappointed. She thought Qin Chuan had fallen for her, which was why he offered his help. I never imagined that in his heart, I was just an employee, nothing more. That makes sense. They're from a wealthy and powerful family, how could they possibly be interested in her? By the way, did you sign an organ donation agreement when you were in college? Oh, how did you know? Su Yi snapped out of her daze, her face showing surprise. Let's withdraw it later, lest we attract attention. Fang Zonghai has a daughter who has uremia and has been searching for a kidney donor. Su Yi was also a smart person, and with a little guidance from Qin Chuan, she understood the significance of it. I was naive back then. I participated in a charity event and thought that if I could donate my organs to save more people after I died, it would be a very meaningful thing, so I signed the agreement on a whim. Thinking about it now, it's terrifying. Fang Zonghai probably only targeted me because of this, right? If Qin Chuan hadn't intervened in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They might not even have known how they died. Su Yi felt a wave of fear wash over her. By the way, the company should get back to operation as soon as possible, especially the pharmaceutical factory. We need to quickly fill the gaps in production staff. I have a new drug that will be put into production soon. Fang Zonghai has a beauty product that is expected to be launched soon. Qin Chuan needs to prepare in advance so that he can strike back when the time comes. We must at least cripple Founder Pharmaceuticals. Qin Chuan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. It's still because I'm not strong enough to do whatever I want. Otherwise, to retaliate against the Fang family beasts, there would be no need for such a complicated process. Just send an assassin and have them slaughter everyone indiscriminately. They didn't even leave the Fang family's dog behind. How exhilarating! Qin Chuan's words rekindled Su Yi's spirits. It turns out that Qin Chuan is so affectionate, and he even went out of his way to learn about her past. Upon learning of Fang Zonghai's conspiracy, they did everything in their power to stop him. Deeply moving and touching. I misunderstood him. I'm so superficial. Qin Chuan has done so much for me without my knowledge. That kind of man is just too handsome. In an instant, Qin Chuan's image in Su Yi's eyes rose higher and higher. It radiated a dazzling light. Golden. Like riding on auspicious clouds, he was her destined lover who saved her from danger at the critical moment. Su Yi felt as if Cupid's arrow had struck her heart, and her love overflowed like a tidal wave. Sometimes, a woman falls in love with a man just like that. Qin Chuan clearly did nothing. The acquisition of the Su group was all part of his plan, it just happened to be brought forward unexpectedly. Preventing Song Xiaohu from marrying Su Yi was just a side effect, it was simply to annoy the Fang family. There was no other purpose. But in Su Yi's eyes, all of this was carefully prepared by Qin Chuan for her sake. They even risked antagonizing the Fang family, a financial giant. The combination of several events acted like a powerful drug, completely overwhelming Su Yi. She was deeply moved. The atmosphere between the two gradually warmed up. Su Yi's eyes were filled with pink bubbles as she gazed at Qin Chuan with utter infatuation. Chuan, I love you. The first sentence came out of nowhere and completely stunned Qin Chuan. Holy crap. He had no idea when he had become so charming. The employers and employees clearly did nothing. The acquisition of the Su group was not an act of charity. Ultimately, I benefited from it. It was somewhat like taking advantage of someone's vulnerability. You've fallen in love already? Oh, woman. What a strange species. I don't understand. Su Yi tiptoed and quickly kissed Qin Chuan on the lips. It was like a cool breeze passing by. Su Yi blushed deeply and fled as if she were escaping. Qin Chuan was left alone, disheveled in the wind. This was the first time he had been forcibly kissed by a girl. Surprisingly, it felt pretty good. Su Yi's lips were soft and had a faint fragrance, as cool as mint. Just as I was enjoying this wonderful moment, a system notification popped up, Great Taoist Priest requests a trade. Qin Chuan resolutely refused. On the other side, the Taoist priest was operating the excavator with great enthusiasm. He has already cleared a 100-meter-long passageway through the vast cemetery. With excavators, efficiency is off the charts. I've dug up a lot of good stuff these past 2 days. There is even a long-lost martial arts technique. Just as they were digging with great enthusiasm, the excavator suddenly stopped moving and shut down. The Taoist priest was so anxious that he scratched his head and immediately contacted Qin Chuan for help. To my surprise, I was rejected. I'll fuck your grandpa. Immeasurable, heavenly, venerable. You're playing like this, aren't you? That's unfair. I contacted them again, but was rejected again. I tried to contact them again, but they still refused to answer. The virtuous Taoist priest lost his composure. Just when they were about to get out of trouble, the excavator stopped moving. Qin Chuan could not be contacted again. This is fucking ridiculous. This is absolutely outrageous. Qin Chuan was outside, so it was inconvenient for him to trade with the virtuous Taoist priest. The system is his secret, and there is absolutely no way it could be leaked. Judging by the time, the excavator must have run out of fuel, otherwise the Taoist priest wouldn't have been in such a hurry to find him. Qin Chuan leisurely went to the gas station to buy oil. I didn't expect that gas stations don't sell bottled oil to individuals. They require a lot of relevant documentation before they'll sell it. Damn it, what kind of ridiculous rule is this? Qin Chuan immediately lost his temper and called over the gas station owner. I know a big shot. You believe I can get him to come out and you'll immediately sell to me obediently? Qin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, acting all high and mighty. The boss watched Qin Chuan's performance with a cold eye, refusing to budge. Brush. Qin Chuan immediately pulled out a wad of red bills from his pocket and slapped it on the boss's face. Do you recognize this? Are you selling it or not? If not, I have some more. The boss's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his fists were clenched. Upon seeing a stack of red bills, his expression quickly changed. Brother, why didn't you say you had such a powerful backer earlier? Come on, let's cheer this guy on. Brother, where do you live? I'll personally deliver it to you. The boss's attitude did a complete 100-degree turn. He was practically calling Qin Chuan dad. There was nothing I could do, the other party had given me far too much. That's a thick stack of cash, worth at least tens of thousands. It directly breached the bottom line he could hold on to. Qin Chuan provided the warehouse address, and the boss personally escorted the truck. They escorted him all the way until the food was unloaded, and even gave Qin Chuan a business card and offered him a cigarette. Only then did he leave, expressing his deepest gratitude. Their attitude was excellent. Even with Qin Chuan's discerning eye, he couldn't find any fault with it. After everyone left, Qin Chuan went into the warehouse and put all 10 barrels of fuel into his system space. He wanted more, but the gas station didn't have enough stock, so he had to give up. After sorting out the fuel, we grabbed a bite to eat for lunch. Qin Chuan then returned to the villa, closed the door and opened the system panel. Holy crap! The Taoist priest, acting like a madman, kept contacting Qin Chuan. They were determined not to give up until they connected with Qin Chuan. I have contacted them more than 100 times. That kind of perseverance is truly admirable. As soon as Qin Chuan approved the request, the large face of the Taoist priest filled the system screen. He was furious, and smoke was coming out of his nostrils. Qin Chuan, have you fallen into a cesspool? Why won't you accept my trade request? Do you know that I have contacted you 112 times? What you're doing damages the image of Blue Star traders. The Taoist priest spoke rapidly, spitting as he vented his frustrations. Alright, stop babbling and get to the point. Qin Chuan rolled his eyes and interrupted the Taoist priest. You can't be nice to this guy, he gets too cocky too easily. Oh. The moment the Taoist priest realized he needed someone's help, he fell silent. He said sheepishly, the excavator is out of gas. Qin Chuan understood, it was just as he had guessed. However, this time he does not intend to continue trading with spirit stones. The spiritual stones given by the virtuous Taoist were all used and discarded. He used up both of them before he could even begin to cultivate qi. In comparison, the spirit stones given by Li Wenta were of a much higher grade. He could absorb less than half of a spirit stone and directly reach the first level of qi refining perfection. Breaking through to the second level is just around the corner. He's much more decent than that unethical Taoist priest. The Taoist priest took out 2 dull spirit stones and said with a pained expression, the excavator is useful, but it consumes a lot of fuel. The 3 barrels of oil didn't even last 2 days. I'll have to replace them with 3 more barrels this time. Qin Chuan didn't even want to talk about this jerk anymore. Nima, you said you only had 2 spirit stones left in the last transaction, and now you've brought out 2 more. Does your spirit stone have offspring? He never tells the truth. What a swindler. Deist master, if I remember correctly, you've run out of spirit stones, haven't you? You're not trying to fool me with fake ones, are you? Ah, right, these 2 were dug out of the cemetery. They're brand new and unused. Look at the color and texture, they're absolutely top quality. If it weren't for changing fuel, I would never have taken them out. The virtuous Taoist priest spoke fluently and without batting an eye. Qin Chuan remained silent. Having traded with this guy so many times, I've come to know him quite well. Too lazy to expose him, she said directly, Deist master, this transaction doesn't require spirit stones, and I'll give you 5 barrels of fuel for free. Damn it! Is this for real? The Taoist priest looked surprised. When did Qin Chuan become so generous? He's probably up to no good, he's definitely trying to set a trap for me. What, Taoist priest, you don't believe me? Without saying a word, Qin Chuan handed over 5 barrels of fuel. They completely baffled the great Taoist priest. What are you trying to do? I can't possibly accept that. If you don't make any demands, I won't feel at ease accepting the money. I'll be a little uneasy. Fellow deist, you are so generous, I admire you. The Taoist priest put away the fuel and began refueling the excavator. Her small eyes would glance at Qin Chuan every now and then, waiting for him to continue. Something's not right. Something's off about this kid. The Taoist priest rubbed his eyes and stared at Qin Chuan intently. The more I looked, the more surprised I became. After 2 days apart, Qin Chuan's breathing became deep and his complexion radiant. His physical strength and mental power had both increased significantly. This is a sign that you've reached the perfect stage of qi refining. That's impossible. The 2 worthless spirit stones that I gave him had very little spiritual energy left. Even if you absorb every last bit of it, it's still impossible to break through to the first level of qi refining, unless this kid has some extraordinary encounter. You've broken through to the first level of qi refining? The Taoist priest opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost. Qin Chuan's talent is just too incredible. Even with an abundance of spirit stones, it is extremely rare to reach the first level of qi refining perfection in just 2 days. In the Big Dipper starfield, it takes ordinary cultivators at least several months to even begin to understand the basics. Taking the great Taoist priest himself as an example, this guy can be considered a cultivation prodigy. It took him a full month to break through to the first level of chi refining, and that was with enough spirit stones. Master, you have a good eye. I broke through yesterday, and I have to thank you for your cultivation method. The Taoist priest felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he had swallowed a fly. In other words, Qin Chuan broke through to the first level of chi refining in just one day. Is this guy even human? He didn't want to talk anymore. I'm very depressed. The key issue is that Qin Chuan is practicing the Baidacommon and obscure martial arts technique, which is considered garbage. Compared to Qin Chuan, the Taoist priest Dida was definitely a poor student. He felt like he was going to vomit blood. If you have nothing else to say, fellow deist, I'll take my leave now. The virtuous Taoist priest looked depressed and wanted to be alone to cry for a while. Wait, Taoist priest, please wait. I have some good things here. Won't you take a look? Qin Chuan took out 10 spirit stones from the system space and placed them in a row on the table in front of him. I'm not watching anymore, I'm not in the mood. The virtuous Taoist priest looked listless and prepared to log off. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he saw a cluster of colorful spirit stones in front of Qin Chuan, their spiritual energy incredibly rich. His eyes were wide open, as big as bronze, and his mouth was agape. Amit Ba. This item is destined for me. The Taoist priest's breathing became rapid, his eyes glowed green, and he drooled as he stared at the spirit stone in front of Qin Chuan. They're all top-grade spirit stones. In the Big Dipper starfield, a single top-grade spirit stone is enough to cause a golden core cultivator to suffer a bloody defeat. It is an extremely valuable cultivation resource. Some smaller sects couldn't even get a single top-grade spirit stone if they sold the entire section. Qin Chuan, a mere chi refining level 1 nobody, had a full 10 of them. If this were in Baidu, even the major sects would treat him like royalty. That's infuriating. Fellow deist, how should we change it? The Taoist priest was panting heavily, and could no longer maintain his composure. I'm prepared for a huge financial loss, even if it means pawning my pants. Master, name your price. As long as it's fair, we can discuss it. Seeing that the Taoist priest was interested, Qin Chuan was not in a hurry and let him make an offer first. The Taoist priest pointed to the mountain of gold bricks piled up behind him. These were all scavenged from the ancient tomb and were kept for trading with Qin Chuan. These gold bricks are all yours, how about exchanging them for a spirit stone? When he said this, the virtuous Taoist priest seemed unusually guilty. In his view, they were all worthless scrap metal. Although Qin Chuan needed them, he couldn't be sure of the value of gold in Qin Chuan's world. Not enough. Qin Chuan shook his head. It was absolutely impossible for the virtuous Taoist priest to get something for nothing. Add 1 rejuvenation pill. This pill is meticulously refined by a great cultivator. For cultivators below the foundation establishment stage, no matter how severe the injury or how serious the illness, 1 pill will cure the ailment and make them as strong as ever. Moreover, it can prolong life and increase lifespan by 12 years. It works even on ordinary people. Absolutely effective, cures all diseases. Qin Chuan was invigorated, his heart burning with excitement. Help! Extend my life. This is really good stuff. The fact that it can extend one's lifespan by 12 years alone would likely fetch an astronomical price if auctioned on Earth. For wealthy and powerful antiques and fossils, nothing is more attractive than extending lifespan. In their eyes, wine, women, wealth, and power are all vulgar things. If this drug could be mass-produced and used repeatedly, wouldn't that be defying the laws of nature? This must be replaced. Qin Chuan tried to calm himself down and pretended to be indifferent. Can this thing be reused to extend lifespan? No, it can only extend lifespan once. However, there are no restrictions on healing injuries and treating illnesses, but the effects of the medicine will gradually weaken. The Taoist priest wasn't lying about this. After all, there was a system monitoring him, and he wouldn't dare to make things up. Qin Chuan nodded. That's right. If you can reuse your life and extend your lifespan indefinitely, then what's the point of cultivating immortality? Everyone can live forever. If life extension is not repeatable, then it is not valuable enough. On Earth, medical care is highly advanced. Even if you open up your intestines or cut off your hands or feet, they can be reattached. There are basically no incurable diseases, and ordinary people can live to old age and die. The rejuvenation pill is not very useful to me. Qin Chuan was bragging in a very serious manner. There was absolutely no psychological burden. In fact, even in 2030, there will still be many incurable diseases on Earth. For example, cancer, AIDS, nervous system diseases, circulatory system diseases, chronic kidney disease, Alzheimer's disease, rabies, etc. These are all intractable diseases that are currently difficult to cure with modern medical technology. If the rejuvenation pill can truly cure these diseases, then its value is no less than that of prolonging life. It can benefit all of humanity. Qin Chuan could win so many awards in the medical field across the entire planet Blue Star. Of course, he wasn't interested in any of that. The key question is whether the rejuvenation pill can be produced on Earth. Qin Chuan's story was so detailed and convincing that the Taoist priest was only half convinced. He felt a little panicked. He had to get his hands on the top-grade spirit stone. Fellow deist, is there anything else you need? The glazed fire pattern armor I traded with you last time was quite good, but it lacked head protection. Do you have any magical artifacts to protect your head, deist master? The virtuous Taoist priest scratched his head. He really didn't have that. The glass fire patterned armor was just an undergarment used by Baida to keep warm. There's no such thing as an undergarment with a hood. How about we make a headgear right now? I searched through my treasure chest for ages, but couldn't find any materials on that topic. This thing is too low grade, it's not worth collecting at all. The Taoist priest was so anxious that he scratched his head and his eyes darted around. Yes. He rummaged through the treasure chest for a long time. Finally, she took out a small jade token. Fellow deist, please take a look. This jade stone is a protective golden shield talisman that I have spent several years refining. It can withstand attacks from cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. It can be activated by injecting a trace of spiritual power and will last for 1 hour, making you immune to any attack. The Taoist priest moved the jade talisman closer so that Qin Chuan could see it more easily. Qin Chuan knew nothing about the cultivation world and had no idea how powerful a foundation establishment cultivator's attacks were. The virtuous Taoist priest demonstrated it to him on the spot. After activating the golden shield charm, throw it on the ground. A faint halo of light formed around the jade talisman, covering an area of about 3 square meters. The Taoist priest started the excavator, manipulating the huge bucket to strike the jade talisman repeatedly. The loud banging was deafening. That shovel strike carries at least 2 or 3 tons of force. They couldn't even break through the jade talisman's defensive perimeter. This is practically like having invincibility frames in a game. That's awesome. It's even more powerful than the golden body. The golden shield talisman's defense can last for an hour. The time on Earth would be 2 hours. With such abnormal defensive capabilities, even small artillery shells probably can't penetrate it. With this, you can basically do whatever you want. 1 golden shield talisman can be used 9 times. Are you satisfied, fellow deist? The Taoist priest jumped off the excavator, looking at Qin Chuan with anticipation. It's alright, then let's leave it at that. Qin Chuan was barely satisfied. However, this thing is a consumable item, and each use reduces its availability, which is somewhat unsatisfactory. By the way, can mortals refine the rejuvenation pill? Qin Chuan was quite concerned about this. If he could obtain the secret formula and produce it himself on Blue Star, the profits would be absolutely terrifying. No, the rejuvenation pill requires at least a foundation establishment stage cultivator to refine. The Taoist priest shook his head. This thing is nothing rare, and having too much of it won't do you any good. Qin Chuan agreed to the deal, and he was overjoyed, so he spoke the truth for once, which was rare for him. I see. Qin Chuan stroked his chin. I need a lot, as much as you can get. As long as you can get it, deist, there will be plenty of spirit stones. What? The virtuous Taoist priest was stunned and wondered if he was hallucinating. Are they all spirit stones of this extremely grade? Good. How many of these spirit stones do you have? The Taoist priest was sweating profusely, and his whole body began to feel numb. Not many, just over 1,000, but this is only temporary, there will be more later. Qin Chuan knew that spirit stones were very precious to cultivators, just like gold on Earth. Little did they know, he possessed top-grade spirit stones, rare items for cultivators of the Northern Dipper sect who would fight to the death for. On Gushan Star, such spirit stones are everywhere. Li Wenta promised to search for them extensively after settling down at the border. There will be plenty of food to satisfy everyone. To the Taoist priest, this was nothing short of showing off. Versailles was trying to sow discord among him. Depend on. The Taoist priest's lips trembled. This is infuriating. Only a little over 1,000? Listen, can you hear what people are saying? Even a golden core cultivator in the Big Dipper starfield wouldn't be able to produce that many spirit stones. At most, we could have a dozen or so. No new spirit stone veins have been discovered in the Big Dipper starfield for over 100 years, making spirit stones a scarce commodity. 1 piece is used up, and 1 piece is no longer available. Qin Chuan only has a few top-grade spirit stones in stock. They are all treasures of major sections. It's impossible to sell it. This guy can easily get thousands of them. Where can you go to complain? Did you exchange this for something from a new trading partner? Good. Qin Chuan readily admitted it. We're all part of a system, so there's nothing we can't say. Holy crap. The Taoist priest immediately jumped up. The system is so biased. He has had the system for much longer than Qin Chuan, and so far, he has only been matched with one reliable trading partner, Qin Chuan. I thought my bad luck was over after I was matched with Qin Chuan. Who knew that I would be matched with another terrible person a couple of days ago? It turned out to be a primitive man. We wanted to trade with him for timber, stone tools, and animal hides. The Taoist priest was so angry he snorted and immediately blocked him. Qin Chuan always manages to find reliable trading partners. That's so unfair. Is he the system's favorite son? The more I think about it, the angrier I get, and I feel unbalanced. Fellow deist, may I ask why your system has such a high success rate in matching users? Is there some secret to it? The Taoist priest blinked his beady green eyes and looked at Qin Chuan with anticipation. Qin Chuan, could it be that this guy got matched with some terrible stuff again? The secret? Of course there is. Every morning and evening, light an incense stick, kowtow 3 times, and silently chant, "System Daddy is awesome." Qin Chuan looked at the fat face of the Taoist priest and mischievously tried to fool him. Really? More real than pearls. The virtuous Taoist priest truly believed it and bowed to Qin Chuan with great excitement to express his gratitude. Thank you for his selfless sharing. He was thinking that once the transaction was completed, he would immediately put it into action. He even made a ruthless vow: I, the Taoist priest, will burn 12 incense sticks and kowtow 9 times a day until I crush you to death. The two then pulled at each other for a while. Finally, it was agreed that the virtuous Taoist priest would exchange all the gold in the cemetery, 3 resurrection pills, and a golden shield talisman for 1 top-grade spirit stone from Qin Chuan. The subsequent exchange of rejuvenation pills for spirit stones was agreed to be 50 pills for 1 spirit stone. The deal was struck, and both parties were happy. Qin Chuan exchanged 1 spirit stone for hundreds of tons of gold, 3 rejuvenation pills, and a golden shield talisman. Gold completely solved his funding problem. Even if both companies were losing money every day, he could still afford to keep them afloat. The value of the rejuvenation pill on Earth is immeasurable. It is more precious than gold. If it were auctioned off, I'm afraid all the powerful and wealthy people on the entire planet would go crazy for it. And the golden shield talisman, needless to say, is a life-saving artifact. It's like having 9 extra lives. Once activated, it's estimated that you could take a trip to a hot war zone in the Middle East and not even lose a hair. Qin Chuan felt he had made a huge profit. The Taoist priest also felt he had made a huge profit. The things he gave Qin Chuan weren't anything valuable or rare in Baidu either. The gold was something he casually obtained while digging up graves, and he could easily refine the resurrection pill. Even if he went to buy it, he could exchange 1 low-grade spirit stone for 10 pills. Exchange it for top-grade spirit stones? Sorry, only a fool would change it. I wouldn't trade it for any amount of rejuvenation pills. As for the golden shield charm, it's even less valuable. I just used up some spirit stones and carved a small array. It was purely out of boredom, just something to practice and have fun with. For him, this deal was like exchanging a broken stone for gold. A huge profit. Given the vast differences in the world, exchanging what we have and what we lack, achieving a win-win situation is that simple. Qin Chuan took out 3 rejuvenation pills and placed them in his palm. It looks like a light red pill, nothing special, but the medicinal scent it emits is particularly pleasant. I brought my nose close and took a breath, and I immediately felt refreshed and comfortable all over. Qin Chuan couldn't resist the urge to swallow it whole. However, he managed to suppress the urge. No matter what, it's medicine. He won't take it without personally verifying its effects. Moreover, he is currently in his prime, in excellent physical condition, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a 7 times a night man. This medicine is not needed for the time being. I'll keep it for peace of mind, just in case. Night falls in the Xingai Bay Villa district. The lights were on in Qin Chuan's house. Come on, don't stop, keep playing the music, keep dancing. Qin Chuan, wearing baggy shorts, lay comfortably on the sofa. Mei Aixu, standing beside her, held a small fruit knife, her knife flashing brilliantly as fruit peels danced like snowflakes, falling off with a whoosh. A large plate of slices was quickly prepared. Skewer them with toothpicks and keep feeding them to Qin Chuan. On the other side, 2 otherworldly girls were squatting on the ground, one massaging Qin Chuan's feet. One of them rested Qin Chuan's head on her lap and massaged his shoulders. This treatment is comparable to that of a tyrannical ruler. In the center of the spacious living room, 7 otherworldly beauties, dressed in colorful dance costumes, danced to the rhythm, their movements partially concealed. They were dancing Qin Chuan's favorite squatting dance. Honestly, these otherworldly girls are all incredibly smart and have amazing dance skills. Qin Chuan showed them the squatting dance video twice, and they grasped its essence and even made some improvements. A dance performance can be so thrilling that it transcends mere visual impact and touches the soul. It brought an unprecedented shock. This kind of enjoyment is comparable to that of an emperor. The climax featured a deadly series of 18 squats, which nearly caused Qin Chuan to explode on the spot. They exclaimed that they couldn't stand it, that squatting was killing them. Anyone who looks at this will be confused. After the dance, Qin Chuan was surrounded by beautiful women, creating a lively scene. These 10 newly arrived beauties from another world originally had no names, only code names like A, B, C, and D. Qin Chuan felt that this was extremely disrespectful and didn't treat people like human beings. They were immediately given names, namely spring orchids, autumn chrysanthemums, summer lotus, winter plum blossoms, peonies, jasmine, pomegranates, lilacs, daffodils, and lilies. Qin Chuan is lazy, so he simply named them after 10 common flowers and plants. It sounds nice and is convenient. I must say, the 10 girls' looks and names match perfectly. They complement each other perfectly. The girls were deeply moved, feeling an unprecedented sense of respect from Qin Chuan. Compared to Gushan Star, this place is simply paradise. Their food, clothing, and daily necessities were better than those of royalty and nobility. They lived in large, spacious, and bright single houses, far exceeding the luxury of royal palaces. The bed was as soft as a cloud, the blankets were silky, light, and warm, the room was spotless and bright as day, and even the toilet smelled wonderful. Qin Chuan didn't make any demands on them, and they were very free. Do whatever you want every day: flower arranging, painting, dancing, singing, whatever you want. There was no oppression, no heavy labor, and no chaotic, suffocating rules. There's no need to be overly cautious, worry about being scolded or punished, or have your life in danger at any moment. No need to be on edge, engage in deceit and treachery, or walk on eggshells. All that remains is a relaxed and carefree attitude. Such a life is something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Even royal princesses and queens are no better than this. On Gushan Star, they were maids, the private property of nobles, who could kill them at will. They were never well fed or clothed, and every day upon waking, they had to endure various forms of training from aristocratic pleasure-seeking individuals. The strict rules are suffocating, every step must be taken with utmost care, as if walking on thin ice, and any mistake could lead to utter ruin. In their eyes, Qin Chuan was a god descended from heaven, bringing them from hell to heaven. If they were to go back, even a tiny bit of their bodies wouldn't be enough to deter them, not even a dog like Gushan sang. If you follow young Master Qin, you'll have meat to eat every meal. I've only been here 2 days and I've already gained weight. Qin Xiao is not only kind-hearted and approachable, but also very easy to please and not fierce at all. A master like this is hard to find even with a lantern. From now on, I will be Qin Xiao's man in life and Qin Xiao's ghost in death. I will follow you forever, until death do us part. The girl from another world adapted very quickly, settling into life there in just a few days. This made Qin Chuan very gratified. Just then, the villa's security system suddenly sounded an alarm. After moving in, Qin Chuan had the villa's security monitoring system fully upgraded. All areas are covered without blind spots, and the control terminal is directly ported to the mobile phone. It will automatically track and issue an alarm whenever a stranger approaches. Master, someone is approaching the villa. Mei Aoxiu, who was feeding Qin Chuan fruit, twitched her ears and heard footsteps. Qin Chuan took out his phone, opened the control panel, and saw a middle-aged woman rapidly approaching the villa. A short while later, they arrived at the gate. After a slight hesitation, they reached out and pressed the doorbell. Aoxiu, go out and take a look. Mei Aoxiu nodded, straightened her disheveled clothes, and went outside. Through the visual system, one could see that the woman knocking on the door looked anxious, rubbing her hands and pacing back and forth. Who are you looking for? The door opened, and out came an incredibly beautiful young woman, 1.8 meters tall. The middle-aged woman was slightly stunned when she saw Mei Aoxiu, and was amazed by her beauty. Hello, I have a sick family member who urgently needs to be taken to the hospital, but the ambulance won't be there for another half hour. We don't have enough time. Could you please help me get there? The middle-aged woman looked at Mei Aoxiu with anticipation, hoping she would agree. Seeing Mei Aoxiu remain silent, the middle-aged woman pleaded with a sob in her voice, tears welling up in her eyes. I know this is a bit difficult for you, but it's a matter of life and death, and I really don't know what to do now. Mei Aoxiu glanced at the visual system beside her, but didn't speak. She was waiting for Qin Chuan's instructions. Qin Chuan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Society can no longer afford to support or help people in this situation. If something unexpected happens, I can't afford to take that responsibility. In the end, good intentions may not be rewarded, and you may get into trouble for no reason. Perhaps sensing the other person's worry, the middle-aged woman's voice trembled slightly as she said urgently, "If you are not at ease, you can record the whole process. I guarantee that no matter what happens, I will never repay kindness with enmity or hold you accountable. Please." The middle-aged woman pleaded, her voice trembling with tears. "Which building are you in?" Qin Chuan's voice came through the visual system. "It's right next door, building 001. The middle-aged woman quickly answered. Qin Chuan was taken aback. The person living in building 001 was an old man. I passed by his door yesterday and greeted him and chatted for a bit. He was sitting in a wheelchair at the time and did not look to be in good spirits, but he was very warm and friendly. Qin Chuan had a pretty good impression of him. "Auntie, let's get this straight, I can help take her to the hospital, but I'll record the whole thing on video. Don't try to extort money from me if anything goes wrong." They were all neighbors in the same community, and it was a matter of life and death. Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment and felt that he should help. She immediately changed her clothes and went with Mei Aoxu to the next room, 001, with her aunt. Upon arrival, the old man was lying on the bed, already in a daze, pale-faced, and with purple lips. "This is a sign of impending death." "Holy crap!" Qin Chuan was startled. This could be a fatal situation. For a moment, I regretted coming over. "Master, the patient is dying and may not make it to the hospital." Mei Aoxu offered a reminder. She is a martial arts master with a deep understanding of the circulation of qi and blood in the human body. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she is half a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The problem was immediately apparent. The old man's blood was stagnant and his breathing was failing. If he did not receive treatment within 3 minutes, he would surely die. The Xingai Bay Villa area is located in the suburbs, and the nearest hospital is a 20-minute drive away, which is simply not enough time. "Yes, I know. What do we do now?" Qin Chuan was in a bind. He'd already come all this way, and now he was telling the family that the person was too weak to be taken to the hospital? Was he going to quit? Isn't this just playing with people? Deliver? The patient won't last more than 3 minutes, he'll die in the car, and there will be no way to explain it. Although the family members said they would not pursue the matter, Qin Chuan did not believe in the goodness of human nature. It's really frustrating. He did have a rejuvenation pill in his pocket, but he didn't dare use it. Without any relatives or friends, why should I? Besides, this elixir hadn't been tested, so he wasn't sure about its efficacy. "Master, I can bring him back to his senses and save his life for now." Seeing Qin Chuan's predicament, Mei Aoxu leaned close to his ear and whispered something. "Are you confident?" Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised and uncertain. Mei Aoxu nodded, noting that medical skills and martial arts are largely interconnected. Both emphasize the harmony of mind and body, cultivating both inner and outer qualities, in order to achieve the goals of harmonizing the body and preventing and treating diseases. Good. Qin Chuan chose to believe Mei Aoxu and immediately communicated with his aunt, explaining the pros and cons. The aunt immediately agreed. Mei Aoxu washed her hands and went forward to take her pulse. His brows furrowed. The old man's body was like a dilapidated thatched hut, drafty from all sides. In addition to several blockages in his blood vessels, he also has problems with his lungs and digestive system. His bodily functions have deteriorated severely. Even if he can be saved this time, he won't live for more than a few days. She took a deep breath, circulated her inner energy, and slowly injected it into the old man's body to clear away the congested blood stasis. Qin Chuan and the middle-aged woman stood to the side, both looking tense. Large beads of sweat quickly appeared on Mei Aoxu's face, and white steam rose from her head. It is very similar to the scene in martial arts dramas where martial arts masters heal people's wounds. The auntie was completely dumbfounded. The neighbor I randomly picked turned out to be an expert? About 20 minutes later, the old man's pale face gradually regained some color, and his breathing began to strengthen. Wow! The old man suddenly spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood. "I'm so suffocating." He was breathing heavily, and his eyes lit up. "Dad, you're finally awake. You scared me to death." The aunt hugged the old man, tears streaming down her face. All right, everything's fine now." The old man smiled and patted his daughter's shoulder, gently comforting her. He knew in his heart that he had just walked through the gates of hell and almost didn't make it back. Having revived the old man, Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward to help Mei Aoxu up. Saving someone by expending one's true energy is extremely strenuous, far more difficult than it appears. In just 20 minutes, Mei Aoxu was soaked to the bone, as if she had been pulled out of the water. "My feet feel slightly unsteady when I walk." "Dad, it was these two kind neighbors who saved you." The middle-aged woman repeatedly thanked Qin Chuan and Mei Aoxu. Thank you both for saving my life. I still don't know how to address you, my esteemed neighbors. My name is Qin Chuan, and her name is Mei Aoxu. We're neighbors, so don't stand on ceremony." "Little Qin, I remember you." The old man smiled and extended his hand to shake hands with Qin Chuan. "My name is Wang Xianming, and this is my daughter, Wang Lan. Thank you for saving my life." Qin Chuan smiled and prepared to take his leave. Just then, the urgent siren of an ambulance sounded outside the villa. A convoy of cars arrived in front of the villa. Police cars led the way, followed closely by an ambulance, and then a row of executive cars. They all stopped in front of the villa. They managed to get there in 20 minutes, a journey that should have taken half an hour. A dozen or so doctors with white hair and wearing white coats rushed and carrying a stretcher. Several government officials wearing executive jackets followed hurriedly behind. Among the crowd were two big shots dressed in military uniforms. the atmosphere suddenly became tense. But when they rushed into the villa, they saw Wang Tianming chatting and laughing with a young man. They stared at each other, completely bewildered. Seriously? Academician Wang is so old, why would he play the game of lighting beacon fires to amuse the feudal lords? Still have a childlike heart? He doesn't look like he's on his last breath at all, as he said on the phone. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Wang Xianming waved and greeted the crowd. You've all arrived. I had just fainted. Luckily, these two children came to my aid, otherwise you would only see a corpse. Director Wang, you'll live to be 100. You won't die. That's right, the country and the people need you, you will definitely live to be 100 years old. Pa, Wan Suiai, can't you even speak properly? The old dean is 99 years old this year. You wish him a long life, but do you want him to die sooner? An expert with a full head of white hair, who looked to be over 70 years old, seized on the loopholes in Guan Suiai's words and began to criticize him. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Guan Suiai is almost 70 years old and is an expert in cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. He came all the way from Kyoto to Donghai to treat Wang Tianming and has been in Donghai for more than a month. Alright, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and check old Wang's health. Several experts in white coats took turns giving Wang Xianming a comprehensive examination. Everyone's attention was on Wang Xianming. Qin Chuan and Mei Aixu became virtually invisible. Taking this opportunity, Qin Chuan carefully checked Wang Xianming's information. You won't believe it until you check. This Wang Xianming is a leading figure in physics at the Tangshan Academy of Sciences. He dedicated himself to forging swords for the country, remaining anonymous for decades. His glorious deeds were only recently made public. He dedicated his life to the development of the Tang dynasty. Qin Chuan knew that such people could only come into the light and be known to the public in their later years, when they reached the end of their lives. He is a true pillar of the nation, and it is no exaggeration to call him an unparalleled national hero. The old men in this room were all big shots and academic giants. It's rare to even see them normally, they only see each other on TV when there's a major event. They have all gathered here today, all for Wang Xianming. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. After examining Wang Xianming, the dozen or so medical experts in white coats all looked solemn. The situation is not optimistic. Wang Xianming chuckled and said, "Why are you all looking so long-faced? I'm not dead yet, am I? Mr. Wang, you must listen to us and be hospitalized for treatment. You can't stay outside anymore, it's too dangerous." What if? Wang Xianming waved his hand, interrupting Guan Suiai. Alright, I know my own body. I could die at any time, right? Mr. Wang, please don't say that. We have gathered the top experts in the country, and we will definitely cure your illness. Don't waste precious resources on an old man like me. You should all go back to your posts and serve those who need you more. I don't have many more days of good life left, so let me enjoy a few days of freedom and leisure. I've been controlled by you all my whole life, not letting me eat this or go that, like a prisoner. Old Wang. The crowd wanted to persuade them further. However, Wang Xianming's attitude was very firm. He dedicated his life to the country and its people, and on his deathbed, he did not want to waste the nation's resources any longer. He just wanted to live a quiet life, watching the sunset and passing away peacefully. It's getting late. You all hold important positions. Don't waste your time here. Go and do what you need to do. Wang Xianming waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, and everyone stared at the elder in front of them without saying a word. All they knew in their hearts was that a dazzling star was about to fall. Everyone felt a heavy weight on their hearts, a feeling they couldn't quite describe. It's frustrating that current medical treatments are still limited. Old Master Wang was plagued by various illnesses and his body was already beyond repair, reaching the point where he was on his last legs. It's too late. Qin Chuan held a rejuvenation pill in his hand. My palms were sweating. He was hesitating, wondering whether he should give it a try. People like old Wang command our utmost respect. Seeing this respectable old man about to die, Qin Chuan felt a deep sense of regret. I felt a sudden pang of compassion. This is probably what they mean by feeling sorry for someone of the same kind. I clearly have the ability to save him, but I'm still hesitating. Isn't that too cowardly? After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan gritted his teeth and made a decision. He could have waited until these big shots left and then secretly given it to Wang Xianming, but now he has suddenly changed his mind. If we're going to play, let's play big, as long as we gain the trust of all the big shots here. When he goes to work for the Fang family in the future, these people will become his helpers. At least they wouldn't dare openly favor the Fang family or undermine them. There's no such thing as being afraid of a system where labor and management are in place. Old Wang, I have an ancestral rejuvenation pill here, which may be able to save your life. The room fell silent immediately after he said that. Dozens of eyes shot over at once. Qin Chuan instantly became the center of attention. An invisible pressure made it hard for him to breathe. This was the first time in my life I'd been scrutinized by so many big shots. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. If an ordinary person tried this, they would probably go numb on the spot and be able to hold back their farts and be sent back to the furnace. Who is this? Wan Suiai adjusted his reading glasses and then noticed Qin Chuan, asking him about his identity. These two are my neighbors. They just pulled me back from the brink of death. Wang Xianming introduced the group with a smile. Qin Chuan, right? May I ask, are you studying traditional Chinese medicine? No, Qin Chuan answered truthfully. I know it's inevitable that I'll be questioned, given Wang Lao's status. With so many experts present, how could they possibly let him take a pill of unknown origin? No one can afford to take responsibility for any accident that occurs. Then what's the deal with this pill of yours? Wan Suiai pressed on relentlessly, bombarding him with questions. I told you, it's a family heirloom. Qin Chuan remained composed and confident, showing neither arrogance nor servility. So, your ancestors were renowned medical masters? Wan Suiai raised his voice a few decibels. My ancestors for 3 generations were farmers. Qin Chuan remained calm and spoke the truth. Everyone present was a powerful figure with immense influence. If he dared to tell a single lie, he would be exposed immediately. In fact, orders have already been given to begin investigating his identity. Qin Chuan's words immediately caused an uproar at the scene. People rushed forward to stop them, and questions arose one after another. This elixir has an unknown origin. How can it be given to Elder Wang? An elderly scholar with white hair frowned and spoke sternly. This is utter nonsense. We should believe in science. You take a pill and say it can bring the dead back to life? You've been reading too many novels, haven't you? A middle-aged man in an executive jacket standing nearby also expressed some indignant doubts. He clenched his fists, trying hard to control his emotions. If they weren't at old Wang's house, he would have immediately invited Qin Chuan over for tea. What if there's something wrong with this pill? Wouldn't that harm Elder Wang? Who can bear that responsibility for Elder Wang's status? You're playing with Professor Wang's life, you're tarnishing the dignity of science. Dozens of experts gathered, but they were all helpless. You claim that your lousy pill can cure diseases and save lives? Faced with the doubts of the crowd, Qin Chuan appeared unusually firm. Since the rejuvenation pill has been approved by the system, there must be no problem with it. However, he had not personally witnessed its effects and was somewhat unsure about its therapeutic efficacy. But one thing is certain, even if the Taoist priests were exaggerating, it wouldn't be too outrageous. Qin Chuan's detailed personal information was quickly sent back. Director, and what's this kid's background? A middle-aged man in military uniform asked Zinkang, the director of the Donghai City Public Security Bureau, in a low voice. And Zinkang frowned. Something's not right. This kid has no special background, he's just an ordinary person. However, he actually possesses a globally recognized black card, which is of a very high level. They acquired 2 large companies in quick succession a few days ago. Even the police couldn't find any specific information. This is quite intriguing. Could it be a military intelligence agent? And Zinkang passed the information to Long Zhantian, the commander of the East China Sea Division, who was standing next to him. Commander Long, the Public Security Bureau can't find any useful information, so you're the only one who can handle this. Long Zhantian nodded. If even the Public Security Bureau couldn't find the information, then there was only one possibility. The other party was a highly confidential personnel, and the information was deliberately concealed. Only high-ranking military officials have the authority to access information about these individuals. Long Zhantian immediately authorized his bodyguard to investigate Qin Chuan and Mei Aixu. Soon, Qin Chuan and Mei Aixu's information was placed in front of him. Long Zhantian was completely dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The information before me is exactly the same as what Nobunaga gave me. There's nothing special about it. The strange thing is that the less suspicious something seems, the bigger the problem is. This Qin Chuan is quite something. Even with the combined efforts of the military and police, they were unable to uncover his true identity. This background must be incredibly impressive, right? Throughout the entire Tang dynasty, there were no more than 50 people whose secrecy reached this level. They are all leading figures in their respective fields, national treasures. Even more outrageous is Mei Aixu, whose identity information is completely blank. No such person found. This, Dragon Battle Tianma. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Even if it's a foreigner who has illegally entered the country, the military will find a way to uncover all the information. That's absolutely outrageous. Unless she's from outer space. The probability of this happening is 0. As for the possibility that Qin Chuan was just an ordinary person, the 2 big shots simply ignored it. How is that possible? An ordinary person, holding a black card? Acquired 2 companies in just a few days, spending billions of dollars? Dream on. And Xingkang and Long Zhantian stared at each other, dumbfounded. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. They all remained silent when investigated. The 2 nodded silently, tacitly choosing to wait and see. The 2 older brothers chose to stay out of it, but some others didn't want to. Guan Suiai spotted the 2 people hiding behind him without making a sound at a glance. He immediately walked over and shouted, "Director Guan, Commander Long, shouldn't you investigate Qin Chuan's identity? Is he an enemy agent sent to harm old Master Wang? I'll fuck your grandpa." And Xingkang and Long Zhantian cursed inwardly at the same time. Did you ruin your brain doing scientific research, you old rascal? Can this kind of thing be said openly, and so loudly? If the other side really is a secret agent, and you're just a tip-off, you'll be the first one arrested. Hey, what are you 2 grown men doing, exchanging glances like that? Don't you care about old Wang's safety at all? Guan Suiai is a master of scientific research, but he's a little lacking in interpersonal skills. Long Zhantian and Xingkang were blinking their eyes so hard they were practically steaming, but this guy just couldn't see it and kept yelling. Long Zhantian grabbed him and covered his mouth. "Shut up. The information is right here, look at it yourself." Guan Suiai quickly read through the 2 people's information. In fact, the 2 people's information combined is less than 10 lines. This is obviously suspicious. How can an ordinary person buy a large villa and acquire a company? You are all big shots in your respective areas, can't you see the problem? Do we look like fools to you? Long Zhantian retorted irritably. Does that mean I'm stupid? Guan Suiai replied instinctively, his eyes widening as he stared at the 2 of them. Long Zhantian and Xingkang nodded at the same time. You're not only stupid, you're also brainless. Guan Suiai hadn't reacted yet, but his eyes sparkled with intelligence. I know. This kid must be a foreign agent, here to assassinate the old man. What are you all standing around for? Arrest him now. Long Zhantian covered his big mouth again. Keep your voice down, let me analyze this for you. And Xingkang and Long Zhantian each held one side of Guan Suiai and whispered an explanation in his ear. Guan Suiai's eyes widened, his glasses slipped down, and his mouth opened slightly. His facial expressions changed rapidly, and finally he froze completely. The look in their eyes as they looked at Qin Chuan changed from doubt to awe. According to Xingkang and Long Zhantian's deductions, Qin Chuan's identity is classified as top secret. He's almost as good as Mr. Wang back then. Such a person would never make baseless accusations, such as using a pill of unknown origin to harm old Wang. Moreover, given Mr. Wang's physical condition, he definitely wouldn't last more than a week. What's the point of harming a dying person? Even enemy agents wouldn't do this. Everyone present actually understands this. However, due to Wang Xianming's highly unusual identity, everyone selectively ignored him. Alright, I know, let me go. Caught between the 2 men like prisoners, Guan Suiai was extremely dissatisfied. Remember, don't tell anyone. And Xingkang whispered his instructions. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. He sneakily approached an elderly Chinese medicine doctor, Chen Jishi, who was over 80 years old and had a white beard. He muttered to himself, "Old Chen, go check the pills in Qin Chuan's hand to see if they're effective." Chen Jishi looked at Guan Suiai with suspicion, his mind filled with doubt. You were the one who jumped the highest and opposed the most just now, but now you've changed your mind way too fast. Are you a dog? You change your mind so easily? Old Guan, you're a researcher too, you should trust science. Even if a mere pill has some effect, it can't possibly revive someone who's on their last legs. Don't you understand this basic common sense? Take a look first, just in case. It won't hurt to take a look. Guan Suiai kept urging him on, and Chen Jishi couldn't resist his nagging, so he stepped forward. Young man, may I see the pills in your hand? Why not? Qin Chuan generously handed over the rejuvenation pill. A group of doctors in white coats crowded around, trying to find something amiss. Chen Jishi put on white gloves and carefully held the pill in his palm. The pill was crystal clear, with a faint metallic sheen on its surface, and a strange pattern covered its surface. As the group approached, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted into their noses and mouths. Everyone who smells it is instantly invigorated, and their fatigue is greatly relieved. The pills seem to contain endless vitality. This medicine is definitely the right one. Even without knowing its effects, just smelling the medicinal fragrance inexplicably brought this thought to everyone's mind. Chen Jishi comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and has conducted in-depth research on ancient prescriptions. As soon as he got his hands on the rejuvenation pill, he sensed its extraordinary nature. Based on his decades of experience, he can identify any medicine, especially traditional Chinese medicine. He can estimate the efficacy of a formula with great accuracy just by smelling and tasting it. The scent of the rejuvenation pill before him made him feel refreshed and invigorated, and his aged body regained some strength. The results are absolutely amazing. But one thing was strange, he smelled the medicine again and again, looked at it again and again, but he didn't recognize a single one of the herbs. I really don't understand. He planned to take a small sample to try. This is his habit, he likes to test drugs on himself. He can be considered a remarkable figure in the medical field. Young man, how many of these pills do you have? Can I take some for testing? If they are effective, it will be a great benefit to all mankind. I'm sorry, there's only one rejuvenation pill available right now. The materials are scarce, and the production process is extremely difficult. If it's incomplete, it will affect the effect. Qin Chuan lied, he actually had 3 in total. However, things are valued for their scarcity, so he certainly can't tell outsiders how many he has for the time being. But it didn't rule out any definitive answer, leaving room for everyone's imagination. Once the efficacy of the rejuvenation pill is confirmed, it will definitely cause a sensation. Everyone present would be watching him. He was brought back to life and his lifespan was extended by 12 years. Who wouldn't want such a miraculous elixir? Who could resist such temptation? It will be difficult to decide who gets the money and who doesn't. I see. Chen Jishi felt a little regretful, but it was understandable. He immediately made a phone call and asked someone to send over the diagnostic equipment. Seeing the change in attitude of medical giants Guan Suiai and Chen Jishi, from initial skepticism to seeking verification, everyone else fell silent, waiting for the equipment to arrive. Soon, 5 or 6 young men carried over a piece of equipment. This is the latest drug detection and analysis instrument developed by Tang Guo. It can accurately detect the ingredients of a drug, as well as its specific effects, and which diseases and populations it is effective for. Of course, it would be an absolute godsend if used for reverse engineering. Qin Chuan didn't care. The rejuvenation pill was made by cultivators from the Big Dipper. Even if all the ingredients were made public, no one on Blue Star could replicate it. Therefore, when Chen Jishi requested that the ingredients be tested, he readily agreed. Test at will. If you can copy it, I'll admit defeat. After setting up the instrument, Chen Jishi carefully placed the rejuvenation pill inside and pressed the detection button. The instrument started operating. The spectrometer, nuclear magnetic resonance, and liquid chromatograph operate in sequence. The faint spectra of elixirs can be captured to detect their internal molecular structure and active ingredients. Various data on the instrument panel jumped rapidly, and rows of indicator lights flashed wildly. Qin Chuan couldn't understand it anyway, but a group of doctors in white coats gathered around, watching with great interest. His facial expressions changed dramatically. Chen Jishi's face showed excitement, but also a hint of confusion. Instrumental analysis revealed that the elixir contained a high level of active ingredients, which could greatly enhance the body's vitality. There are almost no side effects. Strangely, the ingredients of this pill could not be analyzed using any method. These ingredients appear to be bound together in an unprecedented and unknown way, like a mystery. This made Chen Jishi scratch his head and feel very uncomfortable. The wisdom and skill contained in this elixir have exceeded the scope of modern science as he understands it. Its ingenious and novel structure opened up a whole new world for him. He felt as if he had discovered a new continent in the field of medicine, where endless unknowns awaited his exploration. Chen Jishi's eyes burned with fervor. The instrument was about to finish its operation. The results are in. Ingredients, unknown. Efficacy, significantly enhances human cell activity, restores vitality, repairs the body, and prolongs life. Suitable for 99.99% of people. Hiss. Chen Jishi gasped, his eyes fixed on the analysis report, trembling with excitement. The effects of this elixir are simply incredible. According to the analysis results, it can not only restore vitality and repair the body, but also prolong life. If we dig deeper, could it also have special therapeutic effects on cancer, which has plagued the medical community for many years? This, of course, still needs to be verified. Just looking at the data on paper analyzed by the instrument, it's already quite perfect. In all his years of medical practice, he had never seen such a perfect medicine. If such pills could be mass-produced, it would be a revolutionary advancement. The other experts weren't much better off. They were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Such a miraculous pill exists in the world. This must be some kind of magic pill. These seasoned scientists, who had dedicated their lives to scientific research, were all somewhat bewildered at this moment. It felt so fantastical, it overturned their understanding. Has anyone taken this medicine? What were the results? Chen Jishi looked at Qin Chuan with excitement. The active ingredients in Huishengdan are astonishing. In theory, it can indeed improve various bodily functions, treat a range of diseases, and slow down the aging process. But this is medicine, something that people eat, so it must undergo rigorous scientific experiments before it can be given to humans. Everyone present was unwilling to let Old Wang be a guinea pig. After all, Old Wang's identity was too special. Even though his life was already on the verge of collapse, absolutely no one would dare to let him conduct experiments. If anything happens to old Wang, no one can bear the responsibility. No one has taken it yet, but I'm 90% sure. Whether Mr. Wang is willing to take the risk and live a few more years, or let his life be consumed by the pain of illness, is the choice. Qin Chuan's words immediately caused an uproar at the scene. Holy crap! This guy really dares to say anything. What's old Wang's status? You're just a young upstart, yet you're truly fearless like a newborn calf. They are incredibly bold and have absolutely no scruples. It's even a bit rebellious. The bigwigs present were all Wang Xianming's juniors, and some were even his students. Although everyone knew in their hearts that Wang Xianming's current physical condition meant he wouldn't live more than a few days, but no one dared to say such things aloud. And Xingkang and Long Zhantian silently gave Qin Chuan a thumbs up in their hearts. As expected of someone with powerful connections, he exudes confidence and is truly impressive. We can't just risk giving this medicine to old Master Wang like this. Chen Jishi was the first to break the silence and make a statement. Although the test results show that it is harmless and has extremely high levels of active ingredients, it has not undergone clinical trials, so unknown risks still exist. I agree with Lao Chen's point of view. Medicine is rigorous, and unverified drugs should not be taken casually, especially not by Dr. Wang. The experts present all expressed their opinion that caution should be exercised to avoid any potential risks. Old Wang's health is too weak to withstand any further exertion. Even if the medicine is effective, according to instrument testing, the active ingredients are quite concentrated. With such a strong effect, let alone the fact that Mr. Wang is already old and frail with severely deteriorated bodily functions, even a normal person might not be able to withstand it. It'll burst. Everyone, you can rest assured about this. The refining method of the rejuvenation pill is very unique. It draws on Taoist alchemy techniques. There is a layer of patterns on the surface of the pill. These are miniature array patterns that can lock in the medicinal effects and release them slowly. There will absolutely be no situation where the body cannot tolerate the supplement and will burst. Qin Chuan had already confirmed this with the great Taoist priest. The drug's effects take several months to release, and its effects on the human body are slow. After all, this is intended for people below the foundation establishment stage, whose physical bodies are not strong enough to withstand the effects of the medicine. Alright, stop arguing. With his daughter's help, Wang Xianming struggled to sit up. I trust Xiao Qin and he's willing to try. When a new drug is introduced, there always needs to be volunteers to test it. Anyway, I don't have much time left, and there's no one more suitable than me to be the volunteer. Wang Xianming's voice was weak, but unusually firm. He had nothing to be afraid of. He was going to die anyway, so there was no difference between dying now and dying in a few days. If the elixir works and I don't die, then I've hit the jackpot. Besides, Xiao Qin said he was 90% sure, which I think is already very high. Nothing is ever 100% certain. He always spoke with rigorous scientific data throughout his life, but unexpectedly, on his deathbed, he wanted to be a gambler. Ultimately, with Wang Xianming's insistence, everyone stopped objecting. Wang Xianming picked up the pill and put it into his mouth under the tense gaze of everyone. Several medical experts quickly adjusted the equipment and tested Wang Xianming's various physical data. All eyes were focused on Wang Xianming and the testing equipment, and everyone stared wide-eyed. I was afraid of missing any detail. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, only the sound of everyone breathing could be heard. As time passed by little, Wang Xianming's body gradually began to change. His complexion began to regain its rosy hue and color. The heartbeat is stabilizing. The instruments showed that his heart rate, respiration, blood pressure, and other key indicators began to return to normal. Physical functions have improved significantly. He even started producing large amounts of black mucus from his sweat glands. His gastrointestinal motility accelerated, and he experienced intense hunger, having not eaten normally for a long time. Old Wang, how are you feeling? Good, very good. Wang Xianming's voice was loud and clear, full of energy, and he seemed to have recovered a lot of his spirits. My body doesn't hurt anymore, I feel energetic, and I'm very hungry. As Wang Xianming spoke, he removed the medical equipment from his body and got off the bed. I feel like I have all the energy in my body right now, enough to eat a whole cow. Wang Xianming walked around the room, feeling better than ever before. The ailments that had plagued him for years seemed to have all disappeared. He was so excited that he danced around like a little kid. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Everyone was shocked to see Wang Xianming in this state. I wonder if I'm hallucinating. Can a single pill bring a dying person back to life? Incredible. Could it be that the medicine stimulated old Wang's life potential, causing a final burst of energy before death? Illness comes like a landslide, but recovery is like pulling silk from a cocoon. Even the best medicine is like peeling silk from a cocoon. The process is extremely slow. How can you suddenly bring a dying person back to life? This is so illogical. Unless it's a drug like a stimulant that uses radical methods to stimulate the body and squeeze out its potential. But this is essentially overdrawing on one's life force. Old Wang's physical condition simply cannot withstand such torment. This thought made everyone start to worry. Mr. Wang, let's do a full checkup first. Several elderly, white-haired experts quickly helped Wang Tianming back onto the bed and began a comprehensive examination. Some were getting blood tests, some were getting intubations, some were getting pulses taken, and some were getting x-rays taken. All the equipment and instruments brought should be used for inspection. Wang Tianming looked helpless, grumbling as he accepted everyone's orders. Electrocardiogram, electroencephalogram, blood analysis. Wang Xianming already had a lot of equipment at home, and with the equipment he brought along, he arranged all the necessary measures. Every examination was conducted in great detail. The results came out quickly. This once again overturned their understanding. This is incredible. Guan Sui's voice began to tremble as he looked at the test report. His eyes were filled with shock, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Is there a problem with the instrument? Has it been readjusted? Another expert looked at the report and raised questions. All the instruments have been recalibrated and there are no problems. Besides, all the data is far beyond what we expected. It's perfect. It's impossible for all the instruments to malfunction at the same time, right? All inspection data were summarized, and the inspection results showed no problems. Mr. Wang's various physical indicators are gradually returning to normal. His current physical condition has recovered to the state it was 3 years ago, and it is still improving. At that moment, the room fell into a deathly silence. All the experts stood frozen in place, as if petrified. Everyone stared in disbelief, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. They witnessed a miracle in medical history. Wang Xianming himself found it hard to believe. He touched his chest, shook his arms, and felt the long-lost vitality. His eyes gleamed with excitement. He looked up at Qin Chuan, his eyes filled with gratitude. Xiao Qin, thank you so much. The rejuvenation pill is incredibly effective. I feel like my body has returned to normal. This medicine can truly be called a miracle drug. Wang Xianming excitedly grasped Qin Chuan's hand. If such a miraculous medicine could be mass-produced, it would be a blessing for the people of the Tang dynasty and even the entire planet Earth. His liver had become cancerous, but after taking the rejuvenating pill, the persistent dull pain quickly disappeared. The examination results showed that the liver condition had significantly improved. In other words, the rejuvenating pill can not only prolong life, but also has therapeutic effects on cancer, and its effects far surpass those of all current anti-cancer drugs. The emergence of such a miraculous drug will have a profound and significant impact on human society as a whole. The fact that it can cure cancer alone is enough to make it a deity. The rejuvenation pill has virtually no side effects. With it, cancer patients will no longer need to endure the pain and a range of side effects associated with chemotherapy, such as hair loss. They no longer need to face the risks and uncertainties associated with surgery. If it can be widely adopted, it will greatly extend human lifespan. The average life expectancy of people in the Tang dynasty will reach a new level. In short, the benefits are enormous and the significance is profound. Everyone, there are two things. First, the rejuvenation pill must be kept strictly confidential at this stage. Second, this matter must be reported immediately and taken very seriously. Everyone must fully cooperate with Comrade Xiao Qin to strive for the early mass production of the rejuvenation pill to benefit the people. The people present were all elite leaders, so the significance of the miracle drug is self-evident. Everyone knows this very well. The gag order was issued immediately, and a dedicated phone line was put in place to reach the top levels in Kyoto. Half an hour later, several private planes took off from Kyoto Airport and headed to Tokai City overnight. Qin Chuan hadn't expected that a single rejuvenation pill would cause such a commotion, but thinking about it, it makes sense. This medicine, which can cure terminal illnesses, heal wounds, and even extend lifespan, is coveted by everyone. I can understand. Wang Xianming was fine, and Qin Chuan planned to leave. How could those present let him go? A group of people surrounded him and asked him for details about the rejuvenation pill. Medical experts grabbed his hand and pleaded with him, appealing to his emotions and reasoning with him, begging Qin Chuan to take out another one for them to study. Military bigwig Long Zhantian even reached into Qin Chuan's pocket, trying to take the initiative and pull out a few coins. Holy crap, that old guy. They're really despicable. They've resorted to robbery, haven't they? The military is indeed full of bandits. They have no sense of martial ethics. Several old-timers in the medical field immediately objected, and their withered old hands reached out to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan instantly got goosebumps. Get your filthy hands off me, I don't like that kind of thing. Fortunately, he had a quick wit and hid the remaining 2 rejuvenation pills in the system space. Otherwise, my innocence will absolutely be lost. Ladies and gentlemen, there really isn't one, this is the only one. Qin Chuan was surrounded by a group of old men, but he couldn't hit them or scold them. He could only beg them to let him go. I wanted to cry but couldn't. Damn it, I should have just given it to Wang Xianming secretly. Several medical experts believed it to be true and searched Qin Chuan's entire body, but found nothing. They decisively shifted their focus to Wang Xianming, making him their research subject, and went to extreme lengths to investigate him. Wang Xianming felt much better after recovering from his illness, and was in a great mood, always smiling and willing to help anyone who asked. Give me this vial of blood, and I'll give you a few strands of hair. After hearing Qin Chuan say that the rejuvenation pill was also quite effective for serious injuries, he decisively cut his own arm. Qin Chuan was completely dumbfounded, stunned by the old men's bizarre actions. They were all crazy in their pursuit of research and verification. A group of old scholars stared wide-eyed at Wang Xianming's bleeding arm, but none of them showed any intention of stopping the bleeding or bandaging it. The scene was absolutely explosive and outrageous. Now no one will mention any of that nonsense about old Wang's special status anymore. Their eyes were wide open, like copper bells. Of course, this blood wouldn't be wasted. Wan Sui turned around and ran to the kitchen to bring out a large basin to catch it. Normally, his assistants or students would do these things for him. He wouldn't need to do it himself. But now he doesn't trust anyone and is extremely wary of everyone. The others suddenly realized that Wang Lao's blood contained the medicinal effects of the rejuvenation pill, so how could it be left unused? We can't let that old bastard Wan Sui get away with it. As a result, all the pots, pans, and utensils in old Wang's house were snatched up immediately. However, these veteran experts were soon dumbfounded. In less than a minute, old Wang's wound stopped bleeding and began to scab over, healing at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. God! Jesus! Heavens! Am I seeing things? The speed at which this wound heals is incredible. A group of elderly experts with white hair were so shocked that they were speechless. The rejuvenation pill is simply a divine medicine. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who the hell would believe it? For a time, those who hadn't received any blood sighed and begged old Wang to give them some more. Wan Sui, the biggest beneficiary, held the large basin in front of him tightly, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Faced with the ravenous stares of his fellow competitors, he decisively ran away. And Xingkang and Long Zhantian kept pestering Qin Chuan, neither of them believing that Qin Chuan only had one pill. He would never give away such a precious pill if he only had one. That's human nature. These two are always dealing with people, and they're quite quick-witted. Unlike that group of experts and professors who only know how to stick to rigid theories. Xiao Qin, how is your work and life in Donghai City going? Have you encountered any difficulties? Brother Qin, if anyone in the East China Sea dares to cause you trouble, just tell me, and I'll send a battalion to keep you in check. Seeing the miraculous healing effects of the rejuvenation pill, and Xingkang and Long Zhantian were so excited that they could no longer sit still. If such a pill could be obtained, it would be as if the soldiers and security personnel charging on the front lines had an extra life. It can significantly reduce casualties and logistical pressure. They were determined to get their hands on this medicine. She started to get close to Qin Chuan, playing the emotional card and promising him various benefits. The promises are incredibly grandiose. He was practically ready to call Qin Chuan his godfather. These two have taken shamelessness to the extreme. Qin Chuan never imagined that the director of the Donghai City Public Security Bureau and the commander of the Donghai District would be such clowns, and even a bit of a rogue. Brother Qin, I don't need the pills for myself. Long Zhantian patted his chest and said, a few days ago, one of my special operations teams went abroad on a secret mission. 10 people went, and only one returned. The soldier who came back was seriously injured and is still lying in the ICU. If no miracle happens, he will be sleeping like this for the rest of his life and become a vegetable. Long Zhantian was extremely excited, his tiger-like eyes filled with tears. He was only 19 years old. For the sake of the motherland and the people behind him, he resolutely accepted a mission with a life or death stake. Brother Qin, such a person should not die, don't you think? Qin Chuan was somewhat moved. If he only had one resurrection pill and was faced with experts, professors, scholars, public intellectuals, capitalists, beautiful women, and Tang Dynasty soldiers all facing death, he would not hesitate to choose to save the soldiers. Seeing that Long Zhantian's psychological offensive was effective, and Xingkang followed suit, crying and pleading, Little Qin, you have no idea, being a security guard is the profession with the highest risk of death in peacetime. Last year alone, as many as 2,000 security guards died in the line of duty, and more than 10,000 were injured. The peaceful lives of ordinary people are made possible by the silent dedication of countless security guards who maintain social order, combat crime, and protect people's lives and property. But think about it, they fight day and night on the front lines of law enforcement, facing all sorts of complex situations, including vicious criminals. Who protects their lives? The two of them work together seamlessly, playing the emotional card. It's directly elevated to a matter of national and familial righteousness. Qin Chuan admitted that what they said was true and he was very moved. However, he only has 2 pills left, and he needs to keep at least one just in case. Giving one of the remaining pills to either party would offend the other. Forget it, I won't give them any yet. We'll give them a share after we finish our next transaction with the virtuous Taoist priest. Gentlemen, we're truly out of pills, but the second batch should be coming out soon. We'll give each of you one then. Oh, Brother Qin, you're my own brother. One resurrection pill isn't enough. We have a bunch of seriously wounded soldiers who died fighting for the country waiting to be saved. Could you spare me a few more? Long Zhantian immediately beamed with joy. Now that Qin Chuan has relented, there's hope. Xiao Qin, could you give us a breakdown of the pill production? There are quite a few people waiting for it to save their lives. 1 or 2 pills are simply not enough, they're not even a drop in the ocean. Qin Chuan agreed to give one, but in Xingkang still felt it was too few and not enough at all. There's no possibility of mass production in the short term, and the output is extremely limited, only a few at a time. You two have to keep this a secret for me, otherwise, with so many people asking for them, I can't guarantee you'll get any. Hearing Qin Chuan say that, the two of them immediately felt relieved. After all, there were no fewer than a dozen experts and academicians who came with him, as well as many high-ranking officials, none of whom received a promise from Qin Chuan. Only the 2 of them managed to get one. Although we still have to wait, good things come to those who wait. I find Qin Chuan more and more pleasing to the eye. He immediately agreed, patting his chest and promising that he would never tell anyone. They believed Qin Chuan wasn't lying, it was normal that such a miraculous pill couldn't be mass-produced. If it could be mass-produced, that would truly be called reversing the heavenly gang. After exchanging pleasantries and contact information, and Xingkang and Long Zhantian, each with their own business, said their goodbyes and left. My ears are finally at peace. I got home at midnight. He ate a late-night snack while being served by a beautiful woman from another world, took a bath and changed clothes, and then fell asleep peacefully with a stunningly beautiful girl in his arms. Qin Chuan was sleeping soundly. However, news of Wang Xianming's recovery and the rejuvenation pill quickly spread among a small group of high-ranking officials. It was no different from a tsunami or earthquake, deeply shocking everyone. That night, a long line of military vehicles headed towards the Xingai Bay Villa area. The entire villa area was taken over by the military, with guards every 10 steps and sentries every 5 steps. Security was raised to an outrageous level, not even a fly could get in. Previously, Wang Xianming was seriously ill and his life was nearing its end. For various reasons, the authorities chose to partially disclose his heroic deeds. He lived his life in anonymity, forging swords for the country, and made great contributions. He's almost gone, so of course we can't let him be forgotten. The public should know about his great achievements, and he deserves to be admired by the whole nation. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Chuan's rejuvenation pill appeared out of nowhere, pulling old Wang back from the brink of death. This caught the authorities off guard. However, the story has already been made public, and there's no going back. All we can do now is strengthen security and make sure to protect this meritorious figure of the Republic. Of course, as the contributor of the rejuvenation pill, Qin Chuan is also a key person to be protected. Such elixirs are of immeasurable value, and everyone, regardless of their position, would covet them. Guan Sui's small portion of blood could not be saved in the end and was divided into more than a dozen samples, which were quickly sent to Kyoto. He was so angry that his beard almost stood on end. But there was nothing they could do. After all, the bigwigs in Kyoto are all eagerly waiting. Although he is also an authority in his own right, he is still somewhat inferior compared to Kyoto. The next morning, Qin Chuan was woken up while he was still asleep. If you don't sleep well, you'll naturally be extremely grumpy when you wake up. Damn it, I don't even have to go to work, why am I getting up so early? Staring at his messy hair, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and went to the living room. Holy crap! The living room, which is over 100 square meters, was packed with people. There weren't enough sofas and chairs, and many elderly men with white hair were sitting directly on the floor. They all had dark circles under their eyes and stared at Qin Chuan like pandas. What's going on? Qin Chuan was completely dumbfounded. Master, these were all brought by old Wang. They insisted on forcing their way in, and I couldn't stop them. May Aoxiu explained to Qin Chuan with some self-reproach. Before dawn, Wang Xianming led a large group of old men to Qin Chuan's door, wanting to see him. May Aoxiu was completely unable to stop her by force. These are all elderly men who have difficulty walking, and she was afraid they might get hurt if she wasn't careful. They had no choice but to open the door. These guys were all red-faced and had already started arguing with Qin Chuan before they even saw him. The huge living room turned into a vegetable market. I waited from a little after 6 until almost 10 o'clock, and finally Qin Chuan came out. Upon seeing Qin Chuan emerge, everyone spontaneously ceased their arguments, and dozens of pairs of dim old eyes shone with excitement as they stared intently at Qin Chuan. I'm sorry, Xiao Qin, I brought them to your door without your permission. Wang Xianming stepped forward, shook Qin Chuan's hand, and said with a smile. There was nothing he could do, some of these guys were even higher ranking than him, and he was helpless as he couldn't stop them at all. I have no choice but to obediently act as a guide. What could Qin Chuan say? You've brought everyone here, and they're all his grandfathers. Some of them are old enough to be his great-grandfathers, how could he possibly kick them out again? It's all right, Mr. Wang. What brings you here? Qin Chuan yawned, suppressing his morning grumpiness. He usually sleeps until he's no longer irritable before getting up. Before Wang Xianming could speak, an old man with a square face and half-white hair stepped forward. Mr. Qin, I am Tang Sanqiang from the Kyoto Biological Research Institute. I heard that your new drug is still in the refinement stage. On behalf of Kyoto Biological, I sincerely invite you to join us and continue your research. Our Kyoto Biological Research Institute is willing to provide you with comprehensive support. Tang Sanqiang's words caused an uproar among everyone present. That old bastard, he's practically throwing his abacus beads at his face, he's utterly shameless. Hey, Tang Sanqiang, what are you doing? There are so many people here, do you think we're just decorations? Kyoto is far away, crowded and chaotic, and its research atmosphere is not as good as that of Donghai. On behalf of the Donghai City Academy of Life Sciences, I sincerely invite Mr. Qin Chuan to join us, and offer him the title of Honorary Vice President. You will have full access to the resources of the entire academy. Most importantly, Mr. Qin can work locally and will not need to travel all the way to Kyoto. Kyoto has a dry climate and is prone to causing health problems. If he becomes unwell, who can bear the responsibility? Chen Wenyuan adjusted his glasses and said to Qin Chuan with a smile, You're talking nonsense. Mr. Qin Chuan is in such good physical condition, in the prime of his life, how could he be suffering from acclimatization problems? Besides, the climate in Kyoto is not much different from that in Donghai City, so don't spout this nonsense. Tang Sanqiang immediately retorted. In my opinion, the Northwest Institute of Biotechnology is more suitable for Mr. Qin. If Mr. Qin is willing, we can build a new branch in Donghai City and have Mr. Qin as the dean. Of course, if Mr. Qin is willing to go to the Northwest, we would welcome him even more. I, the vice dean, will be yours. A thin, elderly man spoke up. We are acting with the utmost sincerity, unlike some people who play games and use something like an honorary vice president as an excuse. Li Nianda, who are you implying? You're retiring in a month, what are you acting like, trying to be all high and mighty? Chen Wenyuan jumped up and down, pointing at Li Nianda's nose and spitting, his spittle even landing on Qin Chuan's face. Not to be outdone, the others jumped out one after another, arguing heatedly with faces flushed and spittle flying everywhere. Everyone knows that the value of Qin Chuan's rejuvenation pill is immeasurable. As long as you can get even a little bit of it, you'll be remembered in history, have your own page in the family genealogy, and be the first person to offer incense in the ancestral hall. These old scholars, whose necks were almost buried in yellow earth, cared nothing for other material possessions, but were particularly fond of leaving their mark on history. That was the highest honor, money and such were like gold and silver to them. If we can secure Qin Chuan's support, then personnel allocation and funding will be our top priorities. Even the research institute's level could be upgraded. At that time, not only in the Tang dynasty, but also in the world, it will be a leading force. Such an honor is exciting just to think about. Therefore, Qin Chuan must fight for it, at all costs. Qin Chuan was speechless. Didn't anyone ask him if he agreed or not? What's going on? All we want is to make a fortune quietly and live a peaceful life as interstellar resellers. Do you guys want me to be a beast of burden and go to work? I'd never work a day in my life. Quiet down. Wang Xianming stepped forward, unable to bear it any longer. What are you doing? Don't you know you're all old? Shouting like that, have you no shame? Is this a vegetable market? You're all acting out of line. Wang Xianming was the oldest and had a special status. Apart from one academician who was half a rank higher than him, everyone else present was considered a junior. His rebuke was perfectly reasonable, and no one dared to disagree. I know what you're up to, but this kind of thing requires the agreement of both parties. Forcing things won't work. You have to ask Xiao Qin's opinion first. Since Wang Xianming has spoken, everyone has to give him face. It's naturally not appropriate for them to jump out and compete again. So all eyes were fixed intently on Qin Chuan. My heart was screaming, pick me, pick me. Xiao Qin, look at everyone's offers, what do you think? Wang Xianming asked Qin Chuan with a smile. Qin Chuan felt uneasy as a group of grandfathers stared intently at him. It felt like I had thorns growing on my body, and I was very uncomfortable. First of all, thank you all for traveling so far to visit my humble abode. I am truly flattered. However, I am a rather lazy person and don't like going to work. I prefer to be a couch potato. Therefore, I must decline your kind offer. Go to work? Who said you have to go to work? As long as you come to our Donghai Academy of Life Sciences, I can apply to move the academy to your doorstep. You can sleep in every day until you naturally wake up, and I guarantee that no one will bother you. You can come whenever you want and leave whenever you want, absolute freedom. Chen Wenyuan immediately patted his chest and assured him. Others were not to be outdone and immediately joined the fray. The conditions were increasingly outrageous, but as long as Qin Chuan nodded, they would take care of the rest. Qin Chuan doesn't need to worry about anything. Drinking tea, sleeping, reading the newspaper, whatever you like. That's how exaggerated it is. Why? Qin Chuan sighed inwardly, thinking how utterly messed up life was. He used to want to find a job, work hard, and be a beast of burden. But I submitted countless resumes and went to one interview after another. In the end, only real estate agents and food delivery workers were willing to take him in. Now he understands and doesn't want to go to work. These big shots, on the contrary, traveled long distances to his door, begging him to work for them. They even want to open their company right in front of his house. Life truly is like a play. What you desire, you yearn for with all your heart. What you don't want will come to you automatically. Who can I complain to? Qin Chuan was exasperated. Were these guys incapable of understanding human language? Everyone. Qin Chuan cleared his throat and patiently explained. Perhaps I wasn't clear enough. Let me reiterate, I, Qin Chuan, will never work, not even to sleep at the company. I appreciate your kindness, but asking me to work is out of the question. Oh, Xiao Qin, you didn't understand. I'm not asking you to work. You just need to register your name at Tank Institute. Your personal life will be absolutely untouched. Others chimed in, saying it didn't matter whether Qin Chuan went to work or not, as long as he was willing to be listed as a nominal employee. Qin Chuan was speechless. He wouldn't even accept a nominal position. He didn't want to join any organization or be bound by anything. I've already reopened the business, so let's not talk nonsense. The main point is to do things as he pleases. If he doesn't want to do something, no one can change his mind. Why should you accommodate others and wrong yourself? Let's just unleash our ultimate move, otherwise this argument will go on forever and won't end until dark. Gentlemen, I know why you've come. To tell you the truth, there is no prescription for the rejuvenation pill, it cannot be mass-produced, and the production capacity is extremely limited. Do you understand? This. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. After all that fuss, this is the result? Believe it or not, I don't believe it. The samples are all ready, and you're saying that without a prescription, mass production is impossible? Only a fool would believe that. How did you manage to make it without a prescription? Everyone present was a very busy person, and they had come from afar full of hope, only to receive this result. Nobody is willing to accept this. A group of people took turns trying to persuade him, appealing to his emotions and reasoning with him, from personal interests to national sentiments and even the well-being of all humankind. One after another, these serious accusations were hurled at Qin Chuan, who was completely overwhelmed. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Qin Chuan was getting anxious. Wang Xianming stepped in to smooth things over. All right, all of you, say less, that's enough. If Qin Chuan says no, then he definitely doesn't. Everyone stared at each other, clearly unconvinced. Qin Chuan was also helpless. He was clearly telling the truth, but no one believed him. Everyone assumed he wanted to keep the formula patent to himself and was unwilling to disclose it. Do you really want me to say that this is a pill refined by a cultivator? You bunch of scientists, what do you know about metaphysics? Finally, Qin Chuan, fed up with the constant complaints, promised to hand over a rejuvenation pill to the state for researchers to study, and only then did the group finally give up. Qin Chuan also knew what these people represented. If they really refused to budge and didn't produce something, he would be taken in for research. Anyway, now that he's given the pills, whether he can make any progress in the research is none of his business. Consider it a loss to avoid further disaster. After seeing off a group of big shots, Qin Chuan received a pile of business cards, all of which contained only a number and a name, and were handwritten, quite rudimentary. Qin Chuan quickly washed up, ate a simple meal, and then took Mei Aixu to Baiki Biology. After being acquired by Qin Chuan, the SUG group has been renamed Baiki Biotechnology. With Qin Chuan's substantial investment, the company quickly resumed operations. However, it will be difficult to replenish the lost R&D talent in a short period of time, and many previously developed drugs have come to a standstill. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan had arrived at the company, Su Yi immediately stopped her ongoing meeting and personally greeted him. After gaining a general understanding of the company's predicament, Qin Chuan decisively cut all stalled projects. We are concentrating all our efforts on developing an anti-aging drug with the technology invested by the Su family. This drug had already been successfully developed and applied for market approval, but it was rejected by the Drug Regulatory Authority. The Fang family is certainly behind this. Afterwards, various problems erupted within the Sug group, and a series of crises followed one after another. After the Fang family's offer to purchase the anti-aging drug formula was rejected, they directly offered a high price and poached almost the entire research and development team. The confidential formula was inevitably leaked. Su Yi did not give up and reorganized her team to tackle the problem. During the review of the experiment, a fatal flaw was discovered in this drug. Long-term use may cause allergies in some people and may pose a risk of disfigurement. The team worked day and night to overcome the challenges, but the R&D team was hastily assembled, and almost all the experienced talents were poached. It will be difficult to make progress in the short term. Research and development has hit a bottleneck. The cause of the allergy has been found. It is due to the excessive activity of a drug. However, this drug is irreplaceable, and it will be difficult to find a way to suppress it in the short term. Qin Chuan didn't understand these professional matters and didn't want to worry about them. He only provides the money, he doesn't handle the actual work. Is there any way, such as asking some research institutes for help? Having spent the last 2 days dealing with the old men from various research institutes, this idea immediately popped into Qin Chuan's mind after hearing the difficult problem Su Yi mentioned. Su Yi shook her head and said with a wry smile, "We have looked, but the research institutes have too high a threshold, and we can't reach them at all. The Danhai Life Research Institute has developed an enzyme that inhibits the activity of drugs, but their production is limited and they don't sell it to outsiders. We can't even buy it to conduct experiments." "I see." Qin Chuan nodded and took out a large stack of small pieces of paper from his pocket. The above lists the contact information of top researchers from various research institutes, and they are all private phone numbers. He pulled out a piece of paper with a number written on it, signed Chen Wenayuan. Qin Chuan dialed the number. At this moment, Chen Wenayuan was carrying a briefcase, preparing to board the plane to Kyoto to attend a special meeting on the rejuvenating elixir. He frowned when he saw the unfamiliar number on his phone. This phone was his personal phone, encrypted, and the number was known only to a limited number of people. Those real estate agents, insurance brokers, and loan brokers simply can't get in. After thinking about it, I answered the phone anyway. "I am Chen Wenayuan, and who are you?" "Old Chen, this is Qin Chuan." Qin Chuan's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Qin Chuan?" Chen Wenayuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. "Oh, it's you." Chen Wenayuan's tone suddenly became enthusiastic. "Did you need something from me?" Qin Chuan briefly explained the whole story and then asked directly, "Old Chen, could you sell me some of that enzyme that inhibits activity?" After a moment's thought, Chen Wenayuan replied, "I can't decide on this right now. I'll talk about it when I get back from the meeting." Qin Chuan quickly said, "Old Chen, could you perhaps try to negotiate with your superiors? The price is negotiable." Chen Wenayuan replied with a smile, "I'll try my best. However, even if the higher UPS agree, the quantity won't be too large." Qin Chuan thanked him repeatedly, saying that he was happy as long as it solved his immediate problem. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan felt a little relieved. Su Yi, who was standing nearby, asked curiously, "Who is this? He's so amazing." Qin Chuan smiled and said calmly, "This is Professor Chen Wenayuan, a leading expert in the field of biology." Su Yi's eyes lit up, and she looked at Qin Chuan with admiration. Chen Wenayuan is the chief expert of the East China Sea Academy of Life Sciences. It would be difficult for ordinary people to even see him on television. Qin Chuan not only had his private phone number, but they also seemed to be quite familiar with each other. This boss definitely has an amazing background. However, Qin Chuan shook his head. "Don't be too happy yet, this matter is not necessarily going to work out." Even so, he was actually full of anticipation. Chen Wenayuan stood at the boarding gate, his eyes darting around, when suddenly a smile appeared on his lips. He dialed back the original number. Qin Chuan had just put his phone in his pocket when the call came in. Upon seeing that it was Chen Wenayuan calling, he immediately answered the call. "Hey, Mr. Chen, tell me your location." On the other end of the phone came Chen Wenayuan's deep voice. Qin Chuan was a little confused, but without thinking too much, he told him. Chen Wenayuan's expression changed drastically. "What? Ah, I have something important to do right now. Can it be in 3 days? What do you mean I can't? You know how precious my time is, I really can't get away. A life is at stake." "Okay, I'm coming right away." Chen Wenayuan spoke very quickly and hung up the phone immediately after finishing. Qin Chuan was completely bewildered. What was this old man doing? Talking nonsense. After Chen Wenayuan finished his self-directed performance, he immediately ran to the team leader and said anxiously, "Old Tang, something urgent has happened at home. It's a matter of life and death. I have to go back first. You guys go ahead and don't wait for me." Before the team leader could even agree, Chen Wenayuan ran off. The group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. Something's not right. This old guy is acting very strangely. Based on everyone's understanding of Chen Wenyuan, this guy is a research fanatic. He didn't even make it back when his father passed away. Now, with the phrase human life is at stake, they'll just run away without a second thought. It should be noted that the project he researched back then was far inferior to the rejuvenation pill. He was presented with an opportunity that would make him famous throughout history, yet he turned it down. This is absolutely not normal. However, with the plane about to take off, the others could only temporarily dispel their doubts and focus their attention back on the rejuvenation pill. After getting off the plane, Chen Wenyuan immediately rushed back to the Donghai City Academy of Life Sciences. Mr. Chen, didn't you go to Kyoto? The researcher looked puzzled when he saw Chen Wenyuan return. Quickly, bring me all the enzyme inhibitors in the hospital. Seeing Chen Wenyuan's anxious expression, the researcher didn't dare to ask any more questions and hurried off to do so. Old Chen, all the drug-inhibiting enzymes in the hospital are here, and the dosage is enough to prepare 100,000 doses of the drug. Okay, please take this to my car. Chen Wenyuan took a sip of water, didn't even touch the stool, and headed straight for Biki Biology with his medicine box. There are two sides to the story. Fang Zonghai has been restless ever since he returned from the Su group. He found Qin Chuan increasingly unfathomable, and even felt a slight fear towards him. Therefore, he made a special trip to the old house and persuaded the old man to send out the shadow actors secretly trained by the Fang family. They secretly monitored Qin Chuan and investigated everything about him. If given the chance, I will kill him at all costs. However, all the shadow warriors that were sent out lost contact without exception. 2 more people were detained by the military as soon as they arrived at the Xingai Bay Villa area. Fang Zonghai was terrified when he received the news. Good heavens! What kind of monster did he mess with? Qin Chuan's background is so terrifying that it has even alarmed the military. Fang Zonghai immediately withdrew the remaining shadow warriors. This is a huge problem, he can't handle it. They rushed to the old house and reported the situation to the head of the family, Fang Loren. Fang Loren frowned upon hearing this. The Fang family has been navigating the business world for decades, and this is the first time they have encountered such a formidable person. I can't sleep or eat in peace until I figure out Qin Chuan's background. After a long silence, he picked up a landline phone with trembling hands and dialed a number. Old buddy, could you help me investigate someone, Qin Chuan? That Qin Chuan from Donghai City? Good. I'm sorry, Lao Fang, I just received news that Qin Chuan's information has been classified as confidential, and I have no right to view it. Upon hearing this news, Fang Loren felt a chill in his heart, a bad premonition creeping over him. When did this happen? Just now. If you had called a minute earlier, it would have been in time. Too many people have been checking his identity these past few days. I don't know what he did to cause such a commotion. By the way, he's already a key target for higher UPS. Regardless of whether you have a grudge or not, take my advice, don't touch him. Beep beep. After hanging up the phone, Fang Loren slumped into a pearwood armchair. After a long silence, he suddenly shouted, "Come here!" Fang Loren slammed his cane heavily on the ground. Fang Zonghai's heart skipped a beat, and he took 2 steps forward cautiously. Smack! Fang Loren slapped him hard across the face. Fang Zonghai saw stars as his newly fitted front tooth was knocked away again. A line of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Dad! Fang Zonghai covered his face, looking very aggrieved. Don't call me Dad. I don't have a rebellious son like you. I should be calling you Dad. Fang Loren's chest heaved violently, his face cold and stern. Of all people to mess with, why did you have to mess with Qin Chuan? Do you even know anything about him? Even old Joe from the Public Security Bureau doesn't have the authority to investigate him, and he's just some ordinary person you're talking about? If I'd known you were a piece of worthless garbage, I should have thrown you against the wall back then, damn it. Fang Loren had never been so angry before. He was clearly furious with Fang Zonghai this time. There was also a hint of fear in my heart. Qin Chuan's background is too astonishing. If he were to seek revenge, the Fang family's legacy built over generations might not be preserved. No, we can't just sit here and wait to die. Fang Zonghai attempted to obtain the other party's kidney, but failed. As long as the Fang family makes a significant sacrifice and demonstrates sufficient sincerity, Qin Chuan may not necessarily pursue them to the bitter end. At worst, he could just hand over Fang Zonghai. Besides Fang Zonghai, he had 3 other sons. Losing one wouldn't make a difference. Fang Zonghai can be abandoned, but the Fang family must not fall. As for Fang Zonghai sending people to assassinate Qin Chuan, Fang Loren didn't think it was a big deal. We're all high-level players, everyone has a few enemies, and it's perfectly normal to stab someone in the back. As long as the person is alive, no one will talk about things openly without evidence, and everyone can chat and laugh as usual at the dinner table. For someone of this caliber, if no one is after them, and they haven't survived a few assassination attempts, they wouldn't dare boast about it. After pondering for a while, Fang Loren's face darkened, and he swung his cane at Fang Zonghai, striking him repeatedly in the face. Fang Zonghai covered his head with both hands, howling like a banshee, but dared not flinch. The servants nearby were terrified and dared not even breathe. After being beaten with crutches, Fang Zonghai was covered in bruises, his face swollen and bruised. It looks incredibly tragic. Fang Loren was panting heavily, truly exhausted from the fight. He dropped his cane. That's fine then. No need to pack. Come with me to see Qin Chuan and apologize with a bundle of thorns on your back. Regardless of whether Fang Zonghai agreed or not, Fang Loren had him tied up, stuffed into a car, and given generous gifts before heading to Baiki Biological. On the other side, Qin Chuan toured the company and transferred another 500 million yuan into the company account, instructing Su Yi to open 2 new production lines and go all out without worrying about the money. Qin Chuan plans to use these 2 production lines to produce beauty soup. The formula is readily available, and apart from the main ingredient, golden silkworm elixir, all the other ingredients can be obtained on Blue Star at a low cost. This task was naturally left to Su Yi. He handed over the formula and the samples given by Li Wenta to Su Yi. Su Yi held it in her hand and felt its weight. It was incredibly heavy. Qin Chuan handed over such a precious prescription to her without hesitation. Such trust moved her to tears. My heart was filled with warmth, and I couldn't contain my emotions. My eyes even started to well up with tears. Brother Chuan, don't worry, I will definitely produce the beauty drug as soon as possible. Su Yi made a solemn promise. I'm so moved. In his eyes, Qin Chuan's image was infinitely elevated. Not only is he handsome and rich, but he also has an amazing background. And very charming. When he's domineering, he's more arrogant than the king of heaven. When he's low-key, he's so reserved and profound. No one could even tell that he was a powerful and wealthy CEO with strong capabilities and connections. He only takes 1 bodyguard when he goes out, and he drives a domestic car that costs only 2 million yuan. That's so low-key. Such a man is a treasure. His love is deeply moving and profound, and Su Yi has fallen irrevocably in love with him. Each meeting deepens the love. Qin Chuan noticed that Su Yi's expression was a bit off. Especially when I look at my own eyes, they're so watery, almost like they're about to stretch. Su Yi's throat bobbed, and she bit down lightly with her pearly teeth, looking as if she wanted to devour someone. Holy crap! Qin Chuan was a little confused. What's wrong with this woman? She always looks like this whenever she sees me. Is this a case of lusting after the guy's good looks? The two drew closer and closer, and an ambiguous atmosphere gradually intensified. Master, that guy called again. At the critical moment, Qin Chuan's phone rang. Upon opening it, I found it was Chen Wenayuan. That old man really knows how to pick his timing. Qin Chuan muttered to himself before answering the phone. Qin Chuan, I'm downstairs at Baiki Biology Building, but the receptionist won't let me in. Could you come down and get me? Chen Wenayuan, panting, spoke urgently on the other end of the phone. Qin Chuan was a little confused. Weren't you going to a meeting in Kyoto and not coming back for 3 days? How did they end up at Baiki Biology? Holy crap, he was just faking it on the phone. You're serious. Everyone had arrived, so Qin Chuan had no choice but to go down and greet them. After all, she still needed his help. Chen Wenayuan was very happy to see Qin Chuan. His big yellow teeth were sticking out when he laughed. Qin Chuan, I've brought you what you asked for. Chen Wenayuan carried a large box and presented it to Qin Chuan as if it were a treasure. This is all the inventory of the East China Sea Life Research Institute. It's all here. Aren't I generous enough? Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you. Qin Chuan took the box. It was quite heavy. Chen Wenayuan's face hardened. What money do you need? I just like you, so I'll give it to you. If it's not enough, just let me know in advance and I'll bring it to you personally. Well, things that are free are often the most expensive. Qin Chuan preferred that he take the money. Otherwise, it will be difficult to repay the favors you owe. Chen Wenayuan resolutely refused to accept the money, and he was getting increasingly anxious. Qin Chuan, I consider you a friend. If you bring up money again, I'll take all of these back. I won't sell them for any amount of money. All right. Since things have come to this point, you'll have to owe them a favor, whether you like it or not. Su Yi, who came down with Qin Chuan, was completely stunned when she saw this scene. I feel a little dizzy. She had heard about Chen Wenayuan's temper. This guy is so focused on his research that he doesn't care about anyone, not even his family. To put it bluntly, he's stubborn and won't give face to anyone. No matter how powerful a business tycoon or local strongman, none of them can do anything in front of him. She had used all her connections and went to great lengths to get a glimpse of Chen Wenayuan in order to obtain some of the drug-inhibiting enzyme. But after they found out what the purpose of their visit was, they chased them away, refusing to sell the enzyme-blocking drug no matter how much money was offered. No one's face matters. But now, he's adopting a far too humble attitude towards Qin Chuan. Not only did he personally deliver the medicine, but he also refused to accept a single penny. If you offered him money, he would get angry. Look how tired the old man is, he's covered in sweat. Is this still the Chen Wenyuan she knows? Where is your pride? Where is your integrity? What magic does Qin Chuan possess that makes a medical authority dare not put on airs in front of him, and even fawn over him? I can't figure it out, it's so surreal. Qin Chuan once again overturned her perception, captivating her and leaving her utterly mesmerized. Mr. Chen, why don't you come to my company and give me some guidance? Qin Chuan said politely. That's exactly what I was thinking. Come on, lead the way. Chen Wenyuan didn't stand on ceremony at all and pulled Qin Chuan inside. Just then, a Maybach S600 pulled up at the entrance. The car door opened, and an elderly man with a full head of white hair stepped out, leaning on a cane. Following behind him was Fang Zonghai, who was covered in blood. The two walked in one after the other. I'm looking for Qin Chuan. Fang Loren walked to the front desk and said politely, please inform them that Fang Loren has brought his son, Fang Zonghai, to apologize. The young receptionist turned pale with fright when she saw Fang Zonghai covered in blood and with a bruised and swollen face. Stunned and speechless. Hearing that someone wanted to apologize to him, Qin Chuan stopped and turned around. Hey, it's an old acquaintance. What a coincidence. I am Qin Chuan. Do we know each other? Qin Chuan looked at the unfamiliar old man and spoke calmly. The old man grabbed Fang Zonghai by the collar and roared, kneel down. Fang Zonghai dared not disobey and knelt down in front of Qin Chuan with a thud. Fang Loren was slightly taken aback when he saw Chen Wenyuan next to Qin Chuan, but then he was overjoyed. It seems that today's decision was the right one. This Qin Chuan is indeed someone of great importance. Even a big shot like Chen Wenyuan was so friendly with him. She even took Qin Chuan's arm, her demeanor lacking any air of authority, and even bordering on obsequious. He knew this medical expert all too well. He was notoriously stubborn and unyielding. He wanted to ask Chen Wenyuan for help, but he asked 3 times and still couldn't get a meeting. Now they've actually condescended to come to Qin Chuan company. It seems old Joe was right. He can't afford to mess with Qin Chuan. With such a powerful figure as Chen Wenyuan present, half the battle was won. No matter how arrogant Qin Chuan is, he can't go too far. If I lower my stance and offer sufficient compensation, I think this matter can be resolved. Fang Loren, his face full of remorse, bowed deeply to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I have failed in my duty to raise my son. My son, Fang Zonghai, has offended you. I have brought him here specifically to apologize to you. You may decide what to do with him. Qin Chuan watched all of this indifferently, his heart unmoved. Watch them perform quietly. Old Fang, what are you doing? Qin Chuan remained silent, but Chen Wenyuan stepped forward. There are people coming and going here, please be mindful of the situation. Oh, Mr. Chen is here too. What a coincidence. My son was ignorant and offended Mr. Qin. I came here specifically to apologize on his behalf. I hope Mr. Qin will be lenient and let him off the hook. Qin Chuan looked at Fang Loren with a mocking expression, thinking to himself that the old man was quite good at judging the situation. Is this some kind of self-inflicted suffering tactic by the employers and employees? Then I'll have to see what kind of mess you guys can make. He took 2 steps forward, looked down at Fang Zonghai kneeling on the ground, and sneered, who is this? Why is he kneeling here? Fang Zonghai trembled, lowered his head even further, and spoke in a daze. Master Qin, I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me. Qin Chuan looked down at Fang Zonghai, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He just knelt there, not uttering a sound. I don't know if he was genuinely repentant or if he was forced into it. Upon hearing this, Fang Zonghai quickly raised his head and said, Mr. Qin, I know I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness and offended you. Please forgive me, you are a magnanimous person. Qin Chuan's lips curled up slightly. Where did you go wrong? Talking about it won't do any good. Upon seeing this, Fang Loren quickly said, Mr. Qin is right. To show our sincerity, the Fang family is willing to offer 500 million as compensation. 500 million? Qin Chuan shook his head and sneered, are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? Fang Loren was heartbroken. 500 million yuan was Fangjing Pharmaceuticals' annual net profit. I never expected Qin Chuan to have such an outrageous appetite, so insatiable. But he was frightened by Qin Chuan's background and was prepared for a major financial loss. As long as Qin Chuan is dealt with and he is guaranteed not to retaliate against the Fang family, it's worth any amount of money. Mr. Qin, rest assured, we will do whatever you ask. Fang Loren gritted his teeth and said solemnly. The other party backed down so easily? The labor and management teams haven't even made a single move yet. Did you ask for my opinion? Did I agree? My demands aren't high. I want the piece of land your Fang family owns in the western suburbs. Qin Chuan added fuel to the fire, testing the other party's bottom line. What, that piece of land in the western suburbs? Fang Loren screamed in shock. That's a key project for the Fang family over the next 10 years. They've already invested billions in acquiring the land. How could they give it away so easily? If this land changes hands, the Fang family will be severely crippled. This condition is absolutely unacceptable. Qin Chuan's face darkened. What, you're reluctant to let go? It seems your Fang family isn't sincere in their apology. Are you kidding me? Fang Loren quickly waved his hand. No, Mr. Qin, you misunderstand. That piece of land is the lifeblood of the Fang family. Can we change the terms? Qin Chuan smiled and said, okay. He pointed to the road outside. You two, father and son, go and run naked through the streets, shouting I'm a big idiot, and all past grievances will be wiped clean. Fang Loren and Fang Zonghai's faces instantly turned extremely ugly. This was an utter disgrace. This is a blatant humiliation for Qin Chuan. What is Fang Loren's identity? Even the mayor of Donghai would have to stand up and offer a toast when he sees him. You're making me run naked? This is worse than killing him. This is not just an insult, it's an utter disgrace. They clearly didn't take the Fang family seriously, and were practically rubbing his old face in the ground. If this gets out, the Fang family will never be able to show their faces in Donghai City again. Qin Chuan, we sincerely apologize, but we never expected you to insult us like this. Don't you think this is going too far? Fang Loren's face turned ashen, burning with rage. Even with his excellent self-control, he couldn't stand Qin Chuan's repeated provocations and trampling on his dignity. Qin Chuan knew that the old dog was getting desperate, so he decided to add fuel to the fire. Too much? Qin Chuan burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You, Fang Zonghai, when you tricked me into eating poisonous mushrooms, trying to kill me, and cut off my kidneys for your daughter, why didn't you think of going too far? Why didn't you say anything was excessive when you had someone run me over with a car? If I weren't so tough, I would have died several times over by now. And you're coming here now, licking your boots, to tell me I've gone too far? Qin Chuan, be forgiving when you can. Don't go too far in anything. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Fang Loren, despite his advanced age, was furious to be verbally abused by Qin Chuan. That was a bit of a miscalculation. This kid doesn't play by the rules. Chen Wenayuan is right there, and you dare to say anything without any restraint. He glanced at Chen Wenayuan and found that the old man was looking down at his nose, seemingly indifferent to the matter. My heart sank. I knew I'd mess things up today. This means that she has completely broken ties with Qin Chuan. Oh ho! Threatening me. Qin Chuan stepped forward, staring coldly at Fang Loren. He now has 5 experts by his side, and since he has no relatives or friends, he is not afraid of threats at all. I have no weaknesses, so bring it on and try. I'm telling you right now, either do as I say, or you'll face my revenge. Fang Loren trembled with rage. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Qin Chuan, don't push your luck. Putting aside the facts, if we really go down in a fight to the death, it won't benefit anyone. Fang Loren felt a tightness in his chest. He was furious. If looks could kill, he would have killed Qin Chuan 10,000 times over. That little brat is a real scoundrel. They have no respect for the elderly or care for the young. They are immoral. I did bully you, so what? Come and hit me. Qin Chuan stood with his hands in his pockets, seemingly unaware of who his opponent was. With a smirk, he looked down on the father and son from the other family. That look is incredibly annoying. Fang Loren was seething with hatred, knowing that things wouldn't end well today. We'll see. He gritted his teeth, slammed his cane down hard, and left with Fang Zonghai. On the bus, Fang Loren's face was ashen, as black as the bottom of a pot. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. From now on, all of the Fang family's grey businesses are to be suspended. Those clubs under your control should close down, and the loan company should also keep quiet for the time being and clean up their messes. Fang Loren clutched his chest, feeling both angry and frustrated. In addition, Fangjang Pharmaceuticals' new drug should be launched as soon as possible to make up for the losses. Fang Zonghai nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a single word. After Fang Loren left, Qin Chuan turned to Chen Wenayuan and said with a half-smile, Old Chen, I'm sorry to have made you laugh. Chen Wenayuan waved his hand and said with a smile, it's a good thing for young people to have their own personality, but sometimes they still need to be careful about what they do. Qin Chuan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. In his eyes, the Fang family is nothing more than a paper tiger. We're just waiting for the Fang family to make their move. Qin Chuan took Chen Wenayuan on a tour of the company, and Chen Wenayuan offered many useful suggestions. Especially in the field of drug research and development, Chen Wenayuan is an authoritative figure. A few words of advice from him can greatly benefit a group of researchers. Su Yi and her R&D team followed behind, constantly taking notes in their notebooks. Such an opportunity is extremely rare. Who is Mr. Chen? You can't hire them even if you pay them. Whether his guidance was actually helpful or not is another matter, but it's something to brag about for the rest of your life. Afterwards, Qin Chuan brought Chen Wenyuan to the office and dismissed everyone else. Old Chen, there are no outsiders here now, so please speak frankly. Qin Chuan held up his teacup and gestured for him to proceed. You little rascal, you really don't hold back at all, Chen Wenyuan said, pointing at Qin Chuan with a smile. I won't beat around the bush with you, let's get straight to the point. What exactly is your purpose in coming to see me this time? Qin Chuan asked directly. Would you believe me if I said I just came to deliver your medicine and make friends with you? Do you think I believe you? Chen Wenyuan laughed heartily. He liked Qin Chuan's straightforward personality. People who work in research institutes hate roundabout ways. They're a complete waste of time. Then I'll be frank. Your rejuvenation pill has caused quite a stir. Chen Wenyuan adjusted his glasses and began to speak slowly and deliberately. The sudden appearance of the rejuvenation pill shocked the highest levels of government. If such a miraculous medicine could be mass-produced, it would be a golden age that benefits all people. Even if we can't mass-produce it, as long as we can figure out the principle behind the miracle drug. This was enough to make the entire Tang dynasty stand out in the field of medicine and be the best in the world. It has reached an astonishing height. The enhancement of the overall strength of the Tang dynasty will be multifaceted. Even if it's produced in small batches, at critical moments, it can be given to geniuses in important fields to ensure their health and well-being, so they can dedicate themselves to the country for decades longer. The value generated is immeasurable. Although the Tang dynasty had a wealth of talent, it was lacking in top talent in every field. These people have been engaged in high-intensity research and development work for a long time, and even with the best medical care, their bodies can't withstand it. Some damage is irreversible. With the rejuvenation pill, they can easily return to a healthy state. Wang Xianming is the most typical example. A man who was about to report to the King of Hell was brought back to life with a single pill of resurrection. It is said that he has already submitted a report requesting to return to his research post and serve the country for another 10 years. Therefore, the importance that the top leadership attaches to the rejuvenation pill this time is no less than that attached to the development of the atomic and hydrogen bombs and satellites. A large number of medical experts were selected to form a special task force, and even cross-disciplinary experts in biochemistry and physics were included. That's why Chen Wenyuan felt that having him one more or one less wouldn't make a difference. When Qin Chuan called him, he thought of another shortcut. Who says researchers are all single-minded and don't understand social etiquette? There's no time for that kind of nonsense. I wouldn't stoop to that, okay? Rather than getting caught up in the infighting among a bunch of old scholars, it's better to do a favor for the people of Qin Chuan. He was eager for Qin Chuan to come to him with something, the more and bigger the better. If you can appease this kid, even a little bit of useful information will be much better than spending a lifetime studying ancient texts. After Chen Wenyuan rambled on for a while, Qin Chuan finally understood. It wasn't that he wanted to hide anything, it was simply that he didn't know what the rejuvenation pill was at all. Old Chen, do you believe in metaphysics? There's a saying that the end of science is metaphysics. This statement is not without merit. Chen Wenyuan was a voracious reader, having perused many rare and valuable books in the National Library. He wasn't a bookworm who dismissed things he didn't understand as superstition. On the contrary, his ideas were very advanced. In his view, the scientific field usually pursues observable, verifiable, and repeatable knowledge theories and phenomena. Metaphysics, on the other hand, often involves supernatural and extra-experienced fields that are difficult to verify using scientific methods. For example, feng shui, divination, and prediction. These facts cannot be verified by scientific means, but they have been passed down for thousands of years and have a certain degree of accuracy. You can't simply call it superstition. He has a friend who studies philosophy and has some knowledge of feng shui and divination. She once showed off her skills in front of him, which completely stunned him. It's incredibly mysterious, and the predictions are remarkably accurate. The two communicated frequently. Chen Wenyuan gained a lot from this experience. In his view, science and metaphysics are not completely separate. In the process of human beings understanding the world, there will always be some phenomena and areas that science cannot explain for the time being. In addition, there are some instances of mutual influence and borrowing between science and metaphysics. For example, some scientific theories were influenced by metaphysical ideas when they were first formed. Some metaphysical ideas have also been gradually verified with the development of science. In time, if humanity can fully decipher the secrets of quantum entanglement, then many mysterious phenomena may be explained. I believe that everything in the world has its own laws, Chen Wenyuan said earnestly. Metaphysics is also a way to explore the unknown. Although it cannot be fully proven by science at present, we cannot easily deny its value. Qin Chuan nodded, indicating his agreement with Chen Wenyuan's point of view. To tell you the truth, the rejuvenation pill is a product of metaphysics. If you want to study it, you might as well find someone with expertise in this field. Chen Wenyuan's eyes lit up. He had come to the right place this time. This news is absolutely explosive. However, he was immediately faced with another problem. In the Tang dynasty of today, after the anti-god movement, those who practiced Taoism and alchemy were almost wiped out. Even in surviving ancient books, the details are vague. It can be concluded that the art of alchemy was almost lost in the Tang dynasty. Wrong. He immediately realized what was happening. If the secret is lost, where did Qin Chuan's rejuvenation pill come from? Thinking of this, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Chen Wenyuan's heart. Qin Chuan, if I may ask, where did you get your rejuvenation pill? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Wenyuan realized he had been a bit rash and quickly said, of course it's your secret. If it's inconvenient to say, then don't. There's nothing inconvenient about it. This pill was given to me by a wandering Taoist priest, but he's unpredictable and only appears when he wants to find me. I can't contact him. Qin Chuan could only make things up, otherwise he couldn't explain it. Even if we get rid of Chen Wenyuan today, there will be Li Wenyuan and Wang Wenyuan tomorrow. Having obtained the information he wanted, Chen Wenyuan could no longer sit still. He immediately took his leave and rushed to Kyoto. After seeing Chen Wenyuan off, Qin Chuan took Mei Aixu back to their residence. Su Yi originally planned to invite Qin Chuan to dinner, but she was too shy to ask. In the end, all he could do was sigh as he watched Qin Chuan's retreating figure. Qin Chuan rushed back to his residence because the system notified him that a new trading partner had been found. Open the trading panel. Name, Qin Chuan. Identity, Blue Star Trader in the Multiverse Trading System. Level, LV.0 Ordinary Trader. Experience points, 60/100. System points, 29. Time until refresh of trading partners, 0 hours. The system issued a prompt. A new trading partner has been refreshed. Host, do you wish to trade? Trade. Qin Chuan chose to make the deal without hesitation. The first two trading partners were a cultivator and a prince, and after several transactions, his life trajectory was completely changed. He was very much looking forward to this transaction. Matching trading partners in progress. Match successful. The system screen flashed, and a female warrior wearing a tight leather outfit appeared. With her hair tied in a high ponytail, her figure was perfectly outlined by the tight leather outfit. The mountains are high and the valleys are deep, making it majestic and magnificent. He wore a wide tactical belt around his waist, which was covered with all sorts of practical equipment. The items included a strangely shaped dagger, a pistol, magazines, a water bottle, and an emergency medical kit. Behind him lay a wasteland, a vast expanse of white, where the sky and earth blended into one. Holy crap, it's huge! Qin Chuan's eyes widened, and he involuntarily swallowed. The female warrior didn't understand Qin Chuan's words, mainly because the system was too lazy to translate some of his nonsensical statements. She frowned and spoke first. Multiverse Trading System, Zenith Star Trader, Wildfire G. Multiverse Trading System, Blue Star Trader, Qin Chuan. Enough with the nonsense, let's get straight to the deal. Huang Huaji gets straight to the point, giving people a sense of swift and decisive action. Qin Chuan withdrew his slightly lewd gaze and gave an awkward smile. Okay. Sigh, the target on the other side is too big, it fills the entire screen, making it hard for him to be a gentleman, he doesn't know where to put his eyes. See? That's rude. Not watching it would seem disrespectful. That would be very difficult. I need a lot of things: food, water, rare metals, mineral resources, medical supplies, building materials, as much as you can get. Huang Huaji was very direct. He took out a list and projected it onto the system screen. They even have a recipe for this? Qin Chuan looked at the list of items. The demand was enormous, with each item measured in tons. It seems that the other world is extremely lacking in natural resources, daily necessities, and special resources. Judging from their outfit, it was very similar to that of Earth, and some of their equipment even looked very futuristic. Could this be a wasteland? After matching so many trading partners, I finally met someone from the tech world. Qin Chuan was somewhat excited. I can provide most of what you need, though some things require preparation. What are you willing to exchange? What do you need? Huang Huaji was unsure whether Qin Chuan needed what he had. Judging from his clothing and surroundings, it was similar to the time before the cataclysmic event on Zentradi, suggesting that the planet was still in the early stages of technological prosperity. Star Destroyer, Boson Bomb, Cosmic Storm Instrument would be good too, if not those, at the very least weather weapon. Qin Chuan didn't know how far the other world's technology had progressed, so he simply made an outrageous demand, listing the weapons he had seen in science fiction novels. After several transactions, he gained experience. Asking for exorbitant prices and then negotiating on the spot is the only way to obtain the greatest benefit at the lowest cost. Huang Huaji raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. Has Earth's technology advanced to the point of interstellar travel? She was shocked. If that were the case, she really had nothing to offer. Star destroyers and weather weapons do exist on Zentradi, but with her current capabilities, acquiring them would be difficult. Moreover, that thing doesn't have true interstellar travel capabilities, it can't even leave the Milky Way. At present, the technology of the Zentradi has just reached the level of a Type I civilization, which is capable of operating between planetary systems. Any further and we would be unable to reach it. Qin Chuan's immediate request for star destroyers and cosmic storm machines completely stunned her. I can't provide what you want, let's end the deal. Huang Huaji looked disappointed and prepared to end the transaction. No! Now it was Qin Chuan's turn to get anxious. Unexpectedly, the alien girl on the other end was so honest that she didn't even try to bargain and immediately wanted to end the transaction. This won't do. I finally managed to find a trading partner on the technology side. If I don't fleece them bald, my Dao heart won't be at peace. Take a look at what you have over there, just in case I'm interested. Qin Chuan quickly called out to Huang Huaji. Huang Huaji thought about it and felt that Qin Chuan made sense. Take a metal object the size of a suitcase from the system space and place it on the ground. It is not large in size. Qin Chuan estimated its length, width, and height to be between 30 and 40 centimeters. This is a water-fueled engine. It can run for 200,000 hours using ordinary water, and theoretically there is no limit if you use purified water. It can run for at least 1,000,000 hours until the machine is scrapped. Although the machine has a built-in purification device, it is still recommended to use purified water. This model is for civilian use and has a power of only 800 kilowatts. If you want it for military use, you can unlock it to the full state and the power will reach 2,000 kilowatts. Of course, the lifespan will be shortened by half. Huang Huaji gave a brief introduction, his gaze fixed on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was completely stunned. This thing is simply incredible. Water is abundant on Earth, it's everywhere and readily available. Approximately 70.8% to 72% of the surface of Earth is covered by water. To be precise, Earth is a giant Mercury planet. Water resources are quite abundant. The ultimate goal of power is to boil water. Regardless of the energy source used, a steam boiler is ultimately needed to output the energy. Even water and wind power, viewed on a larger scale, rely on the supersteam generated by nature absorbing solar energy to drive and maintain their operation. However, an engine like the wildfire engine, which uses water as fuel, is unprecedented. For Earthlings, it's practically like a perpetual motion machine. It's surreal. With the current level of technology on Earth, it is far from being possible. Water molecules are composed of hydrogen and oxygen atoms tightly bound together by covalent bonds. However, to use water as fuel, it is theoretically necessary to decompose it into hydrogen and oxygen, a process that consumes a great deal of energy. It's not worth the effort. It's like taking off your pants to fart, completely unnecessary. It's better to use that energy directly to power the engine than to go through all that trouble. It's even more efficient. Therefore, although water can theoretically be decomposed into hydrogen and oxygen as a power source, the challenges in actual operation are quite significant. Given the current level of technology on Earth, it is unlikely to be achieved in the foreseeable future. Acquiring this engine technology would allow Tang to take off an internal combustion engine technology and become the world's best. Using water as fuel is practically free. Anyone would be confused by that. This thing is definitely a national treasure. According to the data provided by Huang Huaji, the power output is also quite impressive. On Earth, the engine power of a typical sedan is generally between 50 kilowatts and 250 kilowatts. Even Volkswagen's latest 2.0T high-power engine only has a maximum power of 164 kilowatts. It's not even in the same league as a water-fueled engine. How many of these engines do you have on hand? Qin Chuan could hardly hide his excitement. This thing was simply incredible. He wants it. Seeing that Qin Chuan was interested, Huang Huaji breathed a sigh of relief and said, I don't have many, only a few dozen. You can have them if you want. Having an engine alone is not enough. I need all the data so I can manufacture it myself. Qin Chuan stated his conditions. Without the technology, simply buying a few water-fueled engines won't be very effective. What's truly valuable is this revolutionary technology. No problem, but I need food that is free of pollution and radiation. Huang Huaji readily agreed without any intention of haggling. This type of engine is already obsolete on the Zentradi. The reason is simple: Zentradi is scarce in all kinds of resources, and its water resources are comparable to gold on Earth. No one would use water as fuel for an engine. People can't even drink clean water, so why would they use it as fuel? Holy crap! Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Nowadays, it's really hard to find pollution-free and radiation-free food on Earth. Strictly speaking, everything on Earth has been irradiated since the first nuclear bomb exploded. Over the years, countless nuclear bombs have been detonated, and with some inhumane small countries illegally discharging nuclear wastewater, obtaining uncontaminated food is incredibly difficult. Even special editions aren't always available. These days, technology and grueling work are everywhere. It's already quite remarkable that they've survived this long without dying. Qin Chuan cleared his throat. I really can't get any food that's completely pollution-free and radiation-free. How about we try something else? Huang Huaji was taken aback. Blue Star also experienced a nuclear war. No, there have been localized nuclear wars, but those were decades ago. Okay, I can accept slight contamination. Qin Chuan was quite surprised that Huang Huaji made concessions so readily. This girl from the celestial planet is very straightforward, much more reliable than that Taoist priest. How about exchanging one engine for 1 ton of rice, or the complete engine manufacturing technology for 10,000 tons of rice? Huang Huaji bit her lip and reluctantly quoted what she thought was a very high price. After saying that, she looked at Qin Chuan with a nervous expression. Qin Chuan is a seasoned trader, and he's adept at negotiating prices. He said somewhat awkwardly, Miss Huang Huaji, on Blue Star, food is also a very important strategic resource, far more valuable than ordinary technological products. After all, Blue Star has plenty of engines of all kinds. Besides curiosity, I also have a personal motive for agreeing to trade for the water-fueled engine. He leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, I just don't want to waste a trading opportunity, so I'll rack up some system points. Huang Huaji naively believed it, because she is also a person with a system, but something feels off. Do you think the system won't hear you if you speak softly? That's just burying your head in the sand. Huang Huaji almost laughed, but he held it in. She believed everything Qin Chuan said. After all, she was only 18 years old and lacked experience in dealing with people. Moreover, on the planet Zenith, food is far more precious than Qin Chuan described. Most people can only survive on energy paste, which is a complicated story and requires a lot of hard work. Most of them are synthesized from the corpses of small animals with extremely strong vitality, which is still considered fair. Some are directly synthesized artificially. They ate one after another without making a sound. Even top-tier powers find it difficult to obtain naturally grown food. Therefore, she fully agreed with Qin Chuan's words and did not feel that there was any exaggeration involved. After hearing Qin Chuan's words, Huang Huaji felt a little embarrassed, realizing that he had asked for too much. He hesitated for a moment, then said, how about a 50% discount? Qin Chuan shook his head, too high. Huang Huaji's face flushed slightly, and her expression seemed somewhat unnatural. Then name your price. How much does a water-fueled engine weigh? Qin Chuan did not answer directly, but instead posed a question. About 30 kilograms. Huang Huaji speaks the truth. How about this, seeing that you're a young girl and it's not easy for you, I'll take a small loss and we'll trade by weight. One engine weighs 30 kilograms, and I'll exchange it for 30 kilograms of rice. The manufacturing technology will be a flat price based on 500 kilograms. What do you think? Without batting an eye, Qin Chuan slashed at the ankle with his knife. Even he himself felt that the price cut was a bit too drastic, waiting for the wildfire to clear before cutting it down again. Make a deal. Huang Huaji clapped his hands immediately and agreed without even thinking. It was as if they were afraid Qin Chuan would change his mind. Holy crap! Qin Chuan broke out in a cold sweat. Had he chopped too little at the ankle? Damn it, next time I'm going to chop it onto the floor. It seems there's still a lot of room for improvement in my bargaining skills. I'll try to visit the farmer's market when I have some free time and learn from the older folks there. However, Qin Chuan didn't dwell on it. When it comes to buying and selling, the process of bargaining is just for fun, and there's no need to be too concerned about it. Anyway, he's not short of money, and what Huang Huaji needs isn't valuable. This little girl looks rather naive. She's much easier to fool than that Taoist priest. He'd take it slow, he wouldn't sleep soundly until he'd gotten all the good stuff from her. I feel like I've been ripped off. Once the price was agreed upon, Huang Huaji took out all the water-fueled engines from the system space. I have 50 engines here, which is equivalent to 1,500 kilograms of rice. In addition, I'll exchange the manufacturing technology for 2,000 kilograms of rice. Can you take them out now? She was already quite impatient. The last time she ate rice was 10 years ago, and she had almost forgotten what it tasted like. 2,000 kilograms of rice is enough for her and her team to eat for a month. If you're frugal and combine it with nutritional paste, you could eat it for a year without any problem. Qin Chuan didn't have any stock on hand. He only bought 4 bags of rice. This was because there were so many people that we bought several extra bags. I don't have it in stock right now, you'll have to wait a bit. I'll get it to you within 2 hours, okay? No problem. Huang Huaji nodded. She could wait 2 days or even 2 months, let alone 2 hours. Qin Chuan took out his phone, found the phone number of the food wholesaler he had previously contacted, and dialed it. The food wholesaler was overjoyed to hear that a big business had come his way. He readily agreed and confidently guaranteed delivery within 2 hours. After finishing the call, Qin Chuan said to Huang Huaji, "It's all set. It will arrive within 2 hours." Huang Huaji smiled and nodded, very satisfied with Qin Chuan's efficiency. The two then started chatting. Qin Chuan asked about Tian Ding Sing, and Huang Huoji answered him without reservation. A century ago, the planet Zenith was extremely prosperous, with its technology developing rapidly, reaching the level of a Type I civilization. It can utilize all the energy available on the planets it can reach, such as solar energy, wind energy, water energy, fire energy, and so on. It can also provide preliminary control over natural phenomena on planets, such as earthquakes, storms, lightning, and volcanic eruptions. However, behind this seemingly perfect civilization lies human greed and selfishness. With the rapid advancement of technology, the desires of the major powers on the Zentradi have become like wild horses, difficult to contain. They recklessly exploited and plundered the planet's resources, and expanded indiscriminately. Forests were destroyed, rare mineral resources were plundered, and the oceans were severely polluted. The once lush and green planet has become a desolate wasteland. Competition and conflict among the major powers intensified due to resource depletion. The shadow of war loomed over the entire planet, and various advanced technologies were used to create weapons that led to mutual destruction. Towering smart cities have been reduced to ruins and scorched earth. In this catastrophe, countless lives have been lost, and the brilliance of civilization has gradually dimmed. Ultimately, a series of disasters followed. The entire planet gradually turned into desert, dust storms raged and swept across the entire zenith, ocean acidification led to mass extinctions. Food chains are broken, climate systems are collapsing, and extreme weather events are becoming more frequent. For example, torrential rain that lasts for a month without stopping, sandstorms that sweep across the entire planet, and droughts that last for several years. It pushed the entire Zentradi to the brink of destruction. Several powerful factions led their people to migrate to other planets, while the remaining people struggled in despair. Qin Chuan sighed inwardly, thinking how wonderful Earth was in comparison. However, if human desires are not curbed, sooner or later we will follow in the footsteps of the Zentradi. The two chatted happily, and 2 hours passed quickly before the delivery truck arrived. Boss Huan brought 2 helpers to help unload the goods. After unloading, Qin Chuan transferred the money on the spot. The boss beamed and secretly slipped Qin Chuan a pack of cigarettes before he left. Very good at handling things. Qin Chuan dismissed everyone and stored the 2 tons of rice into the system space. It was sent directly to Huang Huaji. Huang Huaji was pleasantly surprised, not expecting Qin Chuan to be so fast. Her expectations for Qin Chuan rose even higher. This is a potential long-term partner, much more reliable than the ones she had been matched with before. He then readily sent Qin Chuan 50 water-fueled engines and detailed technical data. The transaction is now complete. If there's anything else you need, you can make a list for me, and I'll prepare it in advance and bring it to you during the next transaction, Qin Chuan said. Huang Huaji blinked his big eyes, unable to think of what he wanted for the time being. The most pressing needs right now are food and water, which are essential for survival and must be prioritized. As for what she lacks, it seems like we're missing everything. Whether it's daily necessities, various minerals, building materials, etc., there's nothing that's lacking. I'll go back and think about it carefully, and then I'll make a list for you. Qin Chuan nodded. The more you lack, the bigger your trades can be. During the 2 hours of casual conversation with Huang Huaji, he managed to extract a lot of useful information. Examples include super battery technology, controlled nuclear fusion, localized weather weapons, transforming armor, laser guns, and particle shields. These technologies exist on the Zentradi, but many of them are already obsolete or obsolete. Meanwhile, Earth is in dire need of it. Acquiring just a few of these items would be enough to lead an era and deliver a devastating blow to other countries. Qin Chuan certainly wouldn't make a choice, he wanted it all. If you're going to play, play big. The transaction is closed. Both sides are happy and have made a huge profit. Qin Chuan checked the system panel. Name, Qin Chuan. Identity, Blue Star Trader in the Multiverse Trading System. Level, LV.0 Ordinary Trader. Experience points, 70/100. System points, 100. Time until trading partners refresh, 72 hours. For this transaction, the system unexpectedly rewarded me with 71 points, bringing my total points to 100. Qin Chuan stroked his chin, wondering if the system had changed its nature and become so generous. I used to be very stingy, only spending 10 or 20 points on each transaction, being extremely frugal. This time it actually doubled, which may indicate that the system has a high degree of acceptance of technology-related transactions. That's the only explanation. We extracted a water-fueled engine and examined it closely. This is practically an industrial work of art, shaped almost like a cube, and a little over half the size of a bedside table. The outer shell is made of an unknown lightweight alloy that is both hard and light, so Qin Chuan can lift it with one hand. The overall design is sleek and dynamic, and under the room lights, the metal surface reflects a strange and colorful luster. It's hard to imagine that such a small engine can generate up to 2,000 kilowatts of power. Such powerful propulsion is more than enough for a main battle tank. Qin Chuan searched online and found that the engine power of main battle tanks in various countries around the world is basically around 1,500 horsepower, which is about a little over 1,000 kilowatts. With such powerful performance, if you put it in a family car, it would practically take off from the spot. The key is that it doesn't burn oil, just add some water and it runs smoothly. If such technology were released, I'm afraid the three major oil companies would be the first to object. How many people's livelihoods will be destroyed? Suddenly, I felt a happy kind of trouble. After much deliberation, Qin Chuan decided to cooperate with the state to maximize his benefits. Even with the complete technology, he alone would not be able to achieve production. Lacking talent, tools, and materials, even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Just like the current situation on the Zentradi, we have all kinds of technology, but we lack materials and can't manufacture it, so we can only stare helplessly. That's secondary, it's not difficult to solve. As long as you're willing to spend the money, it's not a problem. The main problem is that this technology is too extraordinary. Once it is released, it will affect the interests of too many people. His foundation is not yet stable, so he may not be able to control it. Those who benefit from vested interests will do anything to defend their own. He won't even have peace and quiet then. Qin Chuan was very clear about this. He wasn't that arrogant to stand against the tide of the world by himself. Only when one has a star destroyer, capable of destroying a nation, can one act with impunity. For now, it's best to play it safe and stay in the back. Qin Chuan was very open-minded, he figured it out and continued to be happy. The technical data on the water-fueled engine was written in Zentradi, which I couldn't understand. Simply redeem a translation service from the system. Surprisingly, the system only deducted 10 points for this translation. Qin Chuan was overjoyed. He organized the technical data and put it together with the engine, preparing to find an opportunity to talk to the authorities about cooperation. Just then, Wang Xianming arrived. After 2 days apart, Wang Xianming was in much better shape than before, looking energetic and radiant. He had long since thrown away his cane, he walked with a brisk pace. Previously, his head was completely bald, and not a blade of grass grew there. Now they'd grown fine, black hair, giving the illusion of rejuvenation. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, Wang Xianming strode forward and grasped his hand. "Little Qin, thank you for giving me a second chance. Look at my current state, it's comparable to 10 years ago, no, even better than 10 years ago, ha ha ha." Wang Xianming was in high spirits and very excited. He specially brought a plaque to present to Qin Chuan. "Women experiencing puberty?" Qin Chuan stared at the wild cursive script on the plaque, lost in confusion. Wang Xianming's smile froze, and he coughed lightly twice. "This was written by my own hand, it's a miracle cure. I'm giving it to you." Qin Chuan suddenly realized what was going on, chuckled, and eased the awkwardness. 9 years of compulsory education wasted, what the hell is this about women going through puberty? Wang Xianming explained his purpose. Besides presenting a plaque to Qin Chuan to express his gratitude, he had also come to say goodbye. His application to return to his post has been approved, and he plans to return to Kyoto tomorrow. "Mr. Wang, you've come at the right time. I have something to show you." Qin Chuan led Wang Xianming toward the reception room. Wang Xianming followed behind with a cheerful smile, very curious about what Qin Chuan was showing him. Qin Chuan showed Wang Xianming the water-fueled engine and its technical data. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. Once he saw the prototype and its specifications, Wang Xianming was so excited that he trembled all over. "If it weren't for taking the rejuvenation pill, my blood pressure would probably have spiked and I would have fainted right now." His hand holding the documents trembled slightly. He, who was always so gentle and refined, actually swore. "What the hell is this alien technology? That's absolutely outrageous and outrageous." It overturned his understanding. Once this technology becomes widespread, it will be a groundbreaking event. Wang Xianming first schemed through the materials to get a general idea of the parameters, and then began to study them in detail, page by page. It would have been better if he hadn't seen this groundbreaking technology. Now that he has, if he can't figure it out, he might not even be able to eat. Wang Xianming quickly got into the zone, oblivious to his surroundings, and studied the materials with great eagerness. Qin Chuan stood quietly to the side, without disturbing them. Now that he's brought it out, he's not afraid of being studied. An hour has passed. Wang Xianming is still studying. 2 hours have passed. It continues. It was late at night when Qin Chuan could no longer stay awake. He instructed the maid to prepare food and water for Wang Xianming, and then went back to his room to sleep. However, Qin Chuan wasn't foolish enough to give out all the information. He withheld the pages related to the water molecule splitter device, only mentioning it briefly. These pages cover the core technologies of water-fueled engines. Even if it's a collaboration with the government, he absolutely will not hand it over until the terms are agreed upon. I woke up and it was almost noon. Qin Chuan walked out of the bedroom and found Wang Xianming already sitting in the living room waiting for him. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, Wang Xianming, his eyes red, eagerly asked, "Little Qin, this technology is perfect, but it's still missing something." It must be said that as a physics luminary, Wang Xianming has a very sharp eye and saw the crux of the matter at a glance. Although Qin Chuan provided very detailed information, he only briefly mentioned the crucial point of how to quickly decompose water into combustible hydrogen and oxygen to support combustion. Without this technology, everything else is just empty talk. If Qin Chuan hadn't shown the actual object, Wang Xianming really wouldn't have believed it. Using water as fuel is as absurd as a perpetual motion machine. At least in the foreseeable future, Earth's technology will not reach this level. However, with the real object right in front of him, he couldn't help but believe it. Now he just wants to confirm one thing, whether Qin Chuan actually has the complete set of techniques. "Old Wang, I have the complete technology, not a single page missing, but I will only release it after we reach a cooperation agreement. This technology involves a very wide range of areas, and it would be extremely difficult for me to achieve full-scale mass production on my own. Therefore, I would like to cooperate with the country to develop it together. Mr. Wang, you are an expert in this field and a highly respected senior. I would like to ask you to act as a go-between. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xianming immediately understood Qin Chuan's meaning. He nodded. "Xiao Qin, I'm very pleased with your high level of awareness. Leave this to me." In fact, after confirming the authenticity of the water-fueled engine, he immediately reported it. At this point, the national team should be arriving soon. Of course, all of this was within Qin Chuan's expectations. The country will certainly attach great importance to this groundbreaking technology. Leakage is absolutely prohibited. The moment he produced the documents, the technology no longer belonged to him. It's not up to him to decide. At this time, the Xingai Bay Villa community was completely surrounded by the military, and even armored vehicles had been deployed. It was surrounded by layers upon layers of buildings, completely impenetrable. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The residents living inside were completely bewildered. Damn, what kind of important figures live in this villa area that they get so much attention from the military every now and then? That's outrageous. Many business owners were eager to go out to discuss business, but were blocked by the military and prohibited from entering or leaving. He was frantically pacing around, making phone calls non-stop. The mayor's office phone rang non-stop from morning until noon. All the calls were from residents of the Xingai Bay Villa area. The mayor was also innocent, he had no idea what had happened. When I called the military, they replied that they were carrying out a special mission and the specific time for lifting the lockdown was yet to be determined. When it comes to the military, even the mayor has to keep quiet. All we can do is patiently appease the homeowners. The higher UPS were also taken aback when they received Wang Xianming's report. If it weren't for Wang Xianming's special status, no one would believe that someone else had developed a water-fueled engine. Upon learning that it was related to Qin Chuan again, the higher UPS quietly raised Qin Chuan's security clearance level from S level directly to SSS level. They even prepared an award certificate for Qin Chuan. They had to retain such a talented person. We absolutely cannot let foreign countries benefit from this. As for Qin Chuan's identity, after an investigation, the military's conclusion shocked a group of bigwigs. 1. The other party is from outer space, they are aliens. 2nd, the other party is a time traveler from the future. Both of them look very futuristic. Such a person, as long as he can stay in the Tang Kingdom, will be given all the privileges by the higher UPS. Military leaders personally led a team to escort a group of experts to Donghai City overnight. Of course, the military leaders also have special missions. We must win over Qin Chuan at all costs. Halfway through Qin Chuan's brunch, military bigwig Huang Xingguo arrived with a large group of experts. The spacious living room was suddenly packed with people. Almost all the people who came this time were from the military, and each of them had an imposing presence and a serious expression. Huang Xingguo stepped forward and extended his hand. "Comrade Qin Chuan, I am Huang Xingguo. You are very good and have made outstanding contributions to the country's scientific and technological progress. The country will definitely not let you down." Huang Xingguo shook hands with Qin Chuan with a smile and conveyed his meaning with a single, understated sentence. Qin Chuan stood up, shook hands with Huang Xingguo, and said with a smile, "Mr. Huang, you flatter me. It is my honor to be able to contribute to the country." Qin Chuan wasn't stupid either, he understood the other party's underlying meaning and went along with it, cooperating perfectly. Haha, very good, I have high hopes for you. Huang Xingguo nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Wang Xianming and asked, Mr. Wang, what are the specifics? Could you show us the cutting-edge technology and test it out on the spot? Wang Xianming was very excited. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If he had the tools at hand, would he have waited until now? Immediately, together with a group of experts, they started the water-fueled engine according to the instruction manual. Fill with tap water and press the start button. At that moment, everyone held their breath and stared intently at the engine. Da-da-da. The engine started successfully, emitting a very faint but crisp mechanical sound. The only exposed flywheel spun rapidly. It's moving. It actually starts up. That's amazing. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The group of experts all breathed heavily. I witnessed this miracle. Water can actually be used as fuel. However, their shock was only just beginning. As various testing instruments were put into use, everyone discovered that the technical parameters Qin Chuan had provided were still too conservative. Whether it's maximum speed, torque, output power, or water consumption, it all surpasses the figures on paper. Qin Chuan could only lament that the data provided by Huang Huaji of Tiandingsing was too conservative. Unlike Blue Star, where product data is based on the most ideal conditions in the laboratory for advertising purposes, they boast endlessly, but when it comes to actual use, they cut corners in every way. He didn't know that the situation on the Zentradi was different from that on Earth. All the data there were based on the worst values from actual use. It can only be said that the two sides have different habits and standards, and the differences are very large. Looking at the data measured by the instrument, the researchers were all shocked and somewhat incredulous. This engine is very quiet, only 20 decibels even under full operating conditions. At normal idling or low load operation, it is almost silent. What's even more astonishing is that this small engine, once unlocked, boasts a power output of 2,100 kilowatts, a full 100 kilowatts higher than the specifications Qin Chuan provided. Don't underestimate this 100 kilowatts. Many ordinary family cars don't even reach this power. Even the most advanced tank engines in the Tang dynasty cannot reach this power output. Compared to this, all the vehicle engines on Earth at this stage are garbage. They're not even worthy of carrying shoes. Take Tang's latest tank engine as an example. It weighs 2 tons and only outputs 1,500 horsepower. This is already top tier even on Earth. Soon, all the data came out. Except for reliability, durability, and operating conditions under extreme high and low temperatures, which cannot be tested for the time being, approximate data have been obtained for the rest. Everyone crowded around, their eyes shining as they looked at the measured data. Many people even reached out and touched the engine. Incredible, absolutely incredible. It's not hot at all. Such a high power output generates an astonishing amount of energy. Everyone was curious about how they managed to keep all the calories from escaping. This thermal control technology is far ahead of what we see on Earth. No wonder such a small engine can produce such a large output. The energy utilization efficiency is astonishing. Conservative estimates suggest at least 90%. It somewhat overturns existing scientific theories. High thermal efficiency results in a very high energy utilization rate. Although water has a lower energy density than gasoline, this water-fueled engine has a very advanced design concept. The substance produced after water decomposes and burns is still water, and the engine has its own energy recovery system. It can be reused. According to data estimates, if the load is 2 tons, the water consumption per 100 kilometers is only 5 liters. This figure surpasses that of the vast majority of private cars. With a water-fueled engine, the Tang dynasty will have a stronger backbone in its competition with Western countries. In today's world, Western countries, led by the United States, are banding together to fight against China. Trade war, financial war, proxy war, localized hot war, to encircle and contain the Tang dynasty from all sides. Over the years, the Tang dynasty has faced immense difficulties in confronting the entire West with its own strength. Competition is particularly fierce in high-tech fields. Tang Guo has overtaken its competitors by changing course, gaining a slight advantage in the field of new energy electric vehicles and leading the West in autonomous driving technology. However, in the past 2 years, the United States has developed a new type of ultra-high energy density all-solid-state lithium metal battery. The measured energy density reached 720 Wh/kg, which is terrifying. Although it is not yet commercially available, it has already begun small-scale testing. This put immense pressure on the Tang dynasty. Tang Guo's most advanced lithium metal batteries are still in the laboratory and are quite far from commercial use. The advent of the water-fueled engine can be said to have led a new technological trend on Earth. This will greatly promote the technological development of new energy vehicles and provide a brand new clean energy solution for industries such as automobiles and ships. This technology minimizes pollution, making it virtually pollution-free. Even power batteries cannot achieve this. Compared to traditional fuel engines, water-fueled engines offer a comprehensive and overwhelming improvement in energy efficiency. In terms of usage cost, it is far ahead of all others, surpassing all others. Whether it's electricity or oil, the cost is not low. Water, on the other hand, is virtually free and abundant on Earth. Once water-fueled engines are widely adopted in the Tang dynasty, the energy crisis will be completely eliminated. The West's attempt to use fuel to strangle China is nothing short of wishful thinking. Sorry, I don't have a neck, what card are you using? This will greatly expand the strategic maneuvering space of the Tang state. At this moment, both Huang Xingguo and the scientific research experts present were thinking a great deal. Huang Xingguo, in particular, was already thinking about how to report back to his superiors. With the advent of water-fueled engines, the Tang dynasty needs to plan ahead, and its industrial structure will face significant adjustments. Its impact will be far-reaching, affecting all aspects of society. If we take it to a large scale, it will have a huge impact on the entire world. Of course, that's a story for another time. This engine will most likely be prioritized for military use. For civilian use, we'll have to wait a bit longer. It's not possible right now. If the power is too high and not limited, it can easily get out of control. It's possible that it could be modified into a tank or armored vehicle by skilled amateurs. As for export earnings, I'm sorry, it's impossible in the short term. Wasn't the West blockading the Tang dynasty? Now you'll experience what it's like to be blocked and sanctioned. Do you want it? Kneel down and beg me first. In this technological race in the field of new energy, Tangguo will be far ahead and become a global leader in the field of new energy. Its international standing will also rise accordingly, and it may even surpass the United States and reach the top in one fell swoop. Huang Xingguo became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his body trembled slightly. A group of military researchers were not much better off, and were even more agitated than Huang Xingguo. If the technology of this engine can be fully understood, it will bring benefits to the entire Datang technology sector in many ways. Minimizing noise, heat treatment, materials science, mechanical design, precision assembly, and other technologies will all see a qualitative leap. Based on the test data, this engine performs perfectly in all aspects and has no shortcomings. With just one more extreme condition test, the military can use it directly. Once you've mastered the technology, you can easily expand your expertise to include helicopter engines and ship propulsion. With samples in hand and complete technical documentation, these research fanatics were extremely confident. If they can't even get a perfect score by copying the answers, they might as well quit. In terms of reverse engineering technology, China can be said to be the world's best. These experts can immediately replicate any foreign equipment they see. This has led to everyone at various international equipment exhibitions being on high alert regarding the Tang dynasty. There's no way around it, the people of Tang are just too amazing. They can get pregnant just by looking at anything. Who wouldn't be afraid? In contrast, the mysterious and powerful country in the east next door is much easier to get along with. I'll teach you step by step, and I can even install the screws crookedly for you. Everyone is very relieved. Old Huang, once this engine goes into mass production, its market value will be in the trillions. Based on this, countless markets will emerge. This is simply a world-class revolution. An expert stroked the water-fueled engine and said in a trembling voice, "It's more than just trillions. Once this thing is introduced, it will be a global energy revolution, and the world order will be drastically changed. It can't be measured in money." Wang Xianning sighed, saying that he had been shocked countless times and was still numb. Huang Xingguo nodded in agreement. However, this technology will most likely be prioritized for military use. As for when it will be used for civilian purposes, a decision will have to be made after a meeting at the highest levels. I feel as if I can see the Tang dynasty returning to the top of the world. The existence of this thing will completely sweep fuel-powered cars into the dustbin of history, and even electric cars will not be spared. Stop talking, I can't breathe. A mechanical expert exaggeratedly clutched his chest, his breathing becoming rapid with excitement. Alright, now that the performance has been confirmed, let's talk about the transfer price. After a brief moment of shock, Huang Xingguo had already come to his senses. He stated the purpose of his trip. "Mr. Qin, I'm offering to purchase this engine and technology on behalf of the nation. Name your price." Now, let's get to the main topic. Qin Chuan smiled as he looked at Huang Xingguo, knowing that the value of this technology could not be measured in money. "I hope that water-fueled engines can serve the country and bring benefits to the people. Price is not important, what matters is that it can play its greatest role. Therefore, I am willing to donate it to the country free of charge." Qin Chuan spoke with great passion and was very inspiring. The moment these words were spoken, the room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Qin Chuan. After a brief silence, thunderous applause erupted in the room. "Mr. Qin, your patriotism is truly admirable," Huang Xingguo said excitedly. Qin Chuan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was what he should do. I was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze. I am fortunate to have been born in the Tang dynasty. It is my lifelong wish to contribute to my motherland. Qin Chuan stood ramrod straight, chest puffed out, his words resounding, almost moving even himself to tears. The experts and scholars present nodded in agreement, feeling that Qin Chuan had a grand vision, noble character, and a pure heart. This kid is good. The happiest person was Huang Xingguo, because in addition to acquiring the engine technology, he had an even more important mission on this trip. That is to keep Qin Chuan at all costs. It is imperative to ensure Qin Chuan's loyalty to the Tang dynasty. At the very least, an exclusive cooperative relationship must be established with him. Otherwise, well, that no longer exists. Qin Chuan was even more sensible than he had imagined, extremely patriotic and impeccable. His words made his stance clear, acknowledging that he was a citizen of the Tang dynasty and was willing to serve the Tang dynasty. What else is there to say? We must not mistreat our own people. The Tang dynasty still possessed a certain strategic vision. Mr. Qin's righteousness is admirable, and the country will not let your efforts go to waste. We will give you appropriate rewards and honors to fully recognize your contributions. Huang Xingguo touched the leather bag he had brought, inside which was a Tang State Science and Technology Progress Special Medal, a Tang State Outstanding Youth Certificate, and a cash check for 100 million yuan. Now I suddenly feel a bit ashamed, it's too shabby. Look at their vision, it would be a bit unreasonable not to award them a national medal. But since we've already brought the things, we can't refuse to give them. So be it if they're stingy. Mr. Qin, based on your contributions, the country highly recognizes them and is now awarding you a prize. As Huang Xingguo spoke, he handed the medal, certificate, and check to Qin Chuan. Compared to Mr. Qin's contributions, these awards are indeed rather meager. I hope that Mr. Qin will continue his efforts and achieve even greater success. If he makes another invention like this, I will definitely strive to win him the National Medal of Honor. After saying that, Huang Xingguo stood at attention and saluted Qin Chuan. The other experts present almost jumped up in envy when they heard Huang Xingguo's words. The Tang Dynasty Science and Technology Progress Special Award is the highest award that researchers can receive, okay? Every single person here has this as their goal. This award has been presented 5 times since its inception. The recipients were all highly respected and outstanding talents who made special contributions to the Tang Dynasty. They weren't jealous of Qin Chuan receiving the award, they felt it was well-deserved and a matter of course. But you're saying this reward is meager? Who are you implying? Is this something a high-ranking military official should say? Are you getting too cocky, kid? Qin Chuan didn't feel much about it, he hadn't expected to make money from it anyway. He smiled and said, "Thank you for the country's recognition. I will continue to work hard." Huang Xingguo smiled, patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder, and said, "Young man, very good. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me directly." Qin Chuan nodded in thanks. The cooperation was reached, and Qin Chuan and Huang Xingguo, the state representative, signed a technology transfer contract. To facilitate the research, Qin Chuan directly provided 2 water-fueled engines. One machine was for them to use for experiments, and the other was for them to take apart and play with. Disassembling equipment is a long-standing tradition in Tang Guo's military research and development. He likes to disassemble equipment and reverse engineer things when he has nothing to do. As for whether it can be put back together after being disassembled, that's not something Qin Chuan is concerned about. I've given you the complete set of technical documents, what more do you want? Afterwards, Huang Xingguo had a private conversation with Qin Chuan for an hour. As for what they discussed, only the 2 of them know. Anyway, when they came out, they were both smiling and very happy. Before parting, Huang Xingguo summoned a special operations team captain. His name is Ye Bufan. Huang Xingguo pointed at Ye Bufan and said, "This is Ye Bufan, the captain of the 5th Squad of the Kyoto Special Forces. I have asked him to stay in Donghai to be responsible for Mr. Qin's safety." Ye Bufan turned to Qin Chuan, snapped to attention, and saluted. Ye Bufan, 5th Squadron of the Kyoto Special Forces, reporting for duty. Requesting instructions, Commander. This guy is burly and strong, with a loud voice, and looks very capable. Qin Chuan was startled by his loud voice. They're ostensibly protecting me, but actually spying on me? Qin Chuan had some doubts. The labor and management have already pledged their allegiance, and you still don't trust us? Is this really how you want to play? Although he was unhappy inside, he still smiled on the surface. Captain, yeah, there's no need for such formalities. Mr. Huang, to be honest, I have bodyguards with me, so I won't waste national resources. Qin Chuan smiled slightly and probed. Oh, Huang Xingguo looked surprised. He comes from a military background and has a very sharp eye. Having stayed at Qin Chuan's house for so long, I didn't even realize that he had a master by his side. I suddenly became interested. Mr. Qin, you are now a national treasure, and we cannot afford to make any mistakes. Your safety is of paramount importance. If anything goes wrong, I will have to take off my military uniform. Could you please let me meet your bodyguard? Aoxu, come here. Qin Chuan waved to Mei Aoxu, who was standing to one side. Huang Xingguo's eyes showed even greater doubt. This is your bodyguard. He looked at Mei Aoxu with disbelief on his face. Upon entering Qin Chuan's home, Mei Aoxu and several other women served tea and water to the group of researchers. She showed no signs of martial arts skills whatsoever, she was simply a delicate and beautiful woman. You're saying this is a bodyguard? With a quick thought, Huang Xingguo understood. This kid has probably misunderstood, he thinks I'm going to send someone to monitor him. How could the mighty Tang dynasty, which was known for its respect for scholars and officials, possibly commit such a despicable act? Upon thinking about this, Huang Xingguo immediately became unhappy. Qin Chuan, you don't trust me, do you? Huang Xingguo put on a stern face, pretending to be angry. Qin Chuan quickly explained, Elder Huang, please don't misunderstand, that's not what I meant. Huang Xingguo waved his hand, interrupting Qin Chuan. Of course I know that's not what you meant, but protecting your safety is the country's inescapable responsibility. Since you have your own bodyguards, that's great. Young lady, could you show us a few moves? Huang Xingguo was very cautious and wanted to assess Mei Aoxu's abilities before making a decision. I can't act, I can only kill. Mei Aoxu glanced at Tang Xingguo and said calmly. These words immediately created a strange atmosphere. Huang Xingguo couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Suddenly startled, he sensed a faint killing intent emanating from Mei Aoxu. He himself crawled out of piles of corpses back then, and had experienced countless battles, both big and small. They are very sensitive to this kind of murderous intent. This woman, who is almost too beautiful, definitely has blood on her hands. Huang Xingguo was secretly alarmed, but he remained calm on the surface and said to Mei Aoxu with a smile, little girl, don't be so serious. I'm just asking you to show off your skills, not to actually kill anyone. Mei Aoxu glanced at him but didn't say anything. In her heart, no one but Qin Chuan could command her. Seeing this, Qin Chuan quickly smoothed things over, saying, Elder Huang, she is indeed not good at demonstrations, please forgive her. How about letting Ye Bufan spar with her a few times? That way I can feel at ease. Huang Xingguo looked at Ye Bufan and said, Bufan, you spar with this young lady, but be careful not to hurt her. Ye Bufan responded and walked to the center of the courtyard to stretch his limbs. Please, young lady. Mei Aoxu looked at him expressionlessly, her eyes revealing indifference. He slowly spoke, you are no match for me. Upon hearing Mei Aoxu's words, the proud and arrogant Ye Bufan was immediately displeased. He was a military combat champion, known for killing a bull with a single punch, an invincible force that swept across the three armies. He was actually looked down upon by such a frail little girl. I felt a little embarrassed. Ye Fan comes from a military background and has the pride of a soldier in his bones. They cannot tolerate being looked down upon. You can hit me or yell at me, but you can't insult me. Ye Bufan assumed a fighting stance, every muscle brimming with explosive power. Mei Aoxu's casual remark ignited his fighting spirit like a raging fire. Qin Chuan scratched his head. Judging from the situation, a fight was inevitable. He said, Aoxu, you should exchange a few moves with Captain Ye, but be careful not to hurt anyone. Okay. With Qin Chuan's permission, Mei Aoxu nodded. As soon as Ye Bufan stood there, before he even made a move, Mei Aoxu had already seen through his true nature. He is skilled in external martial arts, possessing strong explosive power and outstanding resistance to blows. They follow a purely aggressive and forceful approach. His temples were slightly bulging, clearly indicating that he had mastered external martial arts to the extreme. With such skills, he could be a top soldier even on Gushan Star. Mr. Ye, please go first. Mei Aoxu took a step forward. Her figure was graceful, her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and her eyes were as deep as a cold pool. Every gesture is as elegant as flowing water. Ye Bufan glanced at Mei Aoxu, and his mind wavered. The beauty of plum blossoms braving the snow is like a fairy descending to earth, pure and otherworldly. He was actually reluctant to take action. However, the thought flashed through his mind and he quickly suppressed it. As soldiers, we must not be soft-hearted, regardless of whether our opponents are male or female, old or young. This is a huge no-no. He quickly regained his composure, and even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. No opponent should be underestimated before defeating him. Ye Bufan's subtle fluctuations in condition naturally did not escape Mei Aoxu's eyes. If they were mortal enemies, she would have already made her move. However, since the two sides are merely exchanging blows, there is no need for them to use lethal moves. Qin Chuan had already secretly instructed her not to let the other side lose too badly. Therefore, Mei Aixu waited for Ye Bufan to make the first move, intending to counterattack by remaining calm and waiting for the right moment to act. If she makes the first move, Ye Bufan won't last a single step. Although Ye Bufan was proud, he was very calm and not arrogant. His opponent told him to make the first move, and he didn't hold back. With a sudden stomp of his right foot, he charged forward like a cheetah. A straight punch, accompanied by the whistling of the wind and the force of thunder, struck out fiercely. Qin Chuan, who was watching from the side, was startled. They exclaimed, "Wow! This kid has absolutely no sense of chivalry, he's like a bull." If he hadn't known Mei Aixu's strength, he would have surrendered on the spot. Just by looking at the speed of that punch, you can tell it was incredibly powerful. If a normal person gets punched, they'll go straight to meet their ancestor. Even Huang Xingguo, who was standing next to him, frowned, worried that Ye Bufan might lose control and hurt Mei Aixu. However, Mei Aixu seemed to have anticipated his movements, her figure as light as a swallow, moving among Ye Bufan's fist shadows. With one hand behind his back, using only one hand, he deftly deflected Ye Bufan's attacks with each flick and pull. Mei Aixu only defended and did not attack, feeling relaxed and at ease. Huang Xingguo's expression was also quite interesting, changing from initial worry to surprise, and then back to worry about Ye Bufan. From beginning to end, Mei Aixu never made a proper move. He simply used Ye Bufan's strength against him, effortlessly deflecting his attack. The two are not in the same league, the gap between them is huge. After a dozen or so moves, Ye Bufan gradually felt his strength waning. I felt extremely frustrated, like I was trying to hit cotton and couldn't get any strength out of it. Every punch seemed to hit thin air, his opponent could easily dodge or deflect his force. He was extremely exhausted, while his opponent was completely unharmed. Ye Bufan took a deep breath and decided to change his strategy. He feinted a punch, causing Mei Aixu to dodge to the side, and then kicked her in the waist. Mei Aixu smiled slightly, reached out and grabbed Ye Bufan's ankle, then swung it away. Ye Bufan felt himself lose his balance and fall heavily to the ground. I lost. Ye Bufan sprang to his feet with a quick, decisive move, admitting defeat in a very straightforward manner. Soldiers are naturally drawn to strength, and Mei Aixu was just playing along with him from beginning to end. She wasn't serious at all. Ye Bufan was well aware of this. Throughout the entire fight, Mei Aixu did not make a single move, she was entirely on the defensive. Even if they finally brought him down, it was just by taking advantage of his eagerness to win and the weakness he revealed, and going with the flow. He lost fair and square, he accepted the defeat wholeheartedly. Ye Bufan stood there, still catching his breath. The arrogance and discontent of before were gone from his eyes, replaced by awe of Mei Aixu's strength. "You're too kind." Mei Aixu cupped her hands in greeting and stood behind Qin Chuan. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly shocked. I never expected that Mei Aixu, who seemed so delicate, would be so powerful. Even Ye Bufan of the Kyoto Special Forces was defeated by her. Huang Xingguo sighed inwardly. Mei Aixu was exceptionally capable, and with her by Qin Chuan's side, there was indeed no need to worry about his safety. He then turned to Qin Chuan and said, "Now that Mr. Qin has such a skilled person by his side, I am relieved. However, we cannot be careless about security. How about this, Ye Bufan, you can stay here. You don't need to follow Mr. Qin all the time. Just take your people and stand by in Donghai City. If Mr. Qin needs any help, you can call upon him at any time." Ye Bufan replied, "Yes. Also, Qin Chuan, if you have any needs, just tell Xiao Ye. If he can't solve them, come to me. The country will definitely not let you down, you great hero," Huang Xingguo said earnestly. Seeing Huang Xingguo's insistence, Qin Chuan had no choice but to smile and agree. "Then I'll have to trouble Captain Ye." "No trouble at all, no trouble at all. It's my pleasure," Ye Bufan said excitedly, while secretly glancing at Mei Aixu, hesitating to speak. Huang Xingguo and his entourage were busy with official business, and once they had the engine samples and technology in hand, they were unwilling to waste a moment. They came in a hurry, and they left in a hurry. After Huang Xingguo and the others left, Qin Chuan looked at Ye Bufan and patted him on the shoulder. "Captain Ye, I'll be working hard for you from now on." Ye Bufan straightened his back. "It is my honor to be able to serve Mr. Qin." Qin Chuan smiled. He had a good impression of Ye Bufan, noticing that Ye Bufan would glance at Mei Aixu from time to time, as if he had something to say. "Just say what's on your mind." Ye Bufan scratched his head and chuckled. "Could Miss Mei teach me a few moves? You can just ask her directly. If she's willing, I have no objection." Qin Chuan chuckled. "I didn't expect this kid to be a martial arts fanatic. Good thing you're not Ye fan." Ye Bufan's eyes lit up. "Miss Mei, I hope you won't hesitate to give me your guidance." Mei Aixu frowned slightly. Her kung fu was all about killing, and it wasn't easy for her to teach others. She didn't want to agree at first, but Ye Bufan was a master at pestering people, lingering around Mei Aixu and constantly trying to win her favor. Unable to withstand the persistent pestering, Mei Aixu had no choice but to say, Mr. Yeah, the path of martial arts is not about winning with strength, but about the integration of mind, skill, and artistic conception. Come back to me when you have figured it out. Yeah, Bufin was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. He carefully noted down what Mei Aoxu said and returned to his post with a furrowed brow. After seeing off these officials, Qin Chuan finally relaxed. Although he gave away the water-fueled engine technology for free in this collaboration, the benefits he received in return were quite substantial. The authorities have agreed to allocate 15,000 mu of land in the western suburbs of Donghai City to Qin Chuan for use, with the property rights being indefinite. Qin Chuan can freely renovate this 15,000 mu of land without needing approval or reporting. The official condition was only one: whatever cutting-edge technology Qin Chuan developed, it would be prioritized for supply to the military. Of course, this excludes the civilian sector, where he is free to use his talents. Qin Chuan plans to use this land to build a heavy industry base. We've already decided on a name: Datang Heavy Industry. In the future, the cutting-edge technologies obtained from the Zenith will be reborn and shine brightly in this land. It's quite exciting to think about. In addition, the identities of the 11 girls from another world have all been clearly revealed by the official team. The ID card and household registration book are on their way. In the future, they will be able to enjoy all kinds of conveniences just like the people of the Tang dynasty, such as real name registration for games, buying tickets, taking public transportation, buying houses, applying for cards, etc. This completely solved the problem of unregistered residents. The secret of Qin Chuan is an open secret among the authorities, and it has been encrypted with the highest level of security. He reached a balance with the authorities. Furthermore, the authorities agreed to grant him unlimited self-defense rights. If anyone plots against him, Qin Chuan can kill them on the spot without incurring any legal responsibility. All you need to do is give a heads up afterward and make a statement. He even suspects that someone is plotting against him. Without any evidence, the authorities will investigate and eliminate the risk. Yet Bufin stayed in Donghai City not only to secretly protect his safety, but also to clean up his messes. From now on, as long as he doesn't do anything too outrageous, he can roam freely within the Tang dynasty. Everything will be covered by the government. No longer do we need to be as cautious as before, afraid of being targeted. In a sense, he gained a high degree of freedom. This kind of freedom is tacitly approved by the authorities and is unimaginable to ordinary people. For example, if he wanted to sell his gold before, as long as the quantity was large enough, he would be noticed by the authorities in no time and taken in for questioning. Now he can sell openly, and the authorities will not only not interfere, but will even help him get a good price. All of these points need not be elaborated upon. In short, through this meeting with the officials, Qin Chuan exchanged his water-fueled engine technology for special privileges. Both parties were very satisfied. Everyone felt they got a good deal. With such privileges in hand, Qin Chuan certainly wouldn't waste them. The first family we need to deal with is Fang. He had been waiting for an opportunity to make his move because he hadn't been fully prepared. Now there's no need to wait. With just one sentence from him, without any evidence, the authorities immediately set up a special task force to investigate the other party's family. At this moment, the Fang family faced their darkest hour. The once arrogant Fang family members were now on tenterhooks. The core members of the Fang family gathered at the old family residence. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Just now, Fang Zhongshan, the eldest son of the Fang family and deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission on suspicion of job-related violations. Subsequently, his second son, Fang Zhongyang, who was the director of the Municipal Drug Administration, was also placed under investigation. The two largest trees in the Fang family's house collapsed with a crash. For the Fang family, this was nothing short of a major earthquake. As a result, banks have also issued warnings, tightening lending to borrowers and starting to collect outstanding payments ahead of schedule. Many of the Fang family's businesses were affected, and their stocks plummeted, hitting the daily limit down. The Fang family never imagined that Qin Chuan, whom they considered insignificant, actually possessed such great power. If I had known this would happen, why didn't I give him that piece of land in the western suburbs in the first place? Even running naked in the street wouldn't be a problem. Compared to family interests, personal honor and face are worthless. Fang Loren clutched his chest and coughed incessantly. His face looked extremely pale. If this matter is not handled properly, they will be the next Su family. No, it's even worse than the Su family's situation. Master, we just received news that the development of that piece of land in the western suburbs has been halted. According to official sources, it is suspected of being subject to irregularities in the approval process and may be revoked. The housekeeper delivered another bombshell. Fang Loren coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. The hall was in chaos as everyone frantically tried to help. Now that the family has suffered a major blow, the old man is the pillar of the family, and he absolutely cannot fall. The family doctor quickly administered a nitroglycerin tablet to Fang Loren, and after a series of procedures, he was finally able to wake up. After waking up, Fang Loren cursed in a weak voice, "The damn Qin Chuan, he's trying to wipe out my Fang family." His face was filled with grief, indignation, and resentment. Fang Zonghai lagged behind, shrinking his neck and not daring to utter a sound. The Fang family's current predicament is inextricably linked to him. He hid in the crowd, afraid that the old man would discover him and vent his anger on him. However, what you fear most is what happens. "Fang Zonghai, come here." Fang Loren's cloudy old eyes searched through the crowd and quickly locked onto Fang Zonghai. Fang Zonghai felt a tightness in his chrysanthemum and suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. "Dad, I'm here." He took a few steps forward, maintaining a safe distance from Fang Loren, to avoid being hit by the cane. Fang Loren glared at him fiercely and tightened his grip on his cane. He sighed and said, "Forget it, it's too late to say anything now. Come forward a little, and I won't hit you." Fang Zonghai cautiously took 2 more steps forward. His face was full of tension. "Dad, I was wrong." Fang Zonghai suddenly knelt on the ground. "This guy is really scared of being beaten. You spineless piece of trash, how did I give birth to such a thing? You're good at causing trouble, but not good at settling it?" Fang Loren wanted to hit him with his cane, but he was too weak to do so. "Grandpa, we can't just sit here and wait to die." Fang Qing, the eldest grandson of the 3rd generation of the Fang family, stepped forward. Fang Loren looked at Fang Qing, feeling slightly relieved. At least there was still one clear-headed person in the Fang family. "What are your thoughts?" Fang Loren asked. Fang Qing analyzed, "The most urgent task is to find Qin Chuan and have a good talk with him. We can make some concessions and strive to resolve this matter peacefully. At the same time, we must also find a way to clear up the misunderstanding and restore the family's reputation as soon as possible." Fang Loren nodded, agreeing with Fang Qing's point. "But Qin Chuan definitely won't see us now," Fang Zonghai said. "Then let's find a way to get him to see us." Fang Qing's eyes were firm, revealing a ruthless glint. Fang Loren stroked his cane, lost in thought. He was weighing his options. After a long silence, Yu said, "Go talk to Qin Chuan. Doesn't he want that piece of land in the western suburbs? You can give it to him." Even if Fang Loren were the head of the family before today, saying such things would have met with opposition from the entire clan. The tens of thousands of acres of land in the western suburbs are the lifeblood of the Fang family. They have invested countless sums of money in the land and are just waiting for the development permits to be issued so they can recoup their investment in one go. Now that it's been officially halted, it's probably doomed. So his proposal to give this land to Qin Chuan is essentially digging a pit for the other party. Of course, no one objected. "Yes, Grandpa, I promise to complete the mission." Wang Qing felt his opportunity had arrived. Now that his family was facing a crisis, as a representative of the younger generation, he had to do something. Strive to impress everyone. Fang Zonghai, Fangjing Pharmaceutical is now the only company in the Fang family that is still operating normally. Whether the Fang family can stay afloat depends entirely on it. We absolutely cannot allow any more accidents to happen. Do you understand? I understand. Fang Zonghai wiped away his cold sweat, feeling as if a 1,000-pound weight had suddenly been placed on his back, making it almost impossible for him to straighten up. The newly developed Snow White brightening cream needs to be launched as soon as possible. We can't wait any longer. Fang Loren knew that this beauty product was not perfect yet, but the Fang family didn't have time to wait. We have to force them to do it. This Snow White brightening cream is a long-awaited, high-potential product developed by Founder Pharmaceuticals. During the research and development process, a series of technical problems arose, but fortunately, the family provided substantial financial support, which enabled the project to proceed smoothly. The most critical technical issues have been largely resolved under Fang Zonghai's management, who poached the research and development team from the SUG group with high salaries. Currently, all experimental data for the product are perfect, surpassing all similar products on the market. Fang Zonghai is very confident about this. If the Fang family seizes this opportunity, they will surely rise again and grow stronger. When the time comes, the position of family head will undoubtedly belong to him. After finishing the emergency family meeting, Fang Zonghai didn't even have time to go home. He rushed to the company overnight to hold a high-level meeting. Pass the word, the launch event for the new product, the Snow White brightening cream, will be held tomorrow. I expect everyone to be fully focused. This press conference must succeed. Failure is not an option. Anyone who messes up will be fired immediately. Fang Zonghai looked around at everyone, his expression serious. The Fang family's life and death depend entirely on this product. Although Fang Zonghai was nervous, he was still very confident that the product would be an instant hit. Having been in business for many years, he has summarized a set of experiences. There are 6 types of people in this world whose money is easiest to earn. Women love beauty and money. Men are lustful and greedy. The rich are afraid of losing their money. Money for children's education. Money for the health of the elderly. If you can grasp any one of these, it's hard not to get rich. Of these items, women's spending on beauty ranks first, and in this respect, women's spending power is truly terrifying. Whether it's a young girl in her prime or an older woman whose beauty has faded, everyone loves to look good. Fangjing Pharmaceuticals' newly launched Snow Skin Brightening Cream has amazing effects. With long-term use, it can not only fade and remove spots and reduce wrinkles, but also has a certain effect on delaying aging. It can be said to be the best choice for beauty, skin care, and maintaining youth, far surpassing all similar products on the market. It strikes right at every woman's weak spot. After the meeting adjourned, all employees then began preparations in earnest. Time is tight and the task is heavy. There is no room for error. The press conference is scheduled for 2 p.m. Early in the morning, major media outlets were invited. Founder Group's sudden release of a new product at this sensitive time has sparked heated discussions. With the help of major media outlets, it quickly became a trending topic. Many self-media outlets come uninvited in order to gain traffic in trending topics. At 2 p.m., the press conference venue was packed with people, with no seats available. Amid applause, Fang Zonghai personally went on stage to introduce the products. Thank you for attending this press conference. Today, we are pleased to introduce Fangjing Pharmaceuticals' brand new product, Snow White Brightening Cream. Behind Fang Zonghai, a large screen displayed actual product images and various experimental data. He provided a detailed explanation of the beauty cream's ingredients, effects, and usage. Fang Zonghai spoke eloquently, describing the effects of the Snow Skin Brightening Cream as miraculous. After Fang Zonghai introduced the product, several models went on stage to demonstrate the effects of using the Snow White Brightening Cream. On the big screen, before and after photos of them were displayed one by one. Some have dull skin, some have sallow skin, and some have freckles all over their faces. After using the product for a month, these conditions improved significantly. Their skin became fairer, smoother, and more radiant, making them increasingly confident. The ladies present were very interested and expressed their desire to buy and try it. The strong reaction at the scene greatly exceeded Fang Zonghai's expectations. The woman's pursuit of beauty was far more intense than he had imagined. Fang Zonghai was overjoyed, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Finally, it was time to announce the product prices. Fang Zonghai gestured with his hands to indicate that the scene should be quiet. We are committed to enabling more women to be beautiful, so we take consumer needs into full consideration when setting prices. He smiled and said, "We don't want 9,999, we don't want 9,999, we only need 999, one set to take home." Before he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. "So cheap! This is such a great deal! I want to buy 10 sets." Many women shouted in unison. Many men are also eager to try it. Seeing this, Fang Zonghai secretly felt smug. "I'm confident this product will be a huge success. If the Fang family can weather this crisis, they will surely rise to great heights." The atmosphere at the scene was electric. Click, click. The flashes of cameras were incessant, and the sound of cameras taking pictures was constant. Reporters from various media outlets in Donghai City began publishing their stories, attempting to gain the upper hand. A number of reporters carrying cameras rushed to the front to interview Fang Zonghai. "Mr. Fang, is this product safe and reliable? After all, it's something that's used on the face, so safety is what consumers care about most." With his beer belly protruding, Fang Zonghai confidently replied, "This is an excellent question from a media friend." In order to develop this product, the company assembled the elite of the R&D team, spent a huge amount of money, and spent 3 whole years to finally succeed in developing it. The safety issue that everyone is most concerned about is also the top priority of our research and development. We have conducted hundreds of rigorous quality inspections to ensure that it is safe and has no side effects. At the same time, we also have a professional R&D team and after-sales service to provide consumers with comprehensive protection. Please feel free to purchase and use our products." Fang Zonghai answered with a smile, making the atmosphere even more lively. He was full of ambition. So far, the launch event has been a great success, and this product is sure to become a market hit. Fang Zonghai had already made arrangements for the Q&A session that followed. Several friendly partners were invited to ask questions, and the questions were prepared in advance, so there shouldn't be any problems. Meanwhile, the headquarters of Baiki Bio, a competitor, was also located there. The CEO's office. Su Yi also learned about the news of Founder Group's new product launch. He watched the live broadcast through the smart screen in front of him. "The more I look at it, the angrier I get. The Fang family clearly stole the Su family's technology, yet they shamelessly claimed that they developed it themselves. That's shameless. Fangjia's Snow White Brightening Cream is essentially a complete copy of a new drug that Baiki Bio is currently developing. They simply changed the name. Utterly shameless. This matter must be told to Qin Chuan. If not handled properly, all of Qin Chuan's investment will be wasted." After all, the other party was the first to use this technology and had already registered the patent. With that in mind, Su Yi dialed Qin Chuan's number. Qin Chuan, that scoundrel, had a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a large cup of goji berry tea in his hand. At this moment, he was watching the newly developed Daji Sticky dance by the Gushan Star dance troupe in the lobby. The music is dynamic, the dance is smooth, and the movements are captivating. All those long legs are breathtaking, a veritable surge of hormones that strike right at your soul. He doesn't watch short videos or live streams of beautiful women anymore. People's tastes are getting more and more discerning. Compared to the Go Chen Sing dance troupe, the live streamers who twist their waists, sway their hips, and swing their thighs on short videos are completely outclassed. They're not even in the same league. Extremely vulgar. That's so low class. Just as I was engrossed in reading, my phone rang. Qin Chuan was in the middle of something and hung up without even looking at the message. Su Yi was somewhat surprised to hear the busy tone on the phone. What exactly is Qin Chuan busy with? He doesn't care about company matters and doesn't answer the phone even during the day. She bit her lip and dialed the number again. Which idiot is making harassing phone calls in broad daylight? Is this never going to stop? Qin Chuan picked up his phone while cursing and saw that it was Su Yi. My hand slipped and I pressed the reject button again. Holy crap! Qin Chuan quickly waved his hand, pausing the singing and dancing. Call back. Su Yi felt a little disappointed after her call was rejected again. She felt that Qin Chuan didn't care about her. The next second, a crisp cell phone ringtone suddenly sounded. It was Qin Chuan calling. Her initial disappointment instantly turned into joy, but she deliberately waited a few seconds before answering the phone. Hello, Mr. Qin, is there something you need? Su Yi said with a hint of resentment. Yi, I'm sorry, I was busy just now. Qin Chuan came up with a lame excuse. Busy dancing with the girls? Su Yi said in a sarcastic tone. Holy crap! Qin Chuan touched his nose. Was this woman a detective? You have a really good eye for people. No, I was watching a movie just now. Qin Chuan spouted nonsense without batting an eye. Come and see for yourself if you don't believe me. I'm busy at the company, I don't have time to watch movies. Su Yi said half-jokingly, I'm a poor working person, unlike President Qin who has such a leisurely life. Qin Chuan sensed the sourness in Su Yi's words, but he didn't care. Why are you, a working girl, complaining to me? Who is being implied? Do they want to overthrow the heavenly gang? Women shouldn't be spoiled. What do you need me for? Qin Chuan decisively changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on the issue any further. Have you seen the news from Donghai City? Su Yi's tone turned cold, and she switched to her subordinate role. They quickly found their place. What news? Qin Chuan was completely dumbfounded. Well, Su Yi sighed inwardly. My boss is really good at keeping his temper in check. Such a big thing happened in Donghai City, and he didn't even know, and he still had the mind to watch a movie. The new beauty and skincare product launched by Founder Group today is a rip-off of Baiki Biotechnology's technology. Su Yi briefly summarized the contents of the press conference, hoping that Qin Chuan could make arrangements in advance to minimize losses. Then he sent Qin Chuan a live stream link. Qin Chuan was taken aback, not expecting the Fang family to be in such a hurry. They're so eager to launch new products. Is this the end of the road? He grinned, realizing that Fangjing Pharmaceutical was still able to operate normally thanks to his mention of it. His suggestion was adopted by the higher authorities, so they held back and did not investigate Fangjing Pharmaceutical for the time being. Qin Chuan wants to personally crush Fangjing Pharmaceutical to avenge the kidney-cutting incident. He plans to use online platforms to mobilize millions of trolls to drown the Fang family in the spittle of the masses, bringing them to ruin and leaving them infamous for eternity. There is no chance of turning things around. To destroy someone, you must first drive them mad. Don't worry, everything is under control. The Fang family won't be able to cause trouble for long. Qin Chuan remained very calm, as if he had everything under control. Su Yi was puzzled. Could it be that he had prepared some kind of backup plan? This enigmatic man is becoming increasingly difficult to understand. Who is in charge of Nyomi Company now? Qin Chuan's level of hands-off management is truly unparalleled. Su Yi was speechless. Xiao Lenjiao is in charge now, and Yang Shiliu is the technical director. I've already reported to you. Haha, now that you've reminded me, I remember. Give me their contact information. After ending the call, Qin Chuan turned on his computer and posted the video he had prepared earlier to the Nyomi app. They then contacted Xiao Lenjiao and Yang Shiliu, asking them to use company resources to push these revelations to the top of the trending searches. Xiao Lenjiao dared not neglect the task personally assigned by the big boss. She's currently just the acting director of Nyomi Live. When she'll be promoted to a full-fledged director depends entirely on Qin Chuan's word. This time, Qin Chuan personally assigned her the task, which was an excellent opportunity for her to showcase her personal abilities, and she attached great importance to it. They immediately found the 2 alternate accounts Qin Chuan had given them. Puff. Upon seeing Qin Chuan's alternate account username, Xiao Lenjiao, who was usually aloof and unsmiling, immediately burst out laughing. President Qin's name is quite unique. Qin, who doesn't work. Qin, who doesn't act like a simp. After his rebirth, Qin Chuan set 2 principles for himself in life. First, I will never work like a beast of burden. Working, empty-handed, getting poorer and poorer, empty pockets, empty love, and finally wandering the streets. Second, I will never be a sycophant. A simp, in the end, he gets nothing. 10 years of simping will all come to nothing, but buying a house will make you a husband. A general without a horse has no empire, and without buying a house, no one will marry you. Qin Chuan's thinking was that simple. Xiao Lenjia took a tissue and wiped the water stains from the corner of her mouth, a faint smile appearing on her face. What happened to President Qin? This looks like it has a story behind it. In an instant, the fire of gossip within me blazed fiercely. She quickly stopped laughing. The content Qin Chuan posted was so shocking that it completely stunned her. Is this a prelude to something big? She was unsure and immediately called Qin Chuan to confirm. After receiving a positive reply, Xiao Lenjia gritted her teeth and decided to take a gamble. They immediately gathered staff and pinned Qin Chuan's video to the top of the Nomi app homepage, utilizing company resources for comprehensive promotion. Yang Shilia led the technical team to do their best to maintain and prevent the company's intranet from being breached and maliciously deleted or taken down. In the era of the internet explosion, hot topics can escalate at an extremely rapid pace. Before Fangjing Pharmaceuticals' new product launch event had even ended, negative news about them was already flying everywhere, directly climbing into the top 10 of the trending topics list. And it is spreading at an alarming rate. In addition to extensive exposure on the Nomi live streaming platform, streaming giants such as Douyin, Moyu, and Lanja also reposted it. Surprisingly, this time no platform limited its reach or removed the app. The Fang family's reaction was particularly slow. In a short time, the topic of Fangjing Pharmaceuticals' problematic vaccines and toxic drugs stirred up a huge wave of controversy online. The hype is soaring. This has attracted widespread attention. Founder Group's official website was flooded with angry netizens who left a barrage of questions and comments, causing it to crash. After Fangjing Pharmaceuticals' stock price surged to its daily limit following the release of its new product, it suddenly plummeted, crashing to the floor like a plane crash. It immediately hit the daily limit down. Profiting from human suffering? Fangjing Pharmaceutical is pushing ordinary people into the abyss. Outrageous. Founder Pharmaceuticals forcibly launched problematic vaccines, affecting tens of millions of victims. Shocking. Founder Pharmaceuticals' heartless actions turn medicinal drugs into poison, wreaking havoc on humanity. Exposed. Founder Pharmaceutical Group disregarded people's lives, setting sail in the pharmaceutical industry only to head towards an abyss of darkness. One after another, eye-catching headlines were sensational and overwhelming, igniting the entire internet. Meanwhile, at the press conference of Founder Pharmaceuticals, Fang Zonghai, full of confidence, had already answered the pre-arranged questions and was preparing to leave. Mr. Fang, please wait a moment. An unfamiliar reporter, holding up his phone, shouted at Fang Zonghai, "Is the problematic vaccine being discussed online true?" Just then, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Extremely jarring. Fang Zonghai's face instantly turned ugly. However, having been a CEO for so many years, he was quite adept at handling such minor situations. This reporter, I don't know where you heard this information, but I can tell you definitively that Fangjing Pharmaceuticals vaccines have all undergone rigorous testing and there are no quality issues whatsoever. I want to solemnly reiterate that our company has always been a model of legal operation and has never violated any regulations. If you have no evidence and are making baseless accusations here, Fangjing Pharmaceutical reserves the right to pursue legal action. The reporter was stunned by Fang Zonghai's imposing manner and was speechless for a moment. He had no evidence, it was just that the online uproar made him suspicious. After Fang Zonghai finished speaking, he ignored him and turned to leave. However, the reporters at the scene were not about to let him leave easily. The problems with Founder Pharmaceuticals have already spread online, and many people present have seen the news. Those unaware of the situation also took out their phones and began to check the scene. Mr. Fang, are the symptoms described online for those patients true? Have you actually investigated this? Some people say that your vaccines used substandard raw materials. Is that true? Mr. Fang, don't leave. Give us an explanation. Mr. Fang, there are rumors circulating online that Fangjing Pharmaceutical has released problematic drugs into the market, causing harm to many users. Is this true? There are rumors that the Fang family played a dishonorable role behind the collapse of the Sug Group. Is that true? Online reports allege that Fangjing Pharmaceutical's new snow skin brightening cream actually stole secrets from the Sug Group. Mr. Fang, regarding the issues exposed online, I have reason to doubt the safety of this new product. Faced with a barrage of questions from reporters, Fang Zonghai's expression grew increasingly grim. One head, two big ones. He was surrounded by microphones, some almost shoved in his face. He had to stop and turn around to glare at the reporters, his eyes filled with anger. Fang Zonghai frowned deeply, suppressing his anger and trying his best to keep his tone calm. I'll say it again, there's nothing wrong with our vaccines. There's nothing wrong with our medicines either. What you're saying is pure slander, someone is spreading rumors. Fangjing Pharmaceutical will definitely investigate this to the end. After Fang Zonghai finished speaking, he waved his hand forcefully, signaling the security guards around him to escort him out. The reporters tried to ask more questions, but were stopped by security guards who rushed over. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Under the protection of security guards, Fang Zonghai fled the venue as if he were escaping. Meanwhile, at the Fang family's old residence, Fang Liren, who was lying on the recliner, sat up in shock and coughed up blood again. I almost fainted again. He trembled and shook as the butler handed him the phone. You brat Qin Chuan, you've gone too far. He slammed the phone to the ground. Fang Liren's chest heaved violently, and his face turned ashen. The family members standing nearby were all silent, not daring to utter a sound. Fang Liren smashed several more cups, still unable to quell his anger. Since Fang Zhongshan and Fang Zhongyang got into trouble, high-ranking officials and people in the industry who had close ties with the Fang family have all chosen to distance themselves from them. He doesn't answer the phone or reply to messages. They don't even show up when I visit them. People in the same circle are very well informed. Although the incident involving the two Fang family officials is still under investigation and has not been made public, the matter remains unresolved. However, these people all had their own information channels, and the news had already spread. They should avoid it like the plague. How could he dare to have any further entanglements with the Fang family? Fang Liren picked up the old-fashioned telephone on the table and dialed each number one by one, but without exception, all of them were rejected. He was so angry that his mouth twisted into a crook. These brats, when they need something from the experts, swarm around like flies, impossible to shoo away. Now that the Fang family is in trouble, they turn their backs faster than flipping through a book, immediately severing ties as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Fang Liren's hand trembled as he held the phone, and finally dialed a number. After a long while, the call was finally connected. Fang Liren breathed a slight sigh of relief and spoke with difficulty. Old Joe, this is Fang Liren. Old Fang, listen to me first. Fang Liren was interrupted before he could finish speaking. I was also summoned for questioning yesterday and am now suspended from my duties pending investigation. There's nothing I can do about the Fang family's situation. You should prepare for the worst. This is the last time I'll answer your call. Don't contact me again. Beep 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 beep. The other party didn't give Fang Liren a chance to speak and hung up the phone immediately. Hearing the continuous busy tone on the microphone, Fang Liren's face turned pale, and he aged considerably in an instant. Is the Fang family really doomed? I'm not reconciled. Fang Liren slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost all vitality. He couldn't accept this reality. His past glory had vanished like a bubble. Is the Fang family truly headed for decline? Absolutely not. He secretly vowed to protect the Fang family no matter what. Suddenly, he thought of someone who might be able to help the Fang family through this crisis. Fang Liren roused himself and instructed, "Get ready, I'm going to see someone." Xingai Bay Villa District. Wang Xianming has moved away from here and returned to Kyoto to continue contributing his talents. At Qin Chuan's request, all military personnel surrounding the villa area were withdrawn. The Xingai Bay Villa area has returned to its former tranquility. This tranquility was soon shattered. On the main road leading to the villa area, a silver Ferrari sped by, kicking up a light cloud of dust. Behind his Ferrari followed a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Two luxury cars stopped at the entrance of the residential area. A handsome young man stepped out of a Ferrari. The security guard immediately went to greet them. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" "Reserve." Fang Qing frowned. What a lousy neighborhood this is, with such incompetent security guards. They have no sense at all. Security guards in other neighborhoods just let people driving luxury cars through without asking any questions. "Do you know who I am? Why aren't you opening the door?" Fang Qing had his nostrils pointing to the sky and looked arrogant. "I don't know who you are, but you're definitely not a homeowner. Without an appointment and the homeowner's permission, you can't go in." The security guard was a man of many experience. He remained neither servile nor arrogant. He had seen many military vehicles coming and going these past few days, and he had seen quite a few officers with stars on their shoulders. Does driving a beat-up Ferrari make you so cool? Luxury cars are everywhere in the neighborhood, and he's gotten used to them. He's even a little tired of them. Holy crap! Fang Qing was furious. "I'm going in today. You try stopping me, you bastard." The security guard was very firm. Without an appointment, he simply wouldn't let me in. Fang Qing also became famous. With a wave of his hand, 4 burly men stepped out of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. They surrounded the security guards. The security guard was quite firm and not at all intimidated. He immediately pressed the walkie-talkie on his shoulder and called out, "There's a situation at the gate. Someone's causing trouble. Calling for backup." Soon, more than a dozen security guards rushed out and surrounded Fang Qing and his group of 5. Security Captain Wang Desheng patted the gatekeeper on the shoulder and gave him an approving look. "Xiao Wu, well done. I'll remember your contribution later." Upon receiving the captain's praise, Xiao Wu snapped to attention, his back ramrod straight. "I feel very honored. Wang Desheng is a retired soldier, and recently, important figures have been frequently visiting the Xingdai Bay Villa area. They even deployed the military multiple times to ensure security." His intuition told him that some very important person lived in this neighborhood. In particular, a military major approached him a couple of days ago and specifically instructed him to ensure the security of the community. Pay special attention to households 001 and 002, and report any abnormalities to them immediately. Having gained the trust of the military leaders, Wang Desheng was full of energy. Immediately convene a meeting of all security guards and raise the security level of the community to the highest level. Strictly prevent individuals of unknown origin from infiltrating. Households 001 and 002 are under close surveillance, with security guards patrolling continuously for 20 hours a day. Fang Qing looked around and saw that the group of security guards were all burly and strong. Unlike other residential communities, where the entire security team consists of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, and there isn't a single person with good teeth, this community is much better. The security guards here are clearly not to be trifled with. If you really fight them head-on, you'll be the one who suffers. I suddenly felt a little scared. Wang Desheng stepped forward and said, "I don't care who you are. You have 2 choices, either contact the homeowner and I'll let you go immediately if they agree, or go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I'll call the police right now. This isn't a place where you can run wild. I'm looking for Qin Chuan, but I don't have his phone number. Let me in." "Qin Chuan?" Wang Desheng immediately became alert. "This is the owner of Unit 002, their influence is astonishing. Others may not know, but he was absolutely certain that the reason the community was taken over and sealed off by the military twice was because of this man. They have a huge background and an impressive connections. Because of him, the security level of the entire community has been raised several notches, becoming comparable to that of a military compound. These guys in front of me don't look like good people. If you want to cause trouble for Qin Chuan, you'd better get past the security guards first." At Wang Desheng's command, more than a dozen security guards stood in a row, forming a human wall that blocked the entrance to the residential area. Damn it! Fang Qing was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. A group of sleazy security guards were eyeing him menacingly. He wanted to curse but didn't dare to raise his voice. The other side had more people and he couldn't beat them. He felt incredibly frustrated. When did watchdogs become so arrogant? This is absolutely outrageous. He cannot complete his mission without seeing Qin Chuan. He'd already bragged about it. Was he really going to go back and tell his grandpa that the security guard wouldn't let him in because he hadn't seen Qin Chuan? Where does the esteemed young master of the Fang family in Donghai City put his face? What do his uncles and aunts think of him? Will grandpa break his legs? If you can't even handle such a small matter and can't even give gifts properly, how will you manage the Fang family in the future? Fang Qing was caught in a dilemma, confronting the security guard at the entrance. We're stuck in this stalemate, with no solutions in sight. Wang Desheng was also a clever fellow. Seeing that Fang Qing refused to leave, he thought that if Fang Qing really had something to discuss with Qin Chuan and he blocked him from leaving, it would be a big problem if he delayed this important person's business. So he decided to send one of his underlings to inform Qin Chuan. After thinking about it, I realized that I had to do this kind of public thing myself. He immediately took a picture of Fang Qing and the others. "You stay here and keep an eye on them. Without my order, don't let a single one in." After saying that, he ran off towards Qin Chuan's villa. Before long, Wang Desheng strode back with an air of nonchalance, a cigarette tucked under his arm, beaming with joy. "Young Master Qin said he doesn't know you and told you to get lost." Fang Qing was furious. He, the eldest son of the prestigious Fang family, took the initiative to come and offer gifts to make friends, but was turned away at the door. "This Qin Chuan is way too arrogant. This is unacceptable. And those stinky security guards, I'll definitely find a chance to teach them a lesson." His gaze was icy as he swept over each of the security guards. "You bunch of watchdogs, just you wait." After uttering those harsh words, Fang Qing quickly jumped into his sports car and slunk away with his 4 bodyguards. "You little punk, don't try to run away if you dare." Wang Desheng spat fiercely in the direction Fang Qing left. "What kind of class is he? Just because he drives a beat-up Ferrari doesn't mean he's something special. You think you can just see young Master Qin whenever you want? Come on, brothers, this is a packet from young Master Qin for Hua Zi, one packet for each of you. Wang Desheng, like a victorious general, began to offer cigarettes to his men. Fang Qing sat in the car, getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. With a slam on the gas, the Ferrari roared to life, leaving the Mercedes G-Class far behind. He stormed into the private club, opened a bottle of red wine, and chugged it straight from the bottle. This is unacceptable. Fang Qing gritted his teeth, never having suffered such humiliation before. You think you're so great, Qin Chuan? If you won't let me meet you, then I'll start with the people around you. Then you'll obediently come begging to me, kneeling down and singing conquer. Fang Qing grinned and ordered, Xiao Long, go and find out who Qin Chuan cares about, and tie them all up. Chen Xiao has been extremely busy these past few days. Qin Chuan acquired 2 companies in one go, and all the procedures were handled by a professional legal team she hired. Although there's not much to worry about, just running through the procedures for 2 such large companies is exhausting. Qin Chuan was a hands-off manager who didn't care about anything. Aside from readily paying money, there's nothing else you can count on. Before things had even settled down here, Qin Chuan instructed her to purchase a large quantity of agricultural products. They worked until dark before all the goods were finally stored in the warehouse. If Qin Chuan hadn't given her so much, she really would have quit. They don't treat her like a human being at all. Lock the warehouse door. Chen Xiao hailed a ride on Didi Chuxing to return to her residence. Soon, a black sedan drove up. Chen Xiao sat down directly. The driver started the car and sped off. Chen Xiao swayed and complained, Master, be steady. The driver didn't say anything, and Chen Xiao didn't pay any attention either, looking down to send a message to Qin Chuan. Brother Chuan, the goods have been prepared and put into storage as you requested. Here is the list. I waited for ages but didn't get a reply. Chen Xiao was a little dissatisfied and pouted, sulking. Qin Chuan is becoming less and less proactive these days. He doesn't reply to my messages, how awful. I wonder which woman he's messing around with now. Scumbag. The car sped along the highway, and Chen Xiao was completely unaware that the route was wrong. She was still wondering why Qin Chuan wasn't replying to her messages. By the time she realized something was wrong, the car had already left the city and was driving further and further out of control. We turned onto a secluded side road. Sir, did you drive to the wrong place? Chen Xiao frowned, feeling nervous. Reaching for the car door, I found it was locked. He glanced at the driver in the cab. The driver was wearing a black baseball cap with the brim pulled low, and he was a large, muscular man. Chen Xiao's expression changed drastically, and her heart pounded wildly. Is this a kidnapping? She forced herself to calm down. At this moment, she must not provoke the assailant and must find an opportunity to escape. She secretly took out her phone and tried to make a call for help, but found that the phone had no signal. The vehicle was clearly equipped with a signal jammer. The other side came prepared. Looking through the rear window, I noticed that there were 2 vans following behind. Chen Xiao's mind went blank for a moment, and her pretty face turned pale. It seems that the other party had planned this all along and was targeting me. Chen Xiao was terrified and didn't dare to breathe. What to do? What do I do? With trembling hands, she sent a distress message to both Qin Chuan and Yao Yaling. After the message was sent, a small gray circle kept spinning. The signal is obviously blocked and cannot be transmitted. Chen Xiao's heart sank to the bottom. The car stopped quickly. The driver opened the car door and shouted, "Get out!" The 2 vans behind also stopped. A dozen or so burly men wearing hooded bandit masks emerged, carrying steel pipes, daggers, ropes, sacks, and other tools for committing crimes. Chen Xiao was trembling all over and didn't dare to get out of the car. Please, please don't hurt me. I have money, I can give you money. The driver ignored Chen Xiao's pleas and pulled her out. Then she was pinned down by 2 burly men and tied up. Then everything went black, and I was put in a sack. It was thrown back into the car. At this moment, Qin Chuan had just finished playing cards and lost miserably, going all in with hundreds of millions in one go. Lying in bed, I lit a cigarette, my mind completely calm, and entered a state of sagehood. After finishing a cigarette, I felt much better. I picked up my phone and saw more than a dozen unread messages. Most of these were harassing messages, asking if he needed funds and offering low-interest loans. Qin Chuan deleted it without even looking at it. One of the messages was from Long Zhantian of the East China Sea Division, asking when he would give out the rejuvenation pill. I need help urgently. There was also a work briefing sent by Su Yi. The last message was posted by Chen Xiao an hour ago. Qin Chuan replied to each one. After replying to the message, Qin Chuan suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Chen Xiao for several days. I wonder how she is, whether she's getting enough rest at night, and if she's thinking about him. Qin Chuan felt that he wasn't a jerk, he just wanted to give pretty girls a home. I haven't discussed life with Chen Saiyeo for several days, and I miss it a little. I immediately found her phone number and dialed it. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. The call didn't go through? Qin Chuan frowned. What was this girl up to? You wouldn't be cheating on me behind my back, would you? Thinking about it this way, I suddenly became unsettled. Where are you? Why can't I get through to you on the phone? Edit your message and click send. He figured it was probably because he hadn't contacted her for a few days, and she was upset. Send a casual text message to offer comfort and show that you haven't gone back on your word. Just after sending the message, the system notified me that Li Wenta was requesting a connection. Qin Chuan smiled crookedly, just about to ask if this little guy had reached the border yet, how he was studying the military books he had given him, and whether he had managed to win over the generals at the border. This kid came to us on his own. After getting dressed, I went to the study. Connect with Li Wenta. Sir, save me. As soon as the call connected, Li Wenta couldn't wait to call for help. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you look much more haggard, with dark circles under your eyes like a panda. This startled Qin Chuan. His spirit stones depended entirely on Li Wenta's supply. If that kid were to die, his entire plan would be ruined. Without Li Wenta's spirit stones, his cultivation would be hindered, and he would also be unable to trade large quantities of rejuvenation pills with the great virtuous Taoist. What happened? Sir, it's an emergency. Only you can save me. Li Wenta didn't waste any time and quickly explained the situation. Before he even reached the border, the southern Qi launched a major invasion, and the border general Li Wenta was killed in battle. 2 outer cities had already fallen, and by the time he arrived, the main city was already surrounded like an iron barrel. He was trapped outside the city with only 500 personal guards by his side. They couldn't get into the city at all. Their rear route had been cut off by the southern Qi, and the northern Qi army that came to their aid was divided and surrounded, suffering heavy losses. He is now trapped on a small hilltop, and his food and water supplies are about to run out. It won't last 2 days. Holy crap! Qin Chuan was also startled upon hearing this news. This is absolutely a doomed situation. Wait a minute, let me think about what to do. He had just stockpiled several dozen tons of food and water in his warehouse, which he originally intended to use to trade with Huang Huaji. We can give it to Li Wenta now. But 500 men were facing an army of thousands. Isn't that just sending them to their deaths? Unless… Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. If he had a modern army, with each soldier carrying an automatic rifle, would he be afraid of spears and swords? Before they even met, they were riddled with bullets. However, guns are not easy to come by, especially in the Tang dynasty. The control is very strict, 1 or 2 rounds are manageable. Asking for 500 at once? They must have a death wish. If you have enough time, you can definitely buy it abroad. But Li Wenta certainly won't last that long. What to do? After thinking about it, Qin Chuan decided to go directly to the military. Anyway, the truth has already been revealed. Let's give it a try and see. He immediately called Ye Bufan. When Ye Bufan heard that Qin Chuan wanted to rob him, and even wanted 500 of them at once, he was stunned. Are you trying to rebel? Or are they still going to sell weapons? Qin Chuan has unlimited self-defense rights. If all he wants are a few guns, he can make the decision to send them over directly. Just submit a report afterwards. After all, he has the right to carry a gun, given official permission. However, 500 is too big a deal, and Ye Bufan dared not make the decision himself. He immediately reported to Huang Xingguo. Huang Xingguo was also startled when he heard Ye Bufan's report. What is Qin Chuan up to? Are you courting death? He immediately made a phone call. Qin Chuan, what do you need so many guns for? As soon as the call connected, Huang Xingguo couldn't wait to question him, skipping all the pleasantries. Old Huang, I need it urgently, please help me. Even if I need it urgently, it's not okay. If you don't explain the purpose, who would dare give you all these weapons? I want to live a few more years, so don't you dare rip me off. 2 rejuvenation pills. Qin Chuan couldn't explain it. He couldn't very well say that he sold it to a prince from another world, because then the system's secret would be exposed. They might end up being dissected and studied. With a determined effort, he unleashed his ultimate move, summoning the resurrection pill. Huang Xingguo was taken aback. Qin Chuan, don't even think about bribing me, that trick won't work. 3 rifles for 500 rifles and 100,000 rounds of ammunition. If you don't agree, I'll find someone else to trade with. Qin Chuan was also anxious. Li Wenta had to live. Otherwise, his interests will suffer significant losses. In desperation, he resorted to a combination of seduction and threat. Huang Xingguo was also furious and almost cursed. In recent years, Qin Chuan is the first person to dare to threaten him like this. However, considering the value of the rejuvenation pill, he refrained from acting out. You must guarantee that these weapons and ammunition will not appear within the territory of the Tang dynasty. This is the bottom line. Huang Xingguo issued a stern warning. Don't worry, Elder Huang, I guarantee that not a single bullet or gun will appear in the Tang dynasty. Upon hearing Huang Xingguo's agreement, Qin Chuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest to assure him. Okay, I'll write a report and get back to you within 10 minutes. Huang Xingguo hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Qin Chuan lit another cigarette, and halfway through smoking it, Huang Xingguo called. He quickly stubbed out his cigarette and answered the phone. Qin Chuan, the higher UPS have already agreed. Huang Xingguo was very straightforward in his actions, never wasting words and getting straight to the point. It suits Qin Chuan's temperament very well. However, I can only give you outdated Type 56 automatic rifles. Furthermore, I'm guaranteeing this with my own chest. You must ensure these weapons don't appear in Tang, otherwise neither of us can bear the consequences, understand? Don't worry, boss. Qin Chuan was in a great mood and gave his assurance with a big smile. The 5th and 6th styles are more than enough. If placed on Gushan Star, they would be an absolute divine weapon, invincible. I'll have the rejuvenation pill ready in 3 days, and then I'll send it to you. In total, 3 coins were traded with the Taoist priest aide. 1 was given to Wang Xianming, and 1 was handed over to the authorities. They promised to give an Xingkang 1, Long Zhantian 1, and Huang Xingguo 3. I haven't used a single one myself, and I still owe 5. Who can I complain to? We'll have to find a virtuous Taoist priest to do business with later. No need, I'll come and pick it up in 3 days. Huang Xingguo trusted no one else to retrieve something so important, so he came to get it himself. After the deal was agreed upon, Huang Xingguo immediately called Long Zhantian of the Donghai district and asked him to transfer 500 Type 56 automatic rifles and 100,000 rounds of ammunition from the warehouse to Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan escorted him to Qin Chuan. These obsolete, old-fashioned rifles are all stored in armories. With orders from higher UPS to handle this as a special case, the goods were quickly loaded onto military vehicles and transported by Ye Bufan to the warehouse address provided by Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, accompanied by Mei Aoxiu, drove to the warehouse to receive the weapons. 2 groups of people arrived one after the other. Ye Bufan exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin Chuan before starting to unload the cargo. Qin Chuan looked at the boxes of weapons and was filled with excitement. Although they are all old models retired by the military, they are still very new due to proper maintenance. These weapons are enough for Li Wenta to turn the tide. Qin Chuan was very much looking forward to Li Wenta using these modern equipment to deliver a devastating blow to the natives of Gushan Star. Let them experience the awe-inspiring power of Earth. Mr. Qin, please use these weapons carefully, lest you cause any trouble. Ye Bufan reminded him. Rest assured. Qin Chuan nodded. Just then, Qin Chuan's phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, it turned out to be Chen Saiyao. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he answered the phone. Baby, did you miss me? Screw you. A rough voice came from the phone, speaking fluent Chinese classical poetry. Qin Chuan was completely dumbfounded. Who are you? Why do you have Chen Saiyao's phone number? His smile froze. Ha ha ha, listen up, your girl is in our hands now. If you don't want anything to happen to her, you'd better behave. Qin Chuan's face instantly turned gloomy. If you dare to lay a finger on her, I will absolutely not let you get away with it. Don't be so arrogant. Come to the abandoned factory in the western suburbs right now. You're the only one allowed to come, and don't call the police. Otherwise, you can wait to collect your girlfriend's corpse. The other party hung up the phone after speaking. Qin Chuan dialed back, but the phone was already switched off. Qin Chuan was extremely anxious, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. The other party kidnapped Chen Saiyao and then called her. Clearly, he was the target. Qin Chuan didn't offend anyone in Donghai City. If he did, it would only be the Fang family. Damn it, could it be that the Fang family is desperate and has no other way to deal with him, so they're targeting the people around him? Holy crap! Wouldn't Su Yi also be in danger? Qin Chuan quickly called Su Yi. Hey, Yi, where are you? Are you alright? I'm still working overtime at the company, what could be wrong? But you're calling me so late, are you trying to surprise me? Su Yi was a little excited when she suddenly received a call from Qin Chuan. Has he finally come to his senses and wants to go on a date with me? It's good that you're alright. Stay at the company and don't move. I'll send someone to pick you up and take you home. After saying that, Qin Chuan hung up the phone. Su Yi looked completely bewildered. What's wrong with Qin Chuan? He's acting all mysterious. Can't you just come and pick it up yourself? It made them happy for nothing. I felt a little disappointed. Qin Chuan didn't have time to care about Su Yi's little mood right now. He found Ye Bufan. Captain Ye, a friend of mine has been kidnapped, and I'm their target. I need to go rescue him now. Could you please send a few men to escort Su Yi, the CEO of Baiki Biotechnology, home? I'm worried she might become a target as well. Ye Bufan vaguely sensed something amiss in Qin Chuan's earlier phone call. It seems that someone from Qin Chuan has been kidnapped. Ye Bufan immediately became excited. Damn it, he had been in Donghai City for so long, staying in the camp all day, he was almost getting sick from boredom. Finally, I have something to do. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, I'll arrange it right away. Ye Bufan immediately ordered his deputy to lead 3 Special Forces members to Baiki Biological Company. He then opened the encrypted radio. Brothers, we've got a job. Grab your gear, target the abandoned factory in the western suburbs. Qin Chuan was quite surprised. Before he could even speak, how did Ye Bufan know where to go to rescue people? Captain Ye, how did you know the hostages were in the abandoned factory in the western suburbs? While you were talking to the kidnappers, I used technical means to locate their phone. Ye Bufan explained. Okay, this Ye Bufan does have a brain. Qin Chuan nodded. The kidnappers told him to go alone and not to call the police. Qin Chuan wasn't that stupid to obediently follow orders. Chen Saiyao is important, but my own life is more important. If you won't let me call the police, then I can bring my Special Forces team. Upon hearing that a mission had been launched, Ye Bufan's Special Forces members immediately roared with excitement. Everyone was eager to get started and couldn't wait to make a big splash. Escorting munitions is a significant responsibility, so the entire Special Operations team was mobilized, fully armed, and carrying live ammunition. Therefore, there was no need to return to the military camp to prepare, they simply turned around on the spot and headed straight for the western suburbs. Ye Bufan's Special Operations Platoon was an enhanced platoon, well equipped with all the latest weapons. Armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, sniper rifles, everything was available. The group marched in a grand procession toward the western suburbs. The scene was spectacular. Abandoned factory in the western suburbs. In a warehouse. Chen Saiyao was tied to a chair, and the burlap sack had been removed. Her mouth was stuffed with a strip of cloth, so she could only make sounds. Her makeup was a bit smudged, and her hair was a mess. He looked at the group of kidnappers around him with a face full of terror. These kidnappers all wore hoods and exuded a chilling aura. 2 holes in the hood revealed pairs of fierce eyes. The way they looked at her was like that of a pack of hungry wolves. It sent chills down her spine. I got goosebumps all over my body. They just snatched her phone and called Qin Chuan. But will Qin Chuan come to save her? On the one hand, she hoped that Qin Chuan would descend from the sky like the Monkey King, riding on auspicious clouds, to save her from danger. On the one hand, they hoped Qin Chuan would not take any risks and would call the police immediately. This group of people are desperate criminals, Qin Chuan has no chance against them. Chen Saiyao was very conflicted. Even she herself doesn't understand it. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, Mei Aoxiu, Ye Bufan, and dozens of Special Forces members have arrived near the abandoned factory in the western suburbs. The group stopped 500 meters away from the factory. Lu Qian, begin the reconnaissance. Yes. Special Forces scout Lu Qian took out a box and released a miniature bionic bird drone. Lu Qian piloted the drone into the factory and quickly transmitted real-time footage back. Inside the abandoned factory, in a dilapidated warehouse, there were 11 kidnappers, all wearing black hoods. 5 people were on guard outside, carrying sticks and machetes. The rest of the people hid in the warehouse and guarded Chen Saiyao. Chen Saiyao was tied to a chair and her mouth was gagged with a strip of cloth. The patient's condition is relatively stable and they have not been injured. Seeing that Chen Saiyao was unharmed, Qin Chuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. His face then darkened. These kidnappers are incredibly audacious to dare touch his people. Today they must be taught a profound lesson. Let them regret not sticking them against the wall back then. Mr. Qin, the situation has been clarified. The hostage is temporarily safe. There is only one kidnapper, and no firearms have been found. Should we negotiate or launch a full-scale attack? Negotiation? Qin Chuan suppressed a surge of anger within him. Give it your all and launch a full-scale attack. Ye Bufan was waiting for Qin Chuan to speak. He preferred a direct attack to negotiations. The advantage is in my hands, so what's the point of negotiating a settlement? There's no need to waste words. Snipers will seek high ground and open fire immediately if they spot any indication that the kidnappers intend to harm the hostages. Yes, the sniper, carrying his sniper rifle, quickly searched for a nearby high vantage point. The rest of you, split into 3 teams and launch an attack simultaneously. Upon discovering that the other side was a group of rookies, Ye Bufan abandoned the sneaky infiltration tactic and launched a swift and powerful attack. Launch a lightning offensive. Of course, to ensure everything went smoothly, Mei Aoxiu took the lead and sneaked into the factory. With her skills, dealing with a few kidnappers would be easier than swatting flies. There was absolutely no suspense. Qin Chuan had no doubt about this, and Ye Fan had also experienced it firsthand. This woman looks gentle and harmless, but once she starts fighting, she's absolutely unstoppable. Incredibly powerful. Before the main force could move, she flashed over the wall and disappeared into the factory. At Ye Bufan's command, 3 assault teams formed a fan shape and surrounded the abandoned factory. 6 armored vehicles roared and advanced simultaneously from 4 directions, smashing through the wall and crashing inside. Qin Chuan brought up the rear, responsible for keeping the line in place. Inside the abandoned factory warehouse, Fang Qing sat on a broken box, his hood half lifted, revealing his mouth as he smoked. "Old Sha, do you think Qin Chuan will come?" A burly man beside him replied in a deep voice, "Don't worry, young Master Fang. If he doesn't come, I'll have my brothers tie up all his women." The burly man's surname Sha remained calm, as if victory was assured. He had already arranged for his men to lie in wait on Su Yi's way home from get-off work, ready to make their move at any moment. In addition, he also found out that Qin Chuan had affairs with many female staff members at the Royal Banquet Hotel, and even the cleaning lady had an ambiguous relationship with him. That bastard Qin Chuan really isn't picky about food. Old She gets angry just thinking about it. "We all have 3 legs, so why are you so awesome, able to sleep with whomever you want?" I'm so indignant. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his eyes were filled with malice as he looked at Chen Saiyao. Chen Saiyao kept her head down, not daring to look him in the eye. "Young Master Fang, if that scoundrel Qin Chuan doesn't dare to come, this woman." Old She stared intently at Chen Saiyao, his eyes roaming freely over her body, drooling, wishing he could take her right there and then. "If he doesn't come, this woman is worthless. You can do whatever you want with her." Fang Qing exhaled a smoke ring and said casually. He originally wanted to have his way with Chen Saiyao because he thought she was pretty, but the thought of that slut having an affair with Qin Chuan disgusts me. Young Master Fang is a clean freak and loves undeveloped wasteland. He wasn't interested in what others had played. What was that sound? Fang Qing frowned, vaguely hearing the sound of a car engine. "Old Sha, go out and take a look." Old Sha agreed, but before he could even take a step, he felt the ground tremble. The roar of engines could be heard from all directions. "Oh no, we're surrounded." One of the younger brothers looked out the window and saw a group of figures rapidly approaching. "I was so scared my face turned white." "What are you afraid of? Keep an eye on the hostages." Old Shek kicked his underling in the butt and yelled at him. Fang Qing's expression changed drastically. "That bastard Qin Chuan, he said he'd come alone and not to call the police, but he actually called so many people. That son of a bitch has no sportsmanship. What are those lookouts doing? Why aren't they giving any warnings?" Old Shek quickly realized something was wrong. He rushed to Chen Sayeo's side, pulled out a dagger and held it to her neck, intending to use it to threaten her. Bang! The window in front of him suddenly shattered, and a sniper bullet struck him precisely between the eyebrows. Old She's head was blasted open, leaving a huge hole, and he fell backward. A ghostly figure appeared beside Chen Sayeo, quickly ripping off the ropes binding her and removing the gag from her mouth. The kidnappers inside the warehouse then realized that there were snipers outside. Before they could react, a deafening roar erupted, and large holes appeared in each of the surrounding walls, sending plumes of smoke and dust billowing into the sky. 6 armored vehicles rumbled in. Dozens of fully armed Special Forces soldiers filed in and quickly surrounded the group. "Hands behind your head, squat down, and don't move." This extremely shocking scene immediately stunned the 6 kidnappers inside the house. Without the Special Forces soldiers even having to shout, they quickly put their hands on their heads and squatted on the ground. Fang Qing mingled in the crowd, crouching down with his hands covering his head. "I was so scared I almost cried." A row of dark gun barrels were pointed at his forehead. That's not all, there are also sniper rifles, rocket launchers. Even the cannons on the armored vehicles were turned around. He was so scared he peed his pants on the spot. "My crotch was soaked. All I'm doing is tying up someone. You call in reinforcements, fine, but you actually send your entire army over." They even used armored vehicles, rocket launchers, and sniper rifles. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were conducting an anti-terrorism operation. Is it really necessary? The kidnappers felt like a million grass mud horses were stampeding through their minds. "I've never seen anything like this in my life. This is absolutely outrageous. Who exactly did I kidnap? His background is so outrageous that even the military has been mobilized. Shocking. Petrification. I'm totally confused. That bastard Fang Qing has really ruined us. He might end up spending the rest of his life in jail." The ruthless bandits lost all their ferocity and trembled like chicks after being rained on, waiting for fate to take its course. At this moment, Qin Chuan walked into the warehouse with one hand behind his back. Ye Bufan followed behind him, and Mei Aoxu quickly returned to his side with Chen Sayeo. Qin Chuan stood in the center, exuding boundless domineering presence. He exudes an aura of authority and arrogance. His cold gaze swept over the group of kidnappers. It carried an invisible pressure. The kidnappers all lowered their heads, almost burying them in their crotches, not daring to meet his gaze. Take off their hoods. I want to see who's so tough to mess with my people. Qin Chuan's tone was icy. Didn't you hear me? Take off your hoods. A hot-tempered Special Forces soldier raised his rifle butt and slapped the kidnapper in front of him. The kidnapper screamed in pain and quickly removed the hood. The others didn't dare to be negligent either, quickly taking off their headgear and continuing to cover their heads. Who is the mastermind? It's him. The 5 kidnappers, all in unison, pointed at Fang Qing. They were very cooperative, no review was needed. Fang Qing trembled all over and stammered. Brother, I was wrong, please spare my life. Spare your life? You kidnapped my people, and you expect me to spare you? Qin Chuan sneered, raised his foot, and kicked Fang Qing directly in the face with the sole of his size 42 shoe. Qin Chuan's kick was extremely powerful, and Fang Qing's body flew 2 meters away like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily to the ground. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and blood was flowing from his mouth and nose. It was a gruesome sight. Drag him over here. Qin Chuan roared. 2 Special Forces soldiers immediately stepped forward and dragged Fang Qing to Qin Chuan like a chick. Qin Chuan was still not satisfied and continued to kick him. Fang Qing covered his head and face with both hands and let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Big brother, Master Qin, I was wrong, please don't hit me. Fang Qinglong's prosthetic nose was kicked crooked, and he screamed in pain. I've never been beaten like this before in my entire life. He quickly lay on the ground begging for mercy. Big brother, stop hitting me. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I surrender, I surrender. You spineless thing, did I tell you to surrender? Qin Chuan cursed and kicked him. Fang Qing's voice grew softer and softer as he begged for mercy. Ya Bufan walked over to Qin Chuan and whispered, Mr. Qin, just vent your anger, don't kill anyone. Qin Chuan kicked him twice more before stopping, cursing under his breath. He stared intently at Fang Qing, his eyes flashing with anger. Now you can explain why you kidnapped me. Fang Qing's face was swollen like a pig's head, and there wasn't a single good piece of flesh on his body. He answered tremblingly, Master Qin, I went to Xingdai Bay to see you before, wanting to give you the piece of land in the western suburbs, but the stupid security guards wouldn't let me in. I had no choice but to resort to this tactic and kidnap your people. Please believe me, I have absolutely no ill intentions. I just want to meet you and give you the land. I guarantee that everything I said is true. Fang Qing was terrified of being beaten, and he confessed everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. The Special Forces soldiers around him looked on in disbelief when they heard this. That's fucking hilarious. So, after all that, you kidnapped someone just to meet Qin Chuan and give him a gift? Who would believe that? Do you think everyone is a fool? Looks like this guy's not behaving himself. I need to hit him again. Lu Qian clenched his fist, eager to try. Mr. Qin, this guy isn't being honest. Let me ask him again for you. He walked towards Fang Qing with a wicked grin, ready to use some tricks on him. No! Fang Qing's face turned pale with fright. Everything I said is true. If I'm lying, may I be hit by a car and die when I go out. He was really anxious. He had finally managed to tell the truth, but no one believed him. Did they have to torture him into confessing? Ya Bufan looked at Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, what do you think of this matter? Qin Chuan snorted coldly. He knew Fang Qing was telling the truth. The Fang family has been severely damaged by him and is now starting to feel afraid. However, the land in the western suburbs has been reclaimed by the authorities and will soon be transferred to his name. You're trying to give me the land right now, and you're even playing kidnapping? They clearly had ill intentions. Giving him his land is like being generous with other people's money. I've never seen anyone so shameless. You Fang family really haven't given up your evil intentions. You're still trying to scheme against me at a time like this. Qin Chuan's eyes grew even colder. To tell you the truth, that piece of land in the western suburbs is already in my name. What are you going to do about giving it to me? Fang Qing looked at Qin Chuan in horror and shook her head repeatedly. Impossible. We've already negotiated with the government about that land. How could we possibly give it to you? Qin Chuan was too lazy to waste words with him. After beating up the other kidnappers one by one, his anger subsided. Captain Ya, hand these people over to the Public Security Bureau. Arrest those who need to be arrested and sentence those who need to be sentenced. Fang Qing collapsed to the ground, unable to accept this fact. Ya Bufan nodded, made a call to the Public Security Bureau, and signaled the Special Forces members to take the person away. On the bus, Qin Chuan put his arm around Chen Saiyao and gently tidied her messy hair. He gently patted her back. It's all right, don't be afraid. I promise this kind of thing will never happen again. It took Chen Saiyao a long time to come to her senses before she threw herself into Qin Chuan's arms, hugged his waist tightly, and greedily inhaled his masculine scent. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. She was really scared. She thought she would never see Qin Chuan again. Fortunately, Qin Chuan did indeed descend from the sky, just as she had expected, displaying great bravery and prowess. She was saved. Qin Chuan had been cold to her before and rarely contacted her. She was constantly anxious and insecure, thinking that Qin Chuan was just playing around with her. Therefore, I repeatedly warned myself not to fall in love and not to get involved. But from the moment Qin Chuan led his special forces team down from the sky, she was completely smitten. She fell irrevocably in love with this man. It turns out he's always had feelings for me, he just wasn't good at expressing them. I'm so immature, I get emotional so easily. Not considerate at all. Qin Chuan entrusted me with so many important matters, this shows the extent of his trust in me. I'm still not satisfied, and I keep making demands. She had been struggling alone in the big city for so many years, and had always dreamed of having a man she could rely on. He can protect her when she's in danger and comfort her when she's angry. Now, it has actually come true. Dreams come true. Qin Chuan's chest felt so strong and warm. At this moment, Chen Saiyeo shed tears of happiness. If Mei Aixu hadn't been in the car, she would have definitely tackled Qin Chuan. Chen Saiyeo was frightened, and Qin Chuan didn't dare let her go back, so he simply took her to the villa. After calming Chen Saiyeo down, Qin Chuan led Mei Aixu back to the warehouse without stopping. Li Wen's situation is extremely critical, the weapons must be delivered to him immediately. After contacting Li Wen, Qin Chuan got straight to the point. I've prepared a powerful weapon for you. Can you trust your men? What if they turn against you and shoot you in the back? Li Wen was overjoyed, not expecting Qin Chuan to be so efficient. Rest assured, sir, these 500 guards are all my loyal followers. He looked around, leaned closer, and lowered his voice, saying, to ensure everything goes smoothly, I'll knock them out and bring them over. I'd be extremely grateful if you could help me by feeding them obedience water. Okay, Qin Chuan is happy to exploit this kind of system bug. Li Wen acted swiftly, knocking out all 500 guards in less than a few minutes and trading them over, while also giving them a bottle of obedience potion. Qin Chuan didn't stand on ceremony and fed each of them the obedience water before retrading them to Li Wen. After finishing everything, there was still a little more than half left in the bottle of obedience water, which he put in his pocket. The two of them executed a series of actions as swift as tigers, racking up a huge score. However, the system discovered that they had used a cheat card bug and only gave them 30 points. Qin Chuan didn't take it to heart, he figured he'd take whatever he could get. Without further ado, he distributed all 10 plus tons of grain and water from the warehouse to Li Wen. They also sent over 500 Type 56 automatic rifles and 100,000 rounds of ammunition all at once. They also explained to Li Wen in great detail how to use it, precautions, and so on. Li Wen was overjoyed, his eyes practically gleaming with greed. Godfather, please accept my bow. This guy didn't act like a prince at all, he immediately kowtowed to Qin Chuan. Alright, enough with the pretense. Remember to make up for the spirit stones you owe later. Qin Chuan waved his hand and gave him a copy of the militia training manual and the battlefield first aid manual. Li Wen was so moved that he almost knelt down again. Time was of the essence, so Qin Chuan didn't waste any time chatting with him. After explaining some precautions, I told him to go back and train as soon as possible to learn how to shoot. As soon as Qin Chuan got home, he received a call from Ye Bufan. He was informed that all 11 robbers had been sent to the police station, and that Nobunaga and personally took charge of the case, showing great concern. The interrogation has begun overnight, and the results will be available soon. In addition, on the way to escort Su Yi home, the special forces encountered 4 robbers, all of whom were captured. Su Yi arrived home safely. After ending the call, Qin Chuan let out a breath of stale air. It seems the Fang family has become desperate and is resorting to such underhanded tactics. Since you guys are playing like this, he doesn't have to be polite anymore. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. After having a late-night snack and being served by the otherworldly beauties Pomegranate and Lilac, I took a bath and changed into a comfortable nightgown. When he arrived at the room, Chen Saiyeo had been waiting for him for a long time. As soon as she saw Qin Chuan, she couldn't wait to snuggle into his arms. Having survived the ordeal, she seemed like a completely different person, becoming very proactive. Qin Chuan was a little uncomfortable with this. After Chen Saiyeo saw the 11 beautiful women in Qin Chuan's villa, she was struggling internally. Compared to these girls, I am at a disadvantage in terms of age, figure, talent, and height. These women all cherished Qin Chuan like a treasure, taking meticulous care of him. He worked hard without complaint and made no demands. Chen Saiyeo broke down. What magic does Qin Chuan possess? Is it simply because they have money? Through her observation, none of these women were after his money. I just can't figure it out. It seems that only she approached Qin Chuan with a purpose. Compared to this, I suddenly felt a little ashamed. Am I being too materialistic? Her mind was in complete chaos, and she began to doubt herself. Continuous reflection. From the very beginning, she was only after his money. Of course, if Qin Chuan was willing to be her boyfriend, she wouldn't object. Although I don't want to admit it, that's the truth. Denying it outright and engaging in self-hypnosis and brainwashing is simply a way of refusing to face reality. Originally, she and Qin Chuan only had physical intimacy but not emotional connection. They were both adults, so there was no need to be so direct. It's just an unspoken understanding. But as time went by, feelings developed. Chen Xiao began to feel insecure and developed feelings for someone else. Especially the moment when Qin Chuan appeared like a divine warrior, leading a special forces team, making a spectacular entrance and rescuing her from the robbers. She was completely smitten. Love is like a tide, unstoppable once it begins. As long as I can be with Qin Chuan, I don't care about titles or anything like that. In this fast-paced era, what good is marriage if you're just getting a certificate? It's practically useless. As long as Qin Chuan has her in his heart, that's enough. She never expected Qin Chuan to remain faithful to her. Someone as outstanding as him is bound to have many women around him. As long as she has a place in his life, that's enough. People need to be realistic. The more you think, the more miserable you become. After a brainstorming session, Chen Xiao suddenly had a breakthrough. I don't seek a lifelong, monogamous relationship. I only strive for the present moment, seizing every opportunity for fleeting pleasure. She embraced Qin Chuan and shared a passionate kiss, lost in their infatuation. The atmosphere in the room gradually warmed up. Gushan Star. On an unnamed hill on the border of northern Qi. After receiving the supplies and equipment from Qin Chuan, Li Wenta immediately rewarded the entire army. After ensuring all soldiers were well fed and watered, the Type 56 automatic rifles were taken out and distributed. These soldiers were his personal guards, brainwashed by him with a system potion, and were absolutely loyal. Looking at the strange weapon in their hands, although they were very curious, no one asked any questions. Their worship and trust in Li Wenta had reached the level of superstition. After the guns were distributed, each person was given 5 bullets and was allowed to fire a few shots to get used to them. Time was of the essence, and Li Wenta knew there was no time for the soldiers to practice marksmanship. Skip the other steps and follow the tutorial to teach the soldiers how to load ammunition, disengage the safety, and aim. After a brief familiarization period, shooting practice began immediately. Just aim at 3 points in a line, and don't hurt your own people. It's okay if you can't aim, just shoot in the direction of the enemy. 1,000 troops charging forward need no aiming, nor is there time to aim. It turned out that it was necessary to have the soldiers fire a few shots in advance. After all, this was a weapon ahead of its time, and many soldiers were quite frightened when they first heard the gunshot. The gunshots were deafening, like thunder. Many soldiers were so frightened that they dropped their guns on the ground, nearly injuring someone. Fortunately, these soldiers were all elite and had been brainwashed. Li Wenta gave a simple demonstration and a few words of reassurance, which calmed the fear in everyone's hearts. Rows of soldiers took turns firing their guns, following the posture demonstrated by Li Wenta. Da da da. Bang bang bang. The continuous gunfire pierced the night sky and carried far down to the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing the commotion on the hill, Cao Kun, a general of the southern Qi dynasty, quickly summoned his troops. Vanguard officer Chu Wuhui volunteered to lead 2,000 men to capture Li Wentao alive. The war drums sounded, and the 3 armies lined up in battle formation. Chu Wuhui, full of confidence, mustered his troops and headed straight for the small hill. Attack! Capture Li Wenta alive! Chu Wuhui took the lead and rushed out. In his eyes, Li Wenta was already trapped, with no way to escape. With only 500 men, trapped in a desperate situation by tens of thousands of southern Qi troops, cut off from water and food for 3 days, they had no fighting power left. The reason why Li Wenta's troops were not wiped out in one fell swoop was that the commander-in-chief Cao Kun wanted to besiege the enemy's stronghold and attack their reinforcements to expand the victory. Now that the 2 reinforcements have been ambushed and defeated, it is unlikely that northern Qi will receive any more reinforcements in the short term. Li Wenta has lost its value as bait. Tonight will be the night he becomes a prisoner. 2,000 soldiers charged forward with Chu Wuhui, their shouts shaking the heavens and the earth. Li Wenta, standing atop the mountain, looked down at the southern Qi cavalry, who swept in like dragons, billowing dust as they approached. The hills beneath their feet were very low and not steep enough to stop the cavalry's charge. He also knew that the reason he had been able to hold out until now was because the southern Qi had used him as bait to lure in reinforcements from the northern Qi. Now that the reinforcements have been defeated, he has lost his value. The southern Qi launched its real offensive. 500 guards, each armed with a Type 56 rifle and surrounded by piles of bullets, stared intently at the charging southern Qi cavalry. Although the new weapons in their hands were incredibly powerful in test firings, no one was sure whether they could withstand a massive army charging forward. The thunderous sound of hooves, like rolling thunder, was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. The ground beneath my feet was trembling and shaking. Everyone's faces turned solemn, and their breathing became rapid. They had no way out. The charging cavalry drew ever closer. Zhengning, meaning ferocious/hideous face, and the long sword being wielded are clearly visible. 1,000 steps, 800 paces, 500 paces. Li Wen's eyes twitched, and he suddenly waved his hand. Everyone, get ready. Fire. Da da da. Put. Just when Chu Wolfwei thought he was about to capture the mountain in one fell swoop, a sound like firecrackers came from the top of the mountain. Countless tongues of fire spewed out, and smoke filled the air. The southern Qi cavalry at the forefront fell like wheat being cut down. We were less than 200 meters from the hillside when it felt like we had encountered an invisible wall. Hiss! Screams filled the air, and people and horses were thrown about. After being hit, the warhorse jumped wildly on the spot. The cavalrymen behind couldn't stop in time and crashed into the men in front, causing them to fall over. A single volley of fire killed at least 100 people. The horses, startled and in pain, ran wildly, directly disrupting the southern Qi's formation. What happened? Chu Wolfwei was terrified. No retreating. Charge! Charge! The supervising officers brandished their long swords and killed more than a dozen retreating soldiers before they were able to stabilize the situation. On the northern Qi side, a single volley of fire killed over 100 men, instantly boosting morale. The soldiers were so nervous during their first real combat with rifles that many of them accidentally emptied their entire magazines due to a tremor in their hands. Taking advantage of the chaos in the southern Qi forces, they quickly loaded their weapons. Chu Wolfwei desperately rallied the remaining troops, preparing to launch another charge. Soldiers can overcome fear, but horses cannot. The war horses were frightened by the dense gunfire and stopped moving, spinning in place. Just then, a second round of gunfire rang out. Countless bullets rained down, like a storm of steel, sweeping across the land. The southern Qi soldiers gathered below were instantly riddled with bullets and blood. The northern Qi side didn't even need to aim, they simply fired a burst of bullets at the approximate location. Li Wen learned from the lesson that after the first salvo, some soldiers couldn't hold back and emptied their magazines, causing a break in firepower. They split into two groups and took turns firing. Anyway, there are plenty of bullets, so fire as much as you want. This sustained offensive was too much for the southern Qi army to handle. They were sitting ducks. Whether it's armor or shields, they're as fragile as paper in the face of bullets, utterly vulnerable. The area where the southern Qi army was stationed became a living hell. Chu Wolfwei spurred his horse and galloped wildly, trying to restrain the defeated army. However, the army collapsed like a house of cards and could not be restrained at all. The southern Qi army was stunned by this type of firearm they had never seen before. Crazy terror. Everyone was stunned. General, we can't hold out any longer, run. The guards pulled Chu Wolfwei along, trying to help him escape the battlefield. Chu Wolfwei's eyes widened in fury. Bastard, I would rather die than retreat. Before he could finish speaking, a bullet struck his shoulder. Chu Wolfwei winced in pain, nearly dropping the spear from his hand. Protect the general. His personal guards quickly surrounded him and escorted him as he retreated. Chu Wolfwei, surrounded by a group of personal guards, immediately became the target of the northern Qi attack. In an instant, 50 or 60 guns turned and fired at the group of people. Dozens of people were instantly riddled with bullets. Chu Wolfwei has also become someone who is gone and will never return. His broken body hung upside down on the horse, swaying back and forth with the bouncing of the wounded warhorse. The southern Qi soldiers were completely dumbfounded, having never encountered such a devastating attack before. They were all like headless flies, raging in vain. They had no idea how to cope and were frantically running around in groups. With their vanguard commander killed in action, the army, now without any restraint, quickly collapsed. The vanguard of 2,000 men was routed and overwhelmed by a volley of Type 56 rifles, losing more than 1,000 men. A crushing defeat. The morale of the northern Qi side is high. After so many years in the military, this was the first time I had ever fought back from a desperate situation, turned the tide against all odds, and won a victory against overwhelming odds. And they played so easily. 500 against 2,000, directly crippling the southern Qi vanguard, with their commander killed in action, a complete victory. There were no casualties on our side. Only one soldier twisted his ankle while carrying bullets. Such a record is unique in the northern Qi dynasty and deserves to be recorded in history. Brothers, let's press on and storm the enemy's headquarters to capture Cao Kun alive. With the magical artifact in hand, Li Wen's courage grew instantly. While it's still dark, let's quickly expand our gains. At his command, 500 guards, rifles at their heels and ammunition slung across their waists, charged forward. All troops, attack. Put. Bang bang bang. The 500 guards were divided into 3 small teams, arranged in a triangular formation, and rushed directly towards the southern Qi camp at the foot of the mountain. Upon learning of Chu Wubui's death and the loss of more than half of his 2,000 men, Cao Kun, the commander of the southern Qi army, was filled with disbelief. He couldn't figure out why the fight had turned out like this. Were the soldiers of northern Qi all three-headed and six-armed? He smashed all the tables in the tent. This is utterly absurd and ridiculous. 2,000 cavalrymen nearly suffered total annihilation against 500 remaining soldiers. Chu Wubui's death was not unjust, otherwise, he would have been beheaded if he had returned. Report. General, Li Wenta is leading 500 personal guards straight towards our central camp. What did you say? Cao Kun was furious. I could hardly believe my ears. Has Li Wenta gone mad? 500 against 10,000, and they're charging straight into the central army camp? Isn't that just suicide? Has this kid lost his mind? Cao Kun was almost laughing in anger. I was just looking for you, and you actually came here to die. He immediately donned full armor and walked out of the camp surrounded by his personal guards. However, when he stepped out of the tent, he saw a scene that shocked him beyond belief. Li Wenta's 500 personal guards were divided into 3 small teams, forming a pincer movement. Holding a strange weapon, it occasionally spewed flames and made strange banging noises. A restricted area was formed within 400 meters of them. The southern Qi soldiers were unable to get close at all. If you get even a little closer, several transparent holes will appear all over your body, and blood will spurt out. The archers wanted to move forward to attack, but their range was too short. The range of arrows used in the southern Qi dynasty was generally between 100 and 200 meters. Even with mounted archery, the maximum distance reached by using the momentum of the charging horse would not exceed 240 meters. The Type 56 rifles carried by the 500 guards of the northern Qi dynasty had an effective range of up to 400 meters. When a salvo is fired, targets within a range of 800 to 1,000 meters can be killed. Although the northern Qi only had a mere 500 men, each of them wielded a divine weapon, making them appear as if they were gods descended to earth. They couldn't even get close to the southern Qi. It was a complete one-sided crushing defeat. They were being relentlessly beaten. Cao Kun was completely dumbfounded. I've fought wars my whole life, and I've never felt so humiliated. I've never seen this kind of play before. Now he finally understood how Chu Wubui had been defeated. If he were sent instead, the result would be the same. On the northern Qi side, they grew stronger with each battle. The 3 teams cooperated with each other and relied on each other, forming a triangular shape, like an iron bucket, pushing it forward horizontally. Whether the southern Qi deployed heavily armored cavalry or elite infantry, as soon as they got close, they were riddled with holes. All beings are equal, regardless of rank, they are all the same. Even a general who had fought countless battles and whose army was invincible was no match for the northern Qi's arrows. They were simply no match for them. After several probing attacks, nothing was made except leaving behind a pile of corpses. Cao Kun's face was terribly gloomy. If things continue like this, Li Wenta's 500 personal guards could really break through his camp. He absolutely cannot tolerate this situation. Even if you have divine weapons, I can overwhelm you with sheer numbers by using a human wave tactic. He was a seasoned veteran, and he quickly came up with a solution. Since even the heavy armor of the cavalry couldn't withstand the enemy's firearms, they simply removed their armor and went into battle lightly armed. Maximize the advantage of speed. Thousands of light cavalry charged in unison. If even one of them broke through the blockade, they would tear a gap in the enemy's chaotic formation. The cavalry swarmed in from behind, and Li Wenta's 500 men would be instantly hacked into mincemeat. Cao Kun's idea is good. His vision is exceptionally broad. To be able to come up with such a tactic in such a short time is truly a rare talent. However, there is often a huge gap between imagination and reality. Ideals are lofty, but reality is harsh. This kind of desperate charge might be surprisingly effective against old-fashioned single-shot rifles. After all, it takes time to reload a single shot, making it difficult to maintain firepower density and sustainability. However, the Type 56 automatic rifle could hold 30 rounds, and Li Wenta's 500 guards had mastered the technique of burst fire through continuous firing, and the hit rate is constantly improving. With such firepower, a mere few thousand cavalrymen simply could not break through the defensive line. The first wave of attacks was completely defeated under the dense barrage of bullets. Both men and horses were riddled with bullets. Screams filled the entire route of the attack. 300 meters is an insurmountable line between life and death. Even the fastest cavalryman failed to break through and eventually fell 300 meters away from Li Wenta's personal guards. Both men and horses were utterly destroyed. It was a horrific sight. A second wave followed immediately. The third wave followed immediately. The southern Qi army attempted to use human flesh as a shield, paving a bloody path for their successors. Put. 500 rifles roared simultaneously, their barrels spitting fire. Bullets poured out as if they were free. All 15,000 bullets were fired within 1 minute. Two lines of fire were formed along the route of the two cavalry charges. Bullets rained down on them. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The charging cavalrymen fell like straws. More than half of the 3,000 elite cavalrymen fell instantly. Taking advantage of a brief lull in the hail of bullets, the remaining cavalrymen frantically whipped their horses with the sides of their swords and charged forward with all their might. Some even tried to flank and attack. They attempted to break through the northern Qi army's gun emplacements and unleash a massacre. However, the bloody reality once again extinguished their illusions. Li Wen's 500 personal guards quickly replaced the magazines. The dense gunfire, like the horn of death, sounded once again. Bullets swept in like a hail of steel. There was no suspense whatsoever. Faced with absolute power in such a revolutionary, dimensional reducing attack, no miracle can occur. 3,000 elite cavalrymen were completely wiped out. Cao Kun was stunned, his cheeks trembling. 10,000 men, in less than half an hour, have already lost nearly half of their strength. Failure is inevitable. The blood and flesh of their comrades covered the military camp, and those fearless southern Qi people began to feel fear. They are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of being destroyed by those unavoidable bullets, with no chance to resist. On the battlefield, it was like a one-sided massacre. The terrifying gunfire was like a death knell. With each blast, hordes of soldiers fell. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. It was such a damn injustice. He didn't even know who killed him. I've never fought such a bizarre battle before. It's so frustrating. We're doomed. This is something we simply cannot withstand. Li Wen is the god of poetry descended to earth. We shouldn't have tried to harm him. Now we've angered the heavens, and they've sent heavenly soldiers to protect us. Bang bang bang. Li Wen led his 500 personal guards, growing stronger with each battle. 500 men fought their way through the southern Qi camp. Unstoppable, unstoppable. The morale of the southern Qi army was increasingly low, and many were already considering retreating. How can we fight like this? How can we mortals possibly defeat the heavenly soldiers? It's terrifying, we can't get close at all. General, let's run. We really can't win. Cao Kun's personal guard captain spoke with difficulty. Yes, General, as long as the Green Hills remain, there's always firewood to burn. The failure of this battle is not our fault, but Li Wen's protection by heavenly soldiers. Heaven has destroyed us, not our fault in battle. But, so many brothers have died in battle, how can I abandon them? I can't do it. Cao Kun wavered and pretended to be hesitant to speak. After his 3,000 cavalrymen were defeated, he tried to escape. With heavenly soldiers protecting Li Wen, what's the point of fighting? How could mortals possibly defeat heavenly soldiers? Are we just going to wait to die if we don't run? However, given his status and the presence of so many people, how could he, as the commander-in-chief of an army, voluntarily flee? At this point, it is necessary for subordinates to raise the issue and offer repeated advice before he reluctantly accepts it and goes with the flow. This is how you maintain your authority. They won't be held accountable later. General, Li Wen is protected by heavenly soldiers. We have done our best, but mortals cannot defy the will of heaven. The tide has turned. If we do not leave now, the entire army will perish. General, please make a swift decision to preserve our army's seed and avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Good. After repeated persuasion from his generals, Cao Kun finally agreed. A strategic retreat was undertaken to avoid total annihilation and to preserve the army's resources. Pass on my order, everyone, retreat. At Cao Kun's command, he led his personal guards and fled. When the other soldiers saw their commander flee, they abandoned their armor and fled in panic. The 10,000-strong army, leaving behind a trail of corpses, scattered in disarray and fled in the blink of an eye. Li Wen did not pursue them, but ordered the battlefield to be cleaned up. In this battle, they won a great victory with a ratio of 500 to 10,000. A brilliant record. This laid the foundation for his reputation as the god of war of the northern Qi dynasty. He became famous overnight and his reputation soared. From then on, everyone in the southern Qi dynasty trembled with fear at the mere mention of Li Wen's name. 300 kilometers south of Donghai City, there is a mountain called Tianzi Mountain. The main peak, like a pillar supporting the sky, pierces straight into the clouds. Birds cannot fly over it, and human footprints are rare. However, atop the mountain stood an unnamed small Taoist temple. A disheveled young Taoist priest lived in the Taoist temple. His name is Master Tianxin. He is a successor of the ancient martial arts lineage. He is hailed as the strongest prodigy of the Dharma Ending Age. He started learning martial arts at 5, entered the basics at 6, reached the beginner level at 7, and the intermediate level at 8. For the next 40 years, he remained at the intermediate martial arts level. A month ago, overnight, he suddenly broke through the small heavenly circuit and the great heavenly circuit in succession, directly entering the realm of a master-level martial artist. He's just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. Breaking through 3 realms in one night is a legend in the ancient martial arts world. He has been consolidating his realm for the past month. However, breaking through to the Grand Master level is still too difficult. Besides personal talent and ability, one also needs to cultivate a certain mindset. Therefore, the old Taoist Tianxin planned to go down the mountain to see the world and temper his heart in the mortal world. Just yesterday, an old friend from Donghai City visited, asking him to intervene in worldly affairs and help resolve a problem. This old friend was Fang Loren, who waited at the foot of the mountain for a whole day with generous gifts. Finally, they met the Taoist priest Tianxin. When the Taoist priest Tianxin was young, he traveled the world and got into a conflict with someone. He was seriously injured and fell into a coma, but was rescued by Fang Loren. So the Taoist priest Tianxin promised to help the Fang family once in return for saving their lives. The fact that I'm currently stuck at the master level and unable to break through might be related to this matter. My wish remains unfulfilled, and my resolve to follow the way is incomplete. Now it's time to repay this kindness. Taoist Tianxin opened a piece of paper in his hand, which contained Qin Chuan's personal information. Qin Chuan, male, chairman of Nyomi Company, and major shareholder of Baiki Biotechnology. Residential address, Villa Number 2, Xingai Bay. Age, 25 and a half. Family background, orphan, both parents deceased. He had a congenital heart disease, which he recovered from without treatment. It seems there was a fortuitous encounter, but details are unknown. There is no evidence. After reviewing the information, Master Tianxin casually waved his hand, and an A4 sheet of paper turned into fragments, which were swept away by the mountain wind and disappeared without a trace. This task is not difficult at all. Master Tianxin immediately set off, refusing the helicopter and car that Fang Loren had prepared for him. He chose to walk, taking the opportunity to enjoy the scenery along the way. Tianzi Mountain is 211 kilometers away from Xingai Bay Villa District in Donghai City. If you were to travel by car, it would be about 300 kilometers. Taoist Tianxin traveled in a straight line, crossing mountains and rivers, never taking a detour. The Tao cultivates the mind, emphasizing doing as one pleases. If I say I'll go in a straight line, then I absolutely won't make any turns. He was 3 meters off the ground, scaling walls, and gliding with incredible speed. When they encounter high mountains, they climb them with their bare hands, faster than monkeys. When encountering a large river, one can cross it directly on a reed, stepping on a reed leaf and drifting with the current. This series of actions completely dazzled passers-by. It was incredibly cool and awesome. Awesome! There was no attempt to conceal it at all. There are no more than one master-level martial artist in the entire Tang Kingdom. He knew almost all of these big shots, each of them was a powerful figure in their own right. Some even enjoyed state offerings and held extremely high status. Therefore, Master Tianxin's arrogance is not without reason. He can kill whomever he wants, and no one can stop him. Even the army, with his skills, could not do anything to him unless he was ambushed and avoided heavy weapons. He has the right to be arrogant. 2 hours later, Master Tianxin arrived at the Xingai Bay Villa District. Standing on the mountaintop, he looked into the distance and saw a luxurious villa standing on the opposite shore of the lake, surrounded by green trees and in a tranquil environment. Master Tianxin smiled slightly and plucked a handful of leaves. With a flash, he darted towards the lake like a bird. Just as he was about to fall into the water, he casually tossed a leaf aside, lightly touched it with his toes, and stepped onto the fallen leaf. A tiny leaf could support his entire weight, floating on the lake's surface. Following the same method, the Taoist priest Tianxin continued to scatter leaves forward, stepping on them with his toes as he quickly approached the villa. From a distance, it looks like they are walking on waves, which is very impressive. However, just as he approached the villa, a powerful aura suddenly emerged, blocking his path. Master Tianxin's eyes narrowed, and he stared intently as a graceful and slender figure slowly walked out. Its body is swift as a flying duck, and its movements are as elusive as a god. She walked lightly on the water, treading on the waves. Mei Aixu walked barefoot on the lake in a sexy nightgown, her posture elegant and graceful. Graceful as a startled swan, lithe as a swimming dragon. They appear faintly like light clouds veiling the moon, and drift like swirling snow in a flowing wind. Like a fairy treading on water, untouched by the mortal world. She blocked the path of the Taoist priest Tianxin. The two stared at each other for a moment without saying a word, but the atmosphere was extremely tense. Master Tianxin was startled, sensing the opponent's formidable strength. He stopped and stared at the woman in front of him. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" Master Tianxin asked loudly. Mei Aixu smiled coldly, as if a fairy had descended to earth. Her voice was clear and melodious. "What brings you here so late at night, uninvited guest?" Master Tianxin's face darkened, and he said, "I have been entrusted by someone to come and retrieve something." Mei Aixu said calmly, "You won't find what you're looking for here. Please leave." Master Tianxin sneered, "Now that I'm here, I won't leave empty-handed. Even if the Heavenly King himself came today, he wouldn't be able to stop me. Girl, considering your talent, having reached the threshold of the master level at such a young age, if you're willing to submit to me, I might spare your life. A hint of disdain flashed in Mei Aoxu's eyes. You stinking Taoist priest, who do you think you are to try and recruit me? You're not worthy. If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Master Tianxin roared. You've already chosen your own death. I'll take you down first, then I'll take Qin Chuan's dog life. With a flick of his Taoist robe, a sharp burst of energy swept towards Mei Aoxu. Mei Aoxu remained calm and composed, lightly tapping her feet as her body retreated like a phantom, easily dodging Tianxin Daoist's attack. Upon seeing this, Daoist Tianxin was secretly surprised. He had not expected that this woman's movements were so strange that she could easily dodge his attack. Mei Aoxu lightly stepped onto the lake's surface, creating ripples beneath her feet. She gently raised a finger as white as jade. A drop of lake water was enveloped by her true energy and floated in midair. Then the second drop, the third drop, the fourth drop. Centered on her, within a 10-meter radius, countless water droplets burst through the lake's surface and floated around her. Is this controlling objects with qi? Master Tianxin's expression changed drastically. Holy crap. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. After living in seclusion for 40 years, he re-entered the martial world and encountered a master who was no less skilled than himself. What kind of monster did the Fang family provoke? Before she could think further, Mei Aoxu waved her hand. Countless water droplets suspended around her shot towards Master Tianxin like bullets. Master Tianxin's expression was extremely solemn as he scattered all the leaves in his hand, covering the nearby water surface. His body moved with lightning speed, leaving after images as he frantically dodged. Despite his swift and skillful movements, a few drops of water still hit him, causing him excruciating pain. His clothes were torn in several places, and his protective aura was almost destroyed. Master Tianxin was enraged. He opened and closed his palms, unleashing 2 waves of energy. Wherever it passed, the lake water splashed several meters high, creating an astonishing spectacle. Mei Aoxu remained calm and composed. With a light leap, she rose to a height of tens of meters. Then, she let out a delicate shout, and countless water droplets gathered into a water sword, piercing towards Daoist Tianxin. Master Tianxin's eyes widened, his face filled with terror. He tried his best to resist, unleashing a torrent of internal energy. It carries the surrounding lake water, forming a 2-meter-high water wall in front of it. However, he still underestimated the power of the water sword. The water sword easily broke through the water wall, struck his body, and sent him flying. Master Tianxin coughed up blood and fell heavily into the lake, splashing up large waves. Like a drowning dog, his previous air of superiority has completely vanished. Master Tianxin's Daoist heart was shattered, his attempt to show off backfired and he was slapped in the face. I was completely dumbfounded. He was panting heavily, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Who exactly are you? Why do you possess such profound martial arts skills, yet willingly serve as Qin Chuan's henchman? Mei Aoxu chuckled and said, he is my master, so naturally I must protect him. Upon hearing this, Master Tianxin was even more shocked. He never imagined that someone with Mei Aoxu's skills would be willing to serve Qin Chuan as a servant. Just who exactly is this Qin Chuan? It's definitely not as simple as the Fang family's intelligence. That old man Fang tricked me. He dared to spread false information to deceive me. It's outrageous. The old Taoist priest Tianxin was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. Damn it, Fang Loren, that old scoundrel, may he die a horrible death. If you can't win, run. Since the Fang family acted unjustly first, he has no need to keep his promise. He foolishly went to fight Qin Chuan to the death. If even a servant of Qin Chuan possesses such strength, then how powerful must the real Qin Chuan be? He might be a master at the grandmaster level. What's the point of fighting? This is just pure free food. Just as he was about to escape, 4 equally powerful auras locked onto him. Each of their auras was no weaker than his, they were all master-level experts. Damn it! Master Tianxin's expression changed drastically, and his face turned pale instantly. Taoist Tianxin felt a sudden tightness in his anus, and was so frightened he almost defecated. On the shore, Qin Chuan sat on a small stool, crossed his legs, and leisurely spit out sunflower seed shells. They became bystanders, watching the drama unfold. Standing beside him were 4 stunningly beautiful women. Some are aloof and elegant, some are charming and alluring, some are gentle, and some are innocent and pure. Spring flowers and autumn moon, each has its own unique charm. Those 4 master-level auras emanated from these 4 beauties. In contrast, Qin Chuan did not possess the aura of a martial artist, his blood and energy were simply more vigorous than that of a normal person. An ordinary person has 5 master-level martial artists protecting him. That's an incredibly powerful background. Master Tianxin's eyes darted around as he began to plan his escape route. As for a direct confrontation, that's impossible. He values his life more than the average person, he can't even beat someone one-on-one, let alone 5 people. The moment he made that thought, the 4 girls beside Qin Chuan moved as well, blocking his escape route. Taoist Tianxin's eyes narrowed, sensing that an opportunity had arrived. He slapped his palms hard on the water's surface, then leaped out, transforming into a streak of light as he hurtled straight at Qin Chuan with incredible speed. If Qin Chuan is detained and used as a hostage, the predicament can be resolved. Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback, then a smile appeared on his lips. Taoist Tianxin sensed a difference. "Hey kid, I'm about to catch you, and you're still laughing. Are you out of your mind? Or is it a scam?" From the moment he leaped out of the water until he approached Qin Chuan, only 0.2 seconds had passed, leaving him no time to think. The person had already arrived in front of Qin Chuan. "Come here." The Taoist priest Tianxin formed 5 claws into hooks and grabbed at Qin Chuan. Bang! Just as his claws were a meter away from Qin Chuan, they seemed to have hit an invisible wall. He was sent flying. With a plop, it went back to where it came from. He fell into the lake again. It stirred up huge waves. Protective Qi. "You are a Grandmaster-level martial artist?" Taoist Tianxin felt a chill run down his spine. This tiny villa is full of monsters. There are 5 master-level martial artists, which is fine. Surprisingly, a Grandmaster-level martial artist has also appeared. Fuck your mother. How could I be so unlucky? At this moment, Taoist Tianxin was completely dumbfounded. This is somewhat mind-blowing. Wasn't it said that there were no more than 5 master-level martial artists in the Tang dynasty, and that Grandmaster-level martial artists only existed in legends? Which bastard leaked this information? That's completely wrong. Or perhaps, during the years he was in seclusion, all sorts of extraordinary talents emerged out of nowhere. Are master-level martial artists everywhere, as common as dogs? Qin Chuan finished cracking open a handful of sunflower seeds, patted the crumbs off his hands, and stood up leisurely. He was wearing a glass-patterned fire armor and had activated the Golden Shield Talisman. With physical and magical resistance fully stacked, not only can the Heavenly Heart Taoist not break through the defense, but even if it withstands a rocket, it won't lose a single hair. The Golden Shield Talisman worked quite well, and Qin Chuan was very satisfied. "I plan to go back and exchange some more with that unscrupulous Taoist priest. Bring him here." Qin Chuan stood with one hand behind his back, his eyes glancing sideways, exuding an aura of domineering arrogance. "No need for you to do it, senior. I'll do it myself." Taoist Tianxin immediately admitted defeat, ran across the lake to Qin Chuan, and knelt down. Ji Boda, the head of Tianxin Temple, pays his respects to the senior. "I, Ji, acted rashly, listened to slander, and attack you, senior. I deserve to die. Please forgive me." Ji Boda kowed out 3 times, bowing deeply. Although Qin Chuan looks very young, he is much younger than him. However, in the eyes of martial artists, those who have achieved mastery come first, and everything is based on strength. Those with high cultivation levels should be addressed as senior. There's nothing shameful about it. It's just like how people in the entertainment industry with a little experience are called teacher. Ji Boda hated Fang Loren to death. He had just broken through to the master level, and was in the prime of his life, full of pride and joy. It would be such a shame to die here. Qin Chuan was completely dumbfounded. "You're supposed to be the leader of a faction, where's your backbone? Where's your integrity? I haven't even made a move yet, and you're already kneeling down? Since you have sincerely repented, and considering the difficulty of your cultivation, I will temporarily entrust your life to me. Thank you for sparing my life, senior." Ji Boda bowed his head and knelt down, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "I'm thankfully safe. Get up first." Qin Chuan looked at the Taoist priest Tianxin, who kept kowtowing in front of him, and was speechless. Taoist Tianxin stood up nervously and stood to the side with his head bowed. "Speak, who sent you?" Qin Chuan asked calmly. "It was Fang Loren. Years ago, I was seriously injured in a fight, and Fang Loren saved me. I promised him that I would help the Fang family one day." Ji Boda sold out the Fang family without hesitation. "The Fang family again?" Qin Chuan frowned slightly and sneered. "This Fang Loren is really something else. He even managed to find a master-level martial artist to take action against him. If it were anyone else, they would probably be doomed. Since your Fang family is courting death, then I won't be polite." "Ji Boda, your excellency is here. Do you know what to do?" Qin Chuan looked at him with amusement. Ji Boda was taken aback, then said, "I know that Fang Loren has lost his mind and dared to trick me into attacking the senior. He deserves to die. I will go there now and kill every last member of the Fang family." Ji Boda gritted his teeth, his face filled with murderous intent. It seems he really intends to kill. Qin Chuan's eyelids twitched. This old man was no pushover. However, Qin Chuan was happy to see him turn against the Fang family and go after them. When Fang Loren realized that this boomerang had hit him in the end, one wonders what he would think. Of course, he wouldn't readily believe G. Bota based on just a few words. That old man is fickle and has no bottom line, he can turn against you at any time. Do not believe it easily. Open your mouth. G. Bota opened his mouth as instructed, and Qin Chuan flicked his finger, sending a beam of black light into his mouth. This is a specially made poison called 7-day intestinal severing red, and only I have the antidote. Qin Chuan said expressionlessly, after it's done, come to me for the antidote. If you dare to play any tricks, just wait to be torn apart and die from the poison. G. Bota's expression changed drastically. He could feel the pill quickly merge into his bloodstream and disappear after entering his body. Rest assured, Senior, I will definitely take care of it. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and left. A million grass mud horses galloped wildly in my mind. Qin Chuan watched his retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. What I just gave G. Bota was just a lump of mud that he had casually rolled out, with a tiny bit of the virtuous woman's saliva given to him by that wicked Taoist priest. It should be enough to fool G. Bota. G. Bota walked out of the Xingai Bay Villa area, carefully observed the area, and confirmed that Qin Chuan and his subordinates were not following him. He then immediately took off running. They found an empty house, smashed the lock, and went inside. He couldn't wait to start circulating his internal energy to expel the poison. Qin Chuan, you brat, are unworthy of being a grandmaster. You actually resorted to such despicable means as drugging people. Bah! As G. Bota sat cross-legged, he circulated his internal energy to expel the poison, all the while cursing angrily. He soon realized something was wrong. This 7-day heartbreak red is exceptionally potent, and no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to expel it from his body. The more you exercise, the faster the poison takes effect. G. Bota's heart was racing, his blood was boiling, and he felt extremely hot all over. I'll fuck your grandpa. Qin Chuan brat, what kind of poison did you give me, this old deist? It can't be forced out of the body? That bastard? What a scoundrel! G. Bota wanted to curse. Logically speaking, there are very few poisons in the world that can harm a master-level expert. Even if there is any, it can be expelled from the body with a single breath, and will not cause any impact at all. Such a master is practically immune to all poisons. Therefore, although G. Bota was somewhat flustered after learning that Qin Chuan had poisoned him, he did not care. However, after repeatedly using his internal energy to expel the poison to no avail, G. Bota truly panicked. Stop exercising immediately. The heat in my body subsided slightly, but I still felt very uncomfortable. My heart is itching unbearably. I suddenly have a strong urge to be with a woman. Even the stray female dog outside the window seemed somewhat pretty. Holy crap! What's wrong with me? My deist heart is overflowing, and it's on the verge of collapse. The more I think about it, the more panicked I get. In the end, we had no choice but to accept our fate. Let's go visit the Fang family first. The only option is to sacrifice the Fang family to obtain the antidote. If anyone's to blame, it's your Fang family for being blind and offending someone they shouldn't have. Go complain to the king of hell later. G. Bota, panting heavily, sped toward the Fang family's residence. On the other side, Qin Chuan returned to the villa after seeing G. Bota off. He took out his phone and dialed in Xingkang's number. Mr. Qin, why are you calling me so late? Has the rejuvenation pill arrived? I'll come and get it right away. Xingkang received Qin Chuan's call and said excitedly, Chiefin, the rejuvenation pill will take a few more days. I'm calling you to report a crime. What, is someone trying to harm you, sir? Xingkang immediately became alert. A master-level martial arts expert just came to assassinate me, but don't worry, I've already driven him away. Nobunaga broke out in a cold sweat, his mood fluctuating wildly. If Qin Chuan gets into any trouble in Donghai City, he'll be the first one to suffer. Mr. Qin, what happened? Tell me in detail, and I'll send someone over to protect you right away. I'm safe. The Fang family might be in trouble now. I saw the murderer running towards the Fang family's house. He's probably here to vent his anger. Director and should send someone to check it out. Remember to bring some heavy weapons. Qin Chuan's well-intentioned reminder. Hearing such explosive news in the middle of the night, Xingkang was completely awake. When a master-level expert gets into trouble, the light weapons the police department has are simply no match for them. He immediately called Long Zhantian, the commander of the East China Sea Division, requesting military support. The Fang family is now under close surveillance, and the authorities are investigating. At this sensitive time, absolutely nothing can go wrong. Otherwise, many charges will not be substantiated. G. Bota sped all the way and soon arrived at the Fang family's old residence. His blood-red eyes flashed with a chilling intent. The murderous intent is overwhelming. What are you doing? Get out of here. At the entrance of the Fang family's old residence, two bodyguards in black blocked G. Bota's way. They began to drive them away. As soon as they reached out their hands, G. Bota grabbed them tightly. Snap! a crisp sound of bone breaking. He actually broke the wrists of 2 bodyguards. Immediately afterwards, G. Bota casually tossed the 2 bodyguards away. The immense force smashed through the iron gate, turning the 2 bodyguards into a bloody pulp. He didn't even have time to utter a sound before he was dead beyond dead. G. Bota strode into the Fang family's house, killing anyone who stood in his way, and slaying even the most powerful. Every dog that passes by gets slapped. They were utterly ruthless. Hearing the commotion, the Fang family members all ran out. Fang Loren, also dressed in clothes and leaning on a cane, came out under the protection of more than a dozen bodyguards. Who dares to cause trouble at the Fang family's house? Are they tired of living? I saw several bodyguards dead outside, and 2 Tibetan mastiffs lying on the ground. Fang Loren's eye twitched. That's incredibly ruthless, they don't even spare dogs. A figure moved through the crowd like a ghost, and screams echoed wherever it went. 1 slap each, sending them flying. Even the shadow warriors secretly trained by the Fang family couldn't withstand his every move. Within 10 seconds, Fang's bodyguards and shadow figures were lying on the ground. Fang Loren turned pale with fright and retreated repeatedly. G. Bota approached step by step, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Master, why is this? Fang Loren then realized that the killer was actually G. Bota, whom he had hired. Fang Loren, how dare you plot against me? G. Bota shouted angrily. Deist master, what makes you say that? Fang Loren was completely dumbfounded, his voice trembling. Deist master is a benefactor of my Fang family, how could I harm you? I wouldn't dare even if you gave me 10 lives. Could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstand? G. Bota sneered, if the information you gave me hadn't been wrong, how could I have been ambushed by that brat Qin Chuan, poisoned, and ended up in such a sorry state? G. Bota was furious, his anger blazing, and he stared intently at Fang Loren. Fang Loren felt as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast, and his hair stood on end. Originally intending to use G. Bota to get rid of Qin Chuan, he unexpectedly got himself into trouble. Now, not only has his plan failed, but he has also angered G. Bota. When this guy goes berserk, he doesn't care about his own family. The Fang family might be wiped out today. Sure enough, you only feel the pain when the boomerang gets stuck in your own skin. Fang Loren deeply regrets his actions. He hurriedly said, Taoist master, please let me explain. Explain your ass. Go explain to the king of hell. G. Bota felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, a rush of heat to his head, and he was about to unleash a massacre. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. A master-level expert possesses the instincts of a wild beast. He felt an inexplicable danger sweeping over him. Fang Loren pulled a small pistol from his sleeve and began shooting at him without hesitation. Bang bang bang. 8 rounds fired in quick succession, emptying the magazine instantly. G. Bota was startled, but luckily his reaction speed was amazing. They jumped and leaped, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. He narrowly dodged all the point-blank shots that seemed almost impossible to catch. While dodging the bullets, he struck out with his palm from a distance, his true energy bursting forth and sending Fang Loren flying. You overconfident old fool, you actually dared to try to ambush me. You deserve to die. G. Bota unleashed a palm strike filled with rage, shattering Fang Loren's internal organs with a single blow. He went to find his great-grandmother right there and then. The rest of the people were all terrified, their legs trembling so badly they couldn't move. G. Bota was like a god of death, slapping men one by one, killing them all. Women, well, those who are attractive, will be spared for now. Those who are not good-looking are sent away immediately. In less than 10 minutes, everyone in the Fang family mansion, except for 5 outstandingly beautiful women, was killed, leaving no one alive. He. G. Bota laughed wildly, his eyes bloodshot, which was incredibly eerie. He dragged the 5 women into the room and began to unbuckle their belts. 5 minutes later, G. Bota walked out of the room, completely satisfied. I feel that the evil fire inside me has mostly subsided. At this moment, he finally understood that what Qin Chuan had given him was not poison at all, but a damn aphrodisiac. How despicable. A disgrace to the martial arts world, a scourge of the martial arts path. Just then, a police siren sounded, and a large number of police cars and soldiers arrived. They quickly surrounded the Fang family's old house, their dark gun barrels pointed at G. Bota. Don't move. Hands up. An officer shouted. G. Bota stopped in his tracks, looked at the scene before him, remained calm, and sneered repeatedly. Put your hands behind your head and squat down. Seeing that G. Bota remained unmoved and defiant, they were struck by his stubbornness. The security team immediately issued a warning, first warning. Bang! G. Bota raised his hand and threw a pebble, which punched a hole in the body of the security guard who was shouting, Fire! An Zinkang, sitting in the command vehicle, was furious. He had never seen such arrogant criminals before, and immediately gave the order. G. Bota is a master-level expert and extremely dangerous, he must be dealt with decisively. At his command, dozens of Type 191 rifles opened fire, spraying bullets at Jeep Boda. Depend on. Jeep Boda's eyes widened, and he unleashed his maximum speed. His various agile movements were incredibly flashy, dazzling the eyes of a group of security guards. For example, running sideways up a wall, moving in a snake-like pattern, or even jumping up and turning 180 degrees while running, and then quickly moving backward. All dozens of bullets were fired. Is this even human? And Zinkang stared at the afterimage on the screen, completely stunned. Don't hold back, unleash your full power. Da. All the security personnel and soldiers on the scene opened fire at once, and the snipers also began firing, blocking Jeep Boda's movement. With such concentrated firepower, even if Jeep Boda were highly skilled, it would be difficult for him to dodge at all. He slid in and crawled under a nearby car. They actually lifted a 2-ton car and used it as a shield. Hiss! The military and police personnel at the scene gasped in shock. This. Second captain, pull out my rocket launcher and blast them to smithereens. Nobunaga shouted into his headset. Boom! Jeep Boda, carrying a car, blocked a hail of bullets and was beaming with pride. Suddenly, my hair stood on end, and a feeling of extreme danger surged into my heart. Danger! A loud bang. The car he was using as a shield was blown up. The terrifying shockwave from the explosion sent him flying, with flames shooting into the sky behind him. Jeep Boda fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, how did the police get here so quickly? Who called the police? The Fang family didn't even have a chance to call the police. Could it be that the old Taoist priest has been targeted? Otherwise, why would the security team bring heavy firepower? Report, the assailant is wounded. Should we continue the attack? Keep going, don't stop. And Zinkang knew all too well the terror of a master-level martial artist. As long as he had a breath left, he absolutely could not be careless. It's only safe if they're completely dead. Yes, sir. The security team members, having received orders, continued their attack, unleashing a hail of bullets. Jeep Boda was filled with boundless hatred, and before he could even catch his breath, another bullet arrived. He was so frightened that he jumped up and ran away as fast as he could. He had never been so disheveled in his entire life. First, he was harassed and abused by Qin Chuan and his subordinates, and then forced to take aphrodisiacs. Then they were targeted by the security forces and the military, who used rockets to attack them. I'll fuck your grandpa. This is absolutely infuriating. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bullets kept flying over his head and side. While dodging the hail of bullets, Jeep Boda secretly vowed in his heart that he would not be a gentleman if he did not avenge this grudge. Holy crap! The security team members were taken aback. He survived being hit by a shell? It runs faster than a rabbit, its vitality is truly remarkable. Using the surrounding buildings and obstacles, Jeep Boda constantly moved and dodged bullets. His back was covered in blood, injured by a rocket. He was also shot in several places. Fortunately, he was physically strong and had internal energy to protect him. The bullet was just lodged in the muscle, it wasn't fatal. If it were an ordinary person, they would be completely ruined. This is a huge loss. The security team's arrival was so sudden, and they were even carrying heavy weapons, so they must have been informed beforehand. He was ambushed. Jeep Boda was on the verge of tears. He was closely pursued by the security forces and the military, and helicopters even appeared in the sky. In this moment of crisis, Jeep Boda demonstrated the explosive power of a master-level martial artist. Despite his severe injuries, he used his exceptional skills to dodge almost all the bullets. 100 meters ahead, there is a great river that flows straight to the sea. Jeep Boda showed off his extreme speed. He covered the 100-meter distance in just 2.5 seconds, plunging headfirst into the surging river. Report. The intruder jumped in. Wu Sijiang. Don't let your guard down. Everyone prepare to blast the criminals to pieces, regardless of their lives. Helicopters, keep a close search of the river. Once a target is spotted, open fire immediately. Neither the security forces nor the military dared to be careless when facing a master-level martial artist. If such a person escapes and seeks revenge, the consequences could be unimaginable. He must be eliminated today. We demand to see him alive or dead. 5 minutes later, Jeep Boda surfaced for air a kilometer downstream. As soon as he appeared, searchlights from 2 helicopters shone down on him, locking onto his location. Boom boom boom. 6 rockets, trailing long plumes of flame, were fired in unison. Holy crap! Jeep Boda plunged into the water. Swim as far as you can, with all your might, to deeper and farther places. Flames shot into the sky from the river, and the violent explosion sent water columns dozens of meters high into the air, causing the river to boil. Many river fish suffered an undeserved misfortune, their bellies turning white as they floated on the water. The helicopter descended and searched back and forth over the river. After a long while, a blood-stained garment floated up 500 meters downstream. The security team retrieved the garment by boat and discovered that it was indeed worn by G. Boda. Being hit by 6 rockets simultaneously would make it impossible for even a master-level martial artist to survive. Unless he is indestructible, but is that even possible? Mission accomplished. And Nobunaga ordered the battlefield cleaned up and the troops to retreat. In this incident, besides Fang Zhongshan and Fang Zhongyang being taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, Fang Qing being detained in the police station, Fang Zonghai escaped unharmed as he was still at the company and hadn't returned. The remaining people were almost all wiped out, their entire families were nearly exterminated. The entire Fang family, numbering in the dozens, was killed. This shocked the entire city of Donghai. This bloody incident had an extremely negative impact, and Xingkang was in a state of utter confusion for a while. 2 hours later, G. Boda appeared at the mouth of the Wuzi River. He carried a 200-pound boulder, dived to the bottom of the river, and with astonishing perseverance, held his breath for half an hour. After walking several kilometers, he dared to surface for air. After repeating this process several times, they finally escaped to the estuary before becoming completely exhausted. G. Boda was panting heavily, his heart filled with rage. They blamed everything on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, you just wait. Having regained some strength, he immediately seized a fishing boat and headed out to sea. It's definitely not safe to stay within the Tang Kingdom for the time being, we must hide on a deserted island to avoid trouble. I'll settle the score when I break through to the Grandmaster realm. Qin Chuan received the news the next morning. However, he did not believe that Jaiboda would die so easily. To draw conclusions based solely on a bloodstained garment is overly optimistic on the part of the police department. They were unaware of the terrifying power of master-level martial artists. As long as there is still a breath left, it may rise from the ashes. However, he was not worried. Even if G. Boda did not die, he would not be afraid of breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Mei Aoxu has already touched the threshold of the Grandmaster realm and is currently in seclusion to break through to the next level. It will break through in the next couple of days. With a large supply of top-grade spirit stones, he has successfully reached the 9th level of Qi refining. With the added benefits of the Golden Shield Talisman and the Glazed Fire Pattern Armor, the defense is maxed out. Even when facing a Grandmaster-level martial artist alone, he is not afraid at all. According to normal progress, after the 9th level of Qi refining comes foundation establishment. Qin Chuan did not have any cultivation techniques for the foundation establishment stage and did not know how to establish his foundation. He tried to contact the Taoist priest through the system, only to find that he couldn't reach him. Damn it, did someone kill me? Although this guy can be a pain sometimes, we've known each other for so long and traded with him so many times, so we've developed some feelings for each other. Qin Chuan felt somewhat regretful about dying like this. Never mind that for now. If I can't reach the foundation establishment stage, I'll just continue with Qi refining. I'm just idling around anyway. The Su family villa. After stepping down as chairman, Subtitles has been living a very comfortable life. With nothing to do, I feel so relaxed, and I've even gained weight. In addition, the Fang family has recently suffered a series of blows, with high-ranking family officials being arrested, and Fangjing Pharmaceutical has been caught in a media storm. All of this made him feel refreshed and incredibly happy. It's unbelievable that the once arrogant Fang family has met such a day, and it all happened so suddenly. It was like a windfall. These past 2 days, one happy event after another has occurred, and he drinks a little wine with every meal to celebrate. The Fang family was massacred last night, and he was so excited that he got up early this morning to go for a run. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. After a run, take a shower and enjoy a relaxing breakfast. It's really great. Knock knock knock. I was having breakfast when there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door was opened, and an elderly man in his 60s walked in. Uncle Ming, did you bring some good news so early? So Bippo smiled and invited the old steward Ming Tao to sit down and have breakfast together. Boss, we've found Chen Yuan, the driver for my old boss. Ming Tao took a bite of the fried bun and said excitedly, according to Chen Yuan's confession, he took money from the Fang family to drive his former employer's car to a designated place for maintenance, but someone arranged by the Fang family tampered with it, which caused the vehicle to go out of control and kill his former employer. Ming Tao carefully reported the information he had gathered. He was the steward of the Su family for 2 generations and was a person whom Su Bippo trusted greatly. Su Bippo had virtually no doubt about what he said. It's a pity that the Fang family was wiped out last night, and that old dog Fang Loren is dead too. I won't be able to avenge my father with my own hands. Su Bippo took a big gulp of wine, feeling both excited and somewhat depressed. There's also some good news. Ming Tao drank a glass of wine with her and said excitedly, the new snow skin brightening cream launched by Fangjing Pharmaceutical has already caused allergies, redness and swelling in early users. Some of the people who participated in the experiment earlier began to experience facial ulceration. Many people have begun to doubt the quality of the snow white brightening cream and are planning to cause trouble at Fangjing Pharmaceutical. Didn't someone expose some dirty secrets about Founder Pharmaceuticals on the day of the press conference, suspecting that the new product had defects? How come anyone still dares to buy it? Subtitles looked puzzled, finding it unbelievable. After the scandal broke, Fangjing Pharmaceutical tried its best to manage public relations and drastically reduced the price of its new products. Many people bought them because they were cheap and found that they were very effective. Word spread quickly, and it actually sparked a sales boom. Ming Tao explained. He underestimated the madness and obsession women have with pursuing beauty. Even knowing that Fangjia's products might pose risks, they still couldn't resist the allure of beauty and went to buy and use them. Master, I heard that Mrs. Company is developing a new beauty drug, which has reached the stage of mass production. If it is launched on the market now, it will definitely be a bestseller. Ming Tao was very excited. From the moment he entered the room until now, he has been grinning from ear to ear, and his smile has never stopped. Launching a new product at this time may not be appropriate. Consumers become very sensitive and cautious after experiencing a loss. Subtitles shook his head, feeling that the time was not yet right. Should we remind the young lady? No need. The subgroup has already been renamed Biki Biotechnology. Let's not meddle in other people's business. Besides, I can't see through Qin Chuan. Let's not interfere recklessly. What the boss says is true, I was inconsiderate. A hint of dejection flashed across Ming Tao's face. He has followed the Su family for so many years, witnessing their rise and fall. It's hard for him to accept that things have come to this point. The Su family could have flown higher and gone further. Unfortunately, he was framed by a villain and had no choice but to sell the group. The Fang family was the instigator of all this. Although Fang Loren is dead, Fang Zonghai is still alive, and Fangjing Pharmaceutical has not yet collapsed. He was still unwilling to give up. Boss, I have a preliminary idea. Ming Tao tentatively spoke. Wait, don't tell me yet, let me guess. Subtitles interrupted Ming Tao, narrowing his eyes. With a mysterious expression, he said, I suspect you're trying to take advantage of the situation, to incite the victims to cause trouble and muddy the waters while Fangjing Pharmaceutical's new product scandal is unfolding. Ming Tao slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. No one understands me better than my boss. Subtitles chuckled, we're thinking the same thing. He leaned back in his chair, his head bowed in deep thought. This matter requires careful consideration. If handled well, it could have remarkable effects. Currently, there aren't many people experiencing problems using Fangjing Pharmaceutical's Snow Skin Brightening Cream, and these cases are scattered and isolated, lacking significant impact. Individuals who confront companies head-on will never gain any advantage. In the short term, it will not cause much damage to Fangjing Pharmaceutical. However, if someone guides and organizes all the victims, as time went on, more and more people experienced side effects, sparking a frenzy. Once panic spreads, Fangjing Pharmaceutical will be severely damaged, if not destroyed. The two old men, whose combined age was over 100, whispered to each other, plotting something. Finally, they clapped and laughed, their faces flushed with excitement and a hint of malice in them. With the general direction finalized, the two carefully considered the details. An agreement was eventually reached. Uncle Ming's face was all wrinkled from laughing. Subtitles truly lives up to his former employer's reputation. Although his management skills are lacking, his cunning and manipulative methods are. Haha, he has the style of my old employer back in the day. He skipped breakfast, and with a steamed bun in his mouth, Ming Tao hurriedly left. He's going to do something big, organize all the victims and become their leader. On the other side, Fang Zonghai, who had narrowly escaped death, was overjoyed. Fortunately, he was busy with company affairs these past few days and didn't go to the old house. The daughter-in-law stayed with her daughter at the hospital, and the family of three perfectly avoided the situation. Otherwise, he would have already reunited with his great-grandmother by now. He was heartbroken when dozens of members of the Fang family were killed, but not much. Without these people sharing the spoils, the entire Fang family business will belong to him. Without the old man to restrain him, he can do whatever he wants. He plans to sell off family assets to raise as much cash as possible. If things can be salvaged, great. If not, we can simply expand overseas and continue living a carefree life. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Fang Zonghai was happily making plans, full of anticipation for the future. Although there was a minor mishap at the Fangjing Pharmaceutical's new product launch, the impact was minimal. The Snow White Brightening Cream is very effective, but initially many people were skeptical and waited to see how it went. But as more and more people tried it, its reputation turned around and became incredibly positive. Sales of the beauty cream soared, and inventory quickly dwindled, with orders booked a year into the future. The stock price, which had plummeted, began a strong rebound, hitting the daily limit up every day. If this trend continues, Fangjing Pharmaceutical will soon become a leading enterprise in Donghai City and even the whole country. Fang Zonghai was having a sweet dream when his phone rang. Mr. Fang, something terrible has happened. Dozens of people have suddenly appeared outside the company, holding up banners and accusing our beauty cream of having problems. Nonsense. Fang Zonghai was furious. This must be the work of a competitor. It's slander. The Fang family's power has recently plummeted, and one misfortune after another has befallen them. Business partners who used to fawn over them began to distance themselves, and some rivals who had been hiding in the shadows jumped out to kick them while they were down. At this point, when product issues are exposed, hiring actors to play victims and cause trouble is very much in line with these people's tactics. Fang Zonghai made this judgment because he had often done this before. He's a master at smearing competitors, spreading rumors and slander, and throwing mud at them. Unexpectedly, fortunes change, and the boomerang finally hit him. Ignore them, have the security guards drive the troublemakers away, and get the public relations department working to clean up the negative rumors online. Fang Zonghai hung up the phone and rubbed his temples. I haven't been getting enough rest lately, and I have a bit of a headache. At this moment, a pair of slender hands rested on his shoulders and gently massaged them. Fang Zonghai lowered the back of his executive chair, found a comfortable position, and squinted his eyes to enjoy it. Mr. Fang, don't worry too much. I have faith in our company's products, came the gentle voice of Secretary Xiao Jing. Fang Zonghai grasped his secretary's hand and smiled. Xiao Jing is so understanding. It's so good to have you by my side. He raised his eyes slightly and noticed that Xiao Jing was wearing a mask, completely covering her face. Fang Zonghai asked in confusion, why are you wearing a mask? Are you afraid I'll see you? Do you have some new trick up your sleeve? Fang Zonghai gave a knowing, lewd laugh. What part of your body haven't I seen? If you keep playing like this, I won't be sleepy at all. He reached out to take off Xiaojing's mask. Xiao Jing instinctively dodged away. Mr. Fang, please don't. Fang Zonghai was not only fast in that area, but also had extremely fast hand speed. Xiao Jing felt a cool sensation on her face as Fang Zonghai removed her mask. Vomit. Her once fair and flawless face now looks like it's covered in pimples, red, swollen, and oozing pus, making her look like a toad. Fang Zonghai quickly retreated, feeling a wave of nausea. He quickly turned his head away, refusing to look any longer. Wah-ah-ah. Xiao Jing covered her face and sobbed softly. Mr. Fang, I don't know what's wrong. My face has been stinging for the past few days, and I'm getting more and more pimples. I'm about to be disfigured. Xiao Jing, with tears in her eyes, wanted to throw herself into Fang Zonghai's arms for comfort. Fang Zonghai looked at that toad-like face and felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly moved away. Don't come any closer. I'm giving you a week off, go see a doctor right away. Fang Zonghai's face was filled with disgust, which he made no attempt to hide. Xiao Jing was stunned when she missed her target. She looked at Fang Zonghai in disbelief. She doesn't have any great skills, and she only managed to hook up with Fang Zonghai by relying on her looks. Now that she's turned out like this, she feels like dying. Seeing the disgust in Fang Zonghai's eyes only fueled her despair. Old Bai Deng, how dare you look down on me? Xiao Jing was furious, but Fang Zonghai was someone she had worked so hard to secure, so she couldn't give up so easily. At least he still has some use for us now. She suppressed her true emotions and put on a pitiful appearance. Fang Zonghai also realized that his tone had been a bit harsh. After all, Xiao Jing is quite good at her job, she's versatile, proactive, and has a beautiful voice. Every conversation with her brought back memories of his youth, as if he had returned to his peak. In her, Fang Zonghai regained his confidence as a man. It's nothing, go to the hospital to get it checked out. Maybe you ate something that caused an allergic reaction. By the way, the company's Snow White Brightening Cream has a great skincare effect. Try it later, I guarantee it will work. Fang Zonghai is very confident in his company's new products. Xiao Jing was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. A million grass mud horses were galloping wildly in my mind. You dare mention Snow White Brightening Cream to me? My mother became like this because she used this product. Fuck your mother. But she dared not speak out against her anger. Fang Zonghai attaches great importance to this product. The two R&D staff members, who were well-intentioned in reminding him that the product had defects and could not be launched yet, were fired by him. The Snow White Radiance Beauty Cream is now Fang Zonghai's Achilles heel, and he will not allow anyone to slander it. As Fang Zonghai's personal secretary, Xiao Jing was naturally aware of the taboos. He hesitated, then ultimately said nothing, leaving the matter vague. Although Xiao Jing harbored resentment, she still obeyed Fang Zonghai's advice and prepared to go to the hospital for treatment first. Meanwhile, other consumers who used the Snow White Brightening Cream also began to experience the same symptoms as Xiao Jing. In an instant, a flood of complaints and questions poured into Founder Pharmaceuticals. At the entrance of Fangjing Pharmaceutical Company, the number of victims grew larger and larger, and the situation began to spiral out of control. Security guards shouted themselves hoarse trying to maintain order and prevent troublemakers from barging into the company. The scene was extremely chaotic. Just then, a man wearing a mask and a baseball cap took advantage of the security guard's flustered state and crouched down to rush inside. "Stop him!" The security captain was quick-witted and spotted the sixth man. He reached out to grab it. Before the finger even touched the other person, the person's body tilted and lay down stiffly. "Holy crap!" The security captain was startled. Before anyone could react, someone in the crowd shouted, "The security guards are hitting people." Fangjing Pharmaceutical Group bullied people by beating up consumers in broad daylight. The security captain reacted instantly, his voice ringing in his ears. "This is a scam." The scene immediately spiraled out of control, and people's anger was completely ignited. "You are utterly depraved, selling counterfeit beauty drugs that have caused so many people to have their faces ruined. We all want justice. How dare you allow the security guards to beat people?" Suddenly, a group of people rushed over aggressively and blocked the security guards. "I didn't hit him, he fell down on his own, he's trying to scam me." The security captain hurriedly offered an explanation. The crowd was in an uproar, with some people constantly stirring up trouble and fanning the flames. No matter how hard the security captain shouted, no one believed him. The security captain was so anxious that his face turned red and his neck bulged. Just then, an old man in his 60s stepped forward. "I have a video recording here, which can prove that the security guard did not hit anyone." Everyone quieted down and turned their gazes to the old man. A burly woman stepped forward, pointed at the old man, and scolded, "Old man, you wouldn't happen to be a shill for Fangjing Pharmaceutical, would you? Please calm down, everyone. I am definitely not a shill. I am a victim just like everyone else. But this security guard is innocent. We will not let the bad guys get away with it, but we also cannot wrong the good guys." The old man, with an air of righteous indignation, opened a video on his phone. People around gathered around. The security captain was moved to tears, feeling that there were still many good people in the world. They also joined the crowd at the front to watch the video. As he looked at it, his face turned green. The video was taken from a very tricky angle, capturing the moment he reached out to grab someone. He did indeed make a move, and judging from the video, the other person fell down as soon as he reached out. It was obviously him who pushed it. The security guard's expression changed drastically. "It would have been better if I hadn't watched the video, because watching it completely confirmed that he had assaulted someone. It's like mud falling down your pants, even if it's not poop, it's still poop." Now he was completely unable to defend himself. The public's anger was completely ignited, and accusations rose and fell. How dare a mere security guard hit someone? They must pay the price. Yes. Expose them to the media. What's the point of exposing them? If you have a grudge, settle it on the spot and let these watchdogs know how treacherous society can be. Someone, I don't know who started it, slapped the security guard across the face. The scene quickly spiraled out of control, with some people taking advantage of the chaos to punch and kick the security guards, venting their anger. The security guards tried to resist, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the angry crowd. The area in front of Fangjing Pharmaceutical was in chaos, with shouts and fighting echoing throughout. The scene was incredibly exciting, with hats, slippers, and masks flying everywhere. The few security guards were outnumbered and quickly surrendered. "I earn 5,000 yuan a month, but I do deadly work. Go to hell." After a few token attempts to defend himself, he cleverly seized an opportunity and quickly slipped away. Only the security captain was held down and didn't escape. He was given a severe beating, and his face was swollen. After beating up the security guard, the group stormed into the company, demanding an explanation from Fang Zonghai. The headquarters building of Founder Pharmaceuticals has dozens of floors, and the elevators are all access controlled, so it's impossible to go up. No one knows where Fang Zonghai is hiding. Just as a group of people were wandering around aimlessly like headless flies, an insider with his hat brim pulled low appeared. He became a guide and decisively swiped his card to clear the way. A large group of people headed straight for Fang Zonghai's office. People followed the insiders to Fang Zonghai's office, only to find the door locked. They pounded on the door angrily, shouting for Fang Zonghai to come out. There was no response from the office. At this point, someone suggested breaking down the door. The others readily agreed, reasoning that since there were too many people involved, they were all victims. What's there to be afraid of? Someone immediately brought a fire axe and forced the door open. With a few swings of the axe, the lock broke and the door was smashed open. The group rushed into the room, only to find it empty. That old fox Fang Zonghai must have escaped. Someone roared, "Search! He must still be in this building." Another person shouted. The crowd began searching for Fang Zonghai throughout the building, going through each office and leaving no corner unchecked. The old man who had shown the video earlier didn't wander around with the crowd, he just strolled around Fang Zonghai's office. Then his gaze settled on a row of bookshelves behind the desk. His gaze sharpened, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. Reaching the doorway, he shouted to the surroundings, "The chairman of Founder Pharmaceuticals is here." There's a hidden door behind the office bookshelves. Fang Zonghai is utterly depraved, selling counterfeit medicine and causing everyone to be disfigured. He deserves to be struck by lightning. Everyone, come quickly and demand justice. Don't let him get away. The old man's shout was like thunder, echoing throughout the entire floor. Fang Zonghai, who was hiding in the dark room, was watching the scene outside through the surveillance camera. He was dumbfounded and looked completely bewildered. How did old Deng figure out that his office had a hidden room? His face turned ashen instantly. Old man, you fucking ruined me? Wait till I get out and I'll kill you. Upon hearing the shouts, the crowd immediately gathered around. Under the old man's guidance, a few strong young men quickly pushed open the bookshelf, and sure enough, there was a hidden world inside. The dark room was furnished quite luxuriously, with all kinds of facilities. High-end projector, extra-large round bed, dynamic sound system, ambient lighting. Holy crap, everyone was astonished. The dark room was luxuriously decorated, exuding an atmosphere of extravagance. That damned Fang Zonghai, he sells fake medicine and swindles our hard-earned money, while he's indulging in debauchery here. Fang Zonghai, we used your snow-white brightening cream and our faces are all ruined. Aren't you going to give us an explanation? Damn it, you're the kind of person who's a heartless capitalist, aren't you? You're not leaving here until you give us a satisfactory answer today. Fang Zonghai looked at the angry crowd, cold sweat pouring down his face. Judging from this situation, if I don't appease these people today, I'll definitely be in big trouble. He secretly sent a distress message to his assistant, asking him to call the police immediately. In another corner of the building, near the fire escape, the old man found the accomplice from inside Fangjing Pharmaceutical. As agreed, the final payment has already been transferred to you. The young man leading the way checked his phone and a look of delight appeared on his face. Thank you. Please contact me again if there are any more good opportunities like this. Bang bang bang. The sounds of smashing and cursing echoed in Fang Zonghai's office. Ultimately, no agreement was reached, and conflict broke out. The old man waved his hand and left with a flourish. Next time? I'm afraid there won't be a next time. Holy shit, you bastards actually dared to lay a hand on me. Is there no sense of hierarchy or respect among the lower classes? They're just a bunch of lowly beasts of burden. I'm the chairman of Fangjing Pharmaceutical, a man of high status. Oh crap, don't slap me in the face. Fang Zonghai was initially very arrogant and unruly. He soon screamed in pain, his face bruised and swollen from the beating. His clothes were torn to shreds, his slick back hair was turned into a bird's nest, and his newly implanted gold tooth was knocked away. Fortunately, the police arrived in time and rescued Fang Zonghai. However, there were too many troublemakers, making it difficult to handle. Moreover, the problems with Fangjing Pharmaceuticals drugs had already been reported to the regulatory authorities, and the security team symbolically gave both sides equal blame before hastily closing the case. Fang Zonghai was somewhat flustered after leaving the security team. After all, so many people have complained, insisting that their skin developed problems after using the snow-white brightening cream. Some people have already received hospital diagnostic reports, which proves this. No matter how stubborn he was, he couldn't help but have doubts in his heart and began to waver. There was even a hint of fear. Now that the Fang family's backing has collapsed, he is the only one holding on. If Fangjing Pharmaceutical runs into trouble, the consequences will be unimaginable. He panicked, he was really panicked. Just then, the sales manager called. Mr. Fang, something bad has happened. The regulatory authorities just came and took samples of all the drugs we produce for testing. They also ordered the factory to stop production and await the inspection results. The sales manager just finished a phone call. Then Song Ji called. Fang Zonghai, is there something wrong with the new snow skin brightening cream produced by our company? Why did my daughter and I develop red spots on our faces after using it? Fang Zonghai was in a real bind. It seems there really is a problem with the beauty cream. He had to face a harsh reality and prepare for the worst. The Fang family home is now leaky from all sides. When the walls fall, everyone pushes them down. When the drum breaks, everyone beats it. He knew very well whether Fangjing Pharmaceutical had any problems. Once regulatory authorities intervene, a crisis is inevitable. Fangjing Pharmaceutical cannot withstand scrutiny. The only option now is to run away. Fang Zonghai, are you even listening to me? Get back here right now. Song Ji talked on and on for a long time without getting a response, which made her very annoyed. Ji, listen to me, pack your things quickly, get your passports ready, the three of us have to leave immediately. Leave? Where to? Why leave? Song Ji has not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Fang Zonghai said anxiously, there's no time to explain now, just do as I say. After hanging up the phone, Fang Zonghai immediately rushed home, preparing to flee. Normally, when such a problem occurs, the company should step forward, sincerely apologize, and compensate the victims. Immediately remove all products from shelves and conduct a self-inspection. We will strive to minimize the negative impact. However, Fang Zonghai knew that Fangjing Pharmaceutical had more than just this one problematic drug. There have been even more serious drug-related incidents in the past, some of which have even resulted in deaths. But at that time, the Fang family was at the height of their power, with powerful backers, which made it easy to cover up their true intentions. But times have changed, and people and things have changed. The Fang family is currently in the eye of the storm and is receiving intense scrutiny. It was a death throes. The emergence of such a scandal at this time is undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. In short, Founder Pharmaceuticals is beyond saving. The Fang family is completely finished. If we don't run now, are we going to wait until we've spent our lives in jail? Inside the Xingai Bay Villa, Qin Chuan played cards in the first half of the night and practiced qi cultivation in the second half. He discovered that practicing qi cultivation was far more effective than simply sleeping and resting. I've recently become a bit obsessed with it. I feel uneasy if I don't practice for a while every day. It's a bit addictive. In the middle of the night, he mastered 5 more levels. Qin Chuan looked completely bewildered. Isn't it said that the 9th level of qi refining is the limit? How did I reach level 14 so easily with just a little practice? Is there a problem somewhere? Or is it that the qi refining method given by the virtuous Taoist priest is too rudimentary, like a primary school student's workbook? As a regular full-time university student, making workbooks for elementary school students is a piece of cake for me. That damn, immoral Taoist priest, I just can't get in touch with him. Qin Chuan was helpless. Nobody on earth knows how to refine qi, and there's nowhere to ask. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. That's how open-minded she is. Rice is the most important thing. Lilac and Daffodil have prepared a sumptuous breakfast. These two otherworldly beauties are masters of cooking. Their skills surpass even those of 5-star hotel chefs. The dishes they make are delicious and visually appealing. You can eat a different dish almost every day for a month. Apart from Mei Aoxu, who was still in seclusion, everyone else was dressed neatly and sitting at the dining table waiting for Qin Chuan. I can sleep until I naturally wake up every day, and as soon as I get out of bed, there's delicious food and beautiful women by my side. Qin Chuan was living a very comfortable life. A group of girls were feeding each other bites. Qin Chuan didn't need to lift a finger, he was full very quickly. Well, my hands are a bit redundant now. Qin Chuan sighed with emotion. After dinner, Chen Saiyao, accompanied by Kaioju, went out to purchase supplies. She is now Qin Chuan's logistics manager. She handled all the traded goods. After the kidnapping incident, Qin Chuan was also worried about her going out alone. Pai Kaioju accompanied her. Chuju is a master-level expert. As long as they don't encounter a grandmaster-level old monster, she is more than capable of protecting Chen Saiyao. Qin Chuan has been trading frequently with Li Wenta and Huang Huaji recently. With a huge demand for daily necessities, Chen Saiyao is busy every day sourcing and selecting products. One person simply couldn't handle the workload, so Qin Chuan quickly recruited a group of employees for her to manage and coordinate. Chen Saiyao only feels valuable when she has something to do, and her days are very fulfilling. Like the other sisters, she revolved around Qin Chuan every day, without any personal hobbies or pursuits. Chen Saiyao was very uncomfortable with it. As a modern, independent woman, lying down for a short time might feel great. But after a while, I felt uncomfortable everywhere. She has a strong sense of crisis and must be valuable in order to stay by Qin Chuan's side for longer. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had already established connections with the authorities, otherwise, purchasing supplies in such large quantities, measured in tons, every day would have quickly attracted attention. After seeing Chen Saiyao off, Qin Chuan returned to his study and locked the door. Recently, Li Wenta has been making a routine phone call with him around this time every day. Unwavering. After defeating Cao Kun, the young man led 500 personal guards to Longxiang City the very next day. In a swift and decisive move, they defeated the Southern Qi army besieging Longxiang City, thus relieving the crisis in Longxiang City. This battle cemented his legendary status. His reputation reached its peak. He was highly supported by the military and civilians of Longxiang City. They quickly seized control of the Longxiang City military. Just to be on the safe side, this guy would drug a few commanding officers every now and then trade them to Qin Chuan to feed them system potions. Now, all the officers in the Longxiang City garrison, from top to bottom, have become his confidants. He firmly held military power in his hands. Having established their own team on the border, they have finally gained a foothold. The better he does, the more uncomfortable those princes and brothers in Kyoto feel. They tried every possible way to cause him trouble and sow discord. In addition to manipulating provisions and military pay, they also appointed military supervisors. To prevent Li Wenta from becoming too powerful, and to build up their own influence. Li Wenta has no worries about supplies, he can trade with Qin Chuan for them. As for military supervisors, Hee hee, when the time comes, just knock them out and throw them to Qin Chuan to feed him medicine. The only headache was that his brothers would frequently switch border commanders. Even entire units of the military are being rotated out of service. This is a bit uncomfortable. If this continues, he won't have enough system potions. Some even suggested that he be transferred to a northern border town. Li Wenta, you're supposed to be a very capable fighter, but the northern border city has been forced into a passive defensive posture against the northern bear army, which has been extremely difficult. Li Wenta, as a prince, is known as the reincarnation of the god of poetry. He is protected by 500 heavenly soldiers and is invincible. So let's go to the north to expand our territory. Brother, this is outrageous. After listening to Li Wenta's complaints, Qin Chuan casually uttered a comment. Sir, please don't hurt me. Li Wenta was shocked. He looked around and, finding no one nearby, wiped away his cold sweat and said, a true man should not remain subservient to others or be manipulated by petty people. You have a system with you, what are you afraid of? Qin Chuan rolled his eyes. If it were him, he would have rebelled long ago. What you say is true, sir, but my foundation is still lacking, and my name is not righteous enough. Moreover, this kind of thing depends on the right time, place, and people. I have none of these advantages, so my chances of winning are too low. Li Wenta looked worried and very conflicted. He longed to rule the world, to decide life and death with a single word, and to no longer be subject to others. However, their strength is still insufficient. At most, we can only mobilize a little over 10,000 troops. Even with the addition of 500 personal guards equipped with Type 56 rifles, this small force was no match for the hundreds of thousands of Northern Qi soldiers. This matter is not as simple as it seems. How is your father's health? Qin Chuan's thinking was very agile and his ideas changed very quickly, leaving Li Wenta struggling to keep up. Li Wenta paused for a moment, then replied, my father is obsessed with alchemy, and his health is deteriorating. He is not as good as before. To put it bluntly, he may pass away at any time. Qin Chuan nodded, his eyes darted around, and the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. Little Li, I'm not trying to scare you, but your situation is very dangerous. The day the emperor dies will be the day you are punished. I advise you to prepare now. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Li Wenta's expression changed drastically. As a member of the royal family, how could he not understand this principle? In the past, he would have developed his power stealthily, appearing harmless. Perhaps the new emperor would have spared his life. He was banished to a remote place to live a carefree life as a prince. However, the border battle made him famous and his prestige in the army grew day by day. Whichever brother ascends the throne, he will be wary of him. The consequences were predictable. Sir, you must have a good plan to save me, right? Qin Chuan kept everyone in suspense, then picked up his teacup and took a small sip. Seeing this, Li Wenta hurriedly said, please teach me, sir. Qin Chuan chuckled, I have a plan to quell the rebellion. He immediately told Li Wenta the story of a prince in ancient Tang dynasty who raised an army in rebellion. This prince was in a similar situation to Li Wenta, and Li Wenta could almost completely replicate his series of actions. With the added support of the system, Qin Chuan provided military equipment and provisions. It can be said that the start was much simpler than that of the rebellious fourth prince. The only deficiency is the lack of a strong team. This isn't a big problem, the team may lack depth, but the quality is excellent. With the help of the system potion, all members of the team are of impeccable character and utterly loyal. Li Wenta's eyes lit up as he listened. Sir, no, Godfather, you are my real father, this plan is brilliant. What you need to do right now is to build high walls, stockpile grain, cultivate a strong team, and expand your army for war. Qin Chuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table as he expressed his opinion. The situation is becoming clearer now, whichever of Li Wenta's brothers comes to power will target him. This is as obvious as a louse on a bald man's head. The old emperor is nearing the end of his life, and the princes in the capital are busy fighting amongst themselves, so they will not focus their main attention on Li Wenta at the moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity to rapidly expand territory and strengthen our power is the best course of action. If the world changes, then raise the banner of cleansing the emperor's inner circle and eliminating treacherous officials. Raise an army and march north. One battle will decide the fate of the world. From now on, you don't need to pay too much attention to Kyoto's orders. Just outwardly comply but inwardly disobey. Before the new emperor ascends the throne, their main focus will not be on you. When a general is in the field, he may disobey orders. Just make up any excuse. In addition, you should select 1,500 personal guards and train them according to the new military tactics. I will give you the militia training manual and equip you with weapons as soon as possible. Provide the system potions for the generals transferred out, and I can borrow some if needed. Let them secretly cultivate their confidence so that they can coordinate with each other and form a united force once an uprising begins. Li Wenta nodded repeatedly, admiring Qin Chuan immensely. Qin Chuan provided perfect solutions to all the concerns he had. There's no need to worry about weapons and provisions, Qin Chuan promised to take care of everything. Sir, the generals being transferred are located in remote mountainous areas with poor communication. They may not be able to react in time, which could delay the battle. Li Wenta listened very attentively, taking out his notebook to jot down key points as Qin Chuan analyzed the situation. He occasionally offers his own insights. That's easy. Qin Chuan leaned back in his recliner and, without anyone noticing, took out a folding fan and gently waved it. It was as if Zhuge Liang were alive today, and Zhang Liang were reborn. Analyze the general trend of the world, point out the state of the country, and strategize. Unconsciously, the aura of a domineering king was revealed. I have a communication device that can transmit sound over thousands of miles. Considering that Gushan Star is still in the feudal era and has no network signal, Qin Chuan plans to trade a batch of radio stations over. Also, give them some telescopes, compound bows, and modern swords and armor. Fully configured. If he still can't win, Li Wenta might as well just commit suicide. Li Wenta asked excitedly, "What is this? It's so amazing." Qin Chuan smiled slightly and explained, "This is a communication device called a radio, which enables real-time communication over long distances." Li Wenta's eyes widened in disbelief that such a treasure existed in the world. Qin Chuan continued, "I will teach your trusted confidants how to use it to ensure uninterrupted communication during wartime." Li Wenta was moved to tears and bowed again in gratitude, saying, "Sir, I will never forget your great kindness. Stop with the formalities, remember the spirit stones. Get as much jade as you have over there, the more the better, and send it to me as soon as possible. Rest assured, sir, Wentai will certainly live up to your expectations." Li Wenta stood up solemnly and bowed with his hands clasped in greeting. Qin Chuan's buttocks ached from sitting, so he stood up, one hand behind his back. "Success depends on fate, but planning is up to man. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own destiny. This is all the help I can give you." Qin Chuan then sent Li Wenta the section on Zhu Di's rebellion in the history of Ming, along with the proclamation to pacify the rebellion, for him to study carefully. Li Wenta sent over all the more than 10,000 spirit stones he had collected in the past few days. The transaction is closed. The system awarded 0 points this time. If the same object is traded too many times, the system's approval rating will drop sharply. So stingy. Qin Chuan was dissatisfied and complained inwardly. The military affairs on Li Wenta's side are of utmost importance and cannot be delayed. The Taoist priest Dade is temporarily out of contact. If Li Wenta also gets killed, Qin Chuan will suffer a great loss. We must hurry and arm Li Wenta. Guns and cannons need to be handled by the military, and the thought of dealing with officials gave Qin Chuan a headache. The main reason is that a group of officials are eyeing the rejuvenation pill. The phone kept ringing, it was incredibly annoying. Unfortunately, the Taoist priest went missing at the crucial moment, leaving Qin Chuan in a very passive and extremely frustrated position. He himself was useless, but he owed a huge debt of resurrection pills. He gets scared whenever he sees an official phone call. So let's put the guns and cannons aside for now. Anyway, Li Wenta has 500 modern riflemen, which is enough for self-defense. The most urgent task is to deal with other things first. Examples include stab-proof vests suitable for ancient warfare, modern improved swords, composite bows, and so on. These are relatively easy to handle. As long as there's money, plenty of manufacturers are willing to produce it. Just after exiting the system interface, I received another system notification that new trading objects have been refreshed. Previously, Qin Chuan had been watching the system refresh countdown closely, eagerly anticipating new trading partners. With frequent trading lately, the initial enthusiasm has worn off, and I've forgotten about the refresh time for new trading partners. Indeed, a person's novelty and enthusiasm have an expiration date and cannot last forever. There's a reason why a newly built outhouse smells good for 3 days. Qin Chuan decisively chose to make the deal. As for which trading partners you'll be matched with, well, that's up to fate. Now we have trading partners in the wasteland technology world, the cultivation world, and the feudal world. It basically meets Qin Chuan's current needs. What's next? Qin Chuan was full of anticipation. Connection successful. A 3-headed monster appears on the system interface. It is neither human nor human, with rotting flesh, exposed large black teeth, and bits of flesh hanging from them, covered in blood. Qin Chuan was startled and almost closed the trading interface. "I'll fuck your grandpa. What is that? Ugly and disgusting." Qin Chuan patted his chest, and it took him a while to recover. World Trading System, Blue Star Trader, Qin Chuan. As is customary, Qin Chuan briefly introduced himself. "Woo woo, ang." The 3-headed monster stared at Qin Chuan, its eyes glowing green with excitement. 3 mouths simultaneously emitted strange noises. Even the system translator was confused, it had no idea what it was trying to say. "How do you trade this?" There's no chance to get a good deal. At this moment, Qin Chuan finally understood how the virtuous Taoist priest felt when he traded for some strange items. The three-headed monster, dinosaur-carrying wolf, roared. The system translated fragmented information intermittently during synchronous translation. Qin Chuan put all this information together and finally understood what this guy wanted to trade. This monster is a zombie from the post-apocalyptic world. It wants to trade people with Qin Chuan as its food. Holy crap! Qin Chuan broke through the main defense directly. Although everything in the system can be traded without restrictions. However, Qin Chuan could never bring himself to do something as heinous and morally reprehensible as trading people to be food for zombies. He does have his principles, you know. This behavior is worse than that of an animal. This is absolutely mind-blowing. No normal person would do something like this. The items given by the zombies are zombie crystal cores, which are said to improve a person's physique and, if you're lucky, awaken superpowers. Qin Chuan had seen this thing in apocalyptic novels and was very curious about it, even a little bit tempted by it. But when Qin Chuan saw with his own eyes the three zombies crush the head of a nearby zombie and extract the blood-stained crystal core, his stomach churned and he almost vomited. Holy crap! That's disgusting. The transaction was promptly cancelled, and the three zombies were blocked. Even if he were to acquire this through a trade, he wouldn't have the courage to take it. Sigh, what a wasted trading opportunity. That's it. There was basically nothing to do in the morning, so Qin Chuan continued watching song and dance performances. At lunchtime, I received an official notification that the 15,000 mu of land in Kinchuan had been approved. The officials were very considerate and asked if they needed any help with the subsequent construction. Qin Chuan declined. He wanted to manage his own land and soil. Being too closely involved with the authorities would be detrimental to maintaining secrecy and would also hinder his freedom of action. In the afternoon, news about the Fang family came one after another, quickly becoming a trending topic. First, there was an official announcement that revealed Fang Zhongshan and Fang Zhongyang for abusing their power for personal gain, using their positions to seek personal benefits for their families and themselves, betraying their original aspirations and missions, abandoning principles, seriously polluting the political environment and industry atmosphere, causing great damage to the country and the people, and that their actions were extremely serious in nature, had extremely bad influence, and caused enormous harm. In accordance with national law, the two individuals were expelled from the party, dismissed from their posts, had their personal income confiscated, and were handed over to the court for processing. Fang Qing is suspected of kidnapping. The evidence is conclusive, the social impact is egregious, and the circumstances are serious. He will be brought to justice and severely punished. Fangjing Pharmaceutical is suspected of engaging in money for sex and money for power transactions, corrupting officials, organizing a criminal organization, attacking competitors, and using unfair competition tactics. Selling counterfeit or substandard drugs poses a tremendous threat to society and constitutes an extremely egregious offense. The factory was ordered to cease operations, its assets were confiscated, and all drugs on sale were withdrawn from the market. The person in charge, Fang Zonghai, is at large and is wanted by the authorities. Qin Chuan scrolled through his phone, reading through each message. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Fang family has finally fallen. He finally got his revenge for the kidney that had been cut off, with interest. Justice may be delayed, but it will come. However, Fang Zonghai, the culprit, actually escaped. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, turned on his computer, and hacked into the Skynet system, performing a series of swift and decisive actions. They quickly found information about Fang Zonghai. This guy bought plane tickets to Australia with his wife and daughter. Judging by the timeline, it will be launched soon. He. Qin Chuan stroked his chin, his eyes cold. If Fang Zonghai hadn't fled and had stayed in the country, he might have been able to continue his activities for a few more days. After all, Qin Chuan still had some reservations about things in China, and couldn't do many things too outrageously. We have to give the officials face. It's much easier abroad. No one's face matters. Qin Chuan used technical means to bypass the Great Firewall and hack into a dark web. Using the system account, a reward of $10 million is offered to take the lives of the three dogs from the Fang family. The bounty system on the dark web is very simple. Post a bounty and upload the target's photo and personal information. Then hitmen worldwide can take orders through the black market. After completing the mission, upload the evidence. Once the dark web backend confirms the information, 75% of the reward amount will be transferred to the assassin. The platform takes a 25% cut. The dark web has a strict vetting system. Once a hitman accepts a job, the task is locked. Other assassins were unable to take the hits. Unless the mission fails or exceeds the time limit stipulated by the employer, the platform will unlock the mission again and assign it to other assassins. This cycle repeats itself, and as long as the target survives, the mission will continue. Such relentless assassinations meant that almost no one could escape. It can be said that there is no solution. The task was locked by the platform less than 3 minutes after it was posted. Clearly, someone has already accepted the task. Qin Chuan couldn't see who specifically received it. The platform wouldn't reveal any information about the employer or the hitman. Given Qin Chuan's hacking skills, he could certainly hack into the backend to check. But there's no need for that. He wasn't interested in who would assassinate Fang Zonghai's family. He only cares about the result. Qin Chuan shut down his computer, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long sigh. He knew that Fang Zonghai had no chance of escaping this time. Death awaited him. Meanwhile, at an airport in Australia, after a long flight of more than 10 hours, Fang Zonghai and his family finally landed in Australia. Finally, we escaped the Tang dynasty. Although I was physically tired, my heart, which had been hanging in suspense, could finally settle down. Prior to this, Fang Zonghai had already transferred all the family's assets that could be transferred, and had also bought a luxury villa in Zinni. This money is enough for his family of 3 to squander for a lifetime. Many people assume they came to Australia to seek refuge. Only he knew that he came to Australia for a vacation and to enjoy life. Over the years, he has earned more money than he could ever spend in a lifetime, and we have made ample preparations for today. The reason I didn't come earlier was because I couldn't bear to give up the power I held. Now rights will become handcuffs, forcing us to relinquish them. Fang Zonghai and his family walked out of the airport chatting and laughing, hailed a taxi, and prepared to head to their villa to begin a new chapter in their lives. Near the airport, a young black man quietly watched as Fang Zonghai and his family got into a taxi and drove onto the main road. Xiao He pulled out a walkie-talkie. Jack, target spotted, red taxi, license plate number XXXX, has entered airport road. Receive. The taxi passed through an intersection, and the light turned red just as it was turning green. The driver stopped the car and waited. Just then, a large truck seemed to go out of control and sped towards them. It was traveling at over 80 miles per hour and crashed violently into the taxi. There were screams at the scene, and many drivers waiting at the red light frantically honked their horns and turned on their hazard lights. Some drivers simply floored the accelerator and launched themselves, running red lights. The taxi driver also realized something was wrong and started honking his horn frantically. At the same time, it shifted into reverse in an attempt to evade. However, the road behind them was blocked, leaving no room to maneuver. Boom! A deafening explosion followed. The taxi and the truck collided violently. The front of the car exploded instantly, scattering into countless fragments. All airbags deployed, the driver's cab was crushed and severely deformed, and the doors were jammed shut. The taxi rolled several times, and Fang Xiaoyu, who was not wearing a seatbelt in the back seat, was thrown out of the car and flew more than 10 meters away, even losing her shoes. Basic reimbursement is provided. He lay on the ground, convulsing violently. So easy. In the distance, a blond foreign man with binoculars chewed gum, a smile playing on his lips. We can call it a day now, Jack. Wait a minute, the employer needs video footage from the scene. They must confirm that the target is 100% dead. This is really troublesome. The blond guy complained, Jack, go down and check it out, don't forget to finish him off. Soon, a driver wearing a fisherman's hat got out. He pulled out a pistol fitted with a silencer and walked up to Fang Xiaoyu first. Fang Xiaoyu was already badly injured from the fall. The driver casually took a picture, then pointed the gun at her heart and fired a final shot. Fang Xiaoyu quickly stopped convulsing and remained motionless. The driver then walked to the taxi, smashed the window, pointed his phone at Fang Zonghai and Song Ji, took a close-up photo of their faces, and then sent them away with a gun to each of them. Upon discovering that the taxi driver was not quite dead, the assassin shook his head. Sorry, bro. 1 shot to the head. Buy 3 get 1 free, deal done. Well done, that's a wrap. A black car drove up from behind, the assassin jumped in, and the car quickly disappeared into traffic. On the other side, Qin Chuan received a notification that the mission was over 3 hours after posting the bounty. He turned on his computer and logged onto the dark web to take a look. The killer has uploaded the video and photos, and they have been confirmed to be accurate. Fang Zonghai and his family of 3 were sent away in a neat and complete manner. Feels good. My deist heart has finally been fulfilled. The obsession I held after my rebirth has finally been fulfilled. Feeling relaxed and clear-headed. A mysterious and profound feeling suddenly welled up in my heart. They've broken through again. In the blink of an eye, Qin Chuan reached the 15th level of Qi refining. Holy crap! How can you break through like that? That's a bit unbelievable. Having settled things with the Fang family, Qin Chuan was greatly relieved. Light a cigarette and clear your mind. Nothing much happened for the next 2 days. Qin Chuan completely relaxed, listening to music, watching dances, playing cards, and playing Do Dizu, a popular Chinese card game. Very pleasant. Mei Aixu finally emerged from seclusion after 3 days. He successfully broke through from a half-step grandmaster to the grandmaster level. The techniques and skills have been greatly integrated, reaching the peak state of the human body after birth. His martial arts techniques have reached a high level of personal style, allowing him to do as he pleases, and he is already qualified to establish his own school. Qin Chuan was overjoyed, and to celebrate, he generously ordered all the fireworks in the city. At 6 p.m., fireworks were set off in the nearly 10-acre yard of his villa. With a loud boom, the first firework streaked across the night sky, as dazzling as a shooting star. This marked the beginning of the private fireworks show. A panorama of rivers and mountains, Dingwang Terrace, Wangchao's restoration, Chang'an, 30,000 li. Thousands of fireworks shot into the sky simultaneously, bursting into colorful light and illuminating the night sky over the villa area. The various patterns and colors in the sky were dazzling and breathtaking. Red as fire, passionate and unrestrained. Its green color resembles jade, and it has a fresh and elegant feel. It's as blue as the sea, deep and mysterious. Purple is like a dream, noble and romantic. The entire night sky was like a dream, with various colors and patterns constantly changing. The overwhelming fireworks display stunned countless passers-by. Wow, how romantic! It's so beautiful. This scene is comparable to the 2008 Olympics. Who is so extravagant? How much money did this cost? Judging by one salvo, my entire month's salary is gone. What? A month's salary? You wouldn't even earn 10 years' worth of salary for one ejaculation. Conservatively speaking, such a large fireworks display will shoot dozens of fireworks per second. The fireworks display, resembling a celestial waterfall, lasted for a full 20 minutes. Just when passers-by thought it was about to end, the climax of the fireworks show suddenly arrived. Tens of thousands of fireworks rose into the sky at the same time, like 10,000 cannons firing simultaneously, illuminating the night sky. At its highest point, all the fireworks converged into a giant star of love, lasting for several seconds, transforming into countless streaks of light, like a meteor shower that blanketed the earth. Wow, who is this rich guy? This is so romantic. If that simp who's chasing me puts on such a grand fireworks display for me, this fairy will immediately make him my girlfriend. Those nearby nearly coughed up blood upon hearing the fairy's astonishing words. Damn it, if your sycophant had that kind of power, would he still be fawning over you? You could have a different tall, handsome man every day, a different groom every night, and not a single one for a whole year. This fireworks display alone cost at least several hundred million yuan. Damn it, what a beast. Hundreds of millions just wasted like this. Wouldn't it be better to donate it and let the citizens of Donghai share it equally? A beautiful day, a lovely view, and a beautiful woman by my side. Enjoy life to the fullest when you're successful. Qin Chuan raised his glass first, and more than a dozen people joined together to congratulate Mei Aixu on her breakthrough. Mei Aixu's face, as white as an iceberg and snow lotus, finally showed emotion, revealing a charming smile. Like a delicate flower trembling in the cool breeze, bright and beautiful. Qin Chuan was completely mesmerized. She hugged Qin Chuan and kissed him on the cheek. Master, thank you. Ugh, you smell bad. Go wash up, and don't forget our promise. Qin Chuan grinned mischievously. Mei Aixu blushed and, like a startled cat, darted into the shower room. She secluded herself for 3 days, without eating, drinking, or moving, focusing all her efforts on breaking through the barrier. Her body was indeed covered in grime, and the smell, well, let's not talk about it. After eating and drinking his fill, Qin Chuan took a bath and changed clothes with the help of Shui Xian and Bai He, and then entered Mei Aixu's room. Mei Aixu remembered her promise that she would have in-depth exchanges with Qin Chuan after she broke through to the Grandmaster realm. Today's breakthrough is a success, it's time to deliver on our promise. The room was dimly lit, and a strange atmosphere was rising. Mei Aixu was wearing a close-fitting nightgown, her perfect curves faintly visible. Her beautiful eyes were misty, filled with shyness and timidity. Like a ripe fruit, waiting for its owner to pick it.